I crossed into a high martial world but contracted a terminal illness that corrodes my vital energy. This instantly turned my dream-filled self into a useless person, but ironically, it was to protect my classmates from evil spirits that led to my unfortunate illness. Not only did I not receive the respect I deserved, but I also saw mockery and a sense of deserved fate in their eyes. Feeling the rapid decline of my vital energy due to corrosion, I could only smile bitterly. It seems I can only be a useless person waiting to die. But just then, my vital energy began to surge. Red lightning coursed through my body, and the intense pain made me wish I were dead. The sudden scene made everyone think I had gone mad from the shock. Gradually, the red lightning began to merge with my vital energy. As time passed, the pain gradually faded. Then I was astonished to find that my declining vital energy had actually increased a bit, and the increase corresponded exactly to the number of evil spirits I had killed. Looking at my gifted weapon, it had also undergone a tremendous change. My marksmanship talent could be infinitely elevated. Its functions and offensive capabilities had also changed drastically. To verify my idea that killing evil spirits could enhance my abilities, I ignored the strange looks from others and headed straight for the high mortality area of Zenmo's. In front of a building in the city center, a man in combat gear blocked my way, stating that without at least 100 vital energy, I could not participate in the Zenmo's assessment. In response, I took out a recommendation letter given to me by an officer when I killed the evil spirits. After reading it, the man looked at me with respect. At just 18, I had slain over a dozen evil spirits, truly a pillar of the dasha, but unfortunately, this vital energy value quickly entered a square. Inside were 300 to 400 people, all there to participate in the monthly selection. Despite the frequent recruitment, the Junma division was still in a state of extreme personnel shortage, indicating how fierce the battles against evil spirits were. Soon it was my turn, and the machine announced that I qualified with a vital energy value in the dozens. The arena fell into dead silence. Clearly, among a crowd mostly consisting of people with hundreds of vital energy, this two-digit announcement stood out glaringly. The crowd began to stir, accusing how someone with less than even a warrior's vital energy could qualify, shouting about possible foul play. The officer who had given me the recommendation letter, Sule, slowly stepped forward, stating that he had killed 13 evil spirits. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze towards me changed. At such a young age, I had killed 13 evil spirits without being a dancer, making me a formidable person. Before long, team formations began for hunting evil spirits outside the city. Each team had to kill 5 to pass, or they would fail the assessment. However, due to my low vital energy, no one wanted to team up with me. Instructor Sule assigned me to the team with the highest vital energy. The team leader was named Wenshi, with over 230 vital energy. His father was even a captain in the Zenmos. The few people behind him also had vital energy over 100 and were friends of Wenshi, looking down on me, who had less than 50. I initially thought about going outside the city alone, but then reconsidered, realizing it was my first time, and it would be better to have company for safety, so I became a member of their team. I passed through multiple security checks. The heavy alloy gates slowly opened, and a convoy from Zenmos left Licheng. Through the car window, I saw desolate city ruins and towering trees outside the city. 300 years ago, countless alien races invaded Blue Star. The aura from other realms caused many animals to transform into aberrations. The evil spirits are the so-called alien races, capable of infecting humans in battle to become evil spirits themselves, and they possess immense combat power. They also incite rebellion within humanity, with countless brainwashed cult organizations lurking among us. We soon arrived at our destination, and Sule's voice brought me back to reality. Put on your vital sign wristbands. You can call for help during the hunting mission, but using it means failing the assessment. Now, start selecting your gear and food. Once you leave, you cannot return to get more. As instructed, people began to select their gear. My mutated talent allowed me to ignore the defenses of evil spirits, so I didn't need high-quality weapons. Rather, I focused on food and gear since I had to survive outside the city for 10 days. A teammate named Guang Hai watched me. Instead of immediately looking for weapons, I focused on food and gear, frowning at Captain Wenshi, wondering if he was reliable or just overly cautious. Wenshi adjusted his glasses, saying it was normal for me to act this way. With low vital energy, I wouldn't be able to wield heavy weapons effectively, so being logistical was more useful. Wang Hai nodded in realization. While selecting my gear, I suddenly spotted a nanofiber anti-stab suit and exclaimed it was a great find. If I had had this when defending against evil spirits at school, with such a sword, I wouldn't have been injured and contracted the terminal illness of corroding vital energy. I quickly armed myself with survival gear and enough food to last, organizing everything for easy transport. I turned to my teammates and advised, you should prepare a set too, just in case. Guanhai scoffed at this, saying, "It's just hunting a few evil spirits. Is there really a need to be this afraid?" The others also found it troublesome and didn't carry much. I didn't care, it was just a temporary team assessment, and I wasn't obligated to protect these pampered kids. An hour later, the 6 of us arrived at a deserted bridge. Large mosquitoes buzzed around, and I took out a special mosquito repellent spray to apply on myself. A weak-looking guy next to me was constantly waving his sword, complaining about how annoying the mosquitoes were. He then looked at me and said, "Hey, can I use your mosquito spray?" I ignored him and pulled my backpack back. "This is mine, if you want it, go get your own." I had initially planned to share, but his tone annoyed me. He treated me like a servant. Seeing this, Runen frowned and said, "You little brat, we're doing you a favor by helping you with the assessment, and you don't even appreciate it." When she interjected, "Alright, Runen, don't stoop to his level. He doesn't want the team to fall apart before we even start. If he could, he would have kicked me out already, but the wristband's real-time monitoring prevents that." He didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zenmos. Guanhai laughed mockingly. "A useless person with less than warrior-level vital energy is trying to act cool. It's really ridiculous." Runen shot a fierce look at Wenshi, thinking he would be the one in danger if I dragged them down. Suddenly, when she spotted a red wild boar charging toward us, its fur standing on end like steel needles. "Be careful, it's a true red wild boar." He immediately commanded Hibai and the team to raise his shield for defense. He is attacking from the side along with Runen and Guanhai. With a loud bang, the golden shield collided with the crimson wild boar. Among the attacks from the 3 on the other side, only Wenshing left a small wound on the boar. "No, this is a one-spike, our attacks can't break through its defenses at all." Feeling the pain, the crimson wild boar went into a frenzy. It charged straight at Runen beside it, instantly injuring him with its tusk. This made Wenshing suddenly remember me standing aside, asking, "What are you just watching for? Come help." However, I had no time to respond. I was observing the crimson wild boar's movements. Compared to them, my mutated talent could kill it, but I just needed an opportunity. Then I shouted to Wenshing, "Create an opportunity for me to attack, I can take it down." Wenshing was somewhat annoyed and said, "You, a useless person, want us to create an opportunity for you? Isn't that ridiculous?" The others were also angry, wondering why Zenmos had sent this guy to them. He was completely useless and a liability. Seeing that no one was paying attention, I could only continue searching for an opportunity. Since Runen was the most injured, the crimson wild boar continued charging at him, and a strong sense of fear filled his heart. At this moment, the others were also thrown off by the boar, helplessly watching as Runen was about to be smashed into pulp, and despair filled the group. A figure appeared, holding a spear, and directly thrust it towards the eye of the crimson wild boar. With a thud, the boar let out a piercing scream, wildly shaking its head, and soon afterward, it lost all vitality. The people in the arena were left dumbfounded. This guy truly only had 47 health points. After the kill, my health points increased by 10. Then I looked at my talent skill. The farther I am from the target, the stronger my attack power and the faster my speed. Every 10 meters increases the damage by double, assuming that 1 health point can exert 10 kilograms of force. With my current 57 health points, I can exert 570 kilograms of force. This does not even account for the distance boost. I also discovered that if I kill 100 level 1 evil beasts, I can advance to the highest level, reaching God level, which further confirmed my thoughts. Everyone stared blankly at the beast on the ground, finding it hard to believe. Wenshing quickly set aside his own concerns. No matter how low my health was, the fact that I could kill the crimson wild boar was undeniable. Then he expressed his gratitude, and the others did the same. Only Runen looked a bit pale. Meanwhile, Su lay in the distant combat vehicle, watching the live feed on his watch, was wide-eyed at my swift kill. He clearly knew I only had 34 health points. To easily hunt a one-spike, one would need at least 300 health points as a martial artist. In an instant, Sule felt that there must be something wrong with the health detection device. Such talent couldn't be missed by Zenmos. At night, several people sat in silence around the campfire, shocked that they encountered such a major crisis on the first day out. Their expressions were complicated as they looked at me, munching on jerky, all thinking that this low-health person they had looked down on could unleash such terrifying power. Suddenly, Runen's blood from his injury attracted quite a few girls nearby, who began to scream in panic. "Someone, quickly use your spray to drive away the mosquitoes." I remained indifferent, continuing to eat jerky, thinking, is this how you treat your lifesaver? Seeing that no one else was helping, Runen couldn't take it anymore and pleaded, "Please, I beg you." Only after hearing something satisfying did I take out the spray and apply it, knowing I couldn't overdo it since my watch was monitoring in real time. In an instant, the mosquitoes dissipated, and everyone sighed in relief, ready to rest. However, the buzzing sound soon returned. A swarm of mosquitoes, much larger than before, flew in, accompanied by strange laughter echoing through the silent jungle. I quickly grabbed a glow stick from my backpack and threw it towards the source of the noise. I saw a huge, ugly evil creature with multiple green eyes standing there. It was a level 1 evil being with special skills, and I fearfully alerted my teammates. Then he looked at me and said, "You don't want to fail the assessment, do you? Together, we can kill it." Clearly, he no longer believed I was just a low-health waste. I stared at the evil creature, contemplating, I can try this. Create an opportunity for me. As I spoke, the evil creature released more mosquitoes, and I crushed the insect repellent spray in my hand. Aside from me, Wenshin had the most mosquitoes around him, and the already injured Runan. At this moment, he was pale from blood loss, moving slowly, and it seemed he was about to collapse. In the distance, Sule looked grim because it was rare for level 1 evil creatures to appear here, let alone one with special skills. Electric Card Squad, hurry and rescue them. Listening to the voice and positioning from the communication device, a squad in combat gear drove their vehicle and began heading over. At that moment, I seized the opportunity and struck directly at the evil creature's head, but my attack merely clanged against its armor without causing any damage. The creature's ugly face showed me a sneer. The others were still maneuvering to attack. I took advantage of the recoil to withdraw from the fight, continuing to look for an opportunity nearby. Suddenly, I spotted an opening and lunged at the evil creature's head. The evil creature showed disdain and casually swatted at me. With a puff, a piercing pain shot through my arm, and the green eyes were filled with rage, realizing it had been hurt by a weak human. Others looked pleased, seeing the opportunity and quickly launching their attacks, but none could break through the evil creature's defenses. The evil creature immediately unleashed a swarm of mosquitoes attacking me. Seeing this, I dodged to the side and took out the mosquito repellent spray, squeezing it. Instantly, the mosquitoes slowed down, beginning to sway unsteadily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I thrust my spear at the evil creature. Due to my previous attack, it used its arm to block mine. Seeing that the evil creature was already wary of me, I had no choice but to use my talent skill. I hadn't used it earlier for fear of exhausting myself, but now I could no longer afford to hesitate. I gripped my spear tightly. I swiftly retreated while taking out my last bottle of mosquito spray and hurled it at the evil creature. As soon as the spray hit it, the creature began to tremble all over, likely suffering from the backlash of the mosquitoes, collapsing to the ground in agony. Seeing this, I raised my spear and began to channel power as my talent skill activated. My entire being was surging with energy. The ground beneath me began to shatter. I lunged toward the evil creature, my body and spear moving like lightning. Faced with the speeding spear, the evil creature raised its hand to block, and a loud metallic clash echoed, followed by the sound of steel shattering. This thrust not only pierced its arm but also penetrated the creature's head, its green eyes filled with disbelief even in death. Silence fell over the arena, as if a pause button had been pressed. Wenqing swallowed hard, having just used a martial technique. The only response was the heavy sound of breathing. Everyone remained frozen in their previous positions, not moving. I withdrew my spear, shaking off the green blood, gaining 10 health points. Feeling the power surging within me, I realized the immense recoil had almost made me lose grip of my spear, showcasing the terrifying nature of this talent skill. Then I looked at the stunned crowd and said, "What's going on? Hurry and dispose of the evil creature's body. We can't attract other evil beings or the attention of Wenyan." Everyone quickly began to take action. When they finished, Wenshin cautiously approached, asking, "Brother, are you a lion dancer?" "No, I'm not even a dancer." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. If he wasn't a lion dancer, then he must have martial skills. Such a genius shouldn't be here for Zenmo's assessment. I didn't want to continue discussing this topic. Let's address Runan's injuries first, that's more important. Wenshin saw Runan's pale face and quickly opened his backpack to look for medicine. Meanwhile, Sulei's jaw dropped as he watched the scene unfold on the monitor. This kid definitely can't have only 34 health points. I need to retest him later. Just that martial technique alone must have exerted at least 600 kilograms of force, rivaling a veteran martial artist. It must be an issue with the health detection device. He must be kept in Zenmo's. He then called his superior, "Captain Lee, we've found a promising candidate with martial skills," and sent over the video. On the other end, Captain Lee frowned and said, "That's strange, I've never seen this weapon before." Sule, intrigued, asked, "Is it possible that he created it himself?" "Impossible. I've searched the database but found no matching weapon. Historically, only 3 individuals have created their own. If I'm right, it must be an amplification device or a special potion, otherwise, there's no way he could have such an explosive power." The amplification devices and special potions are life-saving cards provided by powerful families for this occasion. The assessment will continue, you don't need to pay too much attention to it. Sule had initially thought highly of him, but discovering he was from a powerful family changed that. While his skills were decent, people from prominent families rarely join Zenmos sincerely. In the jungle, when Shin used the medical tools I provided to treat Runen's injuries, Runen looked at me, pale, and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before." This was already the second time he had been saved, and after the previous battle, he understood he couldn't look down on others. In this world, only strength mattered. I casually nodded, indicating it was no big deal. When Shin sent out a rescue signal, and Runen decided, "I won't join Zenmos any longer, this isn't suitable for me." After this battle, he had a clear understanding of himself and realized that if he continued, he would eventually die. "Runen, are you really not coming with us?" Wenshin said, reluctant to part with his friend. Runen weakly shook his head. "My father has always had strict expectations of me. I tried hard, but I realize I really can't do it." Then he turned to me, squatting by the campfire eating jerky, thinking, "Someone like him is the future of the human race. I'm just an ordinary person." Soon, a team arrived to take Runen away, accompanied by teammate Guanhai. I watched this scene with a calm heart, knowing they still had the right to choose, while I, from a humble background, had no choice at all. Though two had left, the assessment continued. 10 days later, looking at my over 120 health points, I felt somewhat unfulfilled. Now, I could unleash 1,200 kilograms of force with a full strike. Now, if I encountered a level 1 evil creature, I could definitely kill it in one hit. Before long, the personnel from the previous assessment gathered. Everyone was exhausted, and the team was diminished, showing that Zenmo's death rate was no joke. Moreover, this was just the assessment. Soon, Sule announced the results of this assessment. When Wenshin's squad was mentioned, everyone was incredulous, demanding to see the assessment video. When the video was shown to everyone, shock filled the room. A useless person with only 34 health points had actually killed opponents above his level, and not just once. But ultimately, they gave a passing result, which I didn't care much about. As long as I passed the assessment, that was all that mattered. Wenshin was dissatisfied and asked, "Captain, why did we kill the most enemies but still only get a passing grade?" Wen Yen looked at me and explained, according to the investigation, he used special devices or potions, which do not meet the assessment requirements. However, since he helped others, he was given a passing grade. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage, thinking he was a talented child from a prominent family, only to discover he was cheating. I couldn't take it anymore and thought, what nonsense. I killed based on my strength. I don't care about the rating, but being slandered is unacceptable. Facing Sule, I directly said, "Captain Su, I didn't use any special devices or potions." Sule had initially thought highly of him, but discovering he was from a powerful family changed that. While his skills were decent, people from prominent families rarely join Zenmos sincerely. Then I replaced my broken spear with another. The onlooking Zenmos members were astonished. He was really going to fight Captain Su, who was at the peak of martial artists. Then I began to rapidly retreat. Then I raised my spear. My entire body surged with energy. My talent skill activated simultaneously. The ground immediately shattered. With a swoosh, I shot towards Sule with my spear, moving with incredible strength and speed. This caught Sule completely off guard, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. The powerful sound of metal clashing pierced the ears of everyone present. As the smoke cleared, Sule stumbled out, coughing. The giant's sword dropped to the ground, his hands trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? What do you call that move? I've never seen anything like it." I casually replied, "It's self-created." Sule's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? You can't just create your own." Suddenly, he became uncertain. While the odds were slim, it was not impossible. Regardless, this kid's strength was indeed impressive. "You passed, even your teammates have been upgraded to Class A. I quickly responded, "Thank you, Captain, for giving me a chance at the assessment." "That brat is still putting on an act," Sule said, his expression dark, unsure if it was due to the earlier strike. Just as the two were chatting, the once quiet jungle suddenly trembled. Sule suddenly turned around. "Oh no, it's getting damp." In the gap of their conversation, the people around fell silent, watching Su Chen. That shot was indeed a martial skill, and it had sent Sule, a 9th-level martial artist, flying. Everyone present saw that Su Chen had not used any special potions or devices, only wielding an alloy spear. Su Chen was at least not below the level of a martial artist. At his age, possessing such formidable skills made him a unique prodigy in the entire Guanyu city. Why would he want to join the Demon Suppression Division? Going to the capital to study at the Martial Arts University, no matter which organization he entered, he would receive the highest treatment and training. What they could think of was that he did not genuinely want to join but was using the assessment to announce his arrival and genius to the world. Suddenly, the spear in Su Chen's hand shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground. The weapon could not withstand his power. He also felt a tingling numbness in his palm from the 20-fold recoil, causing it to tremble slightly. Ultimately, his physical quality was insufficient, and he needed to enhance his body's strength. Su Chen could send Su Lei's weapon flying not because he was exceptionally strong, but because the other party had not used martial skills and did not dodge. In a real fight, Su Chen would not be able to defeat Su Lei, a 9th-level martial artist. However, he was more than capable of dealing with top martial artists. Su Lei witnessed this scene and found the answer to why Su Chen could unleash such powerful attacks. Have you awakened the talent of blood energy accumulation? No wonder you could kill an E-level evil spirit, unleashing all your blood energy in an instant. The Demon Suppression Division had records of various talents, and neither he nor his superior had considered talent and physique. After all, both were extremely rare. The blood energy accumulation I know of is a human-level talent that can unleash power far beyond one's own strength, but afterward, one will fall into a state of being unable to fight. Su Lei completely understood why Su Chen always achieved a one-hit kill. This was not martial skill but talent. He also felt regret. Confirming the talent meant that Su Chen's blood energy value was not fabricated, and his ability to kill enemies relied entirely on this talent. Being able to seize opportunities for a one-hit kill required extremely high observational skills. Although this talent has no side effects, you cannot rely on it. Once your attack misses, you will fall into a very dangerous situation. When Xian's eyes widened upon hearing this, he can't really have a blood energy value of 34, can he? He also knew about this talent, which indeed had no follow-up power after one strike. He saw Su Chen was like this. What a pity, a once-in-a-million talent awakened in a person with a blood energy value of 34 is simply a waste. And pretending to use martial skills, the Demon Suppression Division has information on all martial skills and talents. How could they not know if he has such martial skills? Everyone expressed their regret. This talent would have been so beneficial for them, allowing entry into top martial arts schools and universities. Su Chen did not bother to explain further, too lazy to waste his breath. His talent was not human level but divine level. Once personnel levels were confirmed, Su Lei needed to proceed with department assignments. 3 small team members would be selected, and the remaining people would be reorganized into lower-level members, forming new teams. Now, you have 2 choices: enter the Demon Suppression Division's Forest Guardians Department within the city to eliminate the lurking cult organizations and evil spirits. The second choice is to join the Night Watchers Department outside the walls to hunt down the evil spirits and exotic beasts beyond the city. Su Lei looked at the hesitant and fearful faces of the crowd. Clearly, this assessment had left everyone with considerable shadows. Joining the Night Watchers Department, the Demon Suppression Division will provide an additional 20 hours of gravity training each month, along with a vial of F-level blood energy potion. As your position level increases, the benefits will also correspondingly rise. Even with his words, no one in the team responded. On the registration form, everyone wrote down the Night Watchers Department. No matter how dangerous it was inside the city, it was still better than outside. Meanwhile, the Night Watchers Department on the other side was empty and deserted. Seeing this, Su Lei felt helpless. Everyone knew the dangers outside the city, and fearing death was normal. But this was the best condition that the Demon Suppression Division could offer. If the numerous members of the division were to improve their benefits, the Night Watchers would not agree. Su Chen walked towards the empty registration desk. The Forest Guardians were indeed safe, but for Su Chen, who had improved his strength by hunting evil spirits and exotic beasts, the Night Watchers were better. The entire team was lined up on the Forest Guardians' side. I want to join the Night Watchers. Su Chen wrote his name on the registration. Su Chen, I suggest you join the Forest Guardians. Su Lei was willing to help others, but Su Chen had the corrupted demon disease. His talent could not enhance his own strength. The danger outside the city was too great for him. If everyone goes to the Forest Guardians, who will hunt the evil spirits and exotic beasts? Su Chen's words made the faces of those present brighten. Even someone with a health value of 34 like him was going to the Night Watchers, while they were hiding behind the walls out of fear of death. Alright, you have ambition. I really didn't misjudge you. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Su Lei was also a person of character, and he immediately apologized for his unfriendly assumptions about Su Chen. From now on, you're in the Night Watchers, and I'll protect you. Su Lei was very pleased with Su Chen, but he also felt regret. Such a good seedling had lost his future because of a corrupted demon disease. I also want to join the Night Watchers. When Xin stepped out from the crowd, why should someone like Su Chen, with a health value of 34, be able to join. He, when Xin, believed he was no worse than Suchen. His talent and character wouldn't allow it. When Xin, I'm sorry, but I can't join. He turned his head away. After this battle, he was truly afraid. Suchen didn't expect When Xin to join. From what he had learned during this time, When Xin was not an impulsive person. Thus, the assessment of the Demon Suppression Division came to an end. Only 2 people joined the Night Watchers. After entering the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, the team split into 2 groups to enter their respective quarters. Suchen returned to his dormitory in the Demon Suppression Division, put on the black windbreaker on the table, with the sleeve cuff marked with the character Jia, indicating that he was now a Class A member of the Demon Suppression Division. Suchen opened his system panel. Demon Subjugation System. Host, Suchen, age, 18, realm, martial artist level 2, talent, Demon Suppression Divine Spear, Demon Devouring Divine Body, martial skills, Star Piercing Spear. Cultivation method, none. Star Piercing Spear, human level, hunt 1 out of 100 E-level evil spirits and exotic beasts to upgrade to Earth level. Host health value, 121 points. In just 10 days, Suchen's strength had increased from a health value of 34 to 121 points, promoting him to a martial artist. This speed was comparable to the famous prodigies of the Great Xia, considering they had various health potions to enhance their abilities. However, his health value was still somewhat low. Although he had the martial skill Star Piercing Spear, which had a 10-fold increase, the charging time was too long, about 10 seconds, and the longer the distance, the longer the charging time would be. In life and death battles, there was not much time for him to charge. This skill relied heavily on teammates. But Suchen decided to be a lone wolf because he needed to hunt evil spirits to enhance his strength. Increasing his power too quickly would raise suspicions among others. This meant he couldn't team up with anyone in the early stages. He would only be able to protect himself once he became strong enough. He also needed an instant cast martial skill for combat. Suchen knew that the cultivation method was not something he could practice at the moment. The system provided rewards every time he hunted other levels of exotic beasts and evil spirits for the first time. It seems that to obtain new martial skills, I need to find a way to hunt D-level evil spirits or exotic beasts. But the problem was that D-level evil spirits and exotic beasts were not something he, as a martial artist, could hunt. The health value required for a martial master at the 9th level was as high as over 2,000, and D-level exotic beasts and evil spirits would only be stronger. They wouldn't just stand there like Su Lei, waiting for him to charge up and attack. After some thought, Suchen wanted to acquire new martial skills or a gifted physique, so he first needed to increase his vitality points, which required hunting evil spirits and strange beasts. But first, I need a suitable weapon. The standard weapons from the Demon Suppression Division are just too fragile. It wasn't that the weapons were fragile, the weapons distributed by the Demon Suppression Division were allocated based on the user's strength level, which Suchen was aware of. He made a sarcastic remark and opened the internal terminal watch provided by the Demon Suppression Division, connecting it to the computer. He checked his merit points. An F-level evil spirit rewarded 2 merit points, an F-level strange beast rewarded 1 point, an E-level evil spirit rewarded 20 points, and so on. Suchen's merit points, 87 points. He calculated that this was from the start of the assessment. Immediately, he opened the internal exchange list of the Demon Suppression Division. It contained various weapons, martial arts manuals, and rare cultivation potions and weapons that were hard to purchase outside, all valuable items that had no market price. This was also why the Demon Suppression Division attracted external personnel to join. It had the full support of the Great Xia, providing the most valuable items. Suchen skimmed past the vitality potions and martial arts techniques. He didn't need them. He only needed to hunt evil spirits and strange beasts. He headed straight for the weapons section. Demon Slayer Blade S level, 10 million merit points for exchange. God Slaying Greatsword S level, 10 million merit points for exchange. Excuse me. These top-tier weapons required millions of merit points. How many evil spirits and strange beasts would he have to slay? These weapons were forged from ores contaminated by otherworldly energies, possessing high strength, hardness, and flexibility, along with special abilities. That's why they were so expensive. Suchen didn't need them right now. He scrolled down to the D-level weapons, suitable for martial masters. Bright Silver Spear D-level, 200 merit points for exchange. This is already the lowest price in the D-level. Am I really going to use an E-level spear? It's not that E-level weapons were weak, they were sufficient for martial masters unless Suchen didn't plan to use the Star-Piercing Spear. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use one. The Star-Piercing Spear required charging, but it was still excellent for ambushes. Newly promoted A-level member, you have 200 merit points for exchange. A message popped up on the terminal, and Su Chen's eyes lit up. He remembered that the Demon Suppression Division indeed allocated a certain amount of merit points based on rank for newcomers as a starting point for their cultivation. When Su Chen entered, he passed the A-level assessment, receiving the highest tier of merit points as a reward. Without a second thought, he quickly exchanged for a bright silver spear. Since he was at headquarters, he went directly to the logistics exchange window. At this time, there was a large crowd at the logistics exchange point. It was not only an exchange point but also the path to the gravity training room, with many people coming and going. I want to exchange for F-level vitality potions. My vitality is too low and needs to be increased. I want to exchange for F-level recovery potions. Training in the gravity room consumes too much stamina. Can someone lend me some merit points? I'll promote after I come out of the gravity room. Today was the first day for newcomers, and everyone was eager to use the merit points given by the Demon Suppression Division, while veterans were entering the gravity room. Su Chen approached the staff and took out his terminal. This is the bright silver spear you purchased. The staff member handed him a rectangular wooden box. The long box felt heavy in his hands, and when he opened it, a spear with a gleaming silver tip was revealed. The grip had intricate patterns to increase friction, making it easier to hold firmly. This newcomer, why not buy vitality potions to enhance strength first? Why is he so confident to buy a weapon? People around him murmured. It was simply because Su Chen was a newcomer, and everyone else was trying to find ways to enhance their strength first. He, on the other hand, chose a weapon first. Su Chen tested the bright silver spear. The material was lightweight, and the spear shaft was hollow, which was why D-level weapons were so cheap. Its material weighed over 100 pounds less compared to those heavy D-level weapons that cost thousands of merit points. It weighed less than 50 pounds. While others needed heavy weapons, he did not. This newcomer even bought a lightweight weapon, all for sparring, completely insufficient for hunting evil spirits and strange beasts. You'll know after being fooled a few times. It's not just about the quality of the weapon material, but what suits you best. You used your 200 merit points from the A-level allocation to buy this? You might as well give it to me. Li Liang walked over with a grim expression. Who are you? Su Chen looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Li Liang's handsome face grew even darker. I am the one whose A-level qualification you snatched away. Oh, it's you. Hello. Su Chen remembered but wasn't familiar, so he greeted and walked away. This weapon is suitable for use in the city. Sell it to me, and I'll give you 100 merit points. Li Liang blocked Su Chen. You're dreaming. I'm using this myself. Su Chen didn't expect him to have such an idea and walked away directly. Li Liang stepped forward to snatch it. Su Chen sidestepped and smashed the butt of his gun into Li Liang's face. Get lost. You dare hit me? You, with a health value of 34. With such a good weapon, you'll end up throwing it away outside the wall sooner or later. Li Liang was furious and couldn't understand why, with a health value of 167, he couldn't even dodge an attack from someone with a health value of 34. Private fights are prohibited within the Demon Suppression Division. Someone came out to remind them. Of course, this was just a minor scuffle, and the onlookers prevented the situation from escalating. Truly, one encounters all kinds of odd people. All the newcomers received a message on their wrist terminals, gathering in the afternoon for a reallocation of teams. At 2 in the afternoon, all newcomers who passed the assessment gathered in the square of the Demon Suppression Division. Su Lei stood at the front. Those who passed this assessment will be divided into Forest Guardians and Night Watchers. The Forest Guardians will be assigned to teams by the Demon Suppression Division. Since there are only 2 people passing the assessment for Night Watchers this time, you can choose your own veteran teams. The number of Forest Guardians was large, and their teams were assigned the fastest. It was now on Xin and Su Chen's turn. Under Su Lei's introduction, the 2 sent team entry applications to those veteran teams. Forced allocation was also possible, but Night Watchers were special. They were an outside force, and the team's synergy and cooperation were fixed. Recklessly joining as newcomers would affect the original team's efficiency. Generally, newcomers would form teams among Night Watchers, but this time there were only 2 people, unable to form even one team. Sir, can I not form a team? Hearing Su Chen's question, Su Lei shook his head. No, your strength is too weak. Going out alone would be seeking death. I found one. When Xin saw a team that had just lost a member due to death, and when Xin's strength, with over 200 health points, was not weak either. Su Chen tried to join through the terminal team information, but most were rejected or received no response. However, this suited Su Chen's intentions, and he immediately showed it to Su Lei. Why don't you join the Forest Guardians? Your health value is indeed too low. Su Lei had no good solutions. This was certainly not acceptable. Su Chen wanted to go out alone. He wanted to avoid exposing that he could grow stronger by killing evil spirits, which would attract the attention of powerful beings, and if the news got out, those cult organizations would not let a person with divine-level talent grow freely. Sir, I just want to hunt evil spirits and strange beasts, to protect humanity. Su Lei fell silent, increasingly regretful. A good seedling like Su Chen, with such intentions, was treated so unfairly by heaven. He patted Su Chen's shoulder and took out 2 vials of blood-red potion from his pocket. This is an E-level health potion I'm giving you personally. I can't accept this. Su Chen didn't need these things to enhance his health. Take it, this is also my goodwill. You really suit my taste. Before Su Chen could refuse, Su Lei stuffed the items into his arms. Now, come up with a team name. I will inform the higher-ups. The team will only have you, which will lower the requirements for your hunting of evil spirits and strange beasts. The Night Watchmen have monthly quotas for hunting evil creatures, determined by the rank of the team members. Su Chen is part of an A-level team, and each month they must hunt 10 F-level evil creatures and 20 F-level aberrations. Only by completing this can they receive internal rewards from the Night Watchmen, including training time in the gravity chamber and 2 vials of F-level vitality potions. Failing to meet the quota risks demotion, which would also reduce their corresponding benefits. Su Chen opened his terminal and clicked to create a team. The team name cannot be chosen casually, it represents the soul of the squad and their working style. A good name will attract like-minded individuals who resonate with the team's ethos. Since he can increase his vitality by hunting evil creatures, his goal is to eradicate all evil and aberrations until none remain. He decided on the name, Until Death. Once the name was confirmed, Su Chen uploaded it to the Demon Suppression Department's backend. This name would represent his team from now on, with real-time records of the number of evil creatures hunted accessible to the entire department. A one-man team, huh? Su Chen chuckled, finding it fitting. After completing these tasks, Su Chen returned to his room and encountered Li Liang on the way. So, how's it going? No team wants you, just a talentless waste, Li Liang sneered. I've already shared your situation on the internal communication platform of the Demon Suppression Department. You're just relying on your personal level talent, but in reality, you're a guy with a corruption disease and a 34 vitality value. Su Chen understood, so it was you, huh? But he had actually done him a big favor. Wait until you can't meet your monthly quota, and after 3 consecutive failures, you'll drop a rank. After 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the Demon Suppression Department. The department has monthly quotas, and failing to meet them for 3 consecutive months results in a drop in team rank, eventually losing their status after reaching D level. Thanks for the reminder, but don't get too cocky, Su Chen replied calmly. You won't be feeling so proud for long. I heard you offended the Wang family and came to the Demon Suppression Department for refuge. I really want to see what you'll look like a year from now. Li Liang didn't dislike Su Chen without reason. He felt that someone with a corruption disease like him shouldn't waste resources here. He had taken the ranking that originally belonged to him through underhanded means. Just then, Su Chen's terminal received a task notification from the Demon Suppression Department. He opened it to read. A-level team, Until Death, evil creatures and aberrations are gathering in the north of the city. Please kill 5 F-level evil creatures and 20 F-level aberrations within a month. Upon completion of the task, the subsequent merit points earned from hunting will be increased by an additional 30%. Are you scared now that you've received the task? Li Liang shook his terminal, his face full of mockery. I'm different, I just need to participate in the joint extermination operation of the Forest Guardians. This guy was really as annoying as a fly. To avoid future irritation, Su Chen felt it necessary to teach him a lesson. How about this, if you dislike me, after this task is completed, let's have a spar in the Demon Suppression Department, with a wager of 200 merit points. Li Liang was overjoyed at the suggestion. As long as he dodged Su Chen's first strike, he could easily overpower him afterward. If he didn't know about Su Chen's talent, he might have been afraid. Just a one-hit wonder, what was there to fear? He immediately sent over the dual contract recognized by the Demon Suppression Department. Kid, it's settled then. Su Chen looked at the contract sent over, confirmed it with a finger, and the contract was established. Su Chen returned to his room and picked up the bright silver gun from the weapon rack by his bed. He drank the F-level vitality potion given to him by Su Lei, feeling the vitality rising within him. Host Su Chen's vitality value, 121 plus 2, he sensed the increase in his physical strength. 2 vials of F-level vitality potions only raised it by 2 points, which was less than what he could gain by going out to hunt an F-level aberration. Moreover, this potion has a resistance. It doesn't mean that drinking it continuously will make one stronger, and later on, drinking it becomes useless. After drinking, Su Chen headed to the logistics department. There, he could collect the basic equipment and logistical supplies needed for his tasks. At this time, a large crowd had already gathered, all selecting their respective equipment from the shelves. Suchin still headed straight for the logistics supply area. This time he was alone, and the logistics burden was even greater. Fortunately, his vitality had already increased, allowing him to carry more supplies, and since he didn't have a great demand for weapons, the overall weight didn't affect him. He then went to the armor area. He still liked those wrist guards, which could provide excellent defense at critical moments, and the retractable blades could serve unexpected purposes. The armor and weapons here were standard alloy equipment, strong enough for top-tier martial artists to use. Subsequent weapons would need to be exchanged with merit points. These martial artist teams didn't have a high demand for weapons and armor. Using the standard equipment provided by the Demon Suppression Division was sufficient. But Su Chen was different. The star-piercing spear he wielded couldn't withstand ordinary weapons, and with his increased strength, even E-grade weapons were barely adequate and posed a risk of breaking. He went to the weapon area again. Although the weapons were subpar, they could still be used as disposable items. To avoid accidental damage or loss, he took 4 lightweight alloy long spears, folding them in 2 and inserting them into his waist equipment bag. Food, water, medical supplies, mosquito repellent spray, multifunctional daggers. Before setting off, Suchin checked his equipment again, ensuring nothing was missed. He boarded the Demon Suppression Division's land vehicle, following the main force to the outside of the wall. "Brothers, let's aim to complete the mission in 20 days, and then we can return to Cultivate," said a team leader to his members on the vehicle. "Yulin, your ambition is too small. 20 days? Can't we do it in 15? A familiar teammate joked. "Xiaopei, you just got some newcomers, and your tone is quite big. What's your vitality value?" 235 vitality value. When Xian glanced at Su Chen, who was alone, and then said, "Good kid, no wonder Xiaopei wants you. Your talent is impressive. You could easily be promoted to a centurion in the future." Do you know that boy?" Yulin asked when he saw Xian looking at Su Chen. "Yeah, he entered the Night Watchman at the same time as me." Xian didn't elaborate that Su Chen was still a member of his team. He felt both inferior and proud of Su Chen. His 34 vitality value had saved them several times. This was also why he didn't listen to his father's words and resolutely joined the Night Watchman. If someone like Su Chen could join, he was no worse than him. That boy with a 34 vitality value who spread through the Demon Suppression Division and joined the Night Watchman is him. He has guts. "Kid, I didn't expect you to join the Night Watchman. We refused you because we wanted to prevent you from dying unnecessarily. Switching to the Forest Guardians is much safer." Su Chen hadn't considered this reason. He thought it was simply because he was too weak. Those who could join the Night Watchman were all individuals with a sense of responsibility to protect the Great Xia. Otherwise, they wouldn't choose to join such a dangerous group. "Kid, remember to call for help when you encounter danger. My name is Yulin, and I promise to come if you need me." Yulin's rough, loud voice echoed throughout the vehicle. "Thank you for your help, senior." Su Chen didn't refuse his kindness. The vehicle stopped in the north of the city. As a martial artist phase Night Watchman team, their task was to hunt weak evil beasts and monsters near the city. As for the stronger evil beasts and monsters deeper in, that was the responsibility of the captain, squad leaders, and centurions to hunt. The ultimate goal was to prevent a tide of monsters and a large gathering of evil beings from besieging Guanyu's city. Su Chen glanced at the man's sleeve, which had swirling cloud patterns. That was a mark of a captain's rank. The division of positions in the Demon Suppression Division is measured by the hunting of evil demons and exotic beasts, with assessments every 3 months. Under the premise of completing the task standards within 3 months, hunting a certain number of evil demons and exotic beasts allows for promotion. Su Chen thought about his goal of being promoted from Class A to Team Leader level, which required him to kill 5 F-Class demons and 20 F-Class exotic beasts within a month. The assessment tasks for Team Leader level require killing 10 demons and 50 exotic beasts each month, maintained for 3 months. This is not simple. Exotic beasts are easy to find and kill, but demons possess intelligence and can analyze their own strength. If their strength is insufficient, they will set various traps or use exotic beasts to wear down their opponents. Sometimes, a small team might spend a month outside the city without completing their tasks, let alone maintaining the promotion conditions for 3 consecutive months. Arriving at the north of the city, Su Chen got off the vehicle with the main group and chose a less crowded direction to enter the ruins. He walked inside a building, the sounds of small exotic beasts rustling around him. A half-meter-tall giant rat emerged from the darkness, dozens of them, surrounding Su Chen in an office area of the building. F-Class iron-toothed giant rat, a gregarious exotic beast. The internal messages of the Demon Suppression Division indicate that they are social creatures, timid but will use swarm tactics against isolated individuals. So they think I'm easy to bully, Suchin said, placing his hands on his waist and drawing out two long guns. He didn't even need to use his shining silver gun to deal with these E-class exotic beasts. He set his backpack down, and an iron-toothed giant rat took the opportunity to pounce at him. Suchin skewered it with one shot, twisting his wrist and smashing it down like a ragdoll. With a health value of 123, combined with the demon suppression divine gun that ignores defenses, dealing with these small exotic beasts was incredibly easy. Even their hardest teeth shattered upon contact. If it were someone with a health value of 34, facing so many E-class beasts would likely result in a hasty retreat. Host, Suchen, health value, 123 plus 27. After clearing this level of iron-toothed giant rats, Suchen pried open the elevator and climbed to the second floor using the rope. Another pile of giant rats awaited him. It seemed he had poked a rat's nest. Health value, 150 plus 23. After killing the last giant rat, Suchen looked at the dim sky. He had cleared 2 levels of giant rats, bringing his health value to 173, but facing E-class demons and exotic beasts alone still posed a danger. Last time, he had teammates creating opportunities for him. Although he could use the talent of the demon suppression divine gun to break defenses, he still needed to be able to attack. E-class demons and exotic beasts ignore defenses, but in other aspects, they are comparable to martial artists. Unless Suchun used the star-piercing long gun for a sneak attack. This time, they had a temporary outpost, which was also where they set off from, allowing members to return for supplies and rest. Suchen looked at his fully prepared supplies, and his weapons and equipment were undamaged. Let's continue hunting, there's no need to go back. The environment outside the city was mostly polluted, with very few sources of edible or drinkable water and food. Suchen tied a bell nearby to rest, sitting by the campfire roasting soft jerky while watching the hunting numbers on the terminal. Based on the ranks of each member's cultivation, some in the martial artist team had already hunted demons. Suchen glanced at his own hunting numbers, only leading in the exotic beast category. After all, he was alone. He had completed the task of hunting exotic beasts, now it was just the difficulty of finding demons. In the outpost camp, after a day of fighting, most people returned to rest. Some teams suffered casualties, but fortunately, there were no losses on the first day. However, some had to withdraw from combat due to injuries. When Xian looked around for Su Chen's figure. What's wrong, looking for your peer? Xiaopei guessed as she saw when Xian's searching gaze. He's alone out here, in a city full of demons and exotic beasts. He should have returned before dark. If he hasn't come back now, it can only mean he's in grave danger. Xiaopei understood very well that the time when the Demon Suppression Division suffered the most casualties was when new recruits first joined. They had no clear assessment of their own strength or the dangers outside the city. The assessment is just an assessment. The locations have been screened by the Demon Suppression Division, and even the number of E-level demons is very small. But now we are deep outside the city, where E-level and even D-level demon beasts exist. With your strength compared to your peers, it's hard to say if you can survive. At night, the demon beasts and demons become even more active. When Xian nodded non-committally, he didn't believe Su Chen would die so easily. Xiaopei, how many demon beasts did you kill today? Yu Lin sat across from Xiaopei, relaxed and confident. 3 F-level demons, 55 demon beasts. I found an E-level demon, but it hid in the ruins as soon as it saw us. Haha, I'm a bit stronger than you. I caught 4 F-level demons and 65 demon beasts. Yu Lin laughed proudly. At this rate, you're going to have a hard time completing the mission goal of 50 F-level demons and 200 demon beasts. Don't end up being demoted to A-level and have to call me commander. By the way, did you see that Su Chen? Hearing Yu Lin's question, Xiaopei shook his head. I quite admire that kid, it's a pity. Yu Lin lay back on the ground with his hands behind his head. In the Demon Suppression Division, especially among the night patrols, death was a daily occurrence. Su Chen killed an F-level demon that had barged in. These guys saw him alone and couldn't wait to come out from the corners. Demons were inherently stronger than demon beasts and could also use the armor dropped by the Demon Suppression Division, but they overestimated their ability to withstand Su Chen's attacks. The demon in front of him was just like that. Seeing it couldn't hold up, it tried to bite the spear with its hardest teeth, only to be pierced from top to bottom. There were many demons hiding in the ruins. They knew they were being hunted, but they could hide and ambush members of the Demon Suppression Division. This was also what made demons more terrifying than demon beasts. They possessed intelligence and could use tools. That's a good idea, let them come to us when they're alone. Su Chen thought about how to hunt demons. Host, Su Chen, Vitality, 174. Su Chen estimated that with about 200, he could solo an E-level demon beast. An E-level demon beast could provide him with 10 points of vitality, and his rate of improvement would be very fast. By then, with enough strength, he could hunt E-level demons alone and upgrade his martial skill, the Constellation Spear. Suchen searched through the ruins, moving from one tall building to another, starting from a building with more than 10 floors and going down. He planned to check the bottom of the ruins. That was where the most demon beasts were hidden, and they were also stronger. It was usually where demons would hide. It was a gathering place for E-level demon beasts, and demons could hide themselves well inside. Typically, the Demon Suppression Division would hunt demons by entering buildings around 10 floors high and searching down floor by floor. The ruins were a combination of forest and concrete structures, and demons preferred buildings with better environments. With 174 vitality, Suchen was still alone, making it easy for demons to take the bait. He needed to try to hunt E-level demon beasts as quickly as possible to enhance his martial skills. He took the elevator down to about the 6th floor, where the howls of wolves echoed. Suchen kicked open the elevator door and entered, only to see a pack of 3-headed giant wolves, at least a dozen of them. With copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, these wolves had been mutated by the aura of another world, inheriting the characteristics of wolf packs. They were fierce and cunning, and their physical strength had greatly increased. Usually, night patrol teams would choose to avoid combat when encountering them alone. The 3-headed giant wolves not only had high defense but also required killing all 3 heads to defeat them, making them difficult to kill. However, for Suchen, as long as they weren't wearing armor and relied solely on their physical strength for defense, they were as fragile as cardboard. The alloy spear was thrown out, piercing a giant wolf that lunged at him and pinning it to the concrete wall, where it howled in agony. Drawing 2 segments of the spear from his waist, he pierced the hardest head of the 3-headed giant wolf with both tips, smashing the last head with a punch, silencing it forever. Awoke! A white 3-meter-tall 3-headed giant wolf charged at Suchen. Finally, I encountered an E-level beast. He flicked a spear to send one of the 3-headed wolves flying, smiling at the Wolf King. The White Wolf King saw mockery in the face of the small human before it and howled as it lunged forward, opening its massive bloody mouth. As the alloy spear came thrusting toward it, the Wolf King did not dodge. It was confident in its defense. Thud! One of the Wolf King's heads was pierced, and Suchen released the mechanical clasp of his weapon, using the other end to pierce again. The blade of his wrist armor sprang out, performing a circumcision on the last wolf head. Hunting E-level 3-headed giant wolf awarded 10 vitality points. Hunting E-level 3-headed giant wolf, weapon skill piercing star spear upgraded to level progress 2/100. Vitality 184. After clearing away the remaining minions, he collected his dropped weapons. Vitality 203. Feeling the surge of power within him, Suchen exhaled. E-level beasts were indeed easier to kill, lacking any excessive defenses. With the physical defense of an E-level beast, ordinary teams would find it nearly impossible to break through without at least 200 vitality points and heavy weapons. Moreover, while using heavy weapons increased power, it also reduced speed, and beasts wouldn't just stand there and take hits. But with the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear, Suchen completely ignored their defenses. Requesting reinforcements, we have fallen into the trap of the evil spirits. Location. Suchen's terminal received an urgent message. Nearby members of the Demon Suppression Division were on a mission and had encountered danger, sending out a rescue message to the nearest teams. This voice sounds familiar, Suchen thought, as if he had heard it somewhere before. To the Death Squad, received, heading to provide support. With just over 200 vitality points, dealing with the corresponding martial artist level E-level evil spirits was a bit of a stretch for others, but as long as he could land a hit, he had a chance to kill. He also needed E-level evil beasts to enhance his martial skills and vitality. He followed the direction of the distress signal. In the center of an abandoned square, more than 10 people were gathered, their eyes warily watching the beasts surrounding them. Someone received the message and is coming to reinforce us, when Xin reported as he put down his terminal. Which squad is closest? Yulin asked, looking at the evil spirit hidden among the beasts, waiting for an opportunity to ambush them. To the Death Squad. Be careful. Xiaopei realized it was too late to save his teammates. The evil spirit hiding among the beasts launched a surprise attack, and one of his teammates was cut in half by a giant sword. Xiaopei was filled with rage. The weapon used by the evil spirit was his teammates. Please report the exact location. I have arrived at the signal source, the terminal chimed in. Center of the sports square, we can barely hold on. When Xin hurriedly replied, already injured in multiple places. Suchen dropped his backpack and leaped from the high building onto the top of the sports square. He saw the densely packed beasts attacking the 2 squads below. Yulin noticed someone had arrived and looked up with joy, only to be stunned. How could it be him? The boy afflicted with the corruption disease. Kid, you're not dead? Help us get out of here and call for support from the outside team. Yulin could only hope he would quickly find a team for reinforcement. This left Su Chen bewildered. When had he died? I'm here to support you. Kid, I know you have the talent for vitality accumulation, but if you can't kill the evil spirit in one hit, we're all dead. Yulin quickly stopped him. They had no one to create opportunities for him. Su Chen saw that some people were already starting to falter. He couldn't just stand by any longer. Moreover, it was not every day that he encountered an E-level evil spirit, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Besides, with his current strength, he could cut through this group of strange beasts, except for the E-level evil spirit. There's no one nearby. If I leave, you will all die. I can't just stand by while my comrades in the Demon Suppression Division are in danger. The burly man, Yulin, was somewhat moved. Despite having only met once, he was willing to stake his life for the same cause. Kid, I, Yulin, will be your brother from now on. If we can survive this. The people present were touched. Su Chen would only unleash a single strike before losing his combat ability, yet he was so resolute in helping. When Xian's hands trembled as he gripped his weapon, filled with regret for rashly joining the Night Watchers. His father had only needed him to join the Forest Guardians and train for a while, yet he had chosen the Night Watchers instead. He was angry at his own cowardice at this moment. Su Chen was clearly inferior to him in every way, so why could he do it while he could not? Clear the strange beasts around the evil spirit and create an opportunity for Su Chen. Yulin shouted. When Xian let out a roar, his large knife slicing into the neck of a strange beast, not bothering to wipe the blood from his face as he charged toward the evil spirit. The other Night Watchers also began to eliminate the strange beasts surrounding the evil spirit, creating an opportunity for Su Chen. From his elevated position, Su Chen noticed the small evil spirit hanging beneath the strange beast. The oversized alloy sword was too conspicuous, and as the number of strange beasts decreased, it could no longer hide. Su Chen saw the bloodthirsty smile on the gray-black face of the evil spirit, its fangs bared, and it smiled at him. Su Chen leveled his alloy spear. At this distance, it was just enough for him to gather his strength. The evil spirit seemed to disregard him, so let it taste my spear. Su Chen's expression was calm, his blood boiling, gathering at the spear. From above, his speed increased, like a hawk diving down. He pierced through two strange beasts blocking his path, crashing out from their bodies, maintaining his momentum, and sent the giant sword blocking the evil spirit flying, piercing through its head with a single thrust. Su Chen, along with the corpse of the evil spirit on his spear, arrived at the center of the sports square. The spear tip embedded 30 centimeters into the ground, with the evil spirit impaled through the chest on the spear shaft. When Xian stared blankly at the figure standing with the spear. He really did it. Surrounded by so many strange beasts, he killed the E-level evil spirit with one strike. The remaining strange beasts frantically charged toward Su Chen's location. When Xian's pupils dilated, Su Chen had already lost the strength to fight again and needed their protection. Quick, go protect him. When Xian shouted as he rushed toward Su Chen. However, he soon found himself too far ahead, disconnected from the front line, and surrounded by strange beasts. The foul-mouthed beasts lunged at his head, biting down, leaving him with only half a body. A broken spearhead protruded from the beast's mouth, and it fell silent. When Xian widened his eyes and looked at Su Chen, how do you still have the strength to fight? Su Chen ignored him, continuing to clear the surrounding strange beasts. This was all about blood value. The others followed suit. The strange beasts, originally bound together by the evil spirit due to their different races, became disorganized and scattered once the evil spirit was dead. They were quickly slaughtered by the two small teams. Su Chen pulled his alloy spear from the head of a strange beast, the spearhead already shattered. Everyone collapsed on the ground, tending to the wounded before returning to the forward camp to rest. Your kindness, I, Yulin, and Xiaopei will remember. If you ever need help in the future, we will do our utmost, Yulin said, patting Su Chen on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Xiaopei nodded in agreement. But, kid, how come you still had the strength to attack after using your talent? We all thought you were going to die just now, Yulin voiced his confusion. During this time at the Demon Suppression Division, my strength has also improved. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yulin and Xiaopei both widened their eyes. You're still improving your vitality while suffering from the corrupted demon disease? Seeing Su Chen nod, the two couldn't help but click their tongues, feeling regretful. With your talent, if you hadn't contracted the corrupted demon disease, you would surely become a formidable general in the future. The corrupted demon disease gradually erodes one's vitality, making cultivation increasingly difficult over time, yet Su Chen managed to cultivate his vitality despite such a debuff. I won't ask how much vitality you have, it's impolite to pry into someone else's strength. By the way, do you have any thoughts about joining my team? Yulin said with a grin. Sure, you shameless guy, Su Chen, join my team. Xia Pei quickly added. Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Oh, I see. Since you don't want to, there's nothing we can do. We're heading back to the camp now. Are you coming with us? After thinking for a moment, Su Chen accepted Yulin's invitation. His gun was broken, and it was just right to follow the team back. It's good to go back for supplies. Su Chen opened his panel. Host, Su Chen. Weapon, Star-Piercing Spear, Upgrade Progress, Earth Level 3/100. Vitality, 234, with a vitality value of 234, his strength was sufficient to venture deeper. Others might not be able to, but he had the god-level talent of the Demon Suppression Spear, making ordinary evil demons and exotic beasts' defenses seem like nothing before him. After this camp's rest, he planned to delve into the northern ruins of the city to hunt for E-level evil demons and exotic beasts, aiming to upgrade the Star-Piercing Spear to Earth level as soon as possible. The group of 8 returned to the forward camp and immediately transported the injured back to the city. Old Li, are you going back too? When Xin looked at a middle-aged man with his arm wrapped in bandages. Xin, after 20 years of patrolling at night, I don't want to die outside the city in the end. This battle has made me realize that it's time to retire. But you are the second strongest in the team after Captain Xia. How could you die outside? Old Li laughed heartily. Captain Xia's strength is just a so-so. Who knows when he might kick the bucket? I've already fulfilled my duty for the great Xia, and it's time to leave some time for my family. Su Chen watched as Xia Pei and Yulin's teams dispersed, some leaving while others perished. Life outside the city was so cheap, a simple encirclement mission had caused 2 patrol teams to lose their members. It made Su Chen understand the importance of strength. Only by improving his power could he survive in this perilous world. He didn't believe that the city was truly safe. A sudden raid planned by a cult had caused heavy casualties at Su Chen's school. It seemed he needed to hunt more evil demons and exotic beasts to enhance his strength. He immediately headed to the logistics vehicles to replenish supplies and weapons. Su Chen, have you seen the hunting leaderboard? Yulin was also replenishing supplies. What hunting leaderboard? Su Chen had never heard of it. Well, it's normal since you're a newcomer and no one has told you. This is the internal hunting leaderboard of the Demon Suppression Division, assessed monthly to see who has killed the most evil demons and exotic beasts. The hunting leaderboard is divided into 2 departments, warriors and martial masters, night patrols and forest guardians. You are currently the number 1 on the warrior hunting leaderboard. Yulin opened the terminal leaderboard, showing the warrior hunting leaderboard, with the Until Death team in first place. You did well. Before coming here, you single-handedly hunted an E-level exotic beast. After this mission, the higher-ups will definitely notice you. Now the whole camp is buzzing about it. That number 1 on the warrior hunting leaderboard is you, and you're still a one-man team. Yulin laughed, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. When you rise in rank, don't forget your brothers. That person is the lone wolf of Until Death. So young, huh? The people around also heard about the achievements of the Until Death team from the returning Yulin and Xia Pei teams. 1 E-level beast and 1 E-level demon. The forest guardians in the city, the most powerful warrior team, had not even hunted a single E-level demon. On a certain street in the city, the patrolling team, Li Liang, looked at the leaderboard where the Until Death team ranked first and couldn't help but click his tongue. These night patrols outside the city are really ruthless. It's only been 2 days, and all sorts of people with severed arms and legs have been sent back. That kid Su Chen, with this casualty rate, he's doomed. It's a pity about those 200 merit points. Li Liang, dressed in a black windbreaker, was patrolling near a cult organization's stronghold. They were led by a centurion, searching within the city, a large number of them, much easier and safer than the night patrols outside the city. By the way, you mentioned that Su Chen also killed an E-level beast during the assessment. Are you really confident you can handle him? Hearing his companion's praise, Li Liang scoffed. Let's see if he can come back alive first. Even if he does, I've prepared speed enhancement devices and speed potions. If I dodge his first strike, he'll be done for. Su Chen received quite a few team applications on his terminal. It seemed his exploits had spread among the night patrols. But Su Chen didn't need teammates for now. He was afraid someone would connect his hunting of demons and beasts to increasing his vitality, drawing the attention of the cult organization in the city. He packed his backpack, checked his weapon supplies, and left the camp to hunt beasts and demons. Su Chen, although the demons and beasts need to be eradicated, your safety is also very important. There's no need to rush, Yulin advised, seeing Su Chen ready to head back to the ruins after less than an hour. Su Chen was eager to hunt demons and beasts to increase his strength. It was a rare opportunity for a mission. For them, returning to the city was for cultivation, but for Su Chen, executing missions was the time for cultivation. How could he waste precious training time? Of course, he couldn't say that. I won't stop hunting until the demons and beasts are eliminated. Do you hate the demons and beasts that much? Yulin smiled wryly, realizing that Su Chen was also infected with the corruption disease because of the demons. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, he said to his deputy captain, Xiaopei, until death, as the name suggests, I'm still puzzled as to why he refuses teammates. Without the belief of fighting demons and beasts until death, it's better not to join his team. A week later, Su Chen pulled out a spear from the head of an E-level demon and looked at the damaged spearhead. This was the last of 4 spears. Although I still have the bright silver spear, it's better to conserve it. After all, the D-level weapon cost 200 merit points, which Su Chen felt quite painful about. He had only earned around 200 merit points so far. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend. At the very least, he needed to break even, and ambushing a D-level demon would be just right. Su Chen looked around. He had strayed quite far from the outpost camp. He opened his terminal to locate the outpost camp. There's one not far from here? Su Chen checked the red signal source on the terminal map, which showed an outpost camp nearby, less than 10 kilometers away. He immediately shouldered his backpack and headed over. During this time, his supplies and various other items were running low and needed replenishing. As for the mission, Su Chen had long completed it. Su Chen opened his panel. Host, Su Chen. Weapon skill, star-piercing spear upgrade level progress, 6/100. Vitality, 345. Indeed, as he ventured deeper outside the city, the number and strength of demons and beasts had increased, making it difficult to kill even the demons. A vitality of 300 is one of the thresholds for a martial artist. The other is mastering a martial skill, but most couldn't learn one, so they couldn't be called martial artists. At most, they could be considered top-tier warriors. Without martial skills, no matter how high their vitality, they were just brute force fighters. Martial skills are the standard by which a cultivator's strength is measured. Formidable martial skills can even slay evil beasts of a higher level. However, Su Chen has already learned them, and they can even grow to divine level. Calling himself a martial master is not an exaggeration. Following the signal source, Su Chen arrived at a camp and found a familiar supply vehicle. Young man, where are your teammates? A pleasant voice came from beside him. Su Chen paused his packing and turned to look. A woman in a black windbreaker lined with silver soft armor stood there, her beautiful oval face framed by snow-white skin, her black high ponytail swaying as she held a long spear with a blood-red tip. Her alluring phoenix eyes, usually charming, were now filled with a striking aura of heroism. She looked like a valiant female general on horseback, tall and imposing. Su Chen estimated her height to be over 175 meters, and with her long legs, she gave off an impressive visual presence. I'm on my own, just me, Su Chen replied while continuing to gather supplies, treating it as casual conversation to pass the time. A lone wolf team, huh? I haven't seen you around here, the woman said, her red lips parting slightly. I came all the way from the north of the city. I wasn't at this outpost before, it's too far to go back, just here to resupply weapons. As Su Chen spoke, he packed various supplies into his backpack and searched for the weapon supply vehicle. The weapons at your outpost are quite good, Su Chen remarked, picking up a metal spear and twirling it. It looked the same but was of a higher strength. After breaking so many spears, he was well aware of their durability. The Demon Suppression Division really has its preferences, Su Chen complained, thinking that if he had standard weapons of this strength, his 4 spears wouldn't have broken so quickly. He took 4 spears, folded them at his waist, checked his gear and supplies, and prepared to leave. Aren't you going to take a break? The beautiful woman with the spear asked him. What a joke! It was rare to be out on a mission without worrying about logistics. He should hurry to hunt evil beasts and enhance his strength. There would be plenty of time to rest when he returned. Time was tight, and the mission was heavy. After the mission is over, there will be plenty of time to rest when I return to the city. This is not the time. The woman with the spear smiled, her stunning face radiating confidence. Which team are you from? Until death, I'm leaving now. We'll chat when there's time. Su Chen waved and departed. After Su Chen left, Wu Changjing opened her terminal. The martial artist team has come to the martial master's territory. They really don't know how to live. Until death, huh? That's a nice name, Wu Changjing noted as she saw the hunting leaderboard, with the martial artist team far ahead in first place. Members of the 100 Flowers team saw Wu Changjing and asked, Captain, what are you doing here? Wu Changjing smiled in a certain direction. I met someone interesting. The members of the 100 Flowers team were stunned. Their ice-cold captain was actually smiling. The captain, who only knew how to hunt evil beasts, had a day where she smiled. What's wrong? Ah, nothing. The 100 Flowers team members quickly shook their heads. Notify the team, we've rested enough. This time, we must hunt the D-class evil beast. Only then can we quickly promote to the 100-man team, and the higher-ups won't stop us from forming a 100-man team to delve deep into the evil beast territory." The members of the 100 Flowers team looked despondent. They had just returned and resupplied their weapons, barely settled in before they had to head out again. "I'll notify the team right away." Their captain was quite ambitious, always wanting to form a team to strike at the heart of the evil beast lair in the north of the city. After leaving the outpost, Suchin found the metal spear to be of decent strength, capable of lasting longer. The D-class bright silver spear was meant to be his last resort. All weapons experience wear and tear, regardless of their tier. Heavy weapons have high durability and can be maintained, but Suchin chose only light weapons, as using too much force could break them directly. It's not that guns are ineffective, but Suchin was using firearms meant for humans against the monstrous beasts, which served a different purpose. Suchin glanced at the collapsed buildings around him, feeling countless malicious eyes watching him from within. A 3-meter-tall monster emerged from the ruins, its skin a dark brown, wielding a massive alloy sword from the Demon Suppression Division, resembling coagulated blood, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on him, the lone human. Indeed, the deeper I go into the ruins, the stronger the monsters I encounter. This is just what I need to boost my vitality. Suchin didn't need to sense it. Just by looking at the monster's aura, he could tell it was a fallen member of the Demon Suppression Division, transformed into an E-class humanoid monster. "Human, I will eat you." The monster drooled from its foul mouth, saliva dripping. Besides self-reproduction, monsters also have fallen humans among them. When faced with life and death crises, some people indeed choose to abandon their humanity. Suchin gripped his alloy spear, which seemed like a mere bamboo stick compared to the monster's giant sword. The monster wore a mocking smile, as this weapon couldn't even break through its defenses. Suchin stepped back to gather his strength, having noticed the contempt in the monster's eyes. It would be best if it didn't use its weapon to block, but rather relied on its body for defense. Martial technique. Star-piercing spear. Suchin transformed into a shooting star, charging forward. As expected, the monster merely raised its rough, massive palm, intending to grab both him and his weapon. "I will crush you into meat paste." The monster's face twisted into a savage, gleeful smile, as if envisioning Suchin's entire body in its hand, like a sponge soaking up blood. The spear touched its palm, not breaking, slicing through like a knife through tofu, passing through without resistance. By the time the monster realized what was happening, the spear had already pierced through its head. The monster fell with an expression of disbelief, its massive body crashing down. How could this be? Host, Suchin. Hunted E-class monster, gain 10 vitality points. Martial technique star-piercing spear upgrade progress, 7 out of 100. Vitality, 355. Suchin felt the powerful vitality within him. Even without using martial techniques, he could kill an E-class monster. He checked the spearhead, which was unharmed. Fortunately, this monster wasn't clever enough to block with an ally weapon, or else the spear would have been ruined. Suchin delved deeper into the ruins, hunting the monstrous beasts. These monsters, seeing him alone and weak, came to him without him having to exert much effort. Hunted E-class beast, gain 10 vitality points. Martial technique star-piercing spear upgrade progress, 8 out of 100. Vitality, 365. Hunted E-class monster, gain 10 vitality points. Martial technique star-piercing spear upgrade progress, 9 out of 100. Vitality, 375. After fighting until nightfall, Suchin sat by the campfire, roasting dried meat, having finished off the powerful monsters in the vicinity. He clicked on his panel to check. Host, Suchin. Martial technique star-piercing spear upgrade progress, 17 out of 100. Vitality, 455. Indeed, he needed to delve deeper into the ruins for more monsters. In just one day, he had killed 12 E-class monsters. It wouldn't be long before his star-piercing spear reached the divine level, gaining a 100-fold enhancement. He looked at the bright silver spear wrapped in cloth by his feet. It wouldn't be about whether he could withstand it, but whether his body could handle it. He hadn't even used it yet. He hoped it wouldn't retire on him. All the E-class monsters around here are dead. I'll change locations tomorrow. With that, Suchin closed his eyes to rest. The next morning, he bit into a piece of dried meat and prepared to hunt in a new place. Arriving at a large building square, he saw a massive group of strange beasts attacking a small team of 10. In the ruins, E-level demons occasionally jumped down to join the battlefield, with no less than 200 of them at every window and opening. It could already be described as a small-scale beast tide. Then Suchin saw a demon with dark brown skin, resembling a ram with horns on its head, wearing an unknown beast's skin, and wielding an axe made from a spine. If it weren't for its fang-filled grin and green eyes, he would have thought it was human. This unfamiliar demon was engaged in a fierce battle with a member of the Demon Suppression Division wielding a long spear. Several buildings around the square had been demolished, and as the human and demon clashed, the nearby beasts were reduced to meat chunks by the shockwaves. Isn't that the female general I saw that day? She's so strong. Su-chin was deeply impressed by the spirited woman. She was indeed beautiful and had a unique aura. Hidden in the corner of the ruins, Su-chin smacked his lips. So many E-level strange beasts and demons, how lucky. After wandering around for a day, he had only killed 4 or 5, while this martial artist team had them delivered right to their doorstep. No, he had to find a way to collect a few heads. He immediately stood in a prominent spot in the ruins. Demons, your grandpa is here. The demons hiding in the ruins all turned to look at him, their faces filled with anger as they changed their attack targets and charged at him. It seems they can understand human speech and know they've been mocked. He immediately charged forward with his spear against the demons. Isn't this just a lost little martial artist? How crazy, to dare charge at a group of E-level demons alone. Wu Changjing, while fending off a D-level demon, saw Su-chin holding the spear with no trace of fear on his face, only excitement. Their 100 Flowers team had tracked a D-level demon's location and followed the clues to this ruin, only to find themselves becoming the prey. The D-level demon had gathered a large number of E-level demons and strange beasts, hiding in the ruins, using itself as bait to lure them into an encirclement. Although they had sent out a distress signal, it would still take time. Such a level of encirclement warfare was not something a single martial artist could participate in. Young man, this is not a place for you to participate as a single martial artist. Wu Changjing appreciated the boy's hatred for demons, and because of that, she didn't want to see such talent die in vain. What martial artist? He was already a martial master. With the star-piercing spear, he activated a 10-fold amplification. Su-chin gripped the spear, and with one thrust, he pierced through an E-level demon wielding a human-sized alloy shield, taking both the shield and the demon with him. The spear got stuck, so Su-chin pulled out another spear from his waist and pierced through another demon head-on. Fighting was exhilarating. Wu Changjing watched as Su-chin instantly took down 2 E-level demons, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. This strength was a bit terrifying. She had seen Su-chin pierce through a 30-centimeter thick alloy shield, a feat that could not be accomplished without being a 9th-level martial master. You have quite the strength, young man. At your age, join my team. Wu Changjing had felt that this boy's unwavering belief in exterminating demons was very much to her liking. If only his strength were sufficient, she would have invited him. Someone with such like-mindedness must join their 100 Flowers team. Captain, are we even going to make it out alive? You're still recruiting here, right? A member of the 100 Flowers team, while fending off demons and strange beasts, lamented their captain's thick-skinned nerve, wondering if they would even survive. Please allow me to decline. Su-chin had no intention of joining a team and being bound by others. He just wanted to hunt demons and strange beasts to enhance his strength. The demons with armored protection and the physically powerful strange beasts were like cardboard under the talent of Su-chin's demon suppression divine spear. He loved this feeling, the thrill of close combat, where everyone was equally fragile, and victory or death could be decided in a single move. As he killed more and more evil beasts, his strength grew stronger. Hunting E-level evil beasts, gain 10 health points. Martial skill star-piercing spear upgrade progress 8 of 100. Health points, 465. Hunting E-level evil beasts, gain 10 health points. Martial skill star-piercing spear upgrade progress 9 of 100. Health points, 475. The speed at which his health points increased was faster than the rate at which he hunted evil beasts in a day. As he charged towards the surrounded 100 Flowers team, the number of evil beasts closing in on him increased. He didn't even need to search for them, they came to him automatically. When the evil beasts saw their companions dead, they sent other beasts to wear down Su-chin's stamina. They hid behind the group of beasts, watching Su-chin struggle among dozens of them, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be torn apart, their faces twisted in mocking smiles. However, their expressions soon froze as they witnessed Su-chin, who had been in grave danger, growing bolder with each fight. Dozens of evil beasts gradually fell to his attacks. They called in another group of beasts to wear down Su-chin's stamina, but this time they fell even faster. Su-chin looked at the group of evil beings, continuously providing him with health points. What good guys! Although he was severely drained, the number of beasts he killed was substantial, and his overall health points surged, rendering his stamina loss trivial. Previously, he had been troubled by the search for evil beasts, but this time he was truly striking it rich. He glanced at his health points panel. Martial skill star-piercing spear upgrade progress 49/100. Health points, 775, realm, martial master level 3. If it weren't for the evil beings using unarmored beasts to drain his stamina, he wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. After all, the star-piercing spear still required 10 seconds to charge. The members of the 100 Flowers team saw Su-chin covered in blood, smiling as he fought the evil beasts, and realized another madman like their captain had appeared. Were all the newcomers so bold now? Good, young man, you really suit my taste. Wu Changjing laughed upon seeing Su-chin surrounded by evil beasts yet still smiling. Who cares? Just tie him up and take him back. If he killed this D-level evil being, he would become a centurion, a commander. Getting a new recruit was just a matter of words. A young man who suited her taste must belong to her team. Su-chen's last alloy spear was severed at the tip by an evil being. The evil being raised its giant axe and swung down, breaking the weapon and leaving him unable to attack. Su-chen saw the black-brown skin on his chest exposed, without iron armor for defense, and no spear tip, yet he still aimed to kill. The evil being looked at the weapon without a tip thrusting towards its chest and didn't dodge at all. After all, it couldn't break through his defense. Thud! The spear without a tip pierced through his chest and heart before the evil being's giant axe could strike. How is this possible? The evil being spat green blood, its massive body crashing to the ground, kicking up dust. It's your turn to shine, bright silver spear. Su-chen untied the cloth from his back, took out the bright silver spear, and skewered an evil being charging at him, lifting it up. The 100 Flowers team watched as the blood of the evil being flowed over Su-chen's entire body, all of them filled with respect, then looked towards their captain. At that moment, Wu Changjing was locked in a fierce battle with the D-level evil being, but upon seeing Su-chen's appearance, her beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. Those who didn't know would think she had fallen for a handsome guy. The teammates of the 100 Flowers team could only sigh, realizing that this kid would never escape the captain's grasp in this lifetime. Su-chen broke through the encirclement of evil beasts and joined the 100 Flowers team. At this moment, his health points panel showed, Martial Skill Star Piercing Spear Upgrade Progress 99/100. Health points, 1375, Realm, Martial Master Level 6. He looked at the D-level evil being fighting like a female general, his eyes shining with desire. E-level grants 10 health points, while D-level will at least provide him with an increase of over 100 health points. Su-chen, holding a bright silver spear, joined the members of the Baihua team. Young man, how old are you? One of the female members of the Baihua team asked him during a lull. 18. So young? With your level, at least you're a 9th level martial artist. You could easily go to the Martial University in Kyoto. Why come to such a dangerous place like the Demon Suppression Division? The members of the Baihua team were dumbfounded. No need, I enjoy hunting evil spirits and strange beasts. Su-chen chatted while killing the strange beasts, but unfortunately, those evil spirits dared not come in his direction and went to find others instead. You kid, you really fit our captain's taste. Why not join our team? I just want to hunt evil spirits and strange beasts. It's the same, our captain is also a battle maniac. Su-chen casually chatted, but his gaze remained fixed on the battle between the captain of the Baihua team and the D-level evil spirit. At that moment, one person and one spirit were exchanging blows with a knife and a spear, but as time passed, it was evident that the numerous evil spirits and strange beasts would wear down the Baihua team members. He began to think about how to kill this D-level evil spirit. The evil spirit had seen his subordinates being killed but did not pay much attention to him. Perhaps it thought that Su-chen, coming alone to support, would be ineffective and that he had entered the encirclement of his own accord, seeking his own death, so it ignored him. Martial Skill, Star Piercing Spear Upgrade Progress, 100/100. Martial Skill, Star Piercing Spear has advanced to Earth level, increasing the power of the Star Piercing Spear by 100 times. Health points, 1385 level, 6th level martial artist with the 100-fold increase of the Star Piercing Spear. Based on his current health points of 1385, a single martial skill could unleash a force of 138,500 kilograms. This barely reached the strength standard of a martial general. Now Su-chen was considering whether his body could withstand the acceleration load of the martial skill. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about the recoil shattering him. The goat-headed evil spirit was using armor made from unknown strange beast hides. He saw the captain of the Baihua team thrusting the spear into the area of the evil spirit's leather armor, and it surprisingly did not penetrate, indicating that the armor used by the evil spirit was also quite good. As long as it wasn't iron armor or something similar, even if it was made from S-level strange beast hides, it would be useless in front of Su-chen's talent with the Demon Suppression Divine Spear. Beautiful lady, create an opportunity for me, I'll try to support your captain. What? You kid, that's a battlefield between a D-level and a half-step martial artist. Our captain isn't as crazy as you. The members of the Baihua team were shocked by Su-chen's reckless idea. He actually wanted to get involved in the battle against the D-level evil spirit. They thought their captain was already crazy enough to hunt a D-level evil spirit as a half-step martial general. They didn't expect there would be another expert. I'll just make one move. If Suchen couldn't kill it in one strike, the star-piercing spear martial skill would only give him a chance to inflict damage on the D-level evil spirit. It didn't mean he could kill it outright. You still have one move? Look at the buildings around their battle, they've all been shattered. A Manhwa team member pointed at the nearby buildings that looked like they had been violently demolished, indicating that they wouldn't even need the D-level evil spirit to act. The residual force from the battle was enough to destroy them. Evil beasts and spirits are coming in endless waves. Staying here is just a matter of early death or late death, so we might as well find a way to kill the D-level evil spirit. You really are crazier than our captain. Most of the team members had similar personalities. They could follow Wu Chengjing to hunt D-level evil spirits as a martial artist team, proving they were somewhat crazy as well. The members of the Manhwa team braced themselves at the front, and Suchen did not disturb them as he gathered strength to unleash the star-piercing spear martial skill again. At this distance, he estimated it was over 40 meters away from the D-level evil spirit, with each meter doubling the damage and a base increase of 30 times. The star-piercing spear could unleash over 180,000 kilograms of force, and the acceleration provided by this force would become extremely terrifying. 10 seconds of charging, the star-piercing spear unleashed. Suchen transformed into an arrow released from a bow, breaking through the encirclement before the evil beasts even had a chance to react. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. By the time he reached 30 meters, a slight dizziness hit Suchen, reminiscent of the sensation when an airplane takes off or an elevator starts moving. If it weren't for his 1385 vitality, the sheer speed alone could have shattered his bones. 32 meters, 33 meters. As he drew closer, Suchen's speed increased even more. The combatants, one human and one demon, noticed Suchen's approach. Wu Chengjing's beautiful eyes widened. This kid was even crazier than she was, daring to confront a D-class evil demon with the strength of a 5th or 6th rank martial artist. Just this courage made her feel that even if this encirclement failed, such talent shouldn't be allowed to perish. The goat-headed demon, however, looked disdainful. Clad in the hide of a C-class armored beast, he thought a mere martial artist couldn't even break his defenses. He immediately raised his spine blade and swung it at the charging Suchen. But he soon realized that Suchen's speed was surpassing his own. The goat-headed demon found his attack slower than that of a martial artist. But it didn't matter, he just needed to sever the opponent's weapon. His weapon was made from the spine of a C-class armored beast. Suchen's bright silver spear collided with the goat-headed demon's spine blade. The weapon made from C-class beast spine shattered like weathered bone upon impact. The D-class demon's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? That was the spine of a C-class armored beast. After the spear shattered his weapon, it pierced through the beast's hide and armor. The spear penetrated the goat-headed demon's chest, piercing his heart. The tremendous impact sent the goat-headed demon crashing against the ruins, pinned against a building. Wu Chengjing, holding the blood-red spear, slowly turned to look at Suchen, who stood atop the goat-headed demon. Who is the half-step martial general here? This is absurd. The power of that one shot, even if she exerted all her strength and combined it with her martial skills, she couldn't have unleashed. This talent for vitality accumulation is so terrifying? Wu Chengjing had researched Suchen. Through battle, she estimated Suchen's strength to be at most at the 7th level of martial artists, yet the power amplified by that shot definitely exceeded 2 million kilograms. Even the spine blade in the goat-headed demon's hand was shattered, along with the armor that even she found troublesome, all pierced through. The goat-headed demon died with unblinking eyes, pulling out the bright silver spear, thankfully without a damaged tip. A notification pinged on Suchen's terminal. The Until Death team successfully hunted the D-class demon goat demon. Members of the Until Death team are promoted to squad leaders, rewarded with 2,000 merit points. There was a segment of the entire process of Suchen slaying the goat demon, automatically recorded and entered into the demon suppression division through another's terminal. When Xin was at a ruin with Xiao Peiyu, having just hunted an E-class beast, when the terminal received the news, D-class demon, could that silhouette be Suchen? When Xin watched the video recording, his eyes widening as the D-class demon was pierced through. Why did he recognize it? Because of that bright silver spear. In the entire demon suppression division, only Suchen used lightweight weapons to hunt demons. To confirm, when Xin opened the leaderboard and was shocked to see the Until Death team at the top of the martial artist hunting list, with a count of 1 D-class demon hunted. There was also a long list of E-class demon beasts. Throughout the demon suppression division, whether it was the Night Watchman or the Forest Guardians, everyone was stunned to see the head count on the Until Death martial artist hunting leaderboard. Even the top-ranked Manhwa team was overshadowed. With the death of the D-class demon, the clever demons had already slipped away, and the Manhwa team, with only about 10 members, couldn't finish them off. After Suchen killed the last beast, the entire battlefield was littered with the corpses of evil demons and beasts. Kid, you've stolen all the spotlight from both the warrior and master rankings by yourself. How about joining my team? Wu Changjing patted Su Chen's shoulder. No thanks, I prefer to be alone. But my team is all girls, you know. I wouldn't be too happy if others wanted to join. Wu Changjing had no qualms about the presence of women, pulling Su Chen's shoulder with a mischievous smile. At your age, don't you want to spend time with your female teammates, trusting each other with your lives while hunting down evil beasts and developing special feelings? Su Chen didn't expect this charismatic and stunning female general to use her authority to force him to join. It felt a bit like his buddies back in school. The contrast was too great. However, Su Chen wasn't ready to consider joining a team yet. His own strength was only that of a master, and he needed at least some self-defense capability against evil cults. Sorry, I don't want to join a team for now. Upon hearing Su Chen's refusal, Wu Changjing was unfazed. No problem, I'll have the Demon Suppression Division merge you into my team. Since you won't take the soft approach, I guess I'll have to be tough. Su Chen didn't expect her to be so direct, using her connections to force him to join. Let's head back first. He could only stall for now. Given the evil beasts he had killed, he should have some autonomy within the Demon Suppression Division. At that moment, the Demon Suppression Division was in an uproar. A top-tier warrior team had actually killed a D-level evil beast. Even if this warrior team had concealed their true strength as masters, hunting a D-level evil beast was truly astonishing. Moreover, this team had killed far more E-level evil beasts than other master teams. Hey, have you seen the hunting leaderboard? The Until Death team has actually killed more than the masters. It's the first time we've seen this in the Demon Suppression Division. It's terrifying, over 100 E-level evil beasts, and even a D-level evil beast. The Until Death team truly lives up to its name, hunting without a moment's pause. I've seen the video. That shot was really cool, taking down both weapon and armor in one go. That kind of power is something only a martial general could achieve. After this incident, the Until Death team became famous in the Demon Suppression Division, their record terrifying. When Su Chen returned to the camp, he realized he had wandered into the camp of the master team. As soon as he entered, everyone in the camp looked at him in awe. Over there is the 100 Flowers team. This guy is the Until Death team all by himself, a lone wolf? Are young people this strong now? When did Guangyu City produce such a powerhouse? I remember now, isn't he the one rumored to have the enchantment disease? Wow, he's this strong even with the corruption disease debuff. Some people approached wanting to join Su Chen's team, but they were all blocked by Wu Changjing. Everyone understood that this guy had already caught Wu Changjing's attention. On the way back, Su Chen chatted casually with members of the 100 Flowers team and learned that the female general was named Wu Changjing. She was from the Wu family of Guangyu City, which had been dedicated to fighting against evil beasts on the front lines for generations. Wu Changjing's ancestor was a deputy general who died defending the city during its establishment. Her grandfather's generation lost 5 brothers in battle and 7 uncles to beast tides or evil beasts, and some of her siblings had also perished in battle. In the Wu family of Guangyu City, they were second only to the city's defenders, respected and beloved. The Wu family held significant power within the Demon Suppression Division, earned through the blood and sacrifices of their ancestors. Wu Changjing saying she wanted him to join the 100 Flowers team was truly just a matter of her word. Su Chen felt a deep respect for Wu Changjing's family, realizing he couldn't escape this fate. But now at least he was still a solo team member, and with 10 days of the mission not yet over, he felt he should further enhance his strength. Young man, I will establish a team to delve deep into the ruins and preemptively hunt those D-class evil creatures preparing to organize a beast tide. You should join my team. Wu Changjing patted Su Chen's shoulder. What benefits do I get from joining your team? I see you're also keen on slaying evil creatures, and so am I. Isn't that perfect? There are more evil creatures in the depths of the ruins. As he spoke, Wu Changjing glanced at his teammates. Moreover, my team is all girls. Don't you want to have a harem? Just those crazy teammates of yours? Wu Changjing's tall figure, focused on slaying evil creatures, collapsed in Su Chen's heart. However, after thinking it over, he realized that to venture deeper into the ruins, he indeed needed a team. He wasn't made of iron. Going deep into the ruins would take at least a month, and he couldn't just stay awake at night. According to Wu Changjing's established 100-member team, it could be considered similar to a forward base, capable of replenishing supplies. Then I'll join your team for the next mission. Hearing this, Wu Changjing clapped happily. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Su Chen returned to the camp, found a resting spot, and opened his panel. Demon Slaying System. Host, Su Chen age, 18 realm, Martial Master level 7 talent, Demon Suppressing Divine Spear, Demon Devouring Divine Body, Martial Skills, Star Piercing Long Spear, Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea Cultivation Method, none. Star-piercing long spear, Earth rank, hunt 1/1000 D-class evil creatures to upgrade to Heaven rank. Host's vitality value, 1385 plus 243 points. D-class evil creatures granted him 243 points of vitality. The vitality value is not an integer, indicating that there are differences in strength among D-class evil creatures. The martial skill Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea is a reward for Su Chen from hunting D-class evil creatures. He finally had time to check the detailed information and clicked on the skill introduction for Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea. Evolving martial skill, Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea, skill description. During the activation of the martial skill, using the long spear to launch an attack accumulates spear intent once. Each layer of spear intent increases attack power by 10%. After exceeding 9 layers, the spear intent transforms into a flood dragon form and unleashes an explosive attack. Su Chen noted that a 9-layer accumulation of spear intent would double his attack power, which seemed a bit lacking compared to the 100-fold increase of the star-piercing long spear. However, it was an instant-cast martial skill that didn't require charging. After accumulating 9 layers of spear intent, his attack power could be doubled, which was a decent enhancement for daily combat. But how could the system give him a subpar martial skill? Since it could be upgraded, it indicated that this martial skill had great potential, so he immediately flipped through the upgrade conditions. Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea, Human rank, hunt 1 out of 100 D-class evil creatures to upgrade to Earth rank. Spear intent layers increased to 99 layers. Note, during the activation of Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea, the technique must not be interrupted for more than 30 seconds, otherwise, the spear intent will drop layer by layer. Su Chen didn't expect the upgrade conditions for Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea to be even more demanding than those for the star-piercing long spear, requiring the hunting of D-class evil creatures to improve. Yet he still couldn't see where this martial skill was superior to the star-piercing long spear. He tried to activate the martial skill Flood Dragon Subduing the Sea. As he thrust forward, followed by a sweeping motion, after 10 moves, a flood dragon formed from his vitality faintly coiled around his spear. With a thrust, the vitality flood dragon roared and broke a giant tree ahead, indeed demonstrating much greater power than his usual attacks. He tried to activate it again, this time without releasing the flood dragon but continuously attacking, maintaining the attack power at 9 layers of spear intent without further increase. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This martial skill could maintain a constant attack state. As long as he initiated an attack, the 9 layers of spear intent would double his attack power, allowing him to maintain this state indefinitely. Su Chen had learned martial techniques similar to the star-piercing spear, which released vital energy in a special form to enhance the effectiveness of his moves. However, as long as he did not unleash the blood dragon of the sea subduing technique, all his subsequent attacks would be doubled in power. This martial skill reminded Su Chen of the Beast Tide, designed specifically for large-scale meat-grinding battles. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Su Chen tried to maintain a 9-layer spear intent but found his physical strength rapidly declining. It seemed that an increase in power also meant greater consumption. However, with his demon-devouring body, as long as he could roll up a snowball in the Beast Tide, the vital energy gained from hunting evil demons was negligible compared to the consumption of martial techniques. Looking at the time, it was already the 8th day of the mission, and the 10-day deadline was approaching. As for the mission, Su Chen had long completed it. Just 2 more days to practice the blood dragon of the sea subduing technique, then I can go back and rest for a while. Su Chen felt fatigued, although his vital energy and strength were continuously increasing. Being a lone wolf surrounded by evil demons and strange beasts in the ruins had kept him on edge, and his spirit was somewhat weary. After a good night's sleep, the next day, the sun had just begun to illuminate the earth. Su Chen organized his supplies, took 4 metal long spears, and left the camp to hunt evil demons and strange beasts. Wu Changjing was having breakfast when he arrived at Su Chen's resting place and found no one there, so he asked someone nearby, "Where's Su Chen?" He left early this morning, saying he was going to hunt evil demons and strange beasts. Upon hearing this, Wu Changjing raised an eyebrow. "This kid is even more diligent than I am." He immediately woke up his team members and set off for the ruins. Inside a collapsed building's ruins, in a dimly lit living room, Su Chen executed the blood dragon of the sea subduing technique. Before he could even perform 2 moves, the E-rank evil demon opposite him had its head pierced. The blood dragon had not even coalesced. Su Chen realized that his fighting style against the strange beasts and evil demons was different from that of others. Most people wore carbon nanofiber inner armor, covered with a layer of metal armor, wielding heavy weapons capable of breaking defenses, achieving both offense and defense. When in a team, there would also be specialized heavy armored shield warriors at the front, 2 main damage dealers, and 2 warriors for battlefield support. However, evil demons and strange beasts were not like game bosses that could be taunted. The higher your output, the more likely they were to target you first. In such cases, most members of the demon subduing division were balanced in offense and defense, with the only difference being whether they focused more on defense or attack and the type of weapons used. Su-Chen, on the other hand, wore only a layer of carbon nanofiber inner armor, which allowed him to move much faster than those clad in metal battle armor. The evil demons and strange beasts only needed to land an attack to kill him, and Su-Chen was the same. As long as he could strike, he could deal damage or kill. It was a passionate exchange of blows. Just right, I hunted an E-rank evil demon and earned 2,000 merit points. I can go back in exchange for a better set of battle armor. With this thought, Su-Chen checked the time. He had been out for a day, and tomorrow would be the time to return. He would come back to the city next time. This time, he did not go to the martial artists' camp. Now, whenever he saw Wu Changjing, he wanted to avoid him, like a cult trying to recruit members. He returned to the martial artists' camp. As soon as he stepped into the camp, those who had completed their missions had also returned, all looking at him with solemn expressions. The young man carried a backpack, with 4 long spears at his waist and a long spear glinting with a chilling silver, stained with blood. They all knew that the Until Death team was a lone wolf, having killed over 100 E-rank evil demons and 1 D-rank evil demon in 10 days. Such achievements surpassed even those who had spent a lifetime hunting in the demon subduing division. They had seen Su-Chen to some extent, but seeing him today, 10 days later, although he still looked like a handsome young man, the smell of blood assaulted everyone's nostrils. It was a temperament formed by the lives of countless evil demons and strange beasts, a killing aura that was overwhelming. Some people saw Su-Chen passing by and quickly stepped back, fearing he would stab them to death with a single shot. It was similar to how a butcher would kill pigs. Once there were too many, just a glance at the pig pen would quiet them down. Su-Chen scratched his head, wondering if he was really that terrifying. Although the conditions outside the ruins were rudimentary, he had tried to maintain hygiene. He flashed a friendly smile at a martial artist. The person took out their wallet and handed all the cash inside to Su-Chen. "This is all I have." Su-Chen was somewhat speechless at this absurdity. What was with giving him money? He thought perhaps it was because his strength had increased too quickly, and he was no longer just a martial artist. Plus, during this time, he had been continuously slaying evil demons and strange beasts, rarely interacting with others for 10 days. The first thought upon seeing a living person was to stab them in the head and kill them. He got on a vehicle back to the city, sitting alone on one side while everyone else kept their distance. He felt he should take a good rest for a while, to suppress his killing intent. Su-Chen was also afraid of his nerves going haywire. At the city gate, a large number of citizens welcomed their return, and on the electronic screen of a distant building, the number of evil demons and strange beasts hunted by the Night Watch of the Demon Suppression Division was displayed. Notably, Su-Chen's team, Until Death, was at the forefront of the electronic screen. Their impressive kill count was far ahead. Guanyue City faced annual assaults from beast tides organized by evil demons, sometimes even breaching the city walls, causing massive casualties. Internally, there were also cult organizations that colluded, seizing every opportunity to slaughter the citizens of Guanyue City, especially the young boys and girls with bright futures. Countless children, parents, and relatives of citizens had died at the hands of these cults, or had been infected with the corruption disease, turning into evil demons, or were killed by the strange beasts that rushed into the city. They loathed those evil demons and strange beasts, yet most of them were ordinary people, with no hope of revenge in their lifetimes. The hunting operations in Guanyue City were not just about killing evil demons and strange beasts, they were also a spiritual solace for the citizens. Every hunting operation by the Demon Suppression Division would be reported throughout the city, with a public hunting leaderboard and real-time video broadcasts. Citizens of Guanyue City would watch the hunting operations while drinking in bars, secretly viewing them at work, or watching at home with their children, stopping to watch the electronic screen in the square. The hunting operations had become a daily activity for the people, deeply ingrained in their hearts. This time, the evil demons and strange beasts gathered in the north of the city, and the Night Watch of the Demon Suppression Division went out to encircle and annihilate them, achieving great success. The most noteworthy is the rookie team, Until Death. Captain, Su-Chen. Kill count, 1 D-rank evil demon, 76 E-rank evil demons, 87 E-rank strange beasts. The Until Death team ranks first on the martial artist hunting leaderboard, and also first on the martial master hunting leaderboard. People watched the information on the electronic screen. Why are there no team members? You fool, that means this team only has Su-Chen. Hiss. He killed so many strange beasts and evil demons by himself. The crowd became even more animated. Good. Until Death with the evil demons and strange beasts. Release the photos, let us see the hero. Hey, point out who Su-Chen is. Someone shouted at the convoy entering the city, but no one paid him any mind. Su-chen sat in the land vehicle, slightly closing his eyes to rest, as cheers surged in from both sides of the vehicle. Ah, the fixed program of the Demon Suppression Division's hunting operations. Once, Su-chen had stood among the crowd watching those above. This time, he sat inside this vehicle. The Demon Suppression Division initially planned not to expose the identities of its members to prevent retaliation from cult organizations. But in the arena of public opinion, if you don't seize it, others will, not just the major martial arts schools, but also those cult organizations. They propagated that humanity was a backward species, inciting humans to fall into evil. After experiencing several painful rebellions in the half-city, the Demon Suppression Division decided to promote its members' efforts in hunting evil demons and beasts. By correctly publicizing the dangers that these evil demons and beasts pose to humanity, as well as the bravery of the Demon Suppression Division members who risk their lives to slay them, they aimed to change the public's perception of the division. People needed heroes. They needed the Demon Suppression Division to support the backbone of humanity. On the day the hunting operation concluded and they returned to the city, the division would hold a promotional event in Guan City, which had become akin to a festival. The hunting list served as a stage for these new martial artists. Being listed on it meant having immense popularity among the citizens of Guan City. For instance, certain martial arts schools would send their disciples to promote their own schools and enhance their reputation in this way, aiming to attract new students. This was also why influential figures like Wen Xian, who had no shortage of resources, sought to gain prestige through the Demon Suppression Division. They needed fame. This was also why so many heirs from prominent families joined the division to gain recognition. Wow, what a young guy. He looks like he just graduated high school and is already out hunting evil demons and beasts. Good job. Someone cheered upon seeing Su-chen. At that moment, an electronic screen displayed Su-chen's photo. Hunting list double champion, Su-chen, captain of the To-Death Squad. Age, 18, graduated from Guan City's 4th high school, joined the Demon Suppression Division 20 days ago. Hunted 1 D-level demon and 164 E-level evil beasts. People gazed at the large photo of Su-chen on the electronic screen, seeing the youthful face of the boy sitting atop a war chariot. Su-chen from the To-Death Squad, so young? Incredible. He looks no older than 20, what a genius. He must be from some prominent family, but it doesn't matter. Being able to hunt evil demons and beasts is impressive. People marveled at Su-chen's age and strength, speculating that he was a favored disciple of a prominent family or martial arts school. Su-chen is so handsome. Let's find out which martial arts school or family he belongs to. I want to train with him. People didn't have much affection for prominent families or martial arts schools, as those who entered were all geniuses from various families, not from the same social class as them. They simply admired Su-chen's strength. Before joining the Demon Suppression Division, he killed 13 F-level demons as a student, protecting his classmates at 4th high school from being harmed by demons. The electronic screen played Su-chen's life story, revealing that his parents had died in the fight against demons and showing Su-chen's ordinary training. On the eve of the college entrance examination, a cult organization attacked 4th high school, and Su-chen sacrificed himself, killing 13 F-level demons to protect the students, ultimately contracting the corruption disease. Only then did people realize that Su-chen's background was just like theirs, an ordinary person, not the genius disciple of a prominent family or martial arts school they had imagined. He was a genuine child of humble origins. He shared their hatred for evil demons and beasts. They lacked the ability and talent for revenge, but Su-chen joined the Demon Suppression Division right after graduation. The name To Death for this squad shows Su-chen's attitude towards evil demons and beasts, no retreat until death. Well done, Su-chen. You are our pride. Kill all the evil demons and beasts. The applause and cheers grew even more fervent, echoing throughout the street. Su-chen nodded slightly to the crowd, prompting another wave of cheers. Su-chen viewed the hunting of evil demons and beasts merely as a way to enhance his vitality, but now, as memories of his past life surged in his mind, he understood that his actions held a far more significant meaning. Su-chen's parents had died in the battle against demons, and the hatred and emotions from his past life towards evil demons and beasts drove him to risk infection with the corruption disease while hunting demons at school. Seeing the cheering crowd and recalling the scenes of demons slaughtering neighbors and friends, he felt a deep resonance at this moment. Since I have become you, your belief in the demons and strange beasts will also be inherited by me. At this moment, Su-chen acknowledged his identity in this world, no longer viewing it with the mindset of a tourist or player. In the conference room of the Demon Suppression Division building, the high-ranking officials dressed in black trench coats watched the cheering crowd on the projection, along with Su-chen's personal information. It seems our promotion this time has been very successful, said a middle-aged man with a cloud pattern on his cuff, his expression one of satisfaction. The cloud pattern represented the position of a commander, making him a significant figure in the demon suppression division of Guan U.S. City. Yes, it used to always be those martial arts schools and the children of prominent families. This time, we finally encountered one of our own. I originally thought that this time it would still be that girl Wu Changjing taking the lead, but unexpectedly, a roadblock appeared halfway. The others echoed in agreement. Su Chen was neither from a prominent family nor a martial arts school. By joining the Demon Suppression Division as a commoner, in the eyes of these high-ranking officials, Su Chen was considered a legitimate disciple within the sect. This was the reason for the grand return of the hunting mission. The various prominent families and martial arts schools promoted how generous their conditions and resources were, but those were merely for truly talented geniuses, having nothing to do with ordinary people. On the contrary, ordinary people, due to their mediocre talents, received even fewer resources than they would in the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, the appeal of the Demon Suppression Division to geniuses was very low, and it was also dangerous, leading to most of their recruits being ordinary people with less outstanding talents. However, it was these ordinary people who supported the vast Demon Suppression Division and resisted the invading demons and strange beasts. The appearance of Su Chen was a significant boost for them. It's a pity that Su Chen has contracted the corruption demon disease, otherwise, with his talent, it would be no problem for him to become a martial hero in the future. This remark made everyone lament, considering that Su Chen had reached such a level despite being infected with the corruption demon disease. It was terrifying to think how powerful he could have been without it. The armored vehicle was surrounded by the crowd as it returned to the Demon Suppression Division, concluding this dangerous mission. For the next 3 months, they would not have any tasks to execute, as other teams would take turns to ensure that these field personnel could rest and cultivate adequately. Su Chen got off the vehicle, preparing to return to his dormitory to rest. Member Su Chen, this is an additional reward from the Demon Suppression Division for you. A team member dressed in a black trench coat handed over a silver box. This contains 3 vials of E-grade blood vitality potions and a D-grade physique enhancement potion. Thank you. Although the E-grade blood vitality potions were of little use to Su Chen, who possessed the demon affinity body, he accepted them nonetheless. Each vial of E-grade blood vitality potion required 50 merit points to exchange, capable of increasing a martial artist's blood vitality by 10 to 100 points, with each vial worth 3 to 4 million on the market. However, what surprised Su Chen even more was the D-grade physique enhancement potion. This was a potion that, aside from increasing blood vitality, specifically enhanced physical strength, making it extremely precious, about 30% more expensive than the same level D-grade blood vitality potion. A vial of D-grade blood vitality potion on the market would cost over 10 million. The reason the physique enhancement potion was more expensive was that blood vitality potions, depending on individual physical conditions, would yield diminishing returns the more one consumed, while the physique enhancement potion not only increased physical strength but also improved the absorption of blood vitality potions. With 3 vials of potions, if he drank the physique enhancement potion first, the original blood vitality potion that could only increase by 10 points would increase to above 10, depending on the strength of the physique enhancement. Did the Demon Suppression Division see that his physique was lacking due to the corruption demon disease? But then again, Su Chen had consumed an F-grade blood vitality potion, which had only increased his blood vitality by 1 point, while others had increased by around 3 to 6 points, affected by the corruption demon disease. These were of no use to Su Chen. He did not rely on blood and energy potions to enhance his vitality. What he needed was a physique enhancement potion to increase his body's strength. This way, he wouldn't injure himself from the recoil of the star-piercing spear's immense power. He was currently a typical case of high offense and low defense. Returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. He took a D-grade physique enhancement potion and then drank 3 tubes of blood and energy potion. His muscles swelled and writhed, and the overwhelming power of his vitality surged rapidly. 3 hours later, after the potions were consumed, feeling the increase in strength, Su Chen opened his panel. Demon Exorcism System. Host, Su Chen, age, 18, realm, Martial Master level 8, talent, Demon Suppressing Divine Spear, Demon Devouring Body, Martial Skills, Star Piercing Spear, Dragon Suppressing the Sea, Cultivation Method, none. Star Piercing Spear, Earth Grade, Hunt 1/1000 D-Grade Evil Beasts to upgrade to Heaven Grade, 1,000-fold increase. Dragon Suppressing the Sea, Human Grade, Hunt 1/100 D-Grade Evil Beasts to upgrade to Earth Grade. Spear Intent level increases to 99 layers. Host's Vitality Value, 1670 plus 45 plus 32 plus 29. The day before returning, Su Chen was still hunting evil beasts, and now with the 3 tubes of blood and energy potion, his vitality value reached 1776 points. Su Chen stood in front of the full-length mirror in his room, bare-chested, looking at his strong, well-defined muscles. The enhancement from the physique potion was very evident. He felt that this time, when using the star-piercing spear at a distance of 20 meters, he wouldn't feel dizzy due to excessive amplification. It seems I will need to buy physique enhancement potions in the future. He thought to himself that this could be considered a roundabout way of curing his corruption disease. Su Chen received a large number of team joining requests on his terminal, all of which he rejected. Seeing his military rank change to squad leader, he could theoretically command 2 squads in the Beast-Tide army, but there was currently no large-scale Beast-Tide. His merit points had reached 3,865 points, and after completing tasks, he had earned an additional 30% merit points from hunting a large number of evil beasts. Regarding merit points, Su Chen's idea was to convert them into his own strength as quickly as possible. Most people used their merit points to exchange for blood and energy potions, but Su Chen did not need them. His current shortcoming was that his defense and physical quality were still too weak. First, he needed to buy a decent set of armor and weapons. He immediately opened his terminal, skimming through the E-grade armor section, which no longer satisfied him. D-grade alloy soft silk armor, this set will do. Su Chen saw a light purple fiber soft armor set. Such lightweight and convenient armor was perfect for him. Wearing heavy armor would affect his speed. This type of D-grade armor and weapons was made from ores or materials tainted with otherworldly energy, crafted with great Xia technology, and had good defensive capabilities. The D-grade alloy soft silk armor could reduce the efficiency of force transmission by up to 50%, whether from piercing or blunt attacks. If 100,000 kilograms of force acted on his body, it would only be 50,000 kilograms, effectively reducing damage. 2,000 merit points, so expensive? Su Chen was shocked by the price, but he didn't mind. He didn't need to buy blood and energy potions to enhance his strength. He immediately clicked to purchase. He then looked at the weapons section and selected a gun of better quality than the bright silver spear, spending 800 merit points. With over 1,000 merit points left, Su Chen thought for a moment and bought 3 bright silver spears as secondary weapons. He bought all lightweight weapons, using very little D-grade material, which was much cheaper than the heavy weapons used by others. Although tasks would provide corresponding weapons, as Su Chen improved, those weapons would no longer be sufficient. He didn't want to kill evil demons and strange beasts only to run out of weapons and have to go back for supplies. After placing his order, Su Chen headed to the logistics department to collect his equipment. At that moment, the logistics hall was packed with people, some there to exchange for vitality potions, others heading to the gravity room for training. So that's Su Chen, huh? He looks even younger than in the photos. Wow, the killing intent he exudes. How many evil demons must he have killed to develop that? He's also going to the gravity room for training and exchanging for vitality potions. After finishing his mission, he should be looking to improve his strength. However, they saw Su Chen walk up to the equipment exchange window. D-grade alloy soft silk armor. D-grade demon slaying gun. 3 bright silver guns. Even if he has killed so many evil demons, this is all he can exchange for? Doesn't he need vitality potions or gravity room training? Is he preparing for the next mission? He really doesn't take a moment's rest, does he? This guy is insane. No one expected that Su Chen wasn't there for gravity room training or to exchange for vitality potions. He was there to buy equipment. Could he really be relying solely on his own training to increase his vitality? They had heard of such genius figures who broke through themselves and rapidly improved their strength through life and death battles. Crazy, just too crazy, this guy. When Xin, drenched in sweat and panting as he walked out of the gravity room, saw this scene and felt a mix of unwillingness and anger, a dissatisfaction with himself. Despite being exhausted to the point of weakness, he turned back to enter the gravity room to continue training. I wonder how high Su Chen's vitality is now. He can't possibly be just a martial artist. I heard he also suffers from corruption disease. I heard someone is going to duel with Su Chen, and there will be a vitality test then. We'll know how strong he really is. Wang Linen watched the screen, where Su Chen topped the hunting leaderboard, his expression darkening. I didn't expect our old classmate to make such a name for himself in the Demon Suppression Division. In his arms, Lin Chuyu wore a bitter and complex expression. Who would have thought Su Chen could train so rapidly even while suffering from corruption disease? What's wrong? Are you having regrets? Lin Chuyu hugged Wang Linen. We're already together. What is there to regret? In truth, Lin Chuyu did have regrets, but Wang Linen, whom she chose, wasn't too bad. At least during this time, she had received plenty of training resources. Plus, with the Wang family's connections at Wu University, Su Chen wasn't doing too badly either, but choosing the Wang family would open up even broader paths for her. There was no need to risk her life in the Demon Suppression Division. He just happened to awaken a human-level talent, the corruption disease will limit his achievements. Right now, he's riding high, but when we graduate from Wu University in 4 years, with our strong cultivation and the identity of Wu University plus our Wang family's connections, he might even end up being our subordinate in the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Linen didn't care at all. A guy suffering from corruption disease, no matter how high his talent, was already a waste, destined to be an ordinary person with no accomplishments in the future. Sometimes, hard work alone isn't enough. Ordinary people like them, no matter how hard they try, are just stepping stones for us. At that moment, regarding the rumors online about Wang Linen, Su Chen, and Lin Chuyu, many people had been present at the time, so the story naturally spread. People learned that Su Chen had been threatened by the very person he had protected and had joined the Demon Suppression Division after finishing the martial arts exam with a vitality of 34. A large number of online denunciations and curses against Wang Linen emerged, calling him scum, saying such a person didn't deserve to join Wu University. But Wu University had shares from the Wang family. How could a few words of rumor online stop them? As long as the Demon Suppression Division didn't take action, after all, there were strategic collaborations between the Demon Suppression Division and various martial arts schools. How could the Demon Suppression Division disrupt the rules of the game for someone who had contracted corruption disease? They couldn't do anything to him. Once Su Chen's popularity faded, or if he died in some hunting operation, he would naturally disappear. His future as an outstanding graduate of Wu University, serving as an officer in the Demon Suppression Division, was completely unaffected. In fact, he looked forward to witnessing Su Chen fighting for his life against the evil beasts and demons, as he lingered at the bottom due to his identity and strength, while he became Su Chen's superior. In Su Chen's dormitory at the Demon Suppression Division building, he received a message on his terminal that he had joined the 100 Flowers 100 People team, selecting 11 10-person squads, which meant he was still a one-man team. This arrangement was also requested by Su Chen. He only wanted to hunt demons and evil beasts. In the absence of tasks from the 100 Flowers 100 People team, meaning the execution tasks required by Wu Changjing, he could act alone without any strict demands to enter and exit with the 100 Flowers team. At the same time, Su Chen received an invitation from the 4th high school, hoping he could return as an outstanding student to participate in a performance after the new students enrolled in a month. Clearly, they were also under immense public pressure. He saw a lot of online insults directed at the 4th high school for their inadequate protection, blaming them for Su Chen contracting the corruption demon disease. Moreover, they had given the outstanding student slots to Wang Linen and Lin Chuyu, ignoring Su Chen, who had been protecting their own students. The 4th high school thought that Su Chen had contracted the corruption demon disease and had already faded from genius to ordinary, treating the matter as if it had never happened. Before leaving the 4th high school, Su Chen received no recognition or praise for protecting students. They didn't even make a show of it. They felt it was not worth offending the Wang family over someone who would inevitably become an ordinary person. Now, with Su Chen's rise, the unfair treatment he had received in the past was being magnified infinitely. In no time, the reputation of the 4th high school had plummeted online, and many students changed their original intentions of joining the 4th high school. Su Chen came from a humble background, just like them. In the Great Xia, most people were like that, and they worried that joining the 4th high school would lead to similar unjust treatment in the future. They wanted Su Chen to return and stand up for them, to prove that this matter had nothing to do with the 4th high school. Besides being sincere in their words, Su Chen didn't even receive any extra compensation. It was as if they weren't sincere in their requests at all. Did they really think he was a child to be summoned at will? Of course, even if the 4th high school offered him training resources or something similar, he wouldn't go. Those things were useless to him, and he wouldn't stand up for them because of such offers. Everyone, don't choose the 4th high school anymore. There are plenty of schools in Guanyue City. They didn't even show any support when their own students stood up to hunt demons and protect students, and they want to treat this as if it never happened. I'm reporting the 4th high school. Thanks for the warning. I'm going to the 5th high school. The 1st high school, 2nd high school, 3rd high school, and 5th high school inexplicably defeated a competitor, eliminating them without doing anything. Student resources are everything to a school. They are the foundation of the institution, and reputation is crucial, which is now gone. Parents who saw the news and updates were also considering whether their children should really join such a soulless school. In the principal's office of the 4th high school, Zhu Kai looked pale as he stared at this semester's new students, which were half fewer than previous years. Has there been a response from Su Chen? He asked his secretary. There is, actually, the female secretary replied awkwardly. Then have him come over quickly. Our school's reputation has been ruined by him. Zhu Kai completely failed to notice the secretary's awkward expression. What's going on? Speak up. Zhu Kai was already in a bad mood. the higher-ups had given him a strict order to ensure the 4th high school's reputation was preserved, or he would be kicked out. This was a matter that concerned his future. As a school principal, he received considerable resources, and many were eyeing this lucrative position. Principal Zhu, Su Chen replied with just one word: "Get lost." Zhu Kai's eyes widened. How outrageous. A mere student, yet he dares to defy the school's orders. Principal Zhu, Su Chen has already graduated, the female secretary reminded him. He's still one of our former students. The school has nurtured him, and he should come back. Zhu Kai completely ignored the fact that he had accepted gifts from the Wang family, which prevented him from recommending Su Chen for any job opportunities, and cut off the rewards he originally intended to give Su Chen. Call him and ask him to come over. Zhu Kai had no regrets. He simply couldn't understand how someone with the corruption demon disease could still cultivate so fiercely. But it didn't matter, with the corruption demon disease continuously lowering his vitality and the absorption rate of vitality potions being extremely low. As the heat faded, Su Chen would eventually become just like everyone else. Right now, Su Chen was gaining some attention due to his innate talent, but Zhu Kai didn't believe Su Chen would achieve much in the future. As long as he could brush this matter aside, he would still sit firmly in the position of principal of the 4th high school. Su Chen received a call from an unknown number and answered. "Hello, is this Su Chen? We are from the 4th high school, and we hope you can attend the school enrollment ceremony in a month. I'll come if you issue an apology statement. I'll consider it after I see it." "Well, Su Chen, our school has its difficulties regarding your situation." The female voice on the other end sounded somewhat troubled. "That's a tough situation, then don't bother." Su Chen hung up the phone. He had already learned from Su Lei why he was treated this way at the 4th high school. The principal had been instructed by the Wang family. In the Great Xia, anyone who hunts down evil demons is rewarded. This is the rule of the Demon Suppression Division and the entire Great Xia. Otherwise, if everyone hides from evil demons and strange beasts, who will protect humanity? Joining the Demon Suppression Division to hunt down strange beasts and evil demons is the most significant part of the assessment. Many who die while hunting evil demons and strange beasts receive compensation from the Demon Suppression Division. Those injured while hunting evil demons and strange beasts also receive assistance in job placement, making it a very good resume builder. Any company would welcome those who have contributed to hunting evil demons and strange beasts, even if it means assigning them a minor role. It's a great opportunity to enhance their reputation. In contrast, the 4th high school saw this as excellent publicity, greatly aiding their recruitment efforts. Principal Zhu Kai, having received benefits from the Wang family, was willing to forego this great opportunity. Without the system, Su Chen might have failed the assessment under the Wang family's influence and faced difficulties in various industries, possibly ending up homeless. They had calculated well. A person afflicted with the corruption demon disease wouldn't stir up much trouble, no matter how much they struggled. Unfortunately for them, Su Chen had the system. As long as he focused on hunting evil demons and strange beasts, he could enhance his strength, and their plans fell through. What? He's not coming? It's just a bit of fame now. What a clown. We won't even give him a chance to reconcile with the Wang family. Once the corruption demon disease prevents him from cultivating his vitality, he'll realize how much opportunity we gave him. Zhu Kai was furious. If it weren't for the unfavorable public opinion against the 4th high school this time, he wouldn't even want to give Su Chen this opportunity. However, since the mask had been torn off, he also needed to consider his own future and couldn't let the enrollment numbers drop. Forget it, let Wang Linen come as an outstanding student of the 4th high school to give a speech and host the new student enrollment. Principal Zhu, that might not be a good idea, the secretary said with a worried expression. At this time, Wang Linen was also in the spotlight. I've already contacted the Wang family. They will soon announce a donation of 50 million to the 4th high school as a reward for impoverished students' cultivation. This public opinion is also closely related to the Wang family. They certainly won't let Su Chen struggle. Zhu Kai has already aligned himself with the Wang family. For these prominent families, what matters is face and public image. He doesn't believe that if real money is poured in, no one would be tempted. Regarding the new student enrollment drill for the Demon Suppression Division, the Wang family should arrange for a formidable and well-known veteran to come, so that the students can understand just how strong the faculty of the 4th high school is. Zhu Kai had long thought of a solution. Isn't Su Chen famous? I'll find someone even more famous. Isn't it said that the 4th high school has gone off track? Then I'll invest real resources for training and find a powerful chief instructor to teach the students. He doesn't believe those parents won't be attracted by such generous conditions. Every year, all students entering school undergo a drill for the Demon Suppression Division's demonic disaster, and the level is quite high, officially classified by the Great Xia as a century plan. They treat students like soldiers, training them as a reserve force for the Demon Suppression Division. One could say that the chief instructor of a school holds significant power. Whatever training is conducted, the school must cooperate unconditionally. If they don't, the chief instructor can impose military law. A capable instructor can significantly enhance the students' abilities within a month, greatly improving their martial arts exam scores. This is a matter that can affect the admission rates. Every year, major universities go to great lengths to invite powerful instructors from the Demon Suppression Division, using various connections. Zhukai's advantage in aligning with the Wang family lies here. He can leverage their connections in the Demon Suppression Division to find a well-known and powerful instructor to train the students. On the other side, Su Chen saw his position change to the deputy captain of the 100 Flowers 100 People team on the terminal. Although his military rank remained as a squad leader, his position had changed to deputy captain, and he had just been promoted 2 levels, now advancing half a level again. I didn't expect Wu Chengjing to have such power in the Demon Suppression Division, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In the Demon Suppression Division, not only does rank elevation come with position changes, but various benefits and welfare also increase accordingly. Purchasing blood essence potions and various training materials comes with corresponding discounts and priority privileges, as well as increased training time in the gravity room, etc. For example, certain strategic materials, such as high-grade blood essence potions and physical enhancement potions, are prioritized for purchase based on military rank due to insufficient production capacity. There was a knock on the dormitory door, and Wu Chengjing's voice came in. Su Chen, open the door, I have a good job for you. Su Chen opened the door to see Wu Chengjing, tall and dressed in a black trench coat. What? Are you going to hunt demonic beasts? Well, although that's also a good job, there's an even better one. What good job? Su Chen couldn't understand what could be better than hunting demonic beasts to enhance one's strength. Isn't it that all major universities are starting school soon? We, as the Demon Suppression Division, need to arrange personnel for emergency drills to respond to demonic cult disasters. I've fought for you to be the chief instructor for the 4th high school. During this period, all universities must cooperate unconditionally with the actions of the Demon Suppression Division. Wu Chengjing's beautiful big eyes blinked as she hooked her arm around Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. This person showed no awareness of being a woman, making him feel like she truly regarded him as a good buddy. I've heard about your situation. The 4th high school is quite arrogant. As the chief instructor, will you share your life story? I think the new students will be very interested. Su Chen thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. He had never been a broad-minded person. How could he miss out on such a delightful opportunity to add to their troubles? Of course, he would also teach the students well, as it concerns their future, and Su Chen wouldn't delay his juniors' prospects out of revenge. As expected of the Wu family, with just one sentence, Wu Chengjing made him the chief instructor of a school. It seems that joining Wu Chengjing's team has its benefits, and I have also enjoyed some privileges. However, there's still a month, so there's no rush, and the Wang family is still obstructing things, making your chances hard to say. You didn't succeed, so what are you bragging about? Su Chen was speechless. Wu Chengjing had readily agreed to something that was still uncertain. That said, the Wang family's influence is indeed significant, capable of affecting the internal decisions of the Demon Suppression Division. These are all minor issues. They think you're too young, and your military rank and reputation aren't enough. The Demon Suppression Division predicts that the next beast tide will occur in a month. At this time, D-class evil spirits are already gathering exotic beasts deep within the ruins outside the city. Wu Chengjing's expression was serious. The Demon Suppression Division has approved the organization of a suicide squad to hunt down the leaders of the evil spirits to resolve this beast tide. The 100 Flowers team will also be part of this mission. The Demon Suppression Division predicts that the next beast tide will occur in a month. At this time, D-class evil spirits are already gathering exotic beasts deep within the ruins outside the city. Wu Chengjing's expression was serious. The Demon Suppression Division has approved the organization of a suicide squad to hunt down the leaders of the evil spirits to resolve this beast tide. Su Chen's expression also turned serious. The beast tide is not simply a large-scale battle that can be resolved through encirclement. The evil spirits outside the city will collaborate with the cult organizations within Guanyu City, and while the Demon Suppression Division defends against the beast tide outside the city, there will also be riots within the city. The evil spirits do not care whether they can break through the walls of Guanyu City. They want to create chaos and provide opportunities for the cult organizations within the city to attack various schools. They aim to weaken the future strength of humanity, bit by bit. In the repeated riots of the cult organizations, perhaps a future pillar of humanity will lose their life. Su Chen also contracted the corruption demon disease due to the cult organizations. If one were to say that he harbored a deep hatred for the evil spirits and exotic beasts, Su Chen couldn't claim that. It was a matter of survival. Instead, it was the traitors of the cult organizations that he truly despised. Sooner or later, Su Chen would eradicate the cult organizations within the city. Just as the two were chatting, both of their terminals received a special operational directive from the Demon Suppression Division. Su Chen saw that it contained the plan Wu Changjing had just mentioned, the decapitation operation. Below was the sign-up for the team. This mission would be led by military generals with dozens of 100-man teams, delving into the ruins to decapitate those D-class evil spirits. Aside from the teams required by the Demon Suppression Division, this perilous mission into the ruins would only be open to a select few brave enough to participate. After all, not everyone is unafraid of death, even though the rewards for this mission are substantial. The mission content introduced that there is a high possibility of encountering a small-scale beast-tide attack. While staying in Guangyue City, relying on the city walls and firearms, they could defend against the beast tide, but encountering a horde of beasts in the wild would leave them praying to escape with a few lives. The beast tide summoned by the evil spirits, without the aid of heavy firearms, could easily overwhelm them with just the astonishing physical defenses of the exotic beasts. A collective charge could cost them their lives. Once trapped in the beast tide, they would be submerged by endless exotic beasts, ultimately exhausting their vitality and dying. This is also the reason why humanity has been unable to venture beyond the city walls and establish new towns for many years. Now, with his strength at the 7th level of martial arts, the grand welcoming ceremony of the Demon Suppression Division has also brought him into the sights of the cult organizations. Perhaps he is currently disguised by the corruption demon disease, but as he becomes renowned for his repeated hunts of evil spirits and exotic beasts, the other side will surely set their sights on him. Su Chen recalled the incident at the 4th high school, where the cult organization orchestrated a disturbance by evil spirits, also aimed at weakening the future strength of humanity. Until one reaches the master level, they are considered geniuses, merely geniuses, fallen geniuses. Every genius that stands out in a hunting operation will receive special attention from the cult organizations, not limited to assassination but also exposure during missions, leading to being surrounded and killed by evil spirits and exotic beasts. Take Kyoto City as an example. 5 years ago, a genius with heavenly talent appeared, whose cultivation speed was monstrous. In 10 days, he advanced from a martial artist to a martial master, and within a month, he became a martial general. Then, during an external mission, he was engulfed by a beast tide composed of A-level evil spirits, leaving not a trace behind. Su Chen has been hiding quite well, not testing his blood vitality, but once his strength is no longer affected by the corruption disease and he can quickly improve, the cult organization will not let him go unchecked. There are countless great families or martial arts schools in the city hiding traitors of the human race. When the time comes, if they send a master over, he won't even be able to escape. Or they might inform the evil spirits in the ruins outside the city, and A-level or S-level evil spirits would specifically come to hunt him down. Su Chen cannot avoid hunting evil spirits and strange beasts. That is a way to enhance his strength. Relying solely on his own cultivation, not only would he fail to improve, but it would be good enough if he doesn't regress due to corruption. Martial masters are still too weak, they cannot fly, and if caught, they can't run away. To ensure his safety, he must elevate his strength to the level of a master before the cult organization notices him. The master level after martial general requires a massive amount of blood vitality, which means Su Chen needs to kill a large number of evil spirits and strange beasts to enhance himself. He has grievances with Wang Linen. As long as he continues to improve his strength and shines in the Demon Suppression Division, the reputation of Wang Linen and the Wang family will worsen, and it is not impossible for them to act against him in secret. If he wants to quickly enhance his strength, he must hunt a large number of evil spirits and strange beasts to reach the master level before the cult organization becomes aware. The beast tide is undoubtedly the best way. Even the human race's garrison must worry about whether they will be targeted by equally powerful evil spirits, gathering endless strange beasts to wear him down. Su Chen thought for a moment, with his two talents, the Demon Suppression Divine Spear, which ignores the defenses of evil spirits and strange beasts, and the Demon Devouring Body, which can kill evil spirits and strange beasts to enhance his blood vitality. While others fear the beast tide, he does not. Others may be exhausted and die from the beast tide, but as long as Su Chen can kill evil spirits and strange beasts, he can enhance his blood vitality, which is enough to offset the vitality consumed in slaying evil spirits. The attrition of the human sea tactics does not affect him, it merely serves as a supplement for his blood vitality. The human sea tactics are ineffective against him. Su Chen was worried about not having enough evil spirits and strange beasts to kill. Searching for them one by one in the ruins would be too troublesome. The beast tide is great, it gathers them all together. Now he is at the 7th level of Martial Master, and to break through to Martial General, he needs 3,000 blood vitality, requiring the slaughter of a large number of evil spirits and strange beasts. Su Chen immediately signed up and found that he had successfully registered. I knew you would like it. I already signed you up internally as part of my 100 Flowers 100 People Team subordinate squad, Wu Chengjing said with a smile upon seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression. The mission is scheduled for 3 days later, with each 100-person team acting independently to behead D-level evil spirits. The Demon Suppression Division also considered sending beings stronger than martial generals, but such figures are the cornerstone of suppressing internal cult organizations in Guan City. If too many leave, it would only fall into the evil spirits' plans. They initiated the beast tide to slaughter the future of the human race. Another reason for such figures to leave is that if they attract the attention of S-level evil spirits in the ruins, they would be more than willing to use a large number of strange beasts to make the great Xiao lose a powerful warrior. The number of the 100-person team is just right. It won't be too many to hide and expose themselves. Outside the city, no matter how large the army, it will be overwhelmed by endless evil spirits and strange beasts. Having more is even more dangerous. In the 3 days, Su Chen prepared the weapons, equipment, and supplies he needed to leave the city. This time, going deep into the ruins outside the city, due to the small number of people and the need for concealment, there won't be too many supply vehicles. The focus is on quick battles to avoid the cult organization in the city discovering any clues before the battle ends. 3 days later, at night, convoy after convoy quietly left Guan City. Su Chen sat inside the war vehicle. I don't even know if I can come back alive from this mission. I'm different. I've already written my will, leaving all my assets to my son, not a penny for my wife. Aren't you worried that your son might not even be yours? Damn it, how did I not think of that? 15 hours later, as dusk fell, the convoy stopped at a certain ruin. The armored vehicles spread out, and various supplies began to set up a forward camp, much smaller in scale than the one in North City, with only 30 vehicles in total, including seats for the members of the Demon Suppression Division. The camp in North City had over 100 vehicles. Too many would defeat the purpose of concealment. Wu Chengjing held a life detection device, with dense red dots on the screen, and scattered red dots gathering in the distance to the right front, indicating a gathering of beasts. Su Chen noticed Wu Chengjing's usual cheerful demeanor had turned serious. Everyone, we've discovered a gathering of exotic beasts, formed by a D-level demon, and they haven't yet joined the main force. The timing is perfect. We'll split into 3 teams, one for feigned attack, one for direct assault, and another to take advantage of the beast's scattering to carry out a killing operation. The formation of a beast tide takes time. Each time, a D-level demon gathers exotic beasts in the ruins to form a small-scale tide, which is then consolidated by a higher-level demon to attack Guan City. Soon, Wu Chengjing assigned the teams and looked at Su Chen, who was alone. Which team do you want to join? Su Chen held the position of her deputy captain, and since she was leading the beheading team, the remaining team would need Su Chen to command. She recognized Su Chen's strength, otherwise, she wouldn't have made him her deputy captain. Su Chen thought for a moment, first ruling out the feigned attack team, as they would attract the beast's attention. Survival was the priority. He climbed up a slope and looked down at the exotic beasts and demons below, most of which were E-level, with one in the middle wearing humanoid alloy armor, standing 3 meters tall, with gray-black skin, the culprit behind the gathering of exotic beasts. The direct assault team, as the strong offensive side, also had the purpose of beheading, while creating opportunities for the beheading team. The greater the pressure they exerted on the battlefield, the fewer exotic beasts would surround the D-level demon. Although he wanted the D-level demon's head to enhance his martial skills, the beheading team was led by Wu Chengjing. Therefore, he chose the direct assault team, which would encounter more exotic beasts. Who said a beheading operation had to be a sneak attack? A direct assault could work too. I'll go for the direct assault. Su Chen concluded after his contemplation. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Choosing the most dangerous direct assault, I believe you can withstand the beast tide. Wu Chengjing looked at him with appreciation. Give me 10 minutes, just hold on for 10 minutes, and I promise to take him down within that time. She didn't expect Su Chen, as a martial artist, to be able to help kill the D-level demon. The last D-level demon was defeated because she had fought the opponent for a long time, giving Su Chen the chance to sneak attack. This time, the scale of the beast tide was much larger than what they encountered last time, roughly estimated to be around 1,000. No matter how strong Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to break through that many exotic beasts to assist in the beheading operation. The direct assault team attracted most of the attention from the exotic beasts and demons, making it the fiercest combat team, and Wu Chengjing only hoped they wouldn't collapse too quickly. What? Don't you believe I can break through the beast tide and help you deal with the D-level demon? Wu Chengjing's expression was serious, This isn't child's play, I just hope you can hold the beast tide. I will take action to kill the D-level demon, trust me. You just need to ensure the team's morale doesn't collapse. Once we break and flee, none of us will survive. If the front team couldn't withstand the pressure, then after the beast tide eliminated them, it would be very difficult for Wu Changjing, trapped in the encirclement, to survive. If things cannot be done, then you should retreat with the remaining people. Su Chen was somewhat surprised that Wu Changjing, with such a carefree personality, would say something like this. If they retreated halfway, Wu Changjing would be trapped in the encirclement, surrounded by the beast tide and certain to die. Why are you looking at me like that? Actually, I still care about you and my team. This is my duty as a commander. It was no wonder that with such a carefree personality, so many people were willing to follow him. He understood that now. Su Chen didn't say much more. He would prove himself through action when the time came. The team began their combat operations. First, the feint team attacked the beast horde from a tall building to draw their attention. A large number of F-rank beasts began to charge towards the feint team, reducing the beast tide by more than half. After all, F-rank beasts were less intelligent than A-rank ones, and at the roar of a D-rank demon, some returned, but many disappeared into the ruins of the tall buildings. The D-rank demon, clad in alloy armor, roared continuously, feeling anger for these mindless creatures. Seeing that Wu Changjing had quietly circled to the back of the D-rank demon, Su Chen drew the two segments of his bright silver gun, mechanically coupling them into a long spear, and stood on the hillside, the spear planted in the ground. Brothers, charge with me. He immediately led the charge towards the beast horde. His teammates were stunned. Was their vice captain really this fierce? They had heard of Su Chen's achievements. After all, he was first in both rankings, but this was the first time they fought alongside him. At first, they were unconvinced that such a recently graduated kid could serve as their vice commander. But when they saw Su Chen charging forward, his spear cleaving through a beast, blood splattering everywhere, they finally believed it. This person was as fierce as his team name suggested, fighting to the death against demons and beasts. They immediately shouted and rushed to follow him. The fear that had initially gripped them was quickly dispelled by Su Chen's momentum. Sometimes war is like this. A strong soldier leads a strong team, relying on morale, especially since a general is the backbone of a unit. When the two sides collided, Su Chen pierced through a beast's head as if cutting through tofu. Martial skill, Dragon Subduing the Sea. Hunt rank beast, gain 10 health points. Dragon Subduing the Sea, first layer gun intent increases attack power by 10%. A beast in front of him opened its bloody maw, and he unlatched the mechanical coupling of his spear, piercing through its head. He rejoined the two segments of his spear and continued to charge. Those beasts with high physical defenses fell before Su Chen's spear in less than a round. Hunt rank beast, gain 10 health points. Hunt F-rank beast, gain 1 health point. Hunt rank demon, gain 10 health points. Dragon Subduing the Sea, 9th layer gun intent increases attack power by 90%. A phantom of a blood dragon appeared on Su Chen's spear, enhancing his attack power and speed by 90% across the board. This made his speed in slaying demons and beasts even faster. Wu Changjing's decapitation team hit on a high ground, seeing Su Chen standing out prominently in the beast tide, surrounded by green blood. This Su Chen is even fiercer than I am. Since that's the case, we can't let the 100 Flowers team lose face. The members around Wu Changjing were all from her former team, naturally nodding in agreement. Those who could team up with someone as reckless as Wu Changjing were certainly of the same caliber. You guys, charge with me. Wu Changjing raised her blood-red spear and charged down towards the D-rank demon. At this moment, the D-rank demon looked mockingly at the battlefield, seeing that the number of humans was dozens of times fewer than theirs, still wanting to ambush and attack them. It was simply sending food to the beasts. However, as the battle continued, he saw his side's beasts suffering heavy casualties. In the center of the battlefield, there was a human, standing out prominently from their team. Logically, those who strayed from the front lines were the first to die, yet this person not only survived but was also slaughtering the alien beasts and demons in large numbers. The number he killed alone was almost comparable to 1/5 of the human forces, simply ferocious beyond belief. With no other choice, he dispatched more alien beasts and demons from his side. He couldn't believe that his stamina and vitality were limitless. At that moment, a battle cry erupted behind him, as another small team of humans appeared, heading straight for him. The D-level demon sneered disdainfully. He was no weakling in need of protection. He immediately gathered the remaining alien beasts and demons to confront the group of humans. Wu Changjing clashed with the D-level demon's giant axe, her arms went numb, and she was forced to retreat. This power was definitely among the best of the D-level. The strength gap between the various levels of D-level demons was enormous, related to their bloodline and species. Wu Changjing had somewhat misjudged the strength of this D-level demon. However, they had come this far, and there was no way she could give up, otherwise, her team would have died in vain. Martial technique, silver hook iron painting. Wu Changjing shouted as she unleashed her martial skill, thrusting her spear fiercely. The D-level demon blocked her attack with the giant axe, and the two were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to determine a victor for the time being. Wu Changjing felt extremely anxious because the longer it dragged on, the more of her members would die. She couldn't just return to the city after a single kill. That would be too embarrassing. Su Chen fought desperately, slaying the demon beasts. He had lost count of how many he had killed, his steps always moving forward, until he finally felled a demon beast and found himself facing an empty space. Su Chen saw Wu Changjing battling the D-level demon, while the members of her team were holding back other demons to prevent them from providing support. Su Chen looked at the dragon shadow of the spear in his hand, with a permanent increase in attack power from the 9 layers of spear intent. Can I release the star-piercing spear on this basis? Thinking of this, Su Chen felt it was worth a try. This D-level demon was significantly stronger than the one he had encountered last time, and it was a good opportunity to test his idea. While the dragon shadow still existed, Su Chen began to charge the star-piercing spear. With a health value of 2,879, the 100-fold amplification from the star-piercing spear was terrifying. If he could add the 90% attack power increase from the 9 layers of spear intent, it would be incredible. At that moment, the D-level demon also noticed Su Chen. He hadn't expected this human to break through his tide of beasts. After all, it was composed of over 1,000 alien beasts. How could they manage that with just 30 or 40 people? The intelligence of the D-level demon was no less than that of a human, and he could sense that Su Chen's strength was far inferior to his own. Even if he stood still, the human strength alone was insufficient to break through his alloy armor's defense. This armor was something he had taken from a martial general, boasting astonishing defensive power. Casting a disdainful glance at Su Chen, he dismissed him. As long as he killed the strange human female with the spear who could inflict damage on him, this team would pose no threat. Su Chen was less than 10 meters away from the D-level demon, not increasing the distance to charge, as there was insufficient space around him, surrounded by demon beasts. 10 seconds later, before the demon beasts could close in, Su Chen unleashed his martial skill. Martial technique. Star-piercing spear. Su Chen transformed into an arrow released from a bow, the terrifying acceleration making his head spin, temporarily causing symptoms of blood deficiency. As he activated the star-piercing spear, the air around him exploded, and the approaching demon beasts were blown away before they could even get close. Wu Changjing had been keeping an eye on the battlefield. When she saw Su Chen break through the tide of beasts, her eyes lit up. No wonder her father had pulled strings to bring this guy over. He had some real potential, that wild energy. Before the action began, Wu Changjing understood that not everyone was fearless. Relying solely on their 100 people, it was unlikely they could resolve the beast tide and deal with the D-level evil spirits head-on. Faced with such a large number of, anyone would feel fear. Her plan was to quickly eliminate the D-level evil spirits before the morale on the front line collapsed, thereby boosting their own morale to defeat this group of evil beasts. The plan involved 2 assassination teams launching a strong frontal assault. Wu Changjing had no high hopes. She just hoped that under Su Chen's leadership, they wouldn't collapse too quickly. She placed her hopes on her own strength to swiftly decapitate the D-level evil spirits and disrupt the gathering of the beast tide. As the attempts to decapitate failed, Wu Changjing felt increasingly anxious. She had somewhat misjudged the strength of the D-level evil spirits. The longer it took, the more people died. Once the team's morale shattered, it would all be over. If they returned without a single successful assassination, it would be too embarrassing. However, seeing Su Chen single-handedly cut through the beast tide, along with the team following him, morale surged as they bravely fought forward, even managing to stand their ground against more than 10 times the number of evil beasts, and even gaining the upper hand. Indeed, no pre-battle speech could boost morale like a commander leading the charge. Now, not only had Su Chen raised the team's morale, but he also had the strength to support her. Wu Changjing knew that Su Chen had a unique talent skill, and she needed to create opportunities for him to hold them off. She immediately intensified her offensive, attacking recklessly. Su Chen, now's the time. Just as Su Chen finished charging his attack, their cooperation was seamless. The long spear struck the D-level evil spirit's metallic armor on its chest, sending a tremendous recoil through Su Chen's arm, nearly dislocating his shoulder. This armor was definitely not of D-level quality. From the moment of contact, Su Chen's D-level bright silver spear creaked and shattered pieces off. Fortunately, weapons were generally stronger than armor, and the long spear broke through the D-level evil spirit's defenses. This was with Su Chen adding a 90% attack power increase from 9 layers of spear intent, based on the foundation of the star-piercing spear, equivalent to a 190-fold increase in vitality. Now, with a vitality value of 2,879, his regular attack could unleash 2,879 kilograms of force. Adding the 100-fold increase from the star-piercing spear brought it to 287,900 kilograms, and with the additional 90% spear intent bonus, it amounted to over 540,000 kilograms of force. Applied to the D-level evil spirit's armor, it barely broke through the defense, showcasing just how terrifying the armor's strength was. However, once the armor was breached, it didn't matter. The strength of the D-level evil spirit and the height of its physical defense were irrelevant. The D-level evil spirit looked at the small fry in astonishment, having underestimated his strength when the armor was broken. The force from the spear was significantly stronger than that of a human woman, but that was about it. Most of the spear's power had been negated by the armor, and the residual force was simply not enough to breach his bodily defenses. He was among the elite of the D-level evil spirits. Even in bare-handed combat, human generals might not be able to break through his defenses. When the long spear touched his body, it was like cutting through tofu, without any obstruction, piercing through his hardened skin and flesh, and penetrating his heart. How could a human brat break through my defenses? The D-level evil spirit looked incredulously at the spear lodged in his chest. How could such a force, less than 100 kilograms, penetrate my bodily defenses? The D-level evil spirit was baffled. However, Su Chen did not respond. He twisted the spear, shattering the D-level evil spirit's heart, green blood gushing out as he withdrew the spear. Wu Changjing's beautiful eyes widened. Did he just kill it in one shot? She had originally planned for Su Chen to create opportunities for her, to be the main attacker. Before she could continue her assault, the D-level evil spirit was already dead? The blood-red spear in Wu Changjing's hand was a special S-class weapon given to her by her father, capable of breaking defenses, which made it difficult to penetrate armor and the body defenses of D-class demons. Su Chen was wielding nothing more than an ordinary D-class bright silver spear, so how was he able to break through the armor and still have the strength to penetrate the powerful body defenses of D-class demons? Su Chen looked at the notch on the spear blade and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, but now was not the time to dwell on that. He saw the strange beasts and demons starting to flee. With the death of the D-class demon, the clever A-class demons had already made their escape, and some of the strange beasts had also fled into the ruins to leave the battlefield. This was all about the blood value. There was no time to think too much. Su Chen gripped the bright silver spear and charged into the midst of the strange beasts. Now was the perfect time to reap the rewards. If he waited too long, they would all run away. He immediately activated the martial skill Jialong Jinhai, enhancing the spear's attack power. Hunt E-class strange beasts, gain 10 points of blood value. Hunt F-class strange beasts, gain 1 point of blood value. Hunt E-class demons, gain 10 points of blood value. An hour later, under the setting sun, on a desolate plain, Su Chen pulled the spear from the body of the dead demon and flicked off the green blood on it. Looking around, there were corpses of demons and strange beasts everywhere. Because he had decapitated the D-class demon, a large portion of the demons had fled, but some not-so-clever strange beasts remained. Su Chen, give me your spear. Ha! What do you want this for? Su Chen glanced at his bright silver spear, which was full of chips, just to see if there's anything special about it. This is the second time you've done this. You've killed a D-class demon in one shot. Does your spear have a special effect for breaking defenses? Wu Changjing reached out to take the spear and began to swing it in his hand. He also used a spear, but looking at it, this weapon seemed like an ordinary D-class weapon, and a rather low-quality one at that. How strange, your weapon is very ordinary. How can you break through the defenses of demons and strange beasts? Maybe it's just that great strength brings miracles. Look, the spearhead is almost ruined. Su Chen pointed at the spearhead, which was full of notches. I don't get it. Your strength is just too exaggerated, right? That's C-class alloy armor. Wu Changjing clicked his tongue. At this point, Su Chen thought of something. This armor can be repaired, right? If it could be repaired, that would be a significant amount of money. C-class alloy armor costs over 100 million on the market, and it's not even available for purchase. It belongs to a market with prices but no supply, mostly exchanged for merit points at various martial arts schools and demon-suppressing offices. C-class armor is so expensive because such equipment already possesses special attributes. Most armor below C-class merely enhances defense, while C-class forged armor is made from a large amount of materials infused with otherworldly essence combined with modern technology, resulting in a rich otherworldly aura that carries special effects. For example, Wu Changjing's S-class spear has a 30% defense-breaking attribute, and that is already an S-class weapon. It would not be an exaggeration to consider it a family heirloom, capable of passing down through 3 generations. Even when the person is gone, the spear remains. However, this also highlights Su Chen's godly talent. the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear, which ignores the defenses of demons and strange beasts. If it can be repaired, this alloy armor likely belonged to some master, but now it's your spoils of war. Are you planning to sell it for money or exchange it for merit points? Suchen thought for a moment. What he needed now was a weapon, and he didn't have much demand for blood value-enhancing items like blood potions. Moreover, merit points could be exchanged for things that couldn't be bought outside. Let's exchange for merit points. Alright, we'll take care of that when we get back. Wu Chengjing nodded, as he could see that Suchen had a great need for weapons. Suchen's martial skills were too powerful, making it easy for weapons to get damaged. He didn't know if the system would provide him with a weapon. It would be great to get an S-class weapon like Wu Chengjing's. He didn't want to keep worrying about weapon damage. Others hearing this would probably curse. Which stage's weapon would be damaged? These weapons are designed with the user's strength in mind, and their durability is more than sufficient. It's just that Suchen's explosive power is too fierce, and weapons of his level can't withstand it. D-grade weapons are meant for martial generals, but Suchen is using lightweight weapons, which aren't as durable as heavy ones. After the battle, the team began to rest, and Suchen returned to the tent he had set up for a brief rest. Inside the tent, he opened his panel. Demon Subjugation System. Host, Suchen age, 18 realm, martial general first level talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon suppressing the sea cultivation method, none. Star piercing spear, earth rank, hunt 2/1000 D-grade evil beasts to upgrade to heaven rank, 1000-fold enhancement. Dragon suppressing the sea, human rank, hunt 2 out of 100 D-grade evil beasts to upgrade to earth rank, spear intent level increases to 99 layers. Host's vitality value, 2879 plus 455 plus 1254. His vitality value reached 4,588 points, with 455 coming from slaying D-grade evil beasts, and the rest from a large number of E and F-grade evil beasts. As expected, to quickly enhance strength, one needs a beast tide. This small-scale beast tide of D-grade evil beasts is just perfect. Suchen sighed. This battle directly allowed him to advance from the 7th level of martial artist to the 1st level of martial general. While others had to expend a lot of training or consume vitality potions to increase their vitality, he only needed to hunt evil beasts to improve. Each level of martial general requires much more vitality than the 200 vitality points of a martial artist. Each layer requires 2000 vitality points. There isn't much difference between martial generals and martial artists. It's a stage for accumulating vitality points for the Grandmaster. Only a large amount of vitality can support the demands of cultivating methods. Only after cultivating methods to advance to Grandmaster can Suchen have the ability to protect himself against evil cult organizations and C and B-grade evil beasts. Moreover, he must hurry. Suchen has a premonition that the next time he returns to the city, he will likely encounter an assassination by an evil cult organization. 3 hours later, the sky was dotted with stars, and it was already nighttime. The D-grade evil beasts here have been eliminated. We just received a joint action request from a nearby decapitation team. They discovered a gathering of strange beasts and need our assistance. Wu Chengjing stood before everyone, pointing to the left side of the camp. It's about 40 kilometers from here. We should be able to arrive by dawn. Hearing Wu Chengjing's words, the team members hesitated. Commander, we just went through a fierce battle, and there are injured. At this point, everyone understood that no one could withstand continuous battles. Although the injured had been settled and were resting in the armored vehicle, their physical strength and vitality had been greatly depleted, making it inappropriate to engage in another battle. You're right, I'll contact them and let them seek assistance from other teams. Wu Chengjing thought it over. They couldn't be too hasty. Now that they were far from Guanyu's city, conserving energy was also very necessary. Although she still had combat power, she needed to consider the condition of the ordinary team members. I think we should go. At this moment, Suchen spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze to him. Sitting alone on one side, Suchen's eyes were filled with awe. In the Demon Suppression Division, strength equates to status, and Suchen's performance in that battle had completely conquered them, making them willing to trust and listen to him. This operation is codenamed Decapitation. The Demon Suppression Division has a total of 30 small teams, adding up to only 30,000 people, which is not enough for a beast-tide battle. What we need to do is quickly eliminate them before the evil beasts react, preventing a beast tide from forming. We are currently deep in the ruins, and no one will support us. Once they gather into a beast tide, we won't even be able to escape. The others nodded upon hearing this. The mission objective this time was to decapitate, a rapid response team, swift and decisive. But we also want to continue, yet the battle consumes too much energy. At the very least, we need to rest for a night to recover our strength. Suchen agreed with what they said. Therefore, for this joint operation, those with decent strength and not too much exhaustion can voluntarily participate and form a team to head out, but not everyone will join the battle. I am willing to lead the charge. Su-chen meant that everyone would go, but only a small portion would participate in the battle, while the others would serve as a logistics reserve. They were all veteran members of the Demon Suppression Division, and their strength was not lacking, otherwise, they wouldn't be part of this decapitation mission. With this explanation, everyone understood. Those with less exhaustion would join the joint operation as the vanguard, and if the battle became protracted, they would replace the exhausted teammates. The people in the team saw Su-chen, the young man, being the first to volunteer, admiring his courage. No wonder the Commander Wu values you. You can be our deputy captain, count me in. A burly man stood up from the crowd, and as he started, more and more people joined in. Wu Chengjing watched this scene, her beautiful eyes shining. This person was truly right, leading the way to boost morale and showing a willingness to charge into battle. It was exactly to her taste. Great! No wonder you are a fine son of the great Xia, full of spirit. Let's go! Wu Chengjing waved her jade hand, and the team quickly organized and boarded the vehicles to leave. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. To cope with outdoor combat, the Demon Suppression Division had equipped the battle vehicles with quick and simple kitchens and tents that automatically generated when a backpack was placed down, making it exceptionally convenient to mobilize. 30 battle vehicles advanced towards the joint operations site under the cover of night. These 3 hours would be their last rest time. Wu Chengjing had just finished a call with another team participating in the joint operation, her expression serious. Su-chen, I just confirmed specific information. 3 teams are also participating, which means the beast tide gathering this time is significant. It is very likely a beast tide composed of multiple D-level or C-level evil beings. Su-chen stroked his chin and thought, with multiple D-level beings starting to gather, they aimed to form a large beast tide to launch an attack on Guanyu City. Indeed, time was more pressing than they had imagined. This joint operation had to be undertaken. Guanyu City had powerful individuals with ranks equivalent to that of a 1,000-man commander, along with various families and martial schools, strong as clouds, but they were also restrained by the cult organization. The team executing the decapitation mission was led by military generals and commanded by 3 masters. This was already the highest configuration that the Demon Suppression Division could muster in Guanyu City. If a few more masters were to leave, it was very likely that the cult organization would notice and collude with the evil beings outside the city, exposing their operation. By then, once the evil beings reacted, these troops far from Guanyu City would turn from hunters into prey. Sea-level evil beings were on par with masters. If they relied solely on military generals without masters in action, this decapitation mission would be impossible to succeed. Is this operation led by a master? Su-chen asked, as if there weren't any, it wouldn't be necessary to go. Yes, this joint operation was initiated by my uncle, Wu Ligua. Su-chen didn't expect that for such a dangerous task, the Wu family would let Wu Chengjing come and even send a master. Such a lone force, deep in enemy territory without reinforcements, was extremely dangerous. With the slightest misstep, even a master could perish under the beast tide. The Wu family was completely different from other prominent families. Wherever there was danger, that was where they would go. No wonder the Wu family holds such great prestige and power in the Demon Suppression Division, earning the respect of its members. They are indeed worthy of it, always leading from the front. Seeing Wu Chengjing in this leading position, it's likely his uncle is no different, and there won't be a situation where they can't fight back and end up fleeing, causing the team to collapse. Our duty is to hold back the beast tide, while the assault teams composed of various captains create opportunities for my uncle. That's easy, leave it to me. Su-chen's favorite thing is hunting the evil beasts that can't withstand his attacks, as it allows him to quickly increase his vitality. This time, he didn't plan to attempt killing C-rank evil beasts again, just taking down a few D-rank ones would suffice. Even though he had just stepped into the general rank and his vitality wasn't high, with the Guanqing Long Spear and the Jialong Jinhai, he could still manage to kill D-rank evil beasts. It was just right to enhance his martial skills and upgrade his progress. Their team configuration was quite luxurious, with 2 generals. After that mission, Wu Chengjing had already broken through. 3 hours later, Su-chen's convoy arrived at a valley where a large number of members of the Demon Suppression Division had gathered. Su-chen and Wu Chengjing walked straight to the center, where a war chariot was surrounded by 6 people discussing over a holographic map. Upon seeing Su-chen and Wu Chengjing approach, Wu Ligua looked at Su-chen in surprise and said to Wu Chengjing, "You're here, the general plan has been finalized. We have 4 teams, each led by 100 captains, to break through the beast tide. Before they can react, we will slay the C-rank evil beast and then break through the beast tide, retreating from the side. Commander Wu, this will result in heavy casualties." Wu Chengjing did not refer to his uncle, as there was a rule in the Wu family on the battlefield, only superior and subordinate titles. Wu Ligua stroked his rough beard, his square face serious. Now that everyone is here, let's go take a look at the gathering place of the evil beasts. With that, he strode out, not caring whether others could keep up. Su Chen followed behind them as they crossed two mountains and arrived at a ruined city with tall buildings, where numerous evil beasts lay in the darkness, either sleeping or preying on weaker beasts. Practitioners had good night vision, and with night vision goggles, they could see from a distance that the ruined city was teeming with countless evil beasts. In the center, surrounded by D-rank evil beasts, was a creature resembling a standing octopus with 8 legs and 6 arms, each hand wielding a different ally weapon, dressed in the hides of other beasts as armor. Protected by layers of evil beasts, it was impossible to launch a surprise attack, they could only charge in head-on. Fortunately, this was still the front end of the beast tide, and there was a chance to fight hard before being overwhelmed. If they waited a few more days, with more D-rank evil beasts arriving, there would be no opportunity left. At that point, it would truly be a death sentence. The battle plan this time is to take advantage of their lack of reaction, rush in as quickly as possible to kill the C-rank evil beast, and then break through the tide of evil beasts. The remaining D-rank evil beasts won't be able to command so many other beasts, those D-rank beasts won't completely obey them, and then we can gradually whittle them down. Su Chen looked at the large number of evil beasts, eager to charge in. He loved it. That meant he could kill a vast number of evil beasts, and as he went deeper, he would encounter stronger ones, perfectly allowing him to enhance his martial skills and upgrade his progress. A win-win situation. Alright, let's do it. Break through them. As soon as Su Chen spoke, everyone turned to look at him, wondering who this fierce person was. Didn't he see the number of evil beasts? Was he really not afraid of death? They recognized Su Chen's face and remembered that he was the newcomer who topped both rankings. Wasn't he a martial artist? How did he come to participate in their general's tactical planning? The others looked at Wu Chengjing with dissatisfaction, but due to Wu Chengjing's status in the Wu family, they didn't say much. You brat, you really suit my taste. No wonder Wu Chengjing specifically chose you as her deputy. Wu Ligua nodded in appreciation. Wu Chengjing, how many people did you bring this time? 74 people, but only 24 can participate in the battle. In that assassination operation, the 100 Flowers 100-man team had 21 injured and unable to fight, and 5 had died in the line of duty. What's going on? Is that all? Wu Ligua was somewhat dissatisfied. They were in dire need of personnel at this moment, and he couldn't wait for other small teams to regroup, as that would only attract more evil beasts. My team just went through a beheading operation, and the members need to rest, Wu Chengjing replied honestly. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Wu Ligua had also climbed up from the lower ranks of the Demon Suppression Division. He wasn't an ignorant outsider when it came to military matters, and he couldn't force the situation. Commander, please rest assured, even with 24 people, we won't be any worse than the other teams. Oh, then I look forward to your team's performance. Wu Ligua was quite interested, not particularly concerned himself. As long as nothing happened to Wu Chengjing, he feared his brother would flay him alive. Although the Wu family only recognized hierarchy in the Demon Suppression Division, Wu Chengjing was still his niece. As a commander, he could die for the mission, and for himself, he could also die for his niece. The others didn't take it seriously, they were all here for the beheading mission, not timid or cowardly people. They weren't convinced by Wu Chengjing's words that 24 people were no weaker than their fully equipped teams. They all had 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who was afraid of whom? In the end, it would come down to who was left standing. They were confident in their own strength and that of their team members. Captain Wu, you seem to look down on us 100-man teams. Is it just you who can fight? One of the captains looked displeased. This time, we are divided into 4 teams, led by Commander Wu. You only have 24 people, don't get left behind while we are fighting. They didn't believe that 24 people could really withstand the pressure of the beast tide and keep up with their team. With such a small number, it would be a miracle if they didn't drag them down. This incomplete 100-man team didn't have many who could coordinate an attack, and they wouldn't be included because that would lead to command conflicts, making things worse on the battlefield. This meant that Wu Chengjing's small team could only form a group of 24 people, following Wu Ligua into battle. Moreover, they were a team that had just gone through a major battle, with severe physical and blood loss. If Wu Ligua weren't here, their words would likely have been even harsher. Then let's see who ends up last, Su Chen spoke up. The others looked at Su Chen, realizing he was the deputy of the 100 Flowers 100-man team and had a bit of a reputation. You little brat, you have quite the mouth. If you can charge harder than me, I'll give you a vial of D-grade blood replenishing potion. They were all well-known martial generals, and even someone like Wu Chengjing, a newly promoted martial general, didn't impress them, let alone a martial artist like him. The others quickly joined in, the strong naturally had their pride. Wu Ligua didn't stop them. It was good to give his niece a bit of a reality check to prevent her from becoming too arrogant. You have 1 hour to organize your teams. Assemble in 1 hour to execute the mission. Yes, Commander. Everyone's expressions turned serious, and they saluted with a fierce aura. In the temporary camp, Wu Chengjing gathered the participants for the battle. Su Chen took out the wrapped broken demon spear. This spear was still a D-grade weapon, but its strength was significantly higher than that of the bright silver spear, as it had cost 800 merit points. The bright silver spear, as a D-grade weapon, was a lightweight weapon meant for combat against people, used to hunt members of evil cults, but it was somewhat lacking for hunting evil beasts. The broken demon spear was solid this time, and its material strength was also higher than that of the bright silver spear, specifically designed to deal with evil beasts. With Su Chen's current vitality value of 4,588 kilograms of strength, picking up the heavy demon-breaking spear is completely effortless, and it won't affect his speed. He stows the shining silver spear at his waist as a secondary or throwing weapon. After hunting down a D-class demon, he gained 2,000 merit points, and with a large number of demon beasts, his merit points have exceeded 4,000. He wouldn't mind if a shining silver spear worth 200 broke. He could hunt another D-class demon and have enough for 10 more. Moreover, he also took 10 alloy long spears from the temporary camp, wanting to see if the star-piercing spear could be thrown. In the desolate ruins of the city, under the starry night sky, the sounds of beasts echoed. Su Chen followed behind Wu Chengjing, as the team split into 4 groups, with Wu Ligua leading the front. Each group consisted of the strongest members wielding long spears, while the remaining members followed closely, quickly approaching the C-class demon. They aimed to surround the C-class demon, engaging in concentrated attacks to swiftly overwhelm it, then break through and escape. The remaining D-class demons lacked the ability to command large groups of beasts. Once they fell into chaos, they would be taken down one by one. The mission objective was clear, yet the difficulty was immense. Whether it was killing the C-class demon or the final breakout, any mistake could lead to them being the ones surrounded. From the moment they were discovered to the time they infiltrated the C-class demon's encirclement, it took less than 3 minutes. Any longer, and the C-class demon would hide among the beast horde, and they would be the ones surrounded. The team quietly approached, getting as close as possible. Other teams noticed that the 100 Flowers team was severely outnumbered, with fewer than 30 members, which was somewhat amusing. With so few people, what could they do? One charge and they might all be wiped out. As they got within 5 kilometers of the demon beasts in the city ruins, one of the beasts spotted them. With a roar, Wu Ligua dashed forward like lightning, beheading the beast. All units, attack! At his command, the night watchmen of the Demon Suppression Division raised their weapons, their vitality surging as they charged toward the still unaware horde of beasts. Su Chen, stay close to me, don't rush too far ahead, Wu Chengjing said as they attacked. This was her prized pupil, whom she had begged her father for a long time to get. If he fell now, it would break her heart. This kid charged in even more fiercely than she did, and she feared he might rush ahead and end up facing the C-class demon. Okay, I'll be careful, Su Chen replied on the surface, but how could he slow down at a time like this? This was all about vitality points. Moreover, the further they went, the higher the level of the demon beasts, and the more vitality points he would gain. He just needed to be cautious not to face a C-class demon alone. That was an existence on par with a master, and his current strength was not enough to kill it. At this moment, Su Chen's back was loaded with assembled long spears, secured with buckle bags. As he reached to touch the buckle, it automatically released, and the long spear fell into his hands. Su Chen stood still, gathering his strength, while the other team members were already nearing the beast tide, including his teammates who had passed him. He couldn't help but wonder. His teammates saw Su Chen stop, but during the last beheading operation, he had been the most aggressive, even breaking through the beast tide. Why was he hesitating now? This didn't seem right. Wu Chengjing noticed and was speechless. She had told him not to charge too fiercely, and now he wasn't moving at all. Other small teams also noticed, especially since only Su Chen had stopped. They were all cultivators and could naturally sense the changes on the battlefield. This guy was the fiercest at the start. Why is he hesitating now, just standing there? Is he scared? Kids are like that. They rely on their little talent and look down on the beast tide, thinking it's just an unformed horde, not knowing how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. However, Su Chen had already completed his martial arts charge, and in 10 seconds, he had indeed fallen behind the team, lagging far behind. Su Chen suddenly hurled his spear into the tide of alien beasts, propelled by unparalleled speed and a sonic boom. In the gaps of the crowd, those who sensed the fierce wind from behind that nearly toppled them had not even turned around when they noticed that the mass of alien beasts ahead had inexplicably cleared a large area, forming a straight line. What was that just now? They turned back to see the boy they had looked down upon raising his spear again. It was then they realized that the tide of alien beasts ahead had been forced into a straight line by his spear. This explosive power? Isn't it excessive? Even if these were just E-rank alien beasts, their defenses were no joke. How much force was needed to achieve an attack that ignored their defenses? This kid is a bit fierce. I underestimated him. The other team members were shocked by the power of Su Chen's throwing technique. Wu Ligua, as a master, was the first to confront the tide of alien beasts, but before he even engaged with them, a spear suddenly created a large open space ahead. He saw the metal spear standing upright in the chest of an alien beast. Its destructive power was comparable to his own attacks. He couldn't help but glance back at his niece Wu Chengjing's specially chosen assistant, realizing there was indeed something to him. He had heard that this person had a talent for human-level blood energy accumulation, but he didn't expect the power to be this strong. What Wu Ligua didn't know was that Su Chen's attack power was not stronger than his. In fact, it was much weaker. It was just that with the talent of the demon-suppressing spear, he could ignore the defenses of the alien beasts, which allowed his attack to achieve a similar destructive effect as Wu Ligua's. Wu Ligua charged toward the gap in the tide of alien beasts, thinking that saving some blood energy was better than nothing, especially since he would soon have to face C-rank evil spirits and needed to give it his all. Su Chen saw that the Guanqing spear could be charged and thrown, and his eyes lit up. He hadn't yet unleashed a group attack technique, but this could be considered a variant of it. He hadn't expected that a thought he casually had could actually be put into practice. In the future, when facing evil spirits and alien beasts, he could use this method for a sneak attack. Su Chen drew another spear, following the charge, charged it, and sent it out, again creating a straight line through the tide of alien beasts ahead. Hunted E-rank alien beast, gained 10 blood energy points. Hunted F-rank alien beast, gained 1 blood energy point. Hunted E-rank evil spirit, gained 10 blood energy points. The demon-suppressing spear and the Guanqing spear's ability to ignore defenses made Su Chen a long-range output presence from the back. However, the Guanqing spear's technique could only provide a 100-fold increase when thrown and would not increase further. Instead, its power would weaken with distance. If it could continuously enhance, it would be too overpowered. Taking down a C-rank evil spirit from 800 miles away would be no problem. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Save some blood energy, or you won't have the strength to break through later, Wu Chengjing reminded him. Everyone thought he had the talent for blood energy accumulation, and Su Chen did not explain. After using 10 metal spears, he roughly estimated he had killed several hundred alien beasts. He couldn't bear to throw away the bright silver spear. Young man, we underestimated you. No wonder you're at the top of both lists. I acknowledge your strength, but you're consuming a lot now, so go back, leave the rest to us, said the other team members, seeing Su Chen still wanting to attack. They were also aware of Su Chen's abilities and knew that he used the talent for human-level blood energy accumulation, which would eventually run out, making it impossible for him to break through later. Moreover, just these 10 spear throws had saved their elite team quite a bit of blood energy and stamina. Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought, how could that be? The real show had just begun. He could gain even more blood energy from close combat, so he immediately took out his demon-breaking spear. With over 100 kilograms of weight in hand, there was no need to worry about the weapon getting damaged in battle or the delay in switching weapons. It was his first time using a heavy spear on the battlefield. Su Chen revealed a brilliant smile. Everyone step back, I'm going to start hunting the evil beasts now. Holding the demon-breaking spear, with its pitch-black body and matte triangular spearhead, Su Chen raised it horizontally, ready to unleash the star-piercing spear technique. At this moment, he had already distanced himself significantly from the team. To catch up, charging forward with the star-piercing spear was the fastest option. Su Chen, that's enough. We acknowledge your strength, but don't overexert yourself. You've already consumed a lot of energy, don't end up unable to break through later. Such terrifying attack power had almost cleared a large number of evil beasts in a straight line ahead of them. 10 spears had created a gap of 100 meters for them to advance, which was a tremendous consumption of energy. Such an attack couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The consumption of vitality and the physical burden were immense. However, they didn't know that Su Chen possessed the demon-devouring body. As long as he hunted the evil beasts, his total vitality would increase, and compared to what he consumed, his vitality limit was always on the rise, far exceeding the losses. Leave the rest to me. We can still retreat. We haven't been surrounded by the evil beasts yet, Wu Chengjing said, worried about Su Chen. This boy, who matched her taste, would be heart-wrenching to lose. No, leave the rest to me. You focus on conserving your vitality and strength to deal with the sea-level evil beasts. Su Chen shook his head. At this moment, his charge was complete, and he transformed into an arrow released from a bow, propelled by the star-piercing spear. crossing 20 meters to join the vanguard of the spearhead captains. People saw an E-level evil beast in front of Su Chen get struck by the spear, instantly exploding from the tremendous force. The acceleration of this attack power, the explosive force, was monstrous. Even Wu Ligua glanced over, astonished at such a terrifying talent for vitality accumulation. Was this really a human-level talent? Su Chen didn't want to stop charging, but the terrifying amplification over 20 meters was a full 200 times. If he amplified further, he feared his body wouldn't withstand it. It was only because he had reached the level of a martial general that he could endure it. As for increasing the distance further, it seemed the star-piercing spear could amplify infinitely, but if the body couldn't handle it, it was useless. "Hey, you kid, we're not blind, just try to stay behind us as much as possible." They hadn't expected that even with such great consumption, Su Chen would continue to join the front lines of battle, so they could only try to protect him as he exhausted himself. The members of the 100 Flowers squad saw this scene and their morale surged. This was their fearless vice captain. They all shouted, fighting fiercely, charging toward Su Chen's position. It was incredibly satisfying. They too had been looked down upon by other teams, being told that with so few people, they should just focus on logistics and not join the fight. They had been holding back their breath. Now, seeing Su Chen take the lead, they all unleashed their strength, and immediately the speed of their advance in their area increased, catching up with other fully staffed teams. The formation of the assault teams, consisting of 4 squads, did not advance in a straight line but instead opened a gap with Wu Ligua and the other martial generals, while the others spread out to secure territory. Once they reached the sea-level evil beasts, they would launch a counter-encirclement to fend off the supporting evil beasts. They also needed to create space for the decisive battle against the sea-level evil beasts, otherwise, the aftermath of the battle would cause them heavy losses, and their direct assault range would inevitably be significant. Su Chen slammed his spear heavily onto the head of a 3-meter-tall evil beast, smashing it open like a watermelon. Su Chen activated the martial skill Dragon Suppressing the Sea, and as he executed the 9 strikes, a vitality dragon faintly coiled around the demon-breaking spear. With a 90% increase in attack power from the 9 layers of spear intent, both speed and strength were greatly enhanced, and for those armored evil beasts, it was like cutting through vegetables. Blood splattered all over Su Chen, his cold and stern gaze radiating killing intent. Each swing of his spear claimed the life of an otherworldly beast, like a blood-soaked demon god. The members of the assault team were left dumbfounded. Was he really this fierce? They thought Su Chen, having thrown his spear, would be exhausted, but to their surprise, he was even more ferocious in close combat, with all the evil beasts within 3 meters of him meeting their end. He charged ahead so aggressively that even the generals formed by sharp blades were left far behind. As they were engulfed by the tide of beasts, every time they thought Su Chen had perished, a massive beast would fall, revealing his blood-soaked figure. A god of slaughter on the battlefield. This was the thought that crossed their minds. He showed no signs of fatigue. Was his stamina and vitality truly endless? Wu Ligua had not pushed too far ahead, needing to conserve his strength and energy, but seeing Su Chen rampaging through the evil beasts, he glanced at Wu Chengjing, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, and suddenly understood. So this is the person you insisted on getting from your brother. No wonder you're so fond of him. Wu Ligua clicked his tongue. He's even more reckless than you. Are all young people this fierce nowadays? This was the first time he had seen someone more insane than his niece. The originally delicate-looking youth had transformed into a different person as he charged into the tide of beasts. The contrast was striking. He resembled a demon more than the demons themselves, the kind that couldn't help but devour an evil beast. However, such intense fighting would eventually drain his energy and blood, leading to his demise in the tide of beasts. Wu Ligua felt that such talent should not be extinguished so easily. Thanks to Su Chen's rampage, he had saved a significant amount of energy and stamina, so he decided to lend a hand at a critical moment. He wanted Su Chen to experience some setbacks, so he wouldn't underestimate the tide of beasts in the future. No matter how fierce one person was, it was impossible to kill thousands of beasts alone. They had already covered more than half of the 3-kilometer distance, and Wu Ligua was still watching Su Chen fight from behind. What's up with this kid? Doesn't he know fatigue? Wu Ligua couldn't comprehend it. The time spent fighting was almost catching up to 1/5 of his own mastery. They were nearly at the side of a sea-level demon, and Wu Ligua felt they could not wait any longer. It would be troublesome if a sea-level demon set its sights on Su Chen. He immediately unleashed his energy, breaking away from the team to clear the area around Su Chen of the beasts. Su Chen was in the midst of a killing spree, his energy levels continuously rising, but suddenly finding all the surrounding evil beasts gone, he shot an annoyed glare at Wu Ligua. Wu Ligua saw that Su Chen's expression was not one of gratitude but rather one of complaint for his interference, leaving him at a loss. Calm down, the sea-level demon isn't far from us. Don't let it fixate on you. Suchen looked up and saw, high among the ruins, an octopus-like demon gathering D-level evil beasts, locking eyes with him. The octopus demon had already noticed Suchen and their team, its achievements too remarkable to ignore. It momentarily made him think that this kid was the one hunting him, forgetting about Wu Ligua hidden among the crowd. He saw the weak human looking at him with a gaze as if he were a treasure, and couldn't help but wonder what had drawn his attention. Suchen glanced away. The other party did not flee but instead gathered its subordinates, planning to trap them like catching a turtle in a jar, showing confidence in its own strength. He did not want to attract the attention of a sea-level demon that was in existence on par with a human master, one he couldn't defeat yet. Suchen paused briefly, and the team behind him quickly surged forward, spreading out to clear an area. They had already approached within 100 meters of the sea-level octopus demon, surrounded by more than 10 D-level demons and numerous D-level beasts, waiting for them. Clearly, the sea-level demon was not afraid of their encirclement. Instead, it intended to rely on its numerical advantage to counter-encircle the intruding team. On Suchen's side, there were only 8 generals, placing them at an absolute disadvantage in both high-end combat power and numbers. Their only chance of victory lay in executing a decapitation strike by overwhelming the enemy in a short period. If they failed to eliminate the sea-level demon before their forces could no longer hold out, they would be trapped within the encirclement of the beast tide. Thousands upon thousands of beasts would devour them until nothing remained. Wu Ligua and the others clearly understood the danger of this mission. Everyone's safety depended on the few centurions and him. Everyone spread out, clear a 100-meter perimeter, and make sure no beasts or demons get in. Wu Ligua shouted, no longer holding back his strength. He took a large step forward, instantly arriving in front of a D-level beast, and brought down his 2-meter-long spear with a fierce strike, smashing half of its body into a bloody mess. Suchen, you command the team. Your energy consumption is too high. Don't get involved in the battlefield with the D-level demons and beasts, Wu Changjing advised him before leaving. This is an order. The team needs you. Otherwise, their casualties will be too great, she added specifically for this reason. Suchen had already done enough. Wu Changjing was unaware of Suchen's true strength, but such high-intensity hunting would exhaust even a seasoned warrior at the first level. She did not want Suchen to die like this, and even if he had the strength left, she wouldn't let him join in. There would still be breakout battles ahead, and if he truly exhausted his last bit of energy, he would undoubtedly perish. Understood, I will do my best to protect them. Suchen did not refuse, as there were still many E-level demons and beasts around. He glanced at his status panel. Demon Slaying System. Host, Suchen age, 18 realm, first level warrior talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring divine body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon subduing sea cultivation method, none. Star piercing spear, earth rank, hunt 2/1000 D-level demon beasts to upgrade to heaven rank, with a 1000-fold increase. Dragon subduing sea, human rank, hunt 2 out of 100 D-level demon beasts to upgrade to earth rank, increasing spear intent layers to 99. Host's vitality, 4588 plus 679 with a vitality value of 5267, he was already considered a seasoned warrior at the first level. The higher the realm, the more vitality was required. To advance to the next small realm at the first level required 10,000 vitality points. Reaching the Grandmaster level required 100,000 vitality points, which showed the terror of a Grandmaster, capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch, truly moving mountains and filling seas. 100-meter range was already the limit for the Night Watchman, and in the middle was the battle between the Grandmaster and the sea-level demon. A slight misstep could lead to heavy casualties from the residual shockwaves. Yet they had no choice. Sea-level demons possessed intelligence beyond that of humans and would not foolishly leave the beast tide to be hunted down. Suchen's vitality was insufficient to confront a sea-level demon. He planned to take advantage of the battle between the Centurion and the D-level demon to hold off the beast tide, allowing him to increase his own vitality through hunting. Stay alive, Wu Changjing said solemnly to Suchen before joining the battle against the D-level demon to prevent interference with Wu Ligua's fight. Suchen raised the demon-breaking spear, its matte surface smeared with slick blood, his vitality resonating as he shook off all impurities. He looked at the beast tide with a happy smile. He could enhance his strength again, and the beast tide was just what he needed. He moved to occupy the middle of the road between 2 ruined buildings, slamming his spear down onto the ground with a thud. Most others stood atop the ruins, blocking the demon beasts, taking advantage of the geographical position to reduce casualties. In contrast, the open road in the middle was avoided by everyone, as it meant facing a direct assault from numerous demon beasts. That was the only open area left. The encirclement no longer had any positions unfavorable to the Night Watchman. Not everyone has the courage to stand there. When they all instinctively sought fortune and avoided danger, looking for advantageous positions, they realized they had overlooked a crucial spot. After all, this was a sudden combat situation, happening in an instant, relying solely on their subconscious search for favorable terrain, which they ended up neglecting. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The evil beasts had begun to surge forward. "Quick, someone, block that area!" someone shouted anxiously. However, they saw a young man, drenched in blood, holding a matte black spear, standing in the middle of the road. "Just him alone. Leave this to me. No entry ahead." Su-chen immediately leveled his spear and smashed the skull of a 4-meter-tall wild boar beast charging at him. The violent method of attack was nothing like that of a gun. It resembled more of a giant hammer, brutal and forceful. Su-chen wielded the spear with the might of a colossal hammer. What terrifying attacking power this was! How strong must he be to crush a beast known for its defense as easily as smashing a watermelon? Everyone was dumbfounded. Captain Su! Majestic! Awesome! The 24 members of the 100 Flowers 100 People team who followed Su-chen saw what he had done, their morale soaring as they rallied to slay the evil beasts. They were completely convinced. Initially, they had doubted him because of his age, but twice now, he had stood in the most dangerous places, leading the charge and fighting fiercely. Soldiers prefer generals who can lead them to victory, as it reduces their chances of death. They admire generals who are wise and strategic, as they can achieve victory. But they prefer generals who charge into battle themselves. Perhaps they lack the tactical acumen, but they fight alongside their men, side by side in the fray. Nothing boosts morale more than this. When a general is fearless and invincible, his soldiers will be inspired by this fierce spirit, unleashing unimaginable strength. In ancient times, Xian Yu burned his boats and fought against overwhelming odds, charging into battle without any tactics, relying solely on breaking through enemy lines. If the enemy was tenacious, he would turn his horse around and break through again until the enemy's morale collapsed. When Xian stood on a high peak, staring intently at the figure in the fray, his hand gripping his weapon until it bled. He had signed up for this mission because he knew Su-chen would participate. He believed he was no less capable than Su-chen. He hadn't even told his father, signing up without permission. He just wanted to prove that he, when Xian, was no worse than Su-chen. When Xian rallied his blood and swung his giant blade, cleaving the head of a beast, fighting fiercely. Others were inspired by Su-chen's actions, their morale soaring as they hacked at the evil beasts. But for when Xian, his motivation to hunt the evil beast stemmed from his unwillingness to lose to Su-chen. He could do it too. Su-chen swung his spear, blood and energy swirling around him, his might overwhelming. Those massive beasts, 3 to 4 meters tall, were no match for him. They could not pass through to support the sea-level evil spirits behind him. They could only get past if they dealt with Su-chen first. If one were to speak of the beauty of his attacking style, there was none. There were no elegant and handsome techniques taught by martial arts masters. Su-chen's attacks were purely violent and unmatched, wide and forceful, embodying a complete aesthetic of brutality, each strike lethal. Hunted E-level beast, gain 10 points of blood energy. Hunted E-level beast, gain 10 points of blood energy. Hunted E-level evil spirit, gain 10 points of blood energy. Meanwhile, others occupied the high ground, struggling to fend off the evil beasts, suffering casualties from time to time, their hearts filled with dread, unsure if they would be next. However, when they saw Su-chen standing at the very bottom in the broadest area, amidst the towering pile of corpses, his blood-soaked figure relentlessly fighting, a surge of strength welled up within them. With such a centurion present, what were they still afraid of? Su-chen's existence seemed to inject weight into this team, like a small boat amidst the raging tide of beasts, stabilizing them firmly. Su-chen wielded his spear, his body covered in blood and filth, like a demon emerging from hell. His figure, initially submerged in the tide of beasts, gradually rose higher, with a mountain of beastly corpses piled beneath him. Surrounding the sea-level demon, there were already E-level beast demons, while the F-level beast demons were still on the outskirts. Su-chen was practically slaughtering them, feeling his vitality continuously rising within him. Compared to the vitality consumed in battle, his total vitality was constantly increasing, insignificant compared to his consumption. With the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear, the vitality and stamina he expended in hunting beast demons were far less than that of others. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some team members struggling due to insufficient vitality. Their weapons had sunk halfway into the bodies of the beast demons, lacking the strength to continue. Yet he remained spirited, showing no signs of exhaustion or depletion. By the end, the beast demons had climbed to great heights just to engage him. He hadn't expected that this wall of corpses would serve as a barrier, but he didn't like it. It meant his efficiency in hunting had decreased. The beast demons were climbing too slowly. Whether it was Su-chen's illusion or not, among the beast demons he had killed, the beasts made up the majority. At first, there were E-level demons coming, but now he hadn't seen any at all. Suchen glanced back. At this moment, Wu Changjing and Wu Ligua had already begun their battle. The Centurions, including Wu Changjing, were fighting the D-level demons, preventing them from providing support. Meanwhile, Wu Ligua was engaged with the C-level demon, battling high in the sky, with numerous tall buildings being shattered and falling down. The master flying in the air, deeply entrenched in this encirclement, did not mean there was no danger. Once trapped and falling to the ground, surrounded by the tide of beasts, he would never be able to fly again. At this point, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Wu Ligua's fighting style was similar to Wu Changjing's, trading injury for injury, aiming for quick kills. However, the C-level demon had long understood that all it needed to do was stall, with the few people from the demon suppression division being overwhelmed by his tide of beasts was just a matter of time. The C-level demon was at ease, not giving Wu Ligua any chance to trade injuries. It kept circling towards the edge of the battle, the aftermath of the fight threatening the patrollers, which also drained more of Wu Ligua's energy, pulling him in different directions. However, after half an hour of dragging the battle, the C-level demon found that the encircled humans had not been exterminated or devoured. It couldn't help but feel furious. Looking over, it found that the only wide road in the encirclement had disappeared, replaced by towering beast corpses, forming a high wall. It appeared puzzled. Could there still be a master among this human team? Because only a master could possess such abundant vitality, fighting relentlessly and hunting so many beast demons. It saw Su Chen bravely fighting atop the wall of beast corpses, sensing his aura. It realized that the attacks released by this person were far from the level of a master. He was merely a general. Beast demons, especially the beasts, had extremely high defenses. For humans to kill them, they needed to expend more vitality to enhance their attack power, which was a massive consumption. In such intense fighting, even if this general was top tier, his vitality should be nearing exhaustion by now. The C-level demon observed and felt no signs of the opponent's vitality depleting. Instead, he seemed to grow stronger with each battle. This couldn't continue. He had to kill this guy, otherwise, if it dragged on, he would be in danger too. But every time he approached the encirclement, the human master in front of him always pushed him back, not giving him a chance. After Su Chen killed a beast, Host has hunted over 1,000 evil beasts and demons, gaining the accompanying martial skill unmatched by thousands. Accompanying martial skill? Which martial skill is it accompanying? Su Chen wondered as he checked the martial skill introduction. Any martial skill developed will be improved upon by the developers or users. After all, martial skills are just techniques, and in life and death battles, they cannot be used rigidly without flexibility. Therefore, based on existing martial skills, some practitioners will improve them according to their own strength characteristics, making them more suited to themselves and able to unleash even greater power. This type of improved martial skill is called an accompanying martial skill, and those who can create accompanying martial skills are all geniuses among geniuses. Some accompanying martial skills can even surpass the original martial skills. He remembered that there was a genius in the capital who improved the human-level martial skill, Mountain Crushing Palm, into the accompanying martial skill Mountain Crushing Force, which originally acted on external power but transformed into an attack on the weak internal organs, completely not belonging to Earth-level martial skills. This represents that they have forged their own path. The top human powerhouses all have their unique martial skills, and those who can independently research martial skills and accompanying martial skills are at least above the master level. Su Chen did not expect that he also had an accompanying martial skill unique to himself, and he did not even need to create it. Unmatched by thousands introduction, an accompanying martial skill of the Dragon Subduing Sea technique, it accumulates spear intent through the Dragon Subduing Sea, transforming into a blood dragon that wraps around the body, protecting oneself from one attack, initially reducing damage by 50%, with each layer of spear intent increasing damage reduction by 1%. When the shield breaks, the blood dragon will launch an attack, with the attack strength equal to the host's attack power plus the number of spear intent layers. Note, to activate Unmatched by Thousands, the initial spear intent requires 9 layers. After use, spear intent resets to 0, and the attack power boost disappears, requiring a cooldown of 1 minute for the next release. This skill is invincible. Su Chen clicked his tongue. The original Dragon Subduing Sea was just a permanent martial skill that increased attack power by 90%, and as for the Blood Dragon's explosive attack, he had tried it. The Blood Dragon's external attack simply increased attack range, which was not very useful. Now with the Star-Piercing Spear, he really had no need to give up the 90% attack power boost for that remote attack. It felt like the Blood Dragon's explosion was quite useless. Unexpectedly, after killing so many demons here, the awakened accompanying martial skill allowed the Blood Dragon to wrap around for defense. With 9 layers of Spear Intent activated plus a 50% damage reduction, that's a total of 59% damage reduction, which is enough to withstand 60% of the damage. This dragon-subduing sea attack martial skill, after becoming an accompanying martial skill, turned into a defensive martial skill, which was surprisingly overpowered. Although it required stacking spear intent to use, as long as he executed 9 moves, he could obtain a shield with 59% damage reduction, and Su Chen could perform 9 moves in less than half a minute. After that, he could refresh the unmatched by thousands accompanying martial skill every minute, and a shield with 59% damage reduction was absurd. He was still puzzled as to why the dragon-subduing sea required D-level evil beasts for upgrades, while the star-piercing spear only needed D-level evil beasts for upgrades. It turned out this accompanying martial skill was so overpowered. The next Earth level 99 layers of spear intent could transform into the unmatched by thousands shield, achieving 100% damage reduction. With the increase in strength, the speed of stacking spear intent would only get faster. Almost within a minute, he could have an invincible skill that immunizes against attacks. Su Chen looked at the skill introduction and couldn't help but feel excited, quickly unleashing the accompanying martial skill unmatched by thousands. The blood dragon swirled around the demon-breaking spear, wrapping around his body, moving and transforming around him. Su Chen had high attack and low defense, and with the evil beasts and demons, it was a passionate exchange of blows. He possesses the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear and the demon-devouring body, allowing him to fight without limits, without needing to conserve his vitality and stamina. Otherwise, he would have long been attacked due to sluggishness from declining vitality. Now, with the skill that grants him a 59% damage reduction, his only shortcoming has vanished. Those evil demons hiding in the beast tide, fearing his strength, had made him quite weary with their ambushes, but now he is not so afraid anymore. From within the corpse of a beast, an evil demon burst forth from its belly, brandishing a long sword and slashing at Su Chen. This was a D-grade evil demon, who had long recognized Su Chen's power and found it difficult to kill him, so it hid in the beast's belly, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Its blade struck the blood dragon coiling around Su Chen, blocking the attack. A dragon's roar echoed as the blood dragon surged toward the D-grade evil demon. The blood dragon pierced through the D-grade evil demon's body and then soared into the air, dissipating. Su Chen looked at the strike against his D-grade alloy soft silk armor. He was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the D-grade evil demon, having been pierced by the blood dragon, opened its mouth and spat blood, its insides destroyed. Originally, Su Chen's strike shouldn't have caused such high damage. After all, it was a D-grade evil demon, with defenses far superior to those of humans. However, the advantage lay in Su Chen's talent with the demon-suppressing divine spear. Ignoring its defenses, this strike didn't kill it, but it had rendered it incapable of rising again. Su Chen did not expect that the first D-grade evil demon he killed in this beheading operation was one that had been killed by the backlash from his shield. He thrust his spear through the D-grade evil demon, lifting it upright, and roared at the beast horde, "Take this spear!" So refreshing. Even the less intelligent beasts felt a fear of death, stunned in place by Su Chen's roar, hesitating to advance. Even the dullest of beasts, seeing the mountain of corpses piled beneath Su Chen, should have understood. The hidden evil demons desperately whipped the beasts to attack, managing to control the situation and prevent the beasts from fleeing. The weary fighters had already become numb, mechanically battling the evil demons and beasts. They were physically and mentally exhausted, their vitality, stamina, and spirit severely depleted. A collapse was inevitable. They understood that fleeing here was meaningless, only leading to being surrounded and devoured by the evil demons and beasts. They saw the towering mountain of corpses, about 10 meters high, where a figure stood holding a spear, lifting an evil demon, blood splattering all over him. Standing atop the peak forged from corpses, the blood-soaked figure laughed heartily, his grip on the weapon once again invigorating his strength. "Yes, as long as he is here, we have not lost." When Xin had become so exhausted that he could barely hold his knife. He tied a cloth around his hand to secure the knife, looking up at that figure, a sense of defeat washing over him. Is he even human? After such intense fighting, he still has the strength to laugh. When Xin felt that he was merely holding on, just like him, because if Su Chen were to fall now, this team would disband and be engulfed by the evil demons and beasts. Wu Ligua had numerous wounds on his body. The sea-grade octopus demon attacked him with 7 or 8 weapons simultaneously, and even he could not withstand it. He had to pay a price for trading injuries. Now, after half an hour of fighting, his vitality was greatly depleted, but he could still hold on. Given time, he could slay this sea-grade demon. However, time was not on his side. He knew the people below could not hold out much longer. The sea-grade demon opposite him was in the same situation, but as long as the beast tide rushed in, it could hide among them, and then even he would be doomed. The battles with the D-grade demons and the centurions had also reached a stalemate. Wu Ligua received no help. "I underestimated their strength," Wu Ligua lamented, but he never thought of fleeing. The Wu family had never had deserters, only heroes who died on the battlefield. "I'll die before I let you go." Wu Ligua heard a loud laugh and looked down at the ground, his pupils shaking. He saw Su Chen standing atop a peak made of corpses, wielding a spear, relentlessly hunting down the evil beasts. The evil beasts charged forward one after another, but they could not breach that high wall. "This kid makes me feel like I'm back on the battlefield with my brother. He's simply ferocious, almost inhuman." Wu Ligua was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Su Chen to be this fierce, standing in the most dangerous and open place, single-handedly holding back the tide of beasts. At the same time, he was astonished, realizing that he had only seen such relentless, high-intensity fighting once before, and that was his brother, Wu Shanhe, the head of the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue Town. He was truly a freak. No wonder that girl Wu Changjing said this guy is to her liking. He has the shadow of her father from back in the day. In that case, I can't lag behind. The younger generation is more capable than me. As the leader, I can't hold them back. Wu Ligua's blood surged, his gaze sharp, and his fighting style became increasingly fierce, completely ignoring defense and focusing entirely on offense. Because the outcome was in his hands, as long as he could slay the C-rank demon. Su Chen was indeed fierce, but after such a prolonged high-intensity battle, he was likely just holding on. "Su Chen, don't die. You must hold on until I slay this C-rank demon." Below, Wu Changjing was engaged in combat with a D-rank demon, panting heavily. After all, she had just broken through to the martial general level, and facing these elite D-rank demons was still quite taxing. She could barely hold on, let alone support Wu Ligua and break the deadlock. She saw Su Chen's figure, his eyes shining brightly, as he fought alone atop the peak made of demon corpses. "This is too fierce." Wu Changjing's face flushed red. She had just advised others to act within their limits, yet she hadn't expected him to be so much stronger than her. Although she was facing D-rank demons, the peak of demon corpses that Su Chen stood upon was far beyond her capabilities. His endurance and persistence were not something she could compare to. Feeling both ashamed and motivated, Wu Changjing began to fight bravely. She couldn't fall behind. With Su Chen's performance, who knows who will call the shots in the 100 Flowers squad in the future. Originally, there were more than 10 female members in the 100 Flowers squad, and with Su Chen's performance, she couldn't let him take them all away. She had to demonstrate the authority and strength of a captain. Moreover, she saw Su Chen's state in the high-intensity fighting. It wouldn't be long before he couldn't hold on either. Right now, he was also just barely managing, because if Su Chen fell, the front line would collapse. The C-rank octopus demon was being pressured by Wu Ligua, facing several life-threatening situations. He knew this couldn't go on. He had to eliminate that human. As long as he dealt with him, the morale of the humans would crumble, and this encirclement would be his victory. But Wu Ligua in front of him would not simply let him go or give him that opportunity. As a master, killing a martial general was a piece of cake, as long as he could get close. He was confident he could deliver a fatal blow and slaughter this human who had killed countless of his evil beast subordinates. The C-rank demon kept its gaze fixed on the battlefield below, initially thinking it would end soon, completing the encirclement of the beast tide, but it was being held up by a human martial general. Could this human not get tired? He was getting stronger the more he fought. What was going on? Under the bright moonlight at night, amidst the ruins of tall buildings, the moonlight illuminated the ground covered in the corpses of evil beasts, with roars and cries of battle echoing. Su Chen's spear intent wrapped around the spear shaft, as he wielded it amidst the tide of evil beasts atop the high wall made of their corpses. He could feel his vitality continuously rising, but there was still a considerable gap before he could break through to the second level of martial general. However, compared to the arduous training of others, all he needed to do was hunt down the evil beasts to increase his vitality. He looked at the battlefield, where everyone was already showing signs of exhaustion. Many had lost the strength to continue fighting, yet they could not rest and could only force themselves to keep battling. This kind of blood and energy consumption was immense, leading to a decline in both mental and physical stamina, which in turn reduced their defense, attack, and speed across the board, meaning casualties would continue to rise. The current night watchmen were like a tightly stretched straw, about to snap at any moment. With just a little external force, the situation would inevitably fall into defeat, swallowed by the tide of monstrous beasts. Su Chen understood that this could not go on. Once the members were killed off, no matter how abundant his blood and energy were, he would be unable to hold back the sprawling battlefield. The tide of monsters was breaching the encirclement to provide support. At that point, the collapse of the internal captain's battlefield would affect the combat of the Wu Kingdom, and the decapitation plan would completely fail. I must find a way to resolve this. The only solution is to quickly deal with the D-level evil spirits myself. He could not leave this place. If he did, the encirclement would immediately collapse. He needed to find someone to help him temporarily hold this gap. Looking at the internal captains, Su-chen saw that only they had the strength to do so. I need someone to help hold the line. I will hunt the D-level evil spirits, Su-chen shouted to the internal captains. Su-chen, hold on a little longer, we will soon deal with the D-level evil spirits, and then we can join forces to help Officer Wu slay the C-level evil spirits, shouted one of the middle-aged captains, his voice carrying through the blood and energy. You have already consumed a lot of blood and energy, you can't do much on this battlefield. They were not worried about whether the evil spirits could understand. By now, both sides were well aware of each other's capabilities. Any slight movement from Su-chen would naturally alert the D-level evil spirits. He watched the captains fight, clearly with no intention of ending it quickly. Although they were strong and had managed to suppress the enemy with fewer numbers, it was merely suppression. Without any casualties, the stalemate would not be broken. As time passed, the situation would only become more unfavorable for the night watchman. The evil spirits were not fools. As long as they could stall, every time a captain of the night watchman was about to secure a kill, the other D-level evil spirits would come to provide support. These guys did not believe in his strength at all. Seeing him kill such evil spirits, they thought he was severely drained and on the verge of collapse, rather than someone who could help them. Su-chen had no time to explain whether he could do it or not. Noticing that the middle-aged captain who had just spoken was being approached by the evil spirit, Su-chen activated his star-piercing spear and quickly left the battlefield, joining their fight. The violently sharp spear tip pierced through the thick metal armor of the D-level evil spirit without any obstruction. One strike, and it was dead. Well done. The man did not expect that the stalemate that had lasted so long among so many captains would be broken by a young boy. Leave the rest to me, you hold the encirclement. Saying this, the middle-aged man was about to rush to fight others. Su-chen grabbed him and threw him onto the high wall piled with monstrous beasts. There was no time to explain. Dragging it out would only lead to more night watchmen dying. Su-chen, what are you doing? Come back. The middle-aged man had not expected to be thrown into Su-chen's position. How dare you cause trouble at such a critical moment? Come back. However, the middle-aged man saw that Su-chen had already joined the captain's battle with great strides. With no choice, the middle-aged man had to pick up his weapon and take Su-chen's place. As he engaged with the evil spirits, 3 or 5 came at him together. He swung his great sword with all his might, cleaving through an E-level evil spirit, and then another charged at him. He slashed left and right, attacking fiercely. The hard outer skin of the strange beast and evil spirit, even at E rank, consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Although the total consumption was not much compared to his overall vitality, the cumulative effect was terrifying. Just how abundant was Su-chen's vitality and physical strength to endure such a prolonged battle? The middle-aged man could manage, but if he were to last that long amidst the beast tide, he would not be able to. Even now, he was struggling, which is why the beast tide was so terrifying that even masters were reluctant to face it, as they could be worn down by the tactics of the beast sea, exhausting a master's vitality. Su-chen held the matte anti-demon spear, its gunfire entwined with the vitality dragon. He saw Wu Chengjing engaged in a fierce battle with a D-rank evil spirit, perilously close to danger. After all, she had just broken through to the rank of a military general. Even with the martial arts and equipment of the Wu family, she was still at a disadvantage compared to those top-tier D-rank evil spirits. The D-rank evil spirit wielded an unknown beast bone battle axe as a weapon, seizing an opening in Wu Chengjing's defense and bringing down a heavy axe. Wu Chengjing had already executed her move and could not muster any more strength, forced to watch helplessly as the giant axe descended. A black long spear struck the beast bone giant axe. Upon contact, the giant axe shattered like decayed bones. Wu Chengjing was astonished to see Su-chen arrive. Wasn't he supposed to be resisting the beast tide? How did he end up here? She glanced at the middle-aged centurion, who was struggling to hold his ground at Su-chen's original position. What you're doing is quite offensive. At this point, let's talk about offense after we get out alive, Su-chen said, taking the opportunity to thrust forward with his spear. The D-rank evil spirit quickly dodged, its green pupils reflecting confusion at the now handle-less C-rank beast bone giant axe. Su-chen and Wu Chengjing began their righteous 2-on-1. The evil spirit was powerful, having just attempted to take advantage of Su-chen's momentary lapse, but ended up dodging instead. Su-chen knew there was a significant gap between this and the ordinary D-rank evil spirits they usually encountered. This one was on par with a 7th-level military general, boasting nearly 70,000 vitality points. What difference does it make if you two come? You will still die here, the D-rank evil spirit taunted. Who dies is still uncertain. I'll pick you off soon, Su-chen replied, the vitality dragon coiling around his anti-demon spear, his moves bold and unguarded. The D-rank evil spirit attempted several times to expose its high defense areas like its arms and chest armor, hoping to trade injury for injury and force Su-chen to be cautious. However, Su Chen seemed completely unconcerned, appearing confident that his attacks could break through the evil spirit's strongest defenses. Instead, seeing Su Chen's reckless fighting style and recalling how his weapon had inexplicably been destroyed, the evil spirit dared not take a direct hit. "I won't be fooled. Your teammate is about to give in, and I won't give you the chance," the D-rank evil spirit sneered, pointing at the middle-aged man, who was injured in multiple places against the wall of beast corpses. "I need support. The beast tide is too fierce." The middle-aged man cried for help. Su Chen watched as the middle-aged man gradually faltered, his expression helpless. "I thought you were so strong. How is it that you can't hold on after less than 3 minutes? But Su Chen could not just watch him collapse. If the beast tide broke through, their decapitation operation would completely fail, and they would all die at the jaws of the beasts. "Wu Changjing, go help him. I'll handle this here." "But you'll be facing him alone. He's a top-tier D-rank evil spirit, and you just went through a fierce battle. Your vitality isn't enough to sustain you in combat." Wu Changjing, seeing the middle-aged man unable to last even 3 minutes, was even more shocked by Su Chen's endurance of 40 minutes in such intense fighting. It was hard to comprehend how he still had the energy to help her. This was beyond what someone of his rank should possess. "No matter what you do, your fate of death is sealed," the D-rank evil spirit said disdainfully. "What are you barking at, dog?" Su Chen was annoyed by the guy who was throwing trash talk at him. He wasn't the type to engage in a lot of banter. He could kill, but he never talked much. "Leave it to me, the team can't hold on much longer. If you don't go now, they will all die." Wu Changjing glanced at the middle-aged man and saw signs of a breakthrough in the tide of alien beasts. Knowing he had no time to hesitate, Su Chen had already exhausted a lot of energy. Sending him back would be just as dangerous. Wu Changjing still had some strength and stamina left to persist. "Don't die, just hold him off. As long as you can hold him, trust my uncle, he will definitely be able to do it." After saying this, Wu Changjing raised her gun and quickly left the battlefield to support the middle-aged man. As soon as she joined the middle-aged man's battlefield, she immediately felt an unparalleled pressure, with alien beasts and demons surging around them. The two of them were like a small boat in the vast ocean, struggling to stay afloat. How did he manage to do it? Su Chen had held on for 40 minutes in such an environment. Wu Changjing glanced at Su Chen, increasingly unable to see through this young man. Even with the two of them as martial generals here, it was still fraught with danger. If Su Chen hadn't been holding the line, the encirclement would have collapsed long ago. Wu Changjing thought to herself, swinging her spear and desperately piercing through the thick fur of an alien beast, panting heavily. Su Chen wielded the demon-breaking spear, its body surrounded by the aura of a dragon, with a 90% increase in attack power, combined with his current 9,872 health points. His strength was on par with a second-stage martial general. However, when clashing with this D-grade demon weapon, Su Chen still found it somewhat overwhelming. But he didn't defend. His fighting style was entirely about trading injuries, which made the powerful D-grade demon wary, and he wasn't gaining the upper hand in the battle. He also had no time to gather strength to unleash the star-piercing spear to achieve a kill. The opponent simply wouldn't give him that time, with attacks coming without interruption. The D-grade demon was puzzled. He had watched Su Chen fight through the tide of alien beasts for 40 minutes. How could he still have such abundant health and stamina? The D-grade demon saw Su Chen attack, and his chest was left wide open, a very obvious flaw. "Kid, your time to die has come." The D-grade demon swung a heavy punch towards Su Chen's chest. His weapon was already destroyed, but so what? The human in front of him was wearing nothing but a piece of inner armor, not even decent alloy armor. A single punch was enough to shatter his insides. Su Chen didn't defend either. He thrust his spear straight at the D-grade demon's chest, striking after the fact. The D-grade demon sneered. Even if the spear hit solidly, it wouldn't be able to pierce through his C-grade alien beast skin armor, and his attack would reach Su Chen faster. Martial skill, unmatched by 1,000 men. The aura of the dragon coiled around Su Chen, providing a 50% damage reduction along with 9 layers of spear intent, totaling a 59% damage reduction. The fist, as big as a cooking pot, struck Su Chen's alloy soft silk armor, and his body shook, but he felt no pain at all. "Kid, you're dead for sure, your insides have already been shattered by me." Su Chen's spear effortlessly pierced through the C-grade alien beast skin armor, stabbing through the heart, the spear tip emerging from the back. "This is impossible?" The D-grade demon's eyes were filled with disbelief as he angrily swung a fist at Su Chen, wanting to take him down with him. A dragon's roar echoed, and the aura of the dragon passed through his head. The D-grade demon fell silent. Hunted D-grade demon, gained 783 health points. The first 2 D-grade demons Su Chen had hunted only yielded a little over 200 health points, indicating the strength of this D-grade demon. Wu Changjing was struggling, while the Night Watch team members were already exhausted, each one injured, on the brink of collapse. Some had begun to flee, unable to bear the brutality of the battlefield. However, in this encirclement full of alien beasts, fleeing would only lead to a quicker death. Morale was already on the verge of breaking down. The members of the Night Watch, who were holding the perimeter, saw Su-Chen slay a C-rank demon. They watched as he severed the demon's head and, under the moonlight, let out a howl towards the sky. In that sound, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth, causing everyone to turn their heads, as if a demon god had returned from hell. A merciless reaper of lives, and that was the demon belonging to the evil beasts. It seemed he would not stop his hunting steps for a moment, continuing until death. At that moment, the Night Watch regained their morale. Although their blood and stamina were exhausted, they still fought with their strong willpower. The front line stabilized once again. Su-Chen quickly dealt with 2 D-rank demons, pulling back the balance in the battle that originally involved 14 D-rank demons and 6 martial generals. This did not affect the overall situation. The beginning of the plan was to hope that Wu Ligua could quickly slay the C-rank demon, while the other 2 battlefields focused on holding the line. To win now, all martial generals needed to support Wu Ligua. Although they could not inflict damage, they could create distractions and opportunities for Wu Ligua. Or perhaps Su-Chen could take down the C-rank demon with a single shot, but that was not possible. His attack technique, the star-piercing spear, could injure a C-rank demon with a 20-meter charge and the 9th layer of the dragon-suppressing C-spear intent. However, the opponent would not just stand still for him to attack. Su-Chen immediately adjusted the spearhead, aiming at a centurion engaged with a D-rank demon, and began to charge the star-piercing spear. He estimated the distance to be 17 meters, not exceeding 20 meters, with a 100-fold power increase plus a 7-fold increase, this time without the 9th layer of the dragon-suppressing C-spear intent. However, with his current blood value of 10,655 and a 100-fold power increase, he could easily kill. The spear charged and instantly rushed to a battlefield, lifting a D-rank demon high on the spear tip. Blood flowed down its massive body, bathing him entirely. Hunting a D-rank demon gained 437 blood value. After quickly killing a D-rank demon, Su-Chen wanted to rapidly expand his achievements, but the D-rank demons were not foolish and had already prepared defenses. Seeing the few D-rank demons with their subtle defensive gazes, plus they used D-rank beasts as shields, it was unlikely to launch another surprise attack. He immediately joined another battlefield to attempt a strong kill, but after dozens of exchanges, he could not take down the opponent. The D-rank demon simply would not engage him head-on, dodging whenever possible, and even when injured, it did not give Su-Chen a chance. "Be careful!" Wu Ligua shouted at Su-Chen from the sky, holding a severed arm in his hand. Su-Chen looked up, and the massive body of the octopus demon was diving towards him. The opponent, at the cost of an arm, also wanted to take him down, showing how much the C-rank demon hated Su-Chen. Su-Chen's extraordinary endurance forced the C-rank demon to fight desperately against Wu Ligua, nearly killing him several times. Taking this opportunity, they aimed to eliminate Su-Chen first. Being targeted by the C-rank demon, Su-Chen was already mentally prepared, as he was too conspicuous in the beast tide. The opponent would definitely notice him and would find a way to kill him, aiming to undermine the morale of the Night Watch and cause a rapid collapse. The blood dragon coiled around him, unleashing an unstoppable force, as Su-Chen raised the demon-breaking spear to clash with the beast bone broadsword in the demon's hand. A massive force crushed down, sending Su-Chen flying, shattering his blood shield. The hastily launched C-rank demon wielded various weapons with its 8 arms, but it specifically chose to use a weapon made from the bones of a beast. Su-Chen flipped in the air, landing steadily on the ground, his arm holding the demon-breaking spear numb. Truly, this C-rank demon was on par with a master. If it weren't for his weapon breaking at the last moment, a single strike could have severely injured him. The octopus-like C-rank demon looked at the weapon made from B-rank beast bones in its hand, now reduced to powder, with a look of astonishment. "Human brat, how did you do that? A mere martial general, and you shattered my weapon." Even the B-level evil spirits find it difficult to damage his weapon in a single strike. Without waiting for Su-Chen's response, the C-level evil spirit, with its 6 hands wielding various weapons, some made of human alloy, others from the bones of strange beasts, had a cold gaze, but it no longer had the chance to strike. Wu Ligua's heavy blade descended from the sky, once again engaging in battle with the octopus-like C-level evil spirit. Having lost an arm, the already disadvantaged C-level evil spirit became even more passive. Clearly, it had lost this gamble. It never expected that the human boy could withstand its deadly strike and even shatter its weapon. With more wounds added to its body, Wu Ligua fought even more recklessly. If he didn't hurry, they would all be dead. Wu Ligua severed 3 of the C-level evil spirit's hands with a single slash. Its chest armor caved in from the blows, and it spat out a large amount of blood. Without hesitation, he struck again, severing the other two hands, while the chest was smashed open by a giant beast bone axe, blood staining the armor red. Just as Wu Ligua was about to kill the sea-level evil spirit, it suddenly retreated, fleeing towards the tide of strange beasts. Its speed was so fast that Wu Ligua couldn't catch up. "Quick, stop it. Don't let it escape into the beast tide," Wu Ligua shouted. If the sea-level evil spirit managed to hide in the beast tide, all their efforts would be in vain. He never expected the opponent to be so decisive, sacrificing its last arm to activate a secret technique to escape. The secret technique was a skill unique to sea-level evil spirits, similar to human martial arts, with various effects. The sea-level evil spirit activated the secret technique to flee, moving so quickly that even he couldn't stop it. He could only hope that the centurions ahead could hold it off for a moment until he arrived. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Chen stood with his spear blocking the way. "I haven't settled the score with you for ambushing me." The sea-level evil spirit, the octopus, was furious. When did it become the target of a mere martial general from the human race? It immediately lifted a foot to sweep across, thinking that even in its current injured state, it was not something a mere martial general could break through. The sea-level evil spirit's physical defense was far stronger than that of a human master of the same realm. Even the blood power of a top martial general, aided by weapons, couldn't break through. Although this kick was not as fast as in its prime, it was enough to kill the human boy. The sea-level evil spirit sneered, preparing to deliver a kick that would sever him in half. Su Chen raised his spear, sidestepped, and the spear tip effortlessly cut through one of the octopus evil spirit's legs. How is that possible? The sea-level evil spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. Its defense was something even Wu Ligua found difficult to breach with leather armor. If the opponent hadn't used martial skills desperately, it would have been impossible to sever its arm. After all, it was a sea-level evil spirit, not something a mere martial general could harm. Seizing the opportunity as the sea-level evil spirit lost a leg and became unsteady, Su Chen thrust the spear into its chest. The sea-level evil spirit, clad in B-level beast skin armor, looked in disbelief at the spear embedded in its chest. It was actually killed by a mere martial master? Hunt sea-level evil spirit, gain 2,547 vitality points. Kill sea-level evil spirit, gain the skill shocking demon. Wu Ligua stood dumbfounded, gripping his giant sword. He intended for the centurions to hold off the sea-level evil spirit, just enough to delay it until he could arrive to slay it. Who would have thought Su Chen would kill it directly? That was a sea-level evil spirit, a being that even he, as a master, had to fight hard against and was heavily injured without killing. No matter how weak the sea-level evil spirit was, it was not something a mere martial general could touch. Its powerful physical defense was beyond what a martial general's strength could cut through. Even a top martial general could not kill a heavily injured sea-level evil spirit. The sea-level evil spirit's defense, enhanced by their special secret techniques, was not inferior to a master's mental techniques, amplifying the master's abilities. It was an all-around enhancement of speed, strength, and physical attributes. "How did you do that, kid? Is your weapon SS level?" Wu Ligua came over and examined the broken magic gun. In his eyes, this gun was no different from garbage. Without the special functions of an S-class weapon, how could it possibly kill? He couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend. He must have been seriously injured and probably neglected his own defense, he thought. Nonsense. Hearing Su Chen's explanation, Wu Ligua was the first to not believe it. Even if he were severely injured, it was impossible for this gun to kill him. "Forget it, everyone has their secrets, I won't ask." Wu Ligua understood that Su Chen must have awakened other talents. At this moment on the battlefield, the Night Watchers saw Su Chen kill a C-class evil spirit, and the previously lifeless, zombie-like expressions on their faces lit up again with a desire for life. They had thought they could only die fighting in this tide of alien beasts, having long abandoned the hope of survival. With the loss of the C-class evil spirit's deterrence, the tide of alien beasts began to grow chaotic, and many of them started to flee. The hidden evil spirits also followed in retreat. The remaining D-class evil spirits wanted to rally the alien beasts to attack, but the problem was that Wu Ligua was still there. If they dared to take over the C-class evil spirit's command, they would surely be beheaded by the human masters. Seeking profit and avoiding harm, they also began to withdraw from the fight. The Night Watchers did not pursue. Everyone was already at their physical limit. Under Wu Ligua's command, they broke through in one direction. Su Chen followed closely beside Wu Ligua, breaking through the encirclement of alien beasts and retreating. As dawn broke, in the temporary camp, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, too exhausted to lift a finger. When Xin, who had narrowly escaped death, sat alone on the ground, all the members of his squad, including the captain, had perished. The brutality of this battle exceeded everyone's expectations. with countless squads disappearing. When Xian looked at Su Chen, who was resting not far away, and felt a wave of discouragement, perhaps he would never catch up. Unwilling to accept this, he clenched his hands tightly, realizing he had no strength left. Meanwhile, the other side still had the energy to leisurely roast jerky. When Xian was the pride of the Wen family, the most outstanding genius of his generation, his father was a captain and took pride in his talent, boasting that he would surely surpass him in the future. When Xian had always believed he was a genius, but after seeing Su Chen, all that belief crumbled. A genius like him, in the face of true genius, was like the bright moon compared to starlight. Ridiculous. I didn't expect we could still be alive. Thank heaven. After this, I'll apply to transfer to the Forest Guardians, or maybe just retire. What a pity for Oldly, his child has just been born. Listening to the conversations around him, when Xian also began to consider leaving the Demon Suppression Division. Even if his father was disappointed, it was still more important than losing his own life. When Xian, if you want to transfer to the Forest Guardians, your achievements are enough. Let's join the Forest Guardians together. We have a bond of life and death, and it would be good to have each other's support in the future. When Xian glanced at his captain's friend, who often chatted with their squad, familiar with each other. No, let's wait until later, I'll stay with the Night Watchers. The man looked at Wen Xian's trembling hands and silently patted his shoulder in respect. Great Xia thrives because of people like you. Su Chen was eating roasted meat, and Wu Chengjing sat beside him, taking the jerky he was eating without caring. You really are something. When you return to the city, the entire Demon Suppression Division will know your name. Killing a C-class evil spirit is something that rivals the masters. Wu Chengjing genuinely admired him. With the strength of a martial general, killing a C-class evil spirit was something only a few top talents in the capital could achieve. Su Chen really had contracted the corrupted demon disease. If it weren't for the hospital report clearly stating it, he would have doubted whether Su Chen was just fooling him. I can't imagine how terrifying Su Chen would be without the corruption disease. You rest, I'll take the shift and patrol today. Wu Chengjing clapped his hands. Su Chen was the greatest contributor this time and should be the most exhausted one. Su Chen looked at the number of people on duty, 3 centurions and dozens of uninjured team members. Was so many needed? There hadn't been a large-scale beast tide nearby. We've already delved deep into the ruins. We need to be wary of both the evil spirits and humans, Wu Chengjing explained. There is a gathering place for evil spirits deep in the ruins. They possess a large amount of otherworldly materials, and cult organizations will exchange supplies with the martial arts schools. Exchange supplies? Yes, using humans as a trade for materials tainted with otherworldly essence. Alloy weapons and blood essence potions are made from materials infused with otherworldly essence. Otherworldly materials grow near the gates to other realms and around ancient battlefields. The ancient battlefield is where the human race fought against the evil beasts. After the evil beasts and spirits died, their corpses accumulated, and certain substances transformed over the years into various materials. After these ancient battlefields were discovered, people realized this was not the first invasion from the otherworld. Wars between humans and the otherworld had existed since ancient times. Among them, blood essence potions are refined from the remnants of evil beast corpses that have accumulated for thousands of years. In the Great Xia, every ancient battlefield is a precious resource point, and the night patrols have a branch dedicated to searching for otherworldly materials, especially those S-class weapons and armor. The materials used to create them are all products of S-class evil beasts and spirits after their transformation, possessing special functions. For example, Wu Chengjing's blood-red spear has a defensive breaking effect. The Great Xia does not restrict martial arts schools and families from leaving the city to search for otherworldly materials. The rise of those martial arts schools and families is because they found certain ancient battlefields known only to them. However, the otherworldly materials produced at ancient battlefields are far inferior to those from the true otherworld, where the materials are incredibly abundant. Various S-class otherworldly materials are countless, far exceeding the output of ancient battlefields. The Great Xia once attempted to occupy an otherworld to collect materials, but even with troops led by a guardian, they returned in defeat. Only a few powerful individuals can enter the otherworld to gather materials. For the evil spirits, humans are perfect cultivation materials. Their vast blood essence can significantly increase their own essence through consumption, bypassing the process of enhancing their strength. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, countless families and martial arts schools have emerged due to greed, selling their compatriots for otherworldly materials. They sold humans to the evil spirits, who established a nation of humans outside the ruins. They take and give as they please, like pigs in a pen, slaughtering a few when hungry. Moreover, they tempt those humans close to death to fall into evil. Evil spirits have long lifespans. Even the most ordinary F-class evil spirit can live for 1,000 years. This is also why the Great Xiao's cult organizations strive to eradicate the unclean. Some are discovered for human trafficking, while others are powerful families nearing death, willingly falling to survive. Evil spirits are always eager to breach cities, as it means they can obtain a large amount of blood food. In the western part of the Great Xia, there is a city like Guangyu City that has been captured and is ruled and enslaved by evil spirits. Now, over 100 years have passed, and the humans there take pride in becoming evil spirits, ashamed of their human identity, calling themselves servants of the gods. Outside these ruins, there are martial arts schools, large families, and human servants of the evil spirits. Su Chen looked at the terminal display. They had lost signal, while Guangyu City's signal was strong enough to cover 100 kilometers. Their current location had exceeded the terminal's display, and they could not navigate back using the terminal map. The defeated team, far from the supply city, was in a truly dangerous situation deep within the ruins. Su Chen nodded and closed his eyes to rest. After such intense fighting, his spirit was indeed exhausted. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. "We've spotted a convoy, but it doesn't bear the insignia of the Demon Suppression Division." Su Chen opened his eyes and saw Wu Changjing beside him, holding a spear with a serious expression. "Can we confirm their identity?" Su Chen picked up his spear and stood up. It was quite a coincidence to encounter these guys right after discussing them. "We have a rough idea of their direction. They are returning to Guangyu City, and there are no markings from the various family martial arts schools. Excluding the demonic servants and the absence of family martial arts insignia, only one possibility remained. They are most likely a cult organization." Wu Changjing gripped his spear tightly, harboring deep-seated hatred for these traitors of humanity. Dense foliage obscured the sunlight above. Su Chen followed Wu Changjing to a high slope, where 6 people stood, centurions from various teams. "You're here," Wu Ligua said, his face pale and serious, looking down the slope at the approaching convoy. Su Chen nodded and stood beside Wu Ligua, observing the dark vehicles below. No one expected Su Chen to stand alongside Wu Ligua. His performance during the beheading operation had completely won over the centurions, who no longer underestimated him because of his age. The unmarked dark convoy, the Demon Suppression Division, has no information on this group in their city entry records. These vehicles must have been hidden somewhere in the ruins for a long time. What are your thoughts? Wu Ligua's expression was grim. Every forward base they established was destroyed by demonic beasts, yet these guys could move freely in the ruins. It was hard not to think that their information had been exposed. The cult organization, the most hated existence in the Great Xia. Hearing Wu Ligua's question, Su Chen certainly wanted to eradicate this group. While he harbored a racial hatred for the demonic beasts, he loathed the traitors of the cult organization even more. His corruption disease was also due to the cult's infection, and his parents had perished in the chaos caused by the cult. Moreover, if this convoy entered Guangyu City, it would be difficult to identify them, unlike now when they were gathered together. One reason the cult organization was hard to eradicate was that their demonic transformation was an internal part. Even the instruments of the Demon Suppression Division found it hard to detect. Unless they actively revealed their demonic powers, they would go unnoticed. They were too deeply hidden, appearing just like ordinary people, but at the most critical moment, they would stab Great Xia in the most lethal position. There is a saying in Great Xia: if you find cult members in the restroom, drown them in the toilet. No matter where they are, cult organizations are universally reviled. Since we've encountered them, we must eradicate them, otherwise, if they return to the city, countless ordinary people will perish. Wu Ligua nodded. This was as he expected. He had learned about Su Chen's background through his niece. In short, he genuinely liked this young man, and letting him take the lead was because he valued him, allowing him to gradually gain a voice. They will definitely pass through the woods. This is a shortcut back to Guangyu City. Let's intercept their convoy first. Everyone go back and gather the members. Tell them we've discovered a cult organization. There was no need to boost morale. Just hearing it was a cult organization filled the people of Great Xia, especially those from the Demon Suppression Division, with hatred. Wu Changjing went back to gather the team, while Su Chen stood on the high slope, beginning to think. This was his first time fighting members of a cult organization. In the 4th high school, he had only killed demons, and the mastermind had not yet been caught. He was unsure if they would be affected by the Demon Suppression Spear. This was his first time fighting against humans, as he usually killed large demonic beasts. These guys had partially transformed into demons, with physical strength comparable to demons, yet they could also use human martial arts techniques. More troublesome than the evil spirits. Su Chen wouldn't know unless he tried. If the demon-suppressing divine spear didn't work, then his strength would be greatly diminished. Host, Su Chen, age 18, realm, martial general 1st level, talent, demon-suppressing divine spear, demon-devouring body, martial skills, star-piercing long spear, Flood Dragon Suppressing the Sea, Innate Martial Skill Unmatched by Thousands, Cultivation Method, Frightening Demon, Star Piercing Long Spear, Earth Rank, Hunt 4/1000 D rank Evil Beasts to upgrade to Heaven rank, 1,000-fold increase. Flood Dragon Suppressing the Sea, Human rank, Hunt 4 out of 100 D rank Evil Beasts to upgrade to Earth rank, Spear Intent layers increase to 99 layers. Host's Vitality Value, 12,547, Frightening Demon Cultivation Method, let's see what effects it has. Su Chen thought, opening the introduction to the cultivation method. The cultivation method is a powerful skill that can only be cultivated at the master realm, operating vitality in a special way to achieve an enhancement of all attributes. The cultivation method differs from martial skills in that it enhances the use of vitality to increase attack power. The cultivation method further improves upon the foundation of martial skills. After cultivating the method, using martial skills can also yield bonuses. For example, the human rank method, Vitality Source, can increase the user's vitality usage rate by 20%, raising overall strength by a level. The cultivation method also has various effects, and as the cultivation method improves, one gains special passive traits of the method. Of course, these exist only in high-level methods. At the human rank, only an overall attribute enhancement exists. Cultivation method, Frightening Demon. Divine level cultivation method, increases vitality usage rate by 30%. This increase ratio isn't high, only 30%, sorry for this divine level method. Su Chen internally complained upon seeing this. Frightening Demon Passive 1, the aura of any evil beast is laid bare before you, you can sense the foul stench emanating from the evil beasts. Frightening Demon Passive 2, after operating the method, you will instill instinctive fear in all evil beasts, with the effect proportional to the strength of the evil beasts hunted. The weaker they are compared to you, the greater the effect. Note, the higher the intelligence and willpower, the less the effect will be felt. Su Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the first passive. He first thought of the cult organization, most of whom were half demonized and hid too well for the great Xia to uncover. He finally found a way to take revenge. He was also thinking about how to exact revenge on those who had infected him with the corrupted demon disease once he became stronger. With Frightening Demon, it didn't matter who the enemies were, he would just kill them all. Finally, it felt a bit like a divine-level cultivation method, and Su Chen happily looked at the second passive. The Fear Aura, and the more he killed, the more severe the effect. The note explained that for low-intelligence beasts, this was equivalent to a fear-dispelling aura. For those high-intelligence demons, his presence was like a killer in a horror movie, naturally instilling fear in them. In a duel with experts, even a slight delay in thought due to fear could be fatal. Just then, there was a group of cult members in front of him, perfect for testing the passive of Frightening Demon. Su Chen was initially uncertain if they were indeed a cult, but the passive of Frightening Demon allowed him to smell the demonic scent emanating from the convoy in his line of sight. The team gathered, and Su Chen sat in a war chariot, the optical camouflage on the vehicle activated, hiding in the woods. Once the cult organization entered the range, he drove straight in, overturning their vehicles and cutting them off. A row of seats was filled with Night Watch members, the lights illuminating the enclosed cabin brightly. The items carried by the cult organization must not be allowed to flow into Guanyue City. Su Chen held the long spear, the roar of the war chariot echoing through the breathable grating. The cult organization's convoy entered the encirclement of the woods. The tank driver activated the tank's shield and started the vehicle, charging forward like a tiger emerging from the mountains, crashing into one of the enemy tanks. Bang! The massive collision echoed, and the members of the Night Watch clung tightly to their seatbelts as Su Chen's body swayed slightly. The sides of the tank opened rapidly. He was the first to jump down, and in front of him, the overturned tank also opened up, revealing a large number of individuals dressed in white, awkwardly descending while wielding various weapons. It's the Night Watch of the Demon Suppression Division. One of the newcomers, holding a metal long knife, scanned the surroundings warily. Upon seeing Su Chen with his long gun, his pupils suddenly contracted. An unspoken fear spread in his heart, as if Su Chen were an unbeatable foe, causing him to instinctively step back. It felt like the monsters he had seen in horror movies as a child, that inexplicable fear. Su Chen activated his demon shock technique, and under its enhancement, his physical strength, speed, and reaction time increased by 30%. This was his first battle against a cult organization. He had never killed a human before, but he had ample experience hunting demons and strange beasts. What kind of monster are you? The man in white retreated, wildly swinging his weapon, his eyes filled with terror. Despite standing before an utterly ordinary human, he was unaware of how many humans he had sold out. To him, his own kind were like pigs in a pen. Yet, he was afraid. Su Chen observed his panicked demeanor. This demon shock technique was indeed effective against these cult members. Most of them had undergone some degree of demonization due to their involvement with the dark arts. Once demonized, Su Chen's passive ability would take effect. The opponent's strength was merely that of a martial artist, and he was already flustered in front of Su Chen, practically seeking death. In battles between cultivators, victory or defeat could be determined in an instant. Even a slight flaw could be fatal. Not to mention, he was weaker than Su Chen. Even a martial artist of the same realm would be equally vulnerable. Su Chen immediately shot through the man's head. Hunted as semi-demonized martial artist, gained 10 vitality points. To his surprise, the cult organization also provided vitality points, which delighted Su Chen. The other cult members who had disembarked saw their comrade die and immediately glared, drawing their weapons to attack Su Chen. However, upon witnessing Su Chen's terrifying appearance, their steps involuntarily slowed, and no one dared to make the first move. The members of the Demon Suppression Division who had disembarked earlier observed this scene. Look at those cult members, they look like they're about to wet their pants. Captain Su Chen is just a youth. Although he fights fiercely, does he really have to scare them this much? These were supposed to be the ruthless cult members who viewed human life as mere weeds? While killing would invisibly increase their killing intent, the opponents had not spared their own kind either. In war, the essence lies in a surge of spirit, an unstoppable momentum. Once that spirit is lost, half the battle is already lost. Such a good opportunity could not be missed, and they prepared to charge forward. However, Su Chen was even faster, slicing through the motionless, terrified cult members as if they were mere vegetables. He then turned to face the remaining cult members. That glance back was full of charm. The survivors turned and fled. Please, don't kill me. Mom, I'm so scared. Don't come any closer. Su Chen scratched his head, wondering if he was really that terrifying. He thought he looked quite handsome. The effects of the demon shock technique were indeed remarkable. It truly was a divine-level technique. Moreover, as he hunted demons and strange beasts, this fear-inducing power would only grow stronger. One day, when he became a master at hunting demons, with countless demons and strange beasts piled up, he couldn't imagine how far this fear-inducing passive ability would reach. Would it scare someone to death with just a glance? Since they had exposed their backs, Su Chen was unceremonious, reaping the lives of the cult members. Even the beasts know that one cannot expose their back to the enemy. Clearly, this group has been thoroughly frightened. The battle in their area quickly came to an end, and Su Chen turned his gaze to another battlefield. The others were still engaged in fierce combat, with some cult members having their arms severed, only for another arm to manifest as a gray-black demonic limb, continuing the fight. Their eyes were fierce, and even when faced with a greater number of night watchers, they showed no fear. In their final moments, they would embrace a spirit of mutual destruction, trading lives with the night watchers. After death, their bodies would tightly grasp the night watchers, creating opportunities for their comrades to strike. In just 2 minutes of skirmishing, Su Chen witnessed a casualty rate more brutal than facing a C-class demon. Among them were also strong fighters, over 10 martial generals, making for a luxurious lineup. However, they also had the presence of Master Wu Li Guai on their side, and with superior combat power and numerical advantage, victory was only a matter of time. Su Chen raised his gun and charged in. With his arrival, the scene suddenly came to a halt, with the cult members on one side. They looked at the night watcher before them in terror, their demonic instincts wildly warning them that this person was terrifying. The once fierce and fearless cult members were doused with cold water, their arrogance completely evaporating. Su Chen observed their mutated demonic parts. Some had altered arms, others legs or heads, and various other body parts. The strength of these mutated parts was not much inferior to that of demons. They could withstand alloy weapons with their bodies alone. They also wielded various alloy weapons of the human race, and their strength was not lacking compared to ordinary practitioners of the same realm. Moreover, due to the enhanced defensive attributes of their mutated parts, combined with their own vitality, their power was formidable. Who among you will be my opponent? Su Chen stood with his gun. The night watchers, who had been fighting, looked at those fearless cult members and showed signs of fear in their eyes, filled with confusion. Captain Su Chen was indeed fierce, fighting like a demon lord descending from the heavens, but how could they be afraid without having witnessed such a scene? They couldn't understand, but they naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to exploit the opponent's waning momentum and immediately began a fierce assault. The cult members, who had once been unafraid of death, faced the night watchers' attacks while keeping their eyes on Su Chen. They were terrified he might suddenly approach. This fear was irrational, even though their minds told them there was nothing to fear. Yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably, a voice in their heads constantly reminding them that this person was extremely terrifying and should not be opposed. Su Chen looked at the crowd engaged in battle, wanting to join in, but as soon as he stepped forward, the cult members began to scatter. they had no desire to stand near him. This demonic technique was a bit perverse, Su Chen thought. Perhaps their relatively weaker strength amplified the effects of the demonic fear. But Su Chen didn't care about that. He immediately focused on the strongest martial artist among them. "You were the fiercest just now, I'll be your opponent." I didn't," came the response, with a downcast gaze that made one think they had been caught cheating. Su Chen thrust his spear forward, and the opponent instinctively retreated, but due to insufficient strength and a disordered mind, he was pierced through the chest, hitting the heart. Raising the spear, he planted the tail end into the ground, propping the man up high. Since they were afraid, he would see it through to the end. The passive effect of the demonic fear was indeed very useful. As long as he could create enough intimidation, any demon or aberrant beast would be afraid. Especially those with intellect, who shared the same worldview, understood the internal history of humanity, and could better evoke their terrifying aspects based on their memories. Su Chen began to imitate a certain warlord from his past life, using piercing tactics to instill greater fear in them. After all, with so many people, although Su Chen could fight, the casualties among the night watchmen still needed to be minimized. He didn't mind playing the role of a serial killer from a horror movie. Su Chen drew another long spear and continued to impale another person, hanging them up. The body on the spear, due to its demonic bloodline, did not die quickly, writhing and howling in agony. That heart-wrenching sound echoed across the battlefield, reaching the ears of all the cult members. Among them, several martial generals from the cult, upon hearing their comrades crying for help, showed fierce anger. As a devout follower of the Holy Church, how can you fear death? It's simply unforgivable. I will kill you, the one who has defiled the church. The martial general of the cult turned angrily towards the source of the sound, seeing his member hanging on the spear, wailing in despair. His anger intensified. If they weren't afraid of death, how could they fear this? When his gaze fell upon the instigator, Su Chen, his heart skipped a beat, feeling an extraordinary terror from that person. Clearly, it was just ordinary torture. They had tortured humans countless times, so why did they feel such fear? Watching Su Chen hang another member and draw yet another spear, his eyes met Su Chen's, and an image of himself being impaled flashed in his mind involuntarily. It was beyond his control. Even though he had reached the level of a martial general, with a firm will and devout faith, he was still affected. The entire scene caused the cult members to see their fearless momentum extinguished, being suppressed and beaten by the night watchman. Su Chen also noticed the change on the battlefield, marveling at how effective the passive ability of fear was. At first glance, the increase in vitality didn't seem high, at most just a low-tier technique, but this passive was indeed outrageous, with an enormous range of fear aura. Captain Su seems to have changed a bit. It's so bloody, but I really like it, a female member of the 100 Flowers squad said, her eyes sparkling. They had learned about Su Chen from Wu Chengjing, having suffered from the cult, with parents dead and the chaos of war and themselves infected with the corruption disease. They understood his hatred for demons, alien beasts, and cult organizations. Normal people would have long lost hope for the future, let alone seek revenge. Like most ordinary people, they hated the cult but feared encountering it again, only able to vent their frustrations. Su Chen was different. Even after contracting the corruption disease, he still joined the Demon Suppression Division at the age of 18. His team name made his determination clear. To the death. To the death against demons, alien beasts, and cult organizations. Su Chen impaled all the cult members by the war chariot, only to find he had run out of spears. It would be troublesome to go get more now, so he headed straight for the martial general member of the cult who had just made eye contact with him. He approached and twisted the head off one of the cult members, using his alloy greatsword with the blade facing down to pin him to the ground. The cult member looked at him in terror, while the martial general's face turned exceptionally ugly. Leaning on the hilt of his sword, he said, "You just looked at me, right? You're not convinced, are you? A kid who hasn't even grown facial hair. Why would I be afraid of you?" His tone was exceptionally harsh, as if he were about to skin Su Chen alive at any moment. He looked like a herbivore cornered by a carnivore, with no way out, trying to display the fiercest posture to scare off the predator. Su Chen looked at him. Indeed, the stronger the opponent, the weaker the effect of fear. Although the other party was afraid, they still dared to fight him. Su Chen immediately activated the dragon suppression technique, bringing down the spear with an unmatched momentum. The martial general of the cult hurriedly raised his long knife to defend. His arm was jolted with pain, wanting to counterattack, but a hint of hesitation crept into his heart, and the opportunity was lost. The spear struck with increasing ferocity, forcing the martial general of the cult to defend himself. After 9 moves, Su Chen's spear manifested a blood dragon. The opponent was clad in alloy armor, their skin turned a dark gray, and their pupils green, deeply corrupted by evil. The alloy armor they wore was of a high grade, making it somewhat difficult to break through. "I'll help you," said the night patrol captain, who had been fighting against the cult organization, ready to attack. Go assist your teammates, they have suffered heavy casualties. Leave this to me. A C-class demon beheading operation was underway, and before he had even recovered his strength, he was fighting the cult organization again. If it weren't for the drive of hatred, this battle might not have even occurred. The man glanced at the battlefield, said, "It's up to you," and left to help others. Su-chen had already suppressed his opponent, leaving several wounds on them. He had never formally learned marksmanship. The techniques of shooting required going to a martial arts university or dojo, where each school would teach its own style. For example, Wu Chengjing had a unique spear technique from their martial family, but Su-chen had none. All his moves were honed on the battlefield, forged through blood and fire while hunting demons and beasts. Each strike was bold and fierce, lacking the elegance of traditional marksmanship. If one were to describe it, it would be the brutal beauty of a violent spear, each move designed for slaughter. After all, Su-chen didn't need to consider defense or how to hit the vital points of the demons and beasts. Others had to think much more about that. The defensive parts of the demon beasts were comparable to alloy weapons, and the angle and force of the strikes mattered. Only by hitting the vital points could one inflict damage. However, Su-chen possessed the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear. To him, aside from the armored alloy equipment, every part of the demon beasts was a vital point. As long as he struck, he could inflict maximum damage, making his techniques completely different from others, an unending, relentless assault. The martial generals of the cult organization had never faced an opponent like him. Sweating profusely, they would usually test the waters with a few moves, gauging the depth before launching a full attack based on the vital points. The numerous bone-deep wounds on him indicated he was already in a desperate situation. He couldn't understand why, despite dodging the vital points, even a graze from the opponent's spear on his arm could cause immense damage. His body, corrupted by evil, seemed almost non-existent before the other. In the past, he would only focus on his own vital points. Now, he had to pay attention to every part of his body, and his energy was simply insufficient. Soon, Su-chen dispatched him, and the battlefield was leaning towards victory. Leave a few alive for questioning, to see what they were doing and which demon tribe they were communicating with, Wuligwa said. Under the midday sun, the armored vehicles gathered, forming a temporary camp. After 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, most people were at their mental and physical limits, resting. Su-chen opened a black vehicle seized from the cult organization, revealing various containers filled with a blood-red liquid, along with materials of different colors and textures. These were raw materials for crafting blood-enhancing potions and alloy weapons. Just this one vehicle was worth a fortune, easily over 100 million dasha coins. Some empty spaces still bore mottled bloodstains, clearly indicating this was also a vehicle for transporting captives. These materials would correspondingly grant merit points for the seizures, with a 110% merit point purchase. For ordinary people, this load of materials would be enough to sustain 400 or 500 people for a lifetime. My uncle should give you more merit points for this batch of materials than for others, Wu Chengjing said, directing the members to count the spoils. After encountering the cult members this time, my uncle has decided to end the mission and take the captives for interrogation. Hearing Wu Chengjing say this, it was clear their beheading operation had concluded early. Although there were still teams in the wild, the cult organization was of greater importance. Finding the lair of a cult organization was far more crucial for Guanyu's city than merely dealing with a beast tide. Alright, everyone is tired, and the supplies are insufficient to continue the operation. Su-chen himself wanted to, but in the wilderness, there was no logistical support. At this moment, the team had enough food, but their weapons and healing potions were running low. Su-chen chatted with Wu Chengjing as they walked to the interrogation vehicle. Countless people were gathered around. After all, the night patrols hated the cult organizations even more than the evil beasts and were eager to see them punished. The whip has broken, this kid's mouth is too tough. Old he, you need to try a different method to tiger bench, chili water, whatever works, just give it a shot. Whether he talks or not doesn't matter, we just want to watch. The crowd was intrigued, eager to give it a try. It's just that the conditions here are poor. Once we return to the demon suppression division, there will be plenty of tools to use on him. The person pressuring them was sweating profusely. Ha ha, you inferior humans think you can make the noble saint speak? Sooner or later, you will all become our nourishment. A member of the cult, covered in blood and with not a single good piece of flesh on him, laughed maniacally. They no longer cared about pain or death, they had long since overcome such feelings and felt no fear inside. Clearly, they had been thoroughly brainwashed. The remaining few also laughed wildly, their expressions fanatical, looking down on everyone. This infuriated those present, who all wanted to step up and pry open their mouths. A beating ensued, with various methods employed, but the four of them just laughed, mocking them crazily. "What? Is this all you've got? Your grandpa still has some itch, come scratch it for me. So arrogant. A prisoner is so cocky, let's kill him." Some couldn't stand the humiliation. After all, they all had deep-seated hatred for the cult. "No, we can't let them die, we still need to extract information." He quickly stopped them. Just because it wasn't possible now didn't mean it wouldn't be possible once they returned to the Demon Suppression Division. But he didn't hold out much hope. In the past, the cult members they captured rarely spilled any information. Even if they did, they were usually peripheral members who had no idea where the main base was, making it difficult for them to encircle the cult members. "Our God is ready to welcome us, we do not fear death." The four cult members were eager to die. If they hadn't been injected with muscle relaxants, they would have bitten their tongues and committed suicide long ago. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, making a tremendous noise. Su-Chen saw that the crowd could no longer contain themselves due to the provocation from the four, and he wondered if he could try interrogating them. He had the passive ability of fear of the unknown, which naturally instilled fear in them. The strongest among them was a martial general, personally captured by Wu Ligua. Capturing them alive was no small feat. They were all fearless. "Let me give it a try." The crowd stopped their actions and turned to look at Su-Chen. "It's Captain Su-Chen, he should have some methods. I see that those cult members seem quite afraid of him." "Captain Su-Chen, you are indeed strong, but interrogation isn't just about strength." However, most people didn't believe it. Firstly, Su-Chen was really young and had never experienced such things, let alone interrogation, especially with these fearless individuals. It wasn't just about being powerful. They all acknowledged Su-Chen's strength, but when it came to interrogation, they felt he understood even less than they did. He was also worried that Su-Chen might kill the hard-won captives. They knew how terrifying Su-Chen could be when he fought. Every move was lethal, completely devoid of defense, while they couldn't afford to do that. They needed to build up their energy and strength. If they didn't strike at the vital points of the evil beasts, it would be very difficult to kill them. Conversely, even a slight graze could lead to serious injury, and they would instinctively defend and evade. One can imagine what Su-Chen's personality is like. He uses a life-for-a-life approach against evil spirits and strange beasts, which surely makes him hot-tempered. Encountering such a despicable cult organization, they could hardly bear to think about it. Perhaps the next sentence would lead to their demise. "That's not going to work, Captain Su." He looked anxious. They were all a bit afraid of Su-Chen. Su-Chen looked at his own arms and legs in confusion, seeing no signs of demonic transformation, still very much human. Was he really that frightening? "Let me give it a try, I won't kill them." He still wore a skeptical expression. "You think a little brat can scare us? Just a little brat, ha 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 ha." The four cult members spoke arrogantly, their expressions fierce, but the skin on their faces twitched uncontrollably. They were all cultivators, not weak, and possessed keen observational skills. It was clear that the tone of these four cult members was off. If one were to use a metaphor, it was like someone lacking confidence trying to appear fierce, hoping to intimidate the opponent. Like a wild boar caught in a snare, unable to escape, it would attack wildly, trying to scare off its pursuers. Maybe it really could be worth a try? He and the others had not expected that this group from the cult would be so afraid of Captain Su-Chen. Captain Su was indeed fierce, but weren't they supposed to be unafraid of death? Why would they fear him? It was incomprehensible, puzzling. Seeing He's expression, Su-Chen understood he could give it a shot. He already had an idea. Ordinary interrogation methods would be completely useless against these people who feared neither death nor pain. Even if he had the passive ability of frightening demon, he hadn't yet made a move that could intimidate them. Once he did, they would likely see him as just an ordinary person. Instead, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, they were rational humans, not beasts. Moreover, Su-Chen didn't possess any interrogation techniques, but he did think of a way to perfectly utilize his passive ability. Sometimes, what people fear is the unknown, like ghosts, things that cannot be touched or seen. A terrifying monster in a game is far less frightening than a moving cabinet. True fear does not come from doing something terrifying, but from doing nothing at all, allowing the other party to imagine. They would scare themselves, conjuring up their innermost fears. Prepare a battle vehicle with no lights, completely dark, Su-Chen grinned. I'll have a heart-to-heart with them. He thought for a moment and nodded. After all, there was nothing else to do. Seeing the expressions of the cult members, he felt it was worth a try. Captain Su, for them, the main questions are about their lair in Guanyue City and the location of the evil tribes they trade with. The more detailed, the better. Understood. Su-Chen nodded. A pitch-black battle vehicle was easy to arrange. As long as the electronic devices inside were powered down, the vehicle would be completely sealed, creating a perfect lightless environment. He stepped inside, where a chair and 2 tables were placed, leaving the space empty of anything else. Suchen sat down, his body shrouded in shadow, as a member of the cult was brought in and seated across from him. As the vehicle sealed, darkness enveloped them. "Why, young man, I tell you, any interrogation methods are useless," the slightly panicked voice of the cult member echoed in the dark. But his words received no response. In the darkness, only Suchen's breathing could be heard, reaching the cult member's ears. It made him realize that in this battle vehicle, that terrifying youth was sharing the space with him. "Whatever methods you have, bring them on. I can take it," he shouted loudly. However, Suchen ignored him and fully activated his frightening demon technique. Though the environment had not changed, the cult member felt the hairs on his skin stand on end, his whole body trembling. It was as if there was a peerless beast lurking in the darkness, ready to devour him. The faint sound of breathing in his ears was like an unknown monster gasping before him, ready to swallow him whole in the next moment. The cult member's mind conjured up all sorts of terrifying images he could think of. Trembling all over, the once arrogant figure who feared nothing in front of others was now speaking incessantly in the darkness, trying to elicit a response. "Please, talk to me." Finally, after 3 minutes, he let out a pleading voice. Suchen ignored him but caught the smell of urine in the air. No way, did he just wet himself out of fear? Suchen clicked his tongue. This fear-inducing technique was indeed terrifying, capable of making even a cult that feared nothing wet themselves. "Please, don't do this. I'll tell you everything. We can find them by entering the sewer from 109th Street in the Wohai district of Guangyu City. We are a trading group from the Aburu tribe, located 154 kilometers northeast of here. They have a small interdimensional entrance." The cult member spilled everything he knew, even confessing to past crimes of murder and trafficking his own kind, leaving nothing unsaid. He truly did not want to stay here for even a second longer. He would rather die. Suchen recorded this information in his terminal. Although there was no video, he could record audio. Suchen notified the people outside to come in, and the armored vehicle's door opened. The members of the night patrol entered and were shocked by the scene before them. The cult member, who had previously feared nothing, was now in a state of incontinence, tears streaming down his face. "Please take me away from here, I'll say anything." Wu Changjing looked at him, wondering if this was still the same unruly cult member. She glanced at Suchen, who was sitting there leisurely, lost in thought. Looking around, she realized he hadn't done anything. "Suchen, what on earth did you do?" The unknown was the most terrifying. Wu Changjing had no idea what he had done to make someone who had just feared nothing break down in 3 minutes. Suchen grinned. "I did nothing, just had a little heart-to-heart with him. I hadn't even spoken yet, and he just blurted everything out. It seems my charm is still quite strong." Wu Changjing was speechless, looking at the cult member crying like a child. "Was that your charm?" But it didn't matter. The method was unimportant as long as they could obtain the information. By the way, call in the others separately to cross-verify the authenticity of the information. The night patrol members outside waited for 3 minutes, and when the armored vehicle door opened, they heard the cult members wailing. As he fled from the vehicle, moving further away, Wu Changjing kicked him down. He scrambled away from the armored vehicle as if something terrifying lurked inside. "Hey, what happened in there?" the other cult members hurriedly asked. "Didn't you say everything? You traitor!" The one who had gone and wanted to explain but was silenced and escorted away. The next cult member entered, and within 3 minutes, he came out in a state of panic. People were dumbfounded by the scene. What interrogation methods had Suchen used to make this group open up in less than 3 minutes? Many wanted to go in and find out, but were stopped by Wu Changjing. As the last and strongest warrior was also scared out of his wits, the interrogation concluded. Suchen confirmed the authenticity of the information through the cross-referencing of the 4 individuals. He immediately sent the recording to Wu Ligua. Upon receiving the audio message, Wu Ligua quickly came over, as they were all in the same camp. He looked at Suchen in astonishment. "What did you do, kid? How did you get these tough guys to talk?" He was genuinely curious about this group of guys. He intended to take them back to extract information over a long period, not in a hurry, as he understood the extent of their fearlessness and stubbornness. But he didn't expect that Suchen would produce results in just 3 minutes, results that the Demon Suppression Division might take a year to achieve. Intelligence has a time sensitivity. When cult organizations discover that members are missing, they will relocate their bases. This piece of information could be said to have come at a very timely moment. Moreover, he was also very curious about what method Suchen used. If this method could be promoted within the Demon Suppression Division, the difficulty of interrogations would be greatly reduced. "I didn't do anything, I just sat with them, and they started talking." "Ha? Just like that?" Wu Ligua was dumbfounded. What kind of answer was that? "Are you hiding something?" No, there's a thermal imager in the battle vehicle, you can see it. I really didn't do anything. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wu Ligua turned on the thermal imager inside the battle vehicle. He saw Su Chen sitting face to face with the cult members, doing nothing. Through the image, Wu Ligua even saw that Su Chen was just zoning out, while the cult members were the ones doing all the talking. As they talked, they broke down and revealed everything. Are you really that intimidating? Wu Ligua was puzzled. If anyone fought the hardest in battle, it would definitely be him, but Su Chen was the one who fought the fiercest. Yet, even so, it shouldn't be enough to make a martial general feel afraid, right? Even Wu Ligua couldn't do that. It was like glaring at someone, exuding dominance, and everyone else bowing down. How could that be possible? I'm just a high school boy in my youth. Maybe they think I'm handsome, approachable. Wu Ligua was speechless. Stop with the jokes. He stroked his chin, pondering. Su Chen's ability was quite impressive. Perhaps he could be recruited into the interrogation division. No matter how Su Chen managed it, this ability was exactly what the interrogation division urgently needed, as many powerful cult members holding vast amounts of intelligence were imprisoned. If they could extract information from these high-ranking cult members, the casualties from the cult disaster in Guanyu City could be significantly reduced. Su Chen, your ability is quite good. Have you thought about joining the interrogation division? Upon hearing Wu Ligua say this, Su Chen recalled that the interrogation division was a department under the demon suppression division, specifically for interrogating captured cult members to extract intelligence. Can I kill? Wu Ligua nearly choked on his saliva. Of course not. What if the intelligence extraction is complete? That won't work either. Haven't you seen the public trials held by the demon suppression division every month? They have to be conducted in front of citizens. This was to better consolidate the citizens' sense of unity and also to give them an opportunity to vent. Each trial was an important event. It was very difficult to capture cult members alive. Then forget it. I can work part-time. If there's ever a need to kill, you can find me. I'm very willing. Su Chen could only increase his vitality by hunting evil beasts or cult members who had been corrupted. He had no interest in the interrogation division. I like your spirit. I was just thinking of bringing you into my personal guard. Wu Yatu will definitely make a fuss. Wu Ligua really liked the young man in front of him, whether it was his character or his unwavering belief in fighting evil beasts to the death. Everything was to his taste. He would have to discuss it with his older brother later. They were no longer young, and even if they died in battle, they should at least leave something behind. He had to arrange for Wu Yatu to have a partner. Of course, this was Wu Ligua's thought, but knowing his older brother, he probably wouldn't mind. Su Chen was confused. In the end, Wu Ligua's strange gaze made him feel like he was planning something for him. The team was resting, especially the 100 Flowers 100 People team, which had fought 3 consecutive battles in 3 days and was already exhausted, with significant personnel losses. Even the members of the 100 Flowers squad suffered casualties. They rested for 2 days at the temporary camp before the troops returned to Guanyu City. Due to the presence of cult members and intelligence, they needed to return as quickly as possible. As for the assassination mission, the Waligua organization had eliminated a C-rank evil creature that was attempting to form a small beast tide. They had prevented a significant portion of the evil creatures from merging into the beast tide, leaving the rest to other teams, as there were 2 masters present in the wilderness ruins. Moreover, time was crucial for this assassination mission. The allotted time for the task depended on each team, with a maximum of no more than 5 days. 5 days meant that the beast tide would have already gathered. Reorganizing the troops for the assassination would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. By the time they returned to Guanyu City, their mission was a secret one, to prevent the cult from reacting in advance. When Su Chen returned to the Demon Suppression Division, he heard the news of the beast tide gathering. A team led by a master had been completely wiped out, and another team had gone missing. Indeed, they were fortunate. They had managed to slay the C-rank evil creature at the last moment. If they had been any later, they would have met the same fate of total annihilation. Meanwhile, Waligua was discussing the intelligence regarding the cult with higher-ups. The matters concerning the cult would be handled by the Forest Guardians, and of course, the Night Watchers would assist in case of a manpower crisis. Although the 2 teams of the Demon Suppression Division had their respective tasks, they all ultimately aimed to protect the Great Xia in Guanyu City. It was only then that Su Chen had time to carefully assess his own situation and strength in his dormitory. Host, Su Chen, age, 18, realm, 1st level martial general, talent, demon suppression divine spear, demon devouring body, martial skills, star piercing spear, flood dragon suppressing the sea, innate martial skill unmatched by thousands, cultivation method, frightening demon. Star piercing spear, earth rank, has hunted 8/1000 D rank evil creatures, upgrade to heaven rank. 1000-fold enhancement. Flood Dragon Suppressing the Sea, human rank, has hunted 8 out of 100 D-rank evil creatures, upgrade to Earth rank, spear intent level increased to 99 layers. Host's vitality value, 12547 plus 2149 plus 675, 2149 is the vitality value gained from hunting the C-rank evil creature, and 675 is from killing cult members, including 2 martial generals. Su Chen's vitality reached 15371, which is a medium level for a first-level martial general, still needing about 5,000 more vitality to advance to the second level. Each level of the martial general realm requires a vitality value of 10,000, which is a transitional stage between martial masters learning martial skills and masters learning cultivation methods. One should not underestimate this stage. Martial masters learn martial skills, but due to the severe vitality consumption of martial skills, most would find themselves at a disadvantage in battle after just 4 or 5 moves. The martial skills of martial masters are their trump cards, while martial generals enhance their vitality significantly, honing their martial skills so that using them is as effortless as eating and drinking, without being hindered by insufficient vitality. After all, not everyone is like Su Chen, who can offset the consumption of martial skills through hunting evil creatures. Not to mention, just the Flood Dragon Suppressing the Sea, as a permanent martial skill, would exhaust the vitality of other martial masters within half an hour of use, requiring recovery to continue. The martial general stage is a crucial period for solidifying the foundation. A tall building rises from the ground, and the foundation is extremely important. Without it, one cannot grasp the cultivation methods at all. Some martial generals at the 9th level find their vitality stuck at 99999, unable to cultivate that last bit of vitality, ultimately regretting it for life, simply because their foundation was not solid enough to learn the cultivation methods and break through to the master level. Su Chen, however, faced no bottleneck in his realm. As long as he continued to hunt evil creatures, he could effortlessly increase his vitality, learning cultivation methods that only masters could master with the strength of a first-level martial general. Su Chen's realm has been rising too quickly, and his mastery of various martial skills is insufficient, which poses a significant hidden danger in future battles. As his realm increases, the opponents he encounters become stronger, and their ability to exploit weaknesses also grows. If he allows someone to discover his vulnerabilities, he could find himself in a perilous situation. Su Chen received a notification from the Demon Suppression Division. Night Watchman Su Chen, rank, Centurion. Having successfully completed 2 missions, you will receive a 3-month paid vacation. All benefits associated with the Centurion rank in the Demon Suppression Division can be enjoyed during this period. A vacation? And paid? After completing the beheading mission, Su Chen was immediately promoted from Deputy Centurion to Centurion, advancing half a rank. Su Chen truly did not expect this. He had planned to take some time to hunt evil beasts and enhance his skill proficiency. However, it's not a bad deal. The Demon Suppression Division provides all benefits during the vacation, such as the distribution of health potions and the training hours in the gravity chamber. Plus, with a monthly salary of 100,000 dasha coins, this money is of no use to Su Chen right now. Just the sea-level evil creature he killed granted him 10,000 merit points, and 1 merit point is equivalent to 10,000 dasha coins, which amounts to 1 billion dasha coins. Even if Su Chen retired now, he could live a life free of worries. He could enjoy the lifestyle that only the wealthy scions of large families experience. Last month, I was part of a Class A team, and I didn't even get paid. Now I'm already a Centurion. His speed of advancement is terrifying. Probably only a few geniuses from the prominent families in the capital could match this pace, relying on their family's abundant resources. Just right, I still have the gravity chamber hours from last month and the additional hours granted by the Centurion rank. I'll use them to enhance my skill proficiency and master my techniques completely. Su Chen calculated that the combined gravity chamber hours from last month and this month would be enough for him to train for quite a while. Even if it wasn't enough, he could exchange merit points for more. The gravity chamber is a crucial place for members of the Demon Suppression Division to cultivate their vitality and enhance their strength. It is also one of the benefits provided by the division. It is perfectly suited for Su Chen to improve his martial skills. Once he has trained sufficiently, he plans to go outside the city to test his skills against evil beasts. He checked his merit points, 15,720 points, and he also had a stash of materials seized from a cult organization, which could yield around 1,000 points. As for dasha coins, he had over 10 million, which were rewards from the seized cult organization and cash bonuses from the Demon Suppression Division. What's the use of keeping this money? I might as well spend it. Su Chen no longer had any relatives, and the distant ones were not familiar to him. After a month of intense fighting, always on edge, it was not sustainable. He just happened to need a house and a means of transportation. Su Chen, your appointment as the chief instructor of the 4th high school has come through. Wu Changjing knocked on the door and walked in, looking excited. Wu Changjing handed the appointment letter to Su Chen. I heard that the new student enrollment ceremony at the 4th high school is quite grand this time, with 30 million in scholarships awarded to outstanding students across all grades. According to their application for the chief instructor position at the Demon Suppression Division, this event is sponsored by the Wang family. It seems the 4th high school is investing a lot to restore its reputation. Su Chen took the appointment letter, surprised that the military training at the 4th high school would be such a big affair. In Daxia, military training is organized by various schools each year, with experienced instructors dispatched by the Demon Suppression Division to train students in emergency responses and defensive tactics against evil beasts and cult organizations. The cult organizations, knowing they cannot quickly eliminate the enslavement of humanity, have devised ways to deal with the future strong of the human race. Schools in Daxia are prime targets for cult organizations. Whenever they have the opportunity, they will launch attacks on the students. Moreover, taking the renowned genius of the Great Xia as an example, 10 years ago, a prodigy with heavenly talent appeared in Guanyue City. As long as he did not fall, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the human race in the future, at the very least a martial king of the 10 directions, guarding a city. However, such a genius was attacked by fallen classmates and teachers from a cult organization within his school. Severely injured, the cult organization did not hesitate to expose its members in a citywide encirclement, and ultimately, this genius met an untimely end. From then on, the Demon Suppression Division elevated its protection of schools and human geniuses to the highest level, establishing outposts in every school. Military training became akin to disaster prevention drills, merely shifting from natural disasters to man-made calamities. Furthermore, every year, during this large-scale gathering of students, the cult organization was most active, launching attacks on students. At this time, the latter half of the military training would take place outside the ruined city, while the first half involved the Guardians conducting drills against cult organization attacks. Su Chen was responsible for the latter half of the training outside the ruins, which was the most dangerous time, although they would only practice near the city, selecting exotic beasts for training. This was to prevent students from being infected by evil and contracting the corruption disease. The Demon Suppression Division had considered eliminating this outdoor training segment, retaining only the drills against the cult organization, until not long ago when a major Western nation did just that by closing its city gates. The media propagated the dangers outside the city, claiming that leaving the city was tantamount to seeking death, leading the people within to grow up filled with an unknown fear of the ruins, gradually losing the desire to explore the ancient battlefield and the small otherworldly realms outside the city. This also resulted in a sharp decline in the availability of materials needed by cultivators from other realms, sparking fierce internal strife over the competition for these resources. Meanwhile, the long-planned cult organization proposed a population exchange condition with their ruling body. They offered to trade the surplus population within the city for their otherworldly materials. The ruling body thought about it and realized they had plenty of unemployed drifters, which would solve the cultivators' shortage of materials while also improving the security situation within the city, so they immediately agreed. As for the outcome, they are now contemplating selling off a city in exchange for a large quantity of otherworldly materials for cultivation. From then on, the Great Xia severed any thoughts of leaving the city. Any media that propagated the notion of not leaving the city would be deemed members of the cult organization and sentenced for treason. This served as a cautionary tale, and despite the immense pressure of the impending war, this training segment was retained. The outdoor training in the ruins lasted only 3 days to minimize the dangers posed by the evil beings, while the majority of the month was still managed by the Guardians in response to the cult organization. As for Su Chen, he only needed to make an appearance and speak at the beginning, not taking on the training tasks of the Guardians, as most ordinary people would not venture outside the city to deal with evil beasts. Who is in charge of the Guardians for the 4th middle school this time? It's someone you know, Su Lei. Commander Su Lei? He is a Guardian? Wasn't he responsible for the new recruits assessment in the Demon Suppression Division? Su Chen was referring to Su Lei, who had led the team outside the city, and he had always thought Su Lei was a night watchman. Wu Changjing shook his head and nodded. He is a Guardian, formerly a night watchman. He retired to become a Guardian due to injuries sustained during a mission. The Demon Suppression Division has differentiated the functions of Guardians and Night Watchmen, but when war comes, Night Watchmen will also participate in the city defense battles, and Guardians will also go out to encircle and suppress. Also, in terms of rank, you are now higher than him. He calls you Commander, which is also why you are the chief instructor this time. I see, but Commander Su Lei is someone I respect, and that title will not change. Su-Chen did not expect Su-Lei to have once been a night watchman. Many who were severely injured and lost limbs during the decapitation operations would retreat to become guardians. Director Su-Lei is a respected person. Even after being injured, he chose not to retreat but instead joined the forest guardians. The Demon Suppression Division usually advises those injured in battle to retire, arranging for them to take on well-compensated positions. After all, they have served the country. The Great Xia has always treated those who sacrifice for the nation with utmost favor. In contrast, many of the homeless and disabled in the great powers of the West are often former fighters who battled against evil spirits and beasts on the front lines. When discussing military training matters, someone from the Demon Suppression Division with the surname Wang said they wanted to select an outstanding and well-known chief instructor for the 4th Middle School. It seems the 4th Middle School still has ties to the Wang family. Your unjust treatment back then is closely related to them. Indeed, given Su-Chen's condition with the corruption demon disease at that time, he would inevitably fade into obscurity, and there was no need to worry about any negative impact. Even if Su-Chen spoke out about the unfair treatment he received from the 4th Middle School, where Wang Linen used his classmates as shields, the Wang family's influence could easily suppress the matter. Who would have thought that Su-Chen would go against the current, cultivating despite his corruption demon disease, not only joining the Demon Suppression Division but also making a name for himself there? Wang Linen and Su-Chen did not harbor much hatred for each other. Perhaps they looked down on one another, but they still kept their distance. However, during the disaster when evil spirits attacked the 4th Middle School, Su-Chen took the risk to rescue a classmate hiding in the girls' restroom. At that time, Wang Linen was also present. He pushed that female classmate in front of the evil spirit, allowing it to devour her while he took the opportunity to escape. Su-Chen witnessed this scene and was filled with rage, and in the process of rescuing the female classmate, he became infected with the corruption demon disease. Subsequently, Su-Chen beat Wang Linen up in the restroom. Looking back now, the original Su-Chen should have been ruthless and killed him, framing it on the evil spirits. The reason Su-Chen was targeted by Wang Linen lies here. The Wang family is a prominent clan in Guanyue City, and they would not allow their own to be involved in such a scandal of using classmates as shields. For them, who attract talented individuals from outside with their abundant resources, this would be a fatal blow. At that time, Su-Chen also had the corruption demon disease, so he didn't need to worry about future exposure. A weak and powerless person like him could say anything, and the Wang family could suppress it. Su-Chen never spoke of this matter. He understood that with his strength, no one would believe him if he opened his mouth, and it would only invite retaliation from the Wang family. Now it's different. He has joined the Demon Suppression Division, and with the fame he has gained during this time, if he reveals the truth, the public will stand by him. The Wang family's sponsorship of the 4th Middle School also reveals their intentions. They want to build a good reputation for the Wang family and create a positive image for Wang Linen through extensive charity work and support for the 4th Middle School. Even if Su-Chen were to reveal the truth, they would have ways to handle it. The Wang family is not qualified to interfere with the internal decisions of the Demon Suppression Division. Fortunately, I was prepared and had my dad transfer you over. With great strength, fame, and outstanding experience dealing with evil spirits and cult organizations, I've got them covered. Wu Changjing laughed heartily. They must not have expected you to go over as the chief instructor. Who would have thought your strength would improve so quickly? Generally, chief instructors are dispatched from the Demon Suppression Division, experienced members with at least the rank of Sergeant Major, and it takes 2 months to reach that level. Since that's the case, Su-Chen wouldn't let Wang Linen have his way. Such a scoundrel wants to whitewash himself and hopes to enter the Demon Suppression Division in the future. If one day Wang Linen does enter the Demon Suppression Division, Su-Chen will have to remain vigilant against him stabbing him in the back. The outstanding students of Guanyue City Martial University will not have low treatment or positions when they join the Demon Suppression Division in the future, as most of those who can enter the Martial University are the pride of heaven. If possible, he wants to ruin his reputation in this matter. He desires a good name and an impressive resume, which Su-Chen will not agree to. Sitting in the dormitory, Su-Chen looked out at the gradually yellowing sky. After chatting with Wu Changjing, he had a general understanding of the military training plan. Due to his rank and the Wang family's intention to grandly invite a formidable chief instructor, Wu Changjing intervened and arranged for him to take the position. By a series of coincidences, he ended up as the chief instructor. Although he was not responsible for the specific matters, the ranger was in charge of the drills against the cult organization, which was the main focus. More importantly, his fame was needed to help improve the reputation of the 4th Middle School. The continuous high-intensity battles had also left Su-Chen feeling a bit fatigued. Only with a balance of tension and relaxation could he better hunt the evil beasts. The next day, Su-Chen left the Demon Suppression Division building. He was technically on leave. In Su Chen's memory, there weren't many recollections of Guanyue City, mostly filled with the hatred of cultivation. The only memories he had were of playing with Lin Chuyu back then. As for Su Chen himself, he had never really explored the city. Without wearing the signature black windbreaker, Su Chen was in a short-sleeved t-shirt and gray long pants, looking like a clear-eyed student. He walked into a car dealership and bought a luxury car as a means of transportation. After all, cultivators in the city still had to abide by the law and could not use force without reason. There had been cases where cultivators had injured ordinary people without cultivation. After that, he went to a cemetery for fallen members of the Demon Suppression Division, placed flowers on 2 tombstones, and sat cross-legged. Your son has inherited your legacy, he will fulfill his duties, please bless him. Su Chen. A somewhat familiar voice came from beside him. He turned to see 1xin wearing a black windbreaker, holding flowers. Captain 1xin, are you here to see your teammates? 1xin nodded with a bitter smile. Subaifu, please don't call me that, I'm just a captain of a Class A team now, I can't handle it. Has it been so long that you don't recognize me anymore? Su Chen joked with a smile. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. But indeed, our time together in the same team was all about missions. We haven't had any private interactions and don't know each other well. When Xian looked at the tombstone opposite Su Chen. I have a feeling we'll be coming here often in the future. It's possible, maybe we'll live here in the future? Upon hearing this, when Xian paused for a moment and then laughed heartily, it's possible. He came here to get some fresh air and check on his team members. Ever since he chose not to withdraw from the night watchman, there had been constant arguments at home, which he found hard to bear. Especially the pitying gaze of his mother, which made 1xin feel quite uncomfortable. Let's go, it's time to return to training. Su Chen dusted himself off. You really are quite diligent. 1xin shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile and followed him back. In the following half-month, while waiting for the 4th middle school's enrollment ceremony, Su Chen spent most of his time honing his martial skills in the gravity room, occasionally going outdoors to practice shooting. When the day arrived, Su Chen had just stepped out of the gravity room, freshened up, and drove to the 4th middle school. Originally, he should have gone with the main group, but considering he only needed to make an appearance this time, he wasn't in a hurry. The car smoothly entered the 4th middle school, where the playground was filled with crowds. He received a message from Commander Sule on his terminal, stating that there was still some time before it started and asked him to hurry to the conference room. Su Chen replied that he had arrived and headed over. He was familiar with the place and didn't need anyone to guide him. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Chen caught the scent of evil, and his heart tightened. There had been evil here. In the parking lot, Su Chen encountered an acquaintance, a man and a woman stepping out of a luxury car. Su Chen, is that you? Wang Linen frowned. What are you doing here? 4th middle school didn't invite you. Executing official duties. Su Chen sensed that Lin Chuyu was not with Wang Linen. Now that the students had gathered, he was unsure whether the members of the cult were here to scout or prepare for an ambush. Logically, with the Guardians having strengthened their defenses in the city, an ambush should be more likely during the latter half of military training in the wilderness ruins, which would be a better opportunity. It was best not to reveal anything unusual too early, as that might alert the cult, causing them to hide. So, 4th middle school invited you, but you didn't come, and now you're here patrolling, huh? Wang Linen smiled, thinking that Su Chen was just a minor figure, afflicted with the corruption disease, and would never achieve much in life. Seeing Su Chen now, Wang Linen felt reassured. Although this was his blemish, strength equated to power. As long as his own strength grew, Su Chen's issues would merely be slanderous rumors against him. As a top student from Wu University, with the backing of the Wang family, his future position in the Demon Suppression Department was guaranteed. By then, Su Chen, who had worked hard for years, would find that his superior was once his old classmate. At that time, he would have plenty of ways to manipulate Su Chen, assigning him extremely dangerous tasks that could lead to his death, thus easily accomplishing his goals. Regardless, Su Chen's existence was a stain on him, and the girl in the restroom had already been taken care of by the Wang family, ensuring that this matter would never be revealed. You speak as if you look down on the members of the Demon Suppression Department. Do you know the consequences of saying that in front of me? Su Chen's gaze was sharp, the killing intent from having slain thousands of demons and beasts directed at Wang Linen. Wang Linen and Lin Chuyu instinctively stepped back, their expressions panicked, as if they were back on the day of the demon ambush, facing eyes more terrifying than the demons themselves, making them both tremble with fear. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and threw a punch at Wang Linen's face. Wang Linen instinctively dodged but found he couldn't escape. His face was struck squarely by the punch, sending him flying backward. How is this possible? My vitality value is now 623, I'd broken through to a martial artist level, how could you hit me? Wang Linen stood up, completely in disbelief. In just about a month, he had used a large amount of training resources to rapidly improve. How could a mere civilian like Su Chen possibly hit him? How could he have cultivated such strength in such a short time? You dare to openly assault a Wu University student? I will report this to your superior, the chief instructor. Wang Linen was furious. How could the legitimate son of the Wang family be humiliated by a civilian? Su Chen became interested upon hearing this. How do you plan to accuse me? Let's hear it. Su Lei treats you well, but with our Wang family backing, he won't be able to protect you. Saying this, Wang Linen quickly walked toward the conference room, where he was there as a representative of outstanding graduates. The Wang family had provided 4th Middle School with 30 million in training resources to mitigate the negative impact of the cult's attacks. With these resources and the Wang family's media influence, the situation would turn in his favor, enhancing his reputation. As he walked, he noticed Su Chen following behind him. Why are you following me? Want to plead for leniency? Just passing by, I happen to need to see Chief Su as well, Su Chen smiled. Recently, Su Lei had been on a mission, and they hadn't crossed paths until today, during the second meeting of the new recruits assessment. Wang Linen ignored Su Chen, and as he entered the conference room, he saw Su Lei sitting in the position of the right-hand man, with members of the Demon Suppression Department and leaders from 4th Middle School present. Chief Su, your subordinate Su Chen openly assaulted a Wu University student. How do you plan to handle this? Wang Linen immediately pressed with a confrontational question. Su Lei asked in confusion, is Su Chen the Su Chen you know? That's him, Wang Linen said, pointing to Su Chen who had just entered the room. Su Lei saw Su Chen walk in with a friendly and happy smile, and he stood up to greet him. Instructor Su, you finally made it. In the conference room, there were about a dozen people, and Su Chen smiled as he greeted Su Lei. Commander Su, it's been a while. Hearing this, Su Lei smiled even more happily. Indeed, he had not misjudged the person back then. Even in a high position, everyone still respectfully referred to him as commander. Clearly, Su Lei knew that the other party truly respected him, and he appreciated that. He never expected that a young man he had casually helped would rise to this level in just a month, becoming a centurion with the same rank as him. Su Chen, you're just in time. Do you have anything to say about this military training matter, as the chief instructor? I just graduated and became a centurion after participating in a few missions. I don't know as much about military training as Commander Su, so I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. Although Su Chen had experience fighting against evil beasts, he was still no match for Su Lei's 20 years of training experience. The two of them chatting without regard for others left everyone present dumbfounded. Wasn't this the member of the Demon Suppression Division responsible for protection? Su Chen had become the chief instructor at such a young age? That required the rank of centurion. Wang Linen was stunned. He had never expected Su Chen to be the chief instructor this time. He had given his uncle in the Demon Suppression Division a request to send a well-known, experienced instructor, and he had always thought it would be Su Lei. Su Chen had some fame, but how did that relate to being experienced? How could the Demon Suppression Division send a young kid like you over? You're the chief instructor, do you have the ability or qualifications? I want to file a complaint and request a replacement. Wang Linen could not allow Su Chen to take this position as chief instructor. He was an outstanding martial arts student from the 4th high school, and he couldn't let Su Chen steal his thunder. He needed this opportunity to clear his name. Su Chen would definitely not let him have his way, and they were from the same graduating class of the 4th high school. One was still a student while the other had become a centurion in just 2 months in the Demon Suppression Division. The Wang family had put in a lot of effort for this event, inviting media and live broadcasting, all to clear their name and ensure a smoother path in the future. With Su Chen here, wasn't it all just a wedding dress for him? Wang Linen couldn't understand how his people were handling things. They couldn't even get a list. Otherwise, he would have done everything possible to prevent Su Chen from coming. But now it was too late to say anything. The only possibility was to claim that Su Chen was not qualified and have the Demon Suppression Division replace him. Su Lei was displeased upon hearing this. Su Chen was his proud junior, a genius he had personally discovered, and a child from a humble background who would surely belong to the Demon Suppression Division in the future. Su Chen is more than qualified, doesn't the Demon Suppression Division know that? What qualifications do you have as a student to point fingers? This is the 4th high school funded by our Wang family, I won't allow it. Su Lei sneered dismissively, that's your business. Military training is a mandatory requirement for the Great Xia every year, and every school must cooperate unconditionally. Is your disallowance of any use? What a joke. Wang Linen's face turned red. Although the Wang family had some power in the Demon Suppression Division, forcibly interfering in the internal decisions of the division was nothing but a pipe dream. He's just a martial artist at most. I know that to become the chief instructor, one must at least be a centurion. What right does he have, having been in the Demon Suppression Division for less than 2 months? Wang Linen did not believe that Su Chen had achieved this based on his own strength. Someone must have helped him, deliberately coming at this critical moment to ruin his good fortune. Su Lei thought for a moment. The confidentiality requirements for the decapitation operation were no longer in place. He shook his head with a hint of amusement. We all came from the same school. How can the gap be so big? Wang Linen did not understand Su Lei's meaning. Just right, I will be hosting the military training opening ceremony later, with the media and new students present. I will tell them whether Su Chen is worthy of being their chief instructor. That's not acceptable. Shu Kai, seeing his benefactor arguing with someone from the Demon Suppression Division, quickly stepped in as a mediator. He couldn't offend either of them. The Wang family was their sponsor, while the Demon Suppression Division held the power of life and death. If they complained to the Ministry of Education, his position as principal would be in jeopardy. Gentlemen, the ceremony is about to begin, and everyone is already outside. Let's discuss this matter later. He didn't want Su Chen to participate. He had initially invited him just to prove that the 4th high school had not neglected him. But now, with Su Chen's status, he found himself in a difficult position. He couldn't just cancel the ceremony. This was crucial for his future. At the very least, he needed to get through this event, restore the reputation of the 4th high school, and secure his position before apologizing to the young master of the Wang family. Su Chen had been listening for a while. He was determined to attend the ceremony. However, he still sensed the presence of evil in the 4th high school, which he needed to inform Su Lei about to raise his vigilance. But he was unsure if there were any insiders from the cult in this room. After all, cult organizations often had peripheral members who had not been fully corrupted, posing a risk of exposure. Commander Su Lei, come out with me for a moment. Su Lei, somewhat puzzled, followed him outside to a secluded area near the conference room. What's wrong, Su Chen? I sense that there are cult members in this school. What? Su Lei immediately stopped, looking around warily. This place was tightly guarded by the forest keepers. If anyone else had said this to him, Su Lei would have thought they were talking nonsense. But Su Chen's decapitation operation had involved hunting sea-level demons. Although there were suspicions of picking up scraps, he had killed hundreds of demon beasts during the operation, a terrifying record. His position was earned through his own hard-fought battles, and anyone who could survive among demon beasts must possess great skill. Such a person's intuition was usually very accurate, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived the tide of demon beasts. I have a premonition that cult members have been here, but we still don't know their purpose. We mustn't alert them. Let's keep our people on high alert. Su Lei nodded, contemplating. If that's the case, they are currently gathering intelligence and may be preparing to ambush during the second half of the military training in the wilderness ruins. We can't rule out the possibility of them launching an attack within the city. We still need to be cautious. Cult organizations never played by the rules, so they had to be on guard. When Su Chen was not strong enough before, this time he had the ability to stop it. He wouldn't let a tragedy happen again and let the students fall victim to the corruption disease. Su Lei felt it was unlikely. We, the forest keepers, have dispatched many personnel to patrol 4th high school and have not found any large-scale suspicious individuals. Everything is proceeding normally. I will start the military training as scheduled and check for any suspicious individuals. Su Chen felt that this was the only course of action for now. If the cult members did not show themselves, he had no good way to deal with it. Hidden in the corner of the hallway, a group of people secretly watched the crowd below, their lips curling into cruel, bloodthirsty smiles. Are our people in position? Said the leader, wearing a white mask. My lord, 200 walkers are already in position and can launch the holy war at any time. The masked bishop's eyes, peering through the holes in his mask, watched Su Chen as he approached. I never expected that even with the corruption disease, he could cultivate to such a level. If he didn't have it, I can't imagine how terrifying his talent would be. But it doesn't matter now. After today, he will no longer exist. 200 walkers, 10 divine servants, and me. Su Chen, the Holy Church has taken you seriously enough. Your achievements qualify us to take action. The Holy Church learned that a genius named Su Chen had emerged from the Demon Suppression Division, having cultivated to the level of a martial general in less than 2 months, rivaling the top talents of the Great Xia. This was all while he was infected with the corruption disease. Compared to those geniuses who were closely protected by various families and martial arts schools, Su Chen, a human genius lacking a protector, would not be missed. Rather than attacking the naive children of the 4th middle school, it would be more beneficial to eliminate a talent like Su Chen from the Great Xia. Instead of facing a large number of night patrols in the wild to kill Su Chen, it would be easier to execute an assassination within the city, especially with so many ordinary people as human shields and hostages. The two ended their conversation, and at that moment, people were already waiting at the conference room door. Commander Su Chen, Commander Su Lei, the ceremony is about to begin. Let's head to the playground quickly, a ranger said as he stepped forward. Su Chen nodded and followed the Demon Suppression Division personnel to the playground. At this time, the playground was filled with people, surrounded by barriers, with parents, relatives, and some media personnel outside. They were invited by the Wang family to attend this enrollment ceremony, having already received benefits from the Wang family, and would later promote the Wang family to enhance Wang Linen's and the Wang family's reputation. First, outstanding graduates from the 4th middle school would share their cultivation experiences to encourage the new students. This scene was arranged by the Wang family, who would boast about their donation of 30 million in cultivation funds to raise their profile and dispel any negative rumors. Following that, instructors from the Demon Suppression Division would speak about the dangers of evil spirits, strange beasts, and cult organizations, as well as how to respond to emergencies. They would also promote the Demon Suppression Division to ensure that the new students would have a good impression of it, rather than blindly joining martial arts schools and various families. They needed to understand that the duty of the Demon Suppression Division was to cultivate as martial artists to protect the Great Xia and safeguard their loved ones. Look, it's Senior Wang Linen, who entered the Martial University as the top scorer from Guanyu City. So handsome. Wow, and Senior Lin Chuyu, so beautiful. The crowd shouted as they saw Wang Linen walk up with a graceful smile. As for how many were sincere or how well the Wang family had arranged it, only they knew. I've heard some bad rumors about Wang Linen, saying he used his classmates as shields, pushing them to the evil spirits. Those are just rumors, wise people know to stop them. Don't believe it. Senior Wang Linen applied for 30 million in cultivation funds for the 4th middle school from his family. How could someone like him do such a thing? I think so too. Someone must be jealous of Senior Wang Linen's talent. Wang Linen smiled gently. This 30 million in cultivation funds is donated to all the students of the 4th middle school. I hope you can cultivate successfully in the future and become the pillars of the Great Xia. Together, we will protect the Great Xia from the harm of evil spirits and strange beasts. After Wang Linen finished his speech, he waved and stepped down from the stage, causing a wave of cheers and screams. He had said everything he could, and seeing the crowd's reaction, he knew he had succeeded. The only unexpected factor was Su Chen. But it didn't matter. The media he had invited would definitely not report what Su Chen had said, only the 30 million in cultivation funds donated by the Wang family, without mentioning Su Chen at all. However, it was not Su Chen who came up, but Su Lei, the actual person in charge of this military training. He needed to explain what specifically needed to be done. Su Chen was responsible for 3 days of outdoor training, which was a short time, and the local cult organization was more experienced in training forest guards. In fact, his role as the chief instructor also served to promote the Demon Suppression Division, and since he was from the 4th high school, he naturally gained the students' closeness. Su Lei, dressed in a black trench coat, stepped forward and looked at the many youthful faces in the audience. If one of them could turn out to be someone like Su Chen, he felt his career as an instructor would be complete. A heart of a child, always fighting on the front lines against evil spirits and strange beasts, was exactly the kind of youth that Daxia needed. More was better. Hello everyone, I am your training instructor. My name is Su Lei, and I will be the instructor responsible for your cult organization drills in the future. Why isn't it the chief instructor? Seeing the crowd's confusion, Su Lei smiled slightly. I am not your chief instructor. Your chief instructor is someone else, perhaps someone you know, your senior. Could it be Senior Wang Linen? But he isn't qualified. It should be known that to become a chief instructor, one must be at least a centurion level in the Demon Suppression Division, or at least at the peak of martial arts. The crowd began to murmur. As for his strength, I haven't inquired, but he has the achievement of slaying sea-level evil spirits. Sea-level evil spirits? My goodness, when did our 4th high school ever have such an impressive person? Looking back, they had never heard of such a remarkable figure from 4th high school. If there had been, the school would have certainly promoted it more. This was a golden signboard. Below, Zhu Kai's expression changed drastically. Is he talking about Su Chen? It's impossible. That guy Su Chen who got the corruption demon disease, how could he have slain a sea-level evil spirit? If it's not him, who else could Su Lei be referring to? In an instant, Zhu Kai regretted it deeply. Such a good promotional figure. If it were true, he would have to face the Wang family. At worst, he could get promoted and leave, relying on having nurtured a student who slayed a sea-level evil spirit. Wang Linen's eyes widened. How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. Su Chen had only left school for less than 2 months and had contracted the corruption demon disease. How could he have slain a sea-level evil spirit? That was an existence on par with a master. How could he possibly achieve that? With the resources of the Wang family, he had only managed to cultivate to the martial artist level. With such achievements, he was already among the best in the new students at Guanyu City Martial University. How could a commoner like Su Chen possibly be faster than him? But Su Lei now represented the Demon Suppression Division. He had to be responsible for his words, otherwise, he would face severe punishment from the division, which meant what he said was likely true. Lin Shuyu turned to look at Su Chen, as if she didn't recognize him. If she were to say she regretted it, she did, but who could have imagined that Su Chen could cultivate to such a level while suffering from the corruption demon disease? However, now that she was in a relationship with Wang Linen, she had gained quite a bit of resources, and Lin Shuyu comforted herself internally. Su Lei nodded in satisfaction at the crowd's reaction. He has been with the Demon Suppression Division for less than 2 months, slaying over 1,000 evil spirits and strange beasts, beheading sea-level evil spirits in 2 missions, and in places you are unaware of, he prevented an attack on Guanyu City by a beast tide. He is the young hero of Daxia. Students, I hope you take him as your example and protect the people of Daxia. As for the specific training matters, we will discuss them later. You probably want to meet this legendary senior of yours. Chief Instructor Su Chen, please come forward and greet your juniors. Su Chen stepped onto the stage, revealing a smile, his appearance not much different from the new students below, clear and bright. Hello, juniors, my name is Su Chen. I am your senior who graduated last year, and I am now working at the Demon Suppression Division. The crowd below was excited, recalling the recent news of Su Chen, who topped the duel rankings on the Demon Hunter list in Guanyu town. They had heard the senior students talk about this legendary upperclassman, who, as an ordinary person without any rank, had killed 13 demons and achieved the top of both lists within a month of joining the Demon Suppression Division. Now, as your senior, my first piece of advice to you is to disregard everything Wang Linen just said, otherwise, you'll be sold out and still counting his money. Su Chen's words caused an uproar in the audience. This was a clear dismantling of Wang Linen, making it hard to deny that the two had a grudge. The crowd began to murmur, wondering if the rumors about Wang Linen and Su Chen from 4th High School were true. Wang Linen's face darkened. He was just a commoner. Although he was publicly humiliated, the events within the school would only spread in a small circle, as the media he had invited would not report on this incident. With time, it would naturally fade away, and only the story of his donation of 30 million for the cultivation funds at 4th High School would be publicized. The Wang family had the power to suppress this matter, ensuring it wouldn't escalate. Let him have his moment of verbal triumph. Lin Shuyu, standing beside Wang Linen, quietly held his hand, her gaze fixed on the young man on stage. He was still so spirited, acting with youthful bravado, completely unaware of the Wang family's influence, which could only lead him into danger. However, it was precisely because of his youthful arrogance that he had suffered so badly back then. Had he not tried to play the hero, she wouldn't have chosen Wang Linen now. The Wang family was not to be trifled with. They had their own forces, members searching for materials from other realms in the ruins outside the city, where there was no legal protection. Senior Su Chen, I heard that Senior Wang Linen used a female classmate as a shield against the demons. Is that true? A freshman in the audience had also heard the rumors from the seniors, but none had been confirmed, and the school strictly prohibited discussions about that day. Now, with the parties involved present, someone bold enough dared to ask. It's true. To be honest, I have no grudge against Wang Linen. I just saw him pushing a female classmate and gave him a beating, Su Chen replied. The crowd gasped. Su Chen, stop spreading rumors. You're just jealous that I took your girlfriend. Do you have any evidence? Such slander tarnishes the Wang family's reputation, Wang Linen shouted from below. That female student had been silenced by the Wang family, a few million had settled the matter, and without evidence, it would always remain a rumor. Su Chen ignored Wang Linen's accusations. The crowd was stunned. Was there really such a dramatic scene unfolding? Dear juniors, my second piece of advice is, if you encounter a cult organization, please do not panic. Immediately run to the nearest members of the Demon Suppression Division. If you find them, hide, do not come out. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the people outside the playground wearing white masks. He hadn't expected them to appear so brazenly with over a dozen teams from the Demon Suppression Division present. The more than 200 people gathered emitted a demonic aura that filled Su Chen's nostrils. He had thought they were there to gather intelligence, preparing for an ambush outside the city. Clap, clap, very well said, Chief Instructor Su Chen. At such a young age, you have achieved so much. Your future is limitless, said a man in a white mask, applauding. Beside him, 200 practitioners, their clothes torn, gray-black limbs bursting forth. They began to slaughter those around them, and the crowd erupted in screams, fleeing in terror. All forest guardians, attention! A cult organization has been discovered at 4th High School, immediate reinforcements. Sule shouted, his eyes wide with anger as he sent out the communication. The forest guardians from 4th High School sprang into action, charging towards the cult organization. Suchin took out the long broken magic spear, and as he activated the magic technique, an invisible aura spread out. All the members of the cult present trembled, their eyes revealing fear as they looked towards the voice on the stage. The man in the white mask suddenly stopped waving his fan, his brows furrowing. He actually felt a sense of fear. With his peak martial general strength and his demonized body, he could escape even under a master's command, yet he was afraid of a young brat. Taking advantage of the white-masked man's moment of inaction, Suchen leaped into the midst of the cult members. The long spear pierced one of the cult members into the air, smashing him into the crowd like a broken sack. Whether it was the enhanced demonized limbs or the alloy weapons, they were all crushed under Suchen's spear. You little brat, so arrogant! The white-masked man saw his resolute subordinates showing signs of retreat and became even angrier. What was going on? These were members he had carefully selected, who feared nothing, not even death. How could they be afraid of a boy? But if he didn't act soon, he worried that this group would collapse, and he still needed them to create chaos to delay the demon suppression division. He couldn't let this guy slaughter them at will. The white-masked man knew that the opponent wanted to kill this group of practitioners first to prevent them from attacking the students. But the white-masked man wouldn't let him have his way. If the practitioners were delayed here, the forest guardians would come, and in a large-scale battle, it would be difficult to kill Su Chen. Their goal this time was to kill Su Chen, and everyone else was just collateral damage. Both men were clear about each other's objectives, so they took corresponding countermeasures. The white-masked man's arm demonized, gripping a black machete, and he swept it towards Su Chen. Su Chen sidestepped and blocked with his spear, the immense force causing him to step back, instantly smashing the head of a nearby cult member. Go, kill all those students, and start our slaughter feast. The masked man ordered, and the 10 divine servants and practitioners scattered to hunt down the panicked students and their families. Su Lei's eyes widened in fury. He wanted to rush forward to support Su Chen, but seeing the cult members scattering, his anger surged. These beasts! He immediately ordered the forest guardians to hunt down those cult members. They were already prepared, but they hadn't expected the cult's dispatch team to be so numerous. Damn it, if you have the guts, fight me. Bullying the weak is no skill. The cult members completely ignored him, led by the 10 divine servants, breaking into the crowd and killing at will. Su Chen, hold him off. The reinforcements from the forest guardians will arrive soon. I'll take care of these scum first. Su Lei couldn't just sit back and watch as the cult members slaughtered ordinary students. He could only hope that Su Chen could hold off the white-masked man, for he recognized that this was a key figure in the cult, extremely powerful, at least one of the best among high-level martial generals. With just one martial general and one peak martial master, they couldn't stop him. But since Su Lei was injured, his strength had declined, making him no match for the white-masked bishop. However, he could still help a little, but now he had to prioritize saving the students. He hoped Su Chen could hold on for at most 5 minutes before the reinforcements arrived, as Su Lei had already prepared after receiving Su Chen's warning. It was indeed a bit too much to ask a newly initiated martial general to hold off a bishop, but now there was no other way, except for Su Chen. Who would have thought that the cult would launch an attack in a city under the watch of numerous forest guardians? They were truly mad. Once discovered, they would undoubtedly die. Wang Linen's face turned pale as he watched the sudden scene, his legs trembling. Lin Chuyu saw his expression and then looked at Su Chen, who was fighting bloodily, and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the Wang family, Su Chen was far stronger than him. But who could have imagined that Su Chen, who initially suffered from the corruption disease, would rise unexpectedly? Since he chose the Wang family and Wang Linen, he also gained a considerable amount of cultivation resources, so Lin Chuyu would not regret her choice. The urgent matter now is to leave this place quickly. Linen, let's go. It's too dangerous here. You're right. Let's leave first. Wang Linen was already in a state of panic, witnessing the cult organization brutally slaughtering students, his heart filled with extreme fear, even more intense than when he encountered the cult members at the 4th High School last time, and there were many of them. They had to escape quickly. Staying here could mean life-threatening danger. As the legitimate son of the Wang family, Wang Linen's life was worth much more than those people on the scene. Saying this, the two took advantage of the chaos in the crowd and, relying on their strength as martial artists, quickly made their way toward the outskirts of the school. A gray-black figure blocked their path, with cruel, bloodthirsty green eyes and an arm hanging from its mouth. F-grade evil spirit, Linen, let's kill him and break through. Lin Chuyu's expression was serious. This was the second time they encountered an evil spirit, but it was their first battle, and she was still very afraid. Back then, Suchen had killed 13 evil spirits while posing as an ordinary person, and now, experiencing it firsthand, she understood just how strong Suchen had been, with a resilient mind. Even as a martial artist, she still felt fear. Lin Chuyu had also cultivated to the level of a martial artist with the resources of the Wang family. She drew her long sword and cleaved the evil spirit in front of her in half. Turning back, she saw Wang Linen still standing there in a daze, and she couldn't help but sigh, looking down on him even more. Perhaps the greatest watershed in life is the amniotic fluid. Such a person could still be admired and envied by thousands. Just swapping anyone on the street with the surname Wang wouldn't yield worse results than his. They continued forward and saw a large group of students cornered in one spot, with more than 10 evil spirits hunting them down. It's Senior Wang Linen and Senior Lin Chuyu. Please save us. The crowd's cry for help exposed their position to the evil spirits. Wang Linen's face turned ugly. Hurry, don't pay attention to them. One of the divine servants, accompanied by 5 evil spirits, surrounded the two, their faces smeared with blood and wearing cruel smiles. The two looked around. There were no members of the demon suppression division nearby. Lin Chuyu gripped her long sword, her gaze warily fixed on the evil spirits in front of her, ready to attack at any moment. However, she was suddenly pushed from behind and stumbled into the midst of the evil spirits, incredulously looking back. At that moment, Wang Linen had already crossed the high wall without looking back. Don't blame me, Chuyu. I'm the legitimate son of the Wang family. I can't die here. Under the blazing sun, the 4th high school was filled with the sounds of slaughter and screams. In the school's forest park, Su Chen wielded his long spear, his moves bold and expansive, and with the enhancement of the dragon suppressing the sea technique, his attacks became increasingly fierce. A man in a white mask swung down, clashing with the spear. Su Chen's figure retreated, his arm numb. The peak strength of the martial general was far too strong in every aspect. If it weren't for the 9 layers of spear intent boosting him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The man in the white mask was also puzzled. Had this person never learned spear techniques? Why were all his moves so reckless? There was no defense at all. This spear technique was like that of a rural soldier, completely lacking any form or characteristic of spear techniques, making it very uncomfortable for him to deal with. This was a quick assassination. If it dragged on, reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division would arrive, and this was within the city. The Holy Sect had dispatched him, a peak martial general, along with 10 divine servants and 200 walkers, to attack a school, which was more than enough. But the man in the white mask never expected that he wouldn't be able to take down a boy who had joined the Demon Suppression Division for less than 2 months. I can only play with you for 2 minutes at most. The man in the white mask stepped back, sheathing his knife at his waist, his body sinking into a stance, his arms rapidly turning into gray-black veins. I can only accompany you for 2 moves at most. Su Chen gripped his spear, unable to waste too much time with this man in the white mask. Every minute, students were dying. 2 months ago, he had no power and had even contracted the corruption demon disease. Now, he had the strength, and this time he would not let the previous tragedy happen again. It had to be a quick battle. Both of them had the same thought, to kill the other as soon as possible. The man in the white mask let out a disdainful cold laugh beneath his mask. After just a brief exchange, he had already determined that Su Chun was at most a second-tier martial general, albeit with some strange talents and martial skills. You talk big. Soon, I will sever your head. Martial skill, 8 feet. The black longsword slashed down, and a gray-white sword energy shot straight at Su Chun with incredible speed. Su Chen raised his spear, the blood dragon of chi coiling around him as he activated the accompanying martial skill, unmatched by thousands. The spear struck the sword energy with a crunch, the spearhead shattering. The residual force of the sword energy continued, slashing into Su Chen's chest, and the blood dragon of chi roared, charging at the man in the white mask. In an instant, the white-masked man's body transformed into a phantom, evading the blood dragon, then reappeared, his eyes filled with mockery. Now, you've even broken your weapon. If you willingly become a member of the Holy Sect, I might consider letting you go. You suffer from the corruption demon disease. As long as you release the suppression of the evil aura and let it engulf your body, I can spare your life. Cultivating to the level of a martial artist grants immunity to the corruption demon disease, but members of the cult can convert them as long as the opponent releases their blood pressure and injects them with demon blood. They had already subverted a large number of members of the Demon Suppression Division in this way. Su Chen held the broken magic spear, now without a spearhead. At the moment the blood dragon of Chi attacked the white-masked man, the opponent's body became ethereal again, executing another martial skill. In just 1 minute of combat, the opponent had used 2 martial skills, one with extremely strong attack power in the form of sword energy. If it weren't for the unmatched by thousands blocking it, he would have been severely injured by a single blow. As for the skill that allowed the opponent to flicker and shift, Suchin found it difficult to observe the movement with the naked eye. It was truly bizarre and unpredictable. However, Suchin had the passive ability of Frightening Demon. The closer the distance, the more pronounced the effect of Frightening Demon became, especially when the two were fighting face to face. Even if he couldn't see, Suchin could quickly discern the position of the man in the white mask. Relying on the passive ability of Frightening Demon, the opponent's strength had clearly reached a high level of martial general. Suchin normally couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. If it weren't for the perception passive of Frightening Demon, an ordinary first-tier martial general would have been decapitated by now. Now, this ethereal martial skill further enhanced the opponent's speed, but it also gave Suchin an opportunity. The opponent would definitely aim for a quick resolution, frequently using martial skills, and with his weapon damaged, he would naturally lower his guard. I can still kill you without a spearhead. The man in the white mask was provoked into laughter by Suchin's arrogance. Without a spearhead, he couldn't even break through the demonic defense of the body, let alone continue fighting him. In the eyes of the white-masked man, Suchin had lost the threat of causing him harm, and he could now attack recklessly. The white-masked man's body became ethereal, appearing behind Suchin, a gray-white sword energy slashing toward his back. However, it was as if Suchin had eyes on the back of his head. He sidestepped this lethal martial skill. How is that possible? The white-masked man was shocked. His shadow attack martial skill was a stealth technique that could eliminate his own aura. How could the opponent possibly detect it? The white-masked man thought it was just Suchin's luck. His body became ethereal again, and 2 sword energies came at Suchin from left and right. Suchin retreated to dodge, but the white-masked man, who had already been lurking for an opportunity, appeared behind him, the black longsword aimed down at Suchin's head. Got you! Suchin thrust his spear fiercely backward. The man in the white mask looked at this scene with disdain. So what? With just this stick, how could it possibly break through his demonized body's defenses? It was likely that not even a bruise would be left. The demonized body not only granted them long lifespans but also provided defenses so powerful that they could withstand even alloy weapons with just their limbs, along with an incredibly strong recovery ability. The man in the white mask didn't care at all. With his peak martial general strength combined with his demonized body, he could withstand several attacks from a master, let alone a mere human martial general. The black longsword stopped just 3 centimeters from Suchin. The man in the white mask felt a sharp pain in his chest and incredulously looked down. Blood dripped from the spear shaft, pushing up the skin on his back. His heart had already been pierced, a wound he could hardly recover from. How is this possible? The white-masked man couldn't believe that his peak demonized martial general strength had been killed by a young brat. He had been killed by this chaotic, aesthetically unpleasing guy. I told you I could kill you without a spearhead, but you didn't believe me, Suchin shouted, planting one end of the spear into the ground. The members of the cult organization in the school instinctively stopped their actions, as if the owner of the voice were some terrifying beast, fear reflected in their eyes. Some of them saw the white-masked bishop hanging on the spear, pierced through, which only deepened their terror. Sule beheaded a demon and, upon seeing Suchin had killed the cult organization's bishop, his eyes lit up with joy. This kid is so strong. That bishop had peak martial general strength, yet he was killed by him. Great, just great. Our great Xia will have another pillar. This scene undoubtedly invigorated the forest guardians present, who couldn't help but exclaim that he truly deserved to be the top of both lists. He had executed a beheading and killed a sea-level demon. This guy who emerged from a sea of corpses was truly terrifying. They also wondered why such an outstanding and powerful individual would join the perilous night watch. With his strength, he could receive excellent treatment among the forest guardians. This was inevitable. The tasks outside the Night Watch city ruins were extremely dangerous. Usually, those who joined the Demon Suppression Division would first go to the Forest Guardians to gain experience and practical combat skills before considering joining the Night Watch. Especially for those geniuses, even the Demon Suppression Division encouraged them to first enter the Forest Guardians and only consider leaving the city once their strength reached a certain level. Suchin, however, had been fighting within the Night Watch from the very beginning. Though they were puzzled, they also admired Suchin's actions. Suchin looked around. He hadn't brought any spare weapons this time. He glanced at the practice spears set up on the playground, went over, and picked one up. It was made of ordinary iron, and the spearhead was not sharpened. That would be enough, As long as it was a spear, even one without a spearhead could be used, though the lack of that part would affect the sense of combat due to the change in length. Immediately, Suchin took out a spear, activated his demon shock technique, and the scent of demons swirled around him as he ran toward the location of the cult organization members. He encountered and killed every cult member he met along the way. He saw a large group of students cornered and being slaughtered by the cult members. With a swift leap, the ground cracked as he lifted a cult member who was about to kill a student from behind, his movements unceasing. He grabbed another nearby, formed his fingers into a spear, and pierced through the eye socket, tearing the head off along with it. This bloody and violent scene left the young students in the school stunned with fear. However, what terrified the cult members even more was that under the influence of the demon shock technique, everything Suchin did was magnified infinitely in their hearts, instilling fear. "Ah, don't kill me!" Someone immediately turned to flee. Once one person started, the others followed suit, all fleeing in panic. In the eyes of those students, the cult organization was a heartless demon, mercilessly slaughtering their classmates right before their eyes. Yet, these very monsters were also filled with fear. Ever since Suchin discovered that the passive effects of the demon scaring technique had a greater impact on those weaker than him, he consciously began to make intimidating moves. This was to frighten his opponents and diminish their desire to fight, especially useful in such chaotic battles. Otherwise, relying solely on Suchin's gunplay, by the time he finished killing, most of the students here would likely have been slaughtered as well. As for himself, he merely found this method effective. Deep down, he had no desire for dominance, believing that this way of hunting was simply more efficient. Not far away, Lin Chuyu saw Suchin arrive and felt a surge of joy, only to witness the war godlike figure scare off those fearless opponents. The thought of Wang Linen fleeing only added to her sense of disparity. Once a proud student of the 4th high school, how could the difference be so vast? This time, he had fled in front of so many people, turning Wang Linen and the Wang family's plans into a joke. After this, the Wang family would surely be driven mad by such a rebellious son. Suchin slaughtered the cult members who turned their backs to flee, while those surrounding Lin Chuyu were also killed during their escape. "Thank you, Suchin," Lin Chuyu said, her expression complex as she expressed her gratitude. Striving to improve her strength, she never expected to become someone abandoned by Wang Linen, just like that student in the girls' restroom. After 3 years of knowing each other, was it that she failed to see through his character, or was it that she turned a blind eye to the benefits he brought her? Lin Chuyu realized this now. She looked at Suchin, confirming that her judgment had not been wrong. Wang Linen had once rejected a prominent family to choose the impoverished Suchin. It was just that she had not persisted in the end. "It's my duty, go save yourself," Suchin said as he prepared to leave. "Wait, Suchin," Lin Chuyu called out to him. "What is it?" He had no deep feelings for her. He had cut ties cleanly on graduation day. If not for seeing her today, he might have forgotten her entirely. "If you have time, I'd like to invite you to dinner to express my gratitude." Lin Chuyu knew she could no longer follow Wang Linen. A person who would betray his own girlfriend was not worth trying to change. It would be easier to train a dog. But she still needed to find another way out. Being at Wuhan University, her own weak strength made her a target, and she still held some feelings for Suchin. Perhaps they could mend their past grievances, Lin Chuyu thought. But love could not provide her with a better life. After 3 years of high school, witnessing others with abundant cultivation resources, seeing those less talented and hardworking than herself standing ahead of her, she had already realized that she needed more than what Suchin could offer. "I appreciate the thanks, but I need to go save others now. You stay safe." Lin Chuyu was taken aback, recalling 2 months ago, at the 4th high school, when Suchin had resolutely left the classroom to fight the demons, saying the same thing. "You haven't changed." Lin Chuyu's expression was complex. It turned out he was still that boy, while she was the one who had changed. At this moment, Suchin had already left, searching for the remaining cult members at the 4th high school. These guys were hiding like rats, tucked away in the sewers, but with the passive effects of the demon scaring technique, they had nowhere to hide from Suchin. "Suchin, you little rascal, it's been a month, and you've really impressed me. Good job." Sule clapped Suchin on the shoulder with excitement. Giving Suchin, who had the corruption disease, a chance back then was truly the right decision. These cult members are the kind who fear nothing, yet when they encounter you, they act like they've seen a cat. "Maybe it's because I'm handsome. You brat, even at a time like this, you can still be so carefree." Sule was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "The members of the cult organization here have been completely cleared out, thanks to you killing that white-masked bishop." Suchin shook his head. "Are there still members of the cult organization left?" Suchin could still sense the foul aura of evil in the air, lurking in various corners of the school. The harm these guys caused was not small, and their ability to hide was exceptionally strong, which was one of the reasons why cult organizations were always hard to eradicate completely. Still more? Sule glanced at the rangers cleaning up the battlefield. Forget it, it's hard to find this group of guys hiding away. It's unavoidable to let some slip through the net. Let's seal off the area and wait for reinforcements to conduct a thorough search one by one. I'm afraid they'll run away by then. Follow me. Suchin headed towards the teaching building, with Sule following closely behind. The two arrived near a sewer. Sule, wielding a large knife, looked around but found no trace of the cult organization, and couldn't help but look at Suchin in confusion. Suchin approached a manhole cover, thrusting his spear through it, and a scream came from below as a hidden cult member was dragged out like a rat. Sule's eyes widened. You found him like this? There are no signs of a fight here. How did you know he was hiding here? Intuition. Suchen shot through the opponent's head with one strike. At that moment, Sule noticed the iron spear in the opponent's hand. Isn't this a training spear? Did you just use it to pierce the body of a cult member? He couldn't help but be shocked. The reason why evil beasts were hard to kill was that ordinary weapons had no effect on them. Only alloy weapons infused with otherworldly energy could cause damage. Suchen killed a cult member with an ordinary, unsharpened spear? How powerful must he be to do that without damaging the spear? Sule couldn't fathom how Suchen accomplished it. If it were just physical strength, that would be one thing. Cultivators could fight well even bare-handed, but the material of the weapon determined that it shouldn't be able to break through defenses. Let's go, Commander Sule. There are still many cult members hiding nearby. Suchen didn't answer but continued to hunt down the hidden cult members throughout the school. The reinforcements of the Rangers arrived, only to find that the battle had already ended and the cleanup was underway, leaving them dumbfounded. They had received the news and rushed over in just 5 minutes, and the fight was already over? After understanding the situation from their colleagues on the scene, they learned that it was Su Chen, the chief instructor of the night watch at 4th High School, who had slain a bishop and quickly resolved the attack. They began to clean up the battlefield, seeing the gruesome bodies, including that of the white-masked bishop, a powerful warrior at the 9th level, hanging in the middle of the road like a broken sack, blood pooling everywhere. The conditions of the dead were extremely tragic. Ugh! Some of the rangers even vomited. How twisted must this guy named Suchen be? After the battlefield was cleared, the students and their relatives were settled, and Suchen returned to the Demon Suppression Department. Following this incident, military training was postponed, and whether it would continue was uncertain, but Suchen no longer had to be responsible for these matters. This was an internal affair of the Rangers. Dealing with cult organization incidents was the responsibility of the Night Watch Department. However, the next day, Suchen saw reports about 4th High School online. In less than 2 months, 4th High School was once again attacked by a cult organization, where Wang Linen pushed his girlfriend into the encirclement of the cult in front of many students and fled alone, an event widely publicized. This time was different from the last. There were only 3 people involved, and as long as Wang Linen sealed the victim's mouth, many people witnessed this incident. Recalling the rumors circulating within the school, they immediately concluded that Wang Linen was just a guy who had caused trouble even for his own girlfriend. What kind of character could such a person have? They expected us to fight alongside him, but who knows, we might end up being pushed out to take the hit one day. Many media personnel had perished in the attack, and those who survived dared not report on it. This was a matter concerning a cult organization. If they dared to speak recklessly, they would be charged with treason on the spot. Since the attack, there had been no news from Wang Linen. The Wang family claimed he had gone abroad for further studies. Surprisingly, the Wang family even put forward Wang Linen's girlfriend, Lin Chuyu, stating that Wang Linen had initially wanted to save the students but was dissuaded by Lin Chuyu for the sake of his own safety. This had already severed Wang Linen's relationship with Lin Chuyu, and the relevant departments of the Wang family would never employ Lin Chuyu again and would impose sanctions on her. Trying to shift the blame was truly surreal, yet there were still people online who believed it. The debate over whether Lin Chuyu had dissuaded him overshadowed Wang Linen's actions. Suchen was greatly shocked. The Wang family had truly muddled the waters. They probably hired a lot of online trolls to clean up their image. Suchen gazed out at the midday sun, no longer looking at the discussions online about the 4th middle school. The comments about him online were rather strange. It seemed that footage of his massacre at the 4th middle school had been uploaded, with some claiming he was a member of that cult organization. They said those cult members were just ordinary people, nothing like the fervently devoted and fearless ones they had encountered. He admitted that his methods were indeed a bit bloody and violent, but that was the only way to maximize the shock of the demons. He checked his status panel. Host, Suchen, age, 18, realm, First level martial general, talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring divine body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon subduing the sea, innate martial skill unmatched by thousands, cultivation method, shock demon. Star piercing spear, earth rank, hunt 9/1000 D rank evil beasts to upgrade to heaven rank, 1000-fold increase. Dragon subduing the sea, human rank, hunt 9 out of 100 D rank evil beasts to upgrade to earth rank. Spear intent layers increase to 99 layers. Host vitality value, 15371 plus 2111 plus 403, among them, 2111 was the vitality value gained after the death of the White Mask, and the remaining 403 came from other cult members. Now his vitality value was 17,885 points, still over 2,000 points short of the second-level martial general. As the realm increased, the demand for vitality also rose significantly, which is why very few cultivators could challenge higher realms. Some geniuses could leap 3 to 4 minor realms, but when it came to martial generals wanting to challenge grandmasters, that was just a pipe dream. Grandmasters mastered cultivation methods, and as they practiced, their efficiency in utilizing their vitality gradually improved. A martial general using 10,000 vitality points could only achieve the effect of 10,000, while a grandmaster could use the same 10,000 vitality points to produce effects equivalent to 20,000 or even 30,000 vitality points. Suchen had also relied on luck when he killed the C-rank demon. It was also due to Wu Ligua being severely injured, and the C-rank demon was unaware of his talent with the demon suppressing divine spear, which led to its defeat. The same went for the White Mask. If an ordinary martial general came, even with a well-maintained weapon, they would at most injure the White Mask, whose powerful recovery ability would heal quickly. The talent of the demon suppressing divine spear was truly reliable. He had also checked within the demon suppression division for similar talents. There was also a heaven-ranked talent called demon breaking, but as far as he knew, only one person in the Great Xia had awakened such a talent, a renowned powerhouse known for guarding a city. The owner of the demon-breaking heavenly stare talent, the demon suppression division specifically named a gun after his talent, which is Suchen's demon-breaking gun, ignoring 30% of defenses. Perhaps there are others, but Suchen has not found any. As for the divine-level talent, Suchen has never found a clue, and there is no information on the internal network of the demon suppression division. Regarding the demon-devouring body, this special physique is also absent. He wouldn't specifically seek out similar cases. A demon suppression divine gun and 2 divine-level demon-devouring bodies, once exposed, the cult organization would stop at nothing to assassinate him. His talent and physique are simply too terrifying, restraining them. After the battle at the 4th High School, he learned from the captured enemy that their main target was him, while the 4th High School was merely incidental. This raised great vigilance in Su Chen. He was indeed being targeted by the cult organization. However, he wasn't particularly afraid. It was only a matter of time. As his strength progressed and he began to stand out, the cult organization would not let him go unchecked. Moreover, he had a deep grudge against the cult organization. His parents had also died at their hands, and he had contracted the corruption demon disease because of them. If it weren't for his demon-devouring body, he would have eventually fallen into evil. His terminal received a message. Suchen, I have applied for your transfer to the Forest Guardian. Please agree, came the message from Wu Changjing. Not long after, Su Chen's terminal received a message from the Demon Suppression Division. Captain Su Chen, in light of your recent outstanding performance, the Demon Suppression Division hereby offers you a promotion option. Transfer from Night Watchman to Forest Guardian, responsible for the internal affairs of the Demon Suppression Division in District 10 of Guanyue City, serving as a 1,000-man leader. Continue in the Night Watchman position, with no change in rank, receive 3 sea-level blood medicine vials, and gain qualification to enter the ancient battlefield, with specific timing awaiting notification from the Demon Suppression Division. Upon seeing the first option, Su Chen immediately rejected it. The 1,000-man leader in charge of District 1, it must be said, the reward was generous, but with his strength, he was not qualified to hold that position. However, there are exceptions. Both the Forest Guardian and Night Watchman have their own logistical needs to manage, usually filled by members from both departments who have retreated to the second line. Unlike positions that lead troops, which require corresponding strength, the internal 1,000-man leader of the Forest Guardian is responsible for intelligence and logistics for a district. Safety is guaranteed. Such positions are fiercely contested by those from prominent families, like Wang Linen. These positions in the Demon Suppression Division are absolutely coveted. They can enhance one's resume and qualifications without danger. It seems the Demon Suppression Division has also noticed that he is being targeted by the cult organization, specifically transferring him to the Forest Guardian to give him time to focus on his cultivation. However, Su Chen's cultivation method is not like others. He needs to hunt evil beasts to improve. Although there are cult organizations within the city, they are deeply hidden, and even with his passive ability to sense demons, it is impossible to find their lair without clues. Moreover, compared to the cult organization, there are evidently more evil beasts outside the city ruins, and for Guangyue's city, the external evil beasts need to be hunted even more, otherwise, they would assault Guangyue's city. Once a beast tide enters Guangyue's city, the damage caused would be far more severe than besieging 1,000 cult members. It would truly be a catastrophe for the living. In fact, regarding decapitation operations, Guangyue's city is not without powerful experts who could easily resolve the situation, but they are tied up. There are strong enemies from the cult organization inside, and powerful evil beasts lurking outside. Any rash move that exposes them outside the city would trigger a massive beast tide to assault Guangyue's city. All countries on Blue Star have fallen. Of the once 5 strongest nations, 3 have descended into semi-colonization, trading population with the demons for resources. The northern superpower has forever been buried in the blizzard. The current Great Xia is at a critical juncture of internal strife and external threats, surrounded by countless evil spirits and strange beasts, waiting for this giant to weaken and then swallow it whole. Su Chen's choice is to remain a night watcher, rapidly enhancing his strength so that he can protect his mother, Great Xia. Su Chen looks at the second option. The position remains unchanged, but he is more interested in the ancient battlefield. This is not a reward from the Demon Suppression Division, but an extremely dangerous mission, equally rewarding. The ancient battlefield is buried with remnants of past battles against evil spirits and strange beasts, with some ancient battlefields dating back over 10,000 years. It is a place where the battles of another era left behind their corpses, buried alongside the evil spirits and strange beasts, making it a primary source of materials infused with otherworldly energy. Aside from the otherworld, this is the main source of otherworldly materials that Blue Star can obtain, and it is the lifeblood for cultivators to enhance their strength. Another duty of the Night Watchers is to seek out ancient battlefields, sharing information and locations to reach agreements with various families and martial arts schools, obtaining mining rights by paying the Demon Suppression Division with otherworldly materials. The Night Watchers of the Demon Suppression Division are responsible for safety and resisting evil spirits and strange beasts. The ancient battlefield is also known as the meat grinder. Almost all powerful Night Watchers are tied down by evil spirits and strange beasts in the ancient battlefield, often forced to abandon their posts due to beast tides, which is one reason for the higher casualties among Night Watchers compared to forest guardians. Countless powerful beings and evil spirits perish daily in the ancient battlefield, where the otherworldly materials are incredibly rich. Every weapon Su Chen uses is stained with the blood of his predecessors, and the weight of alloy weapons is too heavy. As for the more resource-rich otherworlds, Guangyue's city has yet to occupy a single one, and the entire Great Xia has very few. The ancient battlefield is filled with the blood of Great Xia's people, and it is territory that must be defended. Losing an ancient battlefield means a reduction in cultivation resources and fewer future powerhouses. The evil spirits consciously exploit every ancient battlefield to drain the blood of the Great Xia people, torturing this giant. The world has fallen into darkness, and Great Xia is the only nation still walking in the night, facing the covetous eyes of countless greedy beasts in the surrounding darkness. Night Watchers entering the ancient battlefield, aside from the generous subsidies, can also explore the ancient battlefield on their own when not on a mission. They can collect S-level or even SS-level otherworldly materials, crafting blood-enhancing potions to significantly boost their strength or forge weapons unique to themselves. The S-level spear in Wu Changjiang's hand was obtained from the ancient battlefield, proving that even in the presence of danger, opportunities exist there. However, most people, even if they qualify for the ancient battlefield, will not go, for it is a place where one can truly perish. Even masters can fall in battle. After all, not everyone is unafraid of death. The minimum entry threshold is a martial general, who is already aware of the current internal and external troubles of Great Xia, and fearing death is a biological instinct that not everyone can overcome. The ancient battlefield signifies the presence of numerous powerful evil spirits and strange beasts, and Su Chen's martial skills have stagnated. Just defeating 100 D-level evil spirits would only elevate the dragon-suppressing C technique, not to mention the 1000 D-level evil spirits needed to enhance the star-piercing spear. Without entering the ancient battlefield, there is almost no chance to elevate his rank. If he wants to quickly enhance his strength, going to the ancient battlefield is necessary. Su Chen did not hesitate to reject the first option and chose the second. Night Watcher Su Chen, may you be part of the dawn that is to come for Great Xia. The Night Watchers patrol the darkness before the dawn of Great Xia. For every person of Great Xia knows that dawn will eventually arrive, and Great Xia will rise, albeit with some sacrifices along the way. In the highest level conference room of the Demon Suppression Division in Guan, US City, 3 or 4 people are seated, looking at the information projected on the screen, their eyes filled with appreciation. I originally thought he would choose the first option, but I didn't expect him to choose to stay as a night watchman, fully aware that he would be heading to the ancient battlefield. Wu Ligua couldn't help but admire, realizing he had not misjudged the person. A middle-aged man, somewhat similar to Wu Ligua, nodded slightly. What the Great Xia needs is a pillar like him. If he had chosen to be a forest guardian, even if his future achievements wouldn't be low, they wouldn't surpass what he can achieve now. A strong person needs to fear nothing. To move forward courageously, without a strong mindset, one cannot become strong. Dear daughter, I suppose I haven't gone back on my word. Wu Zhanghai smiled as he looked at his daughter Wu Changjing, lifting his teacup. So, don't worry, this young man won't fall so easily. Just this determination alone means the cult in the ancient battlefield won't reach him, and the evil beasts won't specifically target a martial general. Wu Changjing stared at the information projected, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her face flushing. That's great. Dad, I want to go too. Wu Zhanghai nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. What nonsense are you saying, you brat? That's the ancient battlefield, even I risk death going there. I'm also a night watchman, and I'm Su Chen's superior. I must set an example, or others will think our Wu family is afraid. Wu Zhanghai didn't expect that his casual addition of another option would land him in trouble. His daughter was going to run off with other men, and to the ancient battlefield no less. Wu Ligua patted his older brother's shoulder with regret. Brother, you should talk to your wife about this. I'm afraid of getting beaten. It's not that I'm not loyal, but next time, I'll go to the ancient battlefield to protect my niece. Although Wu Zhanghai was the head of the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue Town, he couldn't interfere with personnel heading to the ancient battlefield, especially since it was his daughter volunteering to sign up. If he tried to stop her, the Wu family's reputation would be ruined. His daughter's recent achievements and strength qualified her to apply for entry into the ancient battlefield. He was the one who approved it, but the Demon Suppression Division would be too busy to refuse her application. If he suddenly rejected it, especially since it was his daughter, how would the Demon Suppression Division view the Wu family? Look, even fourth uncle is going. I want to go too. Anyway, if you stop me, I'll go on my own. Wu Zhanghai thought of the yellow-haired people online, but this was different from a situation where someone was going against the grain. You brat, if you were a boy, I wouldn't care, but how are you anything like that? Just tell me honestly, do you like Su Chen? Wu Zhanghai had to suspect this because Su Chen really suited his daughter, and in the Wu family's martial tradition, he would be recognized by the family, marrying in would be no problem. Although Wu Zhanghai knew this day would come and felt a bit displeased, over the past 20 years, their family had scouted countless outstanding young men for Wu Changjing, but she had turned them all down. If they couldn't even match her in strength, they weren't worthy of being her man. It was hard to come by a moment when his daughter was moved. As a father, it was better not to stop her. Wu Changjing was momentarily stunned. They're all buddies. Wu Zhanghai spat out a mouthful of old blood, unsure of what he should be angry about. It was hard to see his daughter finally moved, yet she hurt him so thoroughly. Wu Changjing was also aware that Su Chen was being targeted by the cult, and she worried for his safety, wanting him to first go as a forest guardian to hide for a while before bringing him back as a night watchman. She genuinely cared for Su Chen. But seeing him choose to head to the ancient battlefield without hesitation filled her with excitement. He truly is the man I chose, he's got guts. Since that was the case, Wu Changjing couldn't fall behind. She had long wanted to go to the ancient battlefield, it was just that her strength and achievements hadn't met the standards set by the Demon Suppression Division for entry. Moreover, she didn't want to be just a seeker, going to the ancient battlefield merely to explore and gather materials from other realms. Wu Changjing had listened to the heroic tales of the Wu family since she was young, determined to become a hero herself in the future. I, Wu Changjing, will undoubtedly become a woman hero of the Great Xia. In a simple room with just a bed and a table, there was not much furniture, and the decor resembled that of a bare-walled home. Su Chen had spent less time in the Demon Suppression Division than he had on missions, and he hadn't waited long in the room before the logistics personnel delivered a C-grade blood essence potion. Su Chen's status was no longer what it used to be, he was now a centurion, and if war broke out, he would immediately lead a team of 100. However, Su Chen's current team was still just him, until death. The C-grade blood essence potion would typically be saved by others for when they needed to break through their realms, as breaking through required accumulating a large amount of blood essence and adjusting one's state to overcome the threshold, which had a barrier. Su Chen had not yet encountered any barriers in his realm, so there was no need to save the C-grade blood essence potion, he needed to enhance his own strength as soon as possible. Of course, this did not mean that Su Chen could freely advance his realm without obstacles. The requirement for a martial general to advance to a master was to learn a martial art, integrating their blood essence to break through to the master realm. Suchen had two ways to advance to master: learning a martial art or hunting down evil beasts of a higher realm to receive system rewards. The Jingma martial art was something Suchen had picked up earlier. If it weren't for the C-grade evil, reaching the peak level of martial general would either mean fighting C-grade evils at a higher realm or diligently practicing martial arts. The difficulty of practicing martial arts was such that some peak martial generals spent their entire lives without mastering the secrets of their arts, ultimately ending in regret. Compared to others, Suchen had an additional option: he could enhance himself by hunting evil beasts. He considered himself somewhat talented, but compared to those geniuses from the capital who mastered martial arts in 3 to 4 months to advance to master, he knew he couldn't do that. However, Suchen's method was 1,000 times more dangerous than those geniuses' innate understanding. He needed to constantly fight on the front lines, and to advance his realm, he had to battle in higher realms. If those exceptionally talented geniuses were to come, perhaps they would have the strength to challenge higher realms, but the question was whether they had the courage to do so. Any C-grade or higher evil beast possessed intelligence comparable to humans, along with numerous evil beasts for protection. To kill one would have to fight through a massive tide of beasts. Suchen consumed the C-grade blood essence potion, feeling his blood essence boil, and immediately sat cross-legged to operate the Jingma martial art. The martial art could absorb blood essence more quickly, enhancing the conversion rate of blood essence usage. For an ordinary martial general, it would take 3 days or more to digest and master a tube of C-grade blood essence potion. However, with the divine-level Jingma martial art, Suchen absorbed the C-grade blood essence potion much more rapidly, and its effects were even better. Host blood essence value, 19999. Realm, first level martial general. A tube of C-grade potion almost allowed me to break through to the second level of martial general. The effect is indeed impressive, Suchen said, clenching his fist and feeling his strength increase. He immediately took another tube, and half an hour later, host blood essence value, 19999. Realm, first level martial general. The failure to break through was within Suchen's expectations. After all, it was a conventional method of breaking through, and the higher the realm, the lower the probability of success. Others might consider adjusting their state for a few more days before trying again, but Suchen didn't mind. If he couldn't break through, it was no big deal. He could go outside the city to hunt evil beasts. Such blood essence potions, which required expensive merit points to exchange, were somewhat useless to Suchen. If only I could get another tube of physique enhancement potion. The C-grade physique enhancement potion is even more expensive than the blood essence potion. Suchen thought for a moment and didn't care. Enhancing his physique would improve his efficiency in absorbing blood essence and strengthen his physical condition. Rather than wasting merit points to improve those insignificant health regeneration rates, it's better to hunt more evil monsters and use the merit points to buy better equipment. During the battle with the White Mask, the peak martial general's skills actually damaged his demon-breaking spear, and there will definitely be similar evil beings using secret techniques in the ancient battlefield, so weapons are still very important. He immediately took a C-grade health potion and activated the bewitching technique. Host health value, 20,000. Realm, second level martial general. Half an hour later, Suchen checked his health value and found that he had finally broken through. His physical strength had significantly increased with the realm upgrade. Now I need to choose a weapon. Suchen looked at his terminal, which showed 23,562 merit points. This included points from hunting and capturing cult organizations, as well as merit points for protecting students at the 4th high school, totaling over 20,000 points. I estimate that even those seasoned martial generals might not have that many merit points. Martial generals would immediately exchange their merit points for health potions to enhance their strength, along with various training resources. Suchen had no need for health potions and only a small demand for training materials. The bulk of his consumption was weapons. After all, he often fought above his level, and his weapons couldn't withstand it, leading to immediate retirement. Unlike others whose weapons could be passed down through generations, his would break after a few uses. As long as one reached a C-grade alloy weapon, it would be quite valuable and not easily damaged. Many people went through their entire lives without damaging their weapons, which could still be used by their descendants. He immediately opened the Demon Suppression Division's supply terminal to select a weapon. This time he was going on a long trip, and he didn't know when he would return. Although the Demon Suppression Division would provide some weapons in the ancient battlefield, the quality would likely not be very good. However, for ordinary people, it would be sufficient. Hunting evil monsters required many attacks and finding opportunities to strike their weaknesses. It took a long time to kill an evil beast, and the wear on weapons was minimal, needing just a bit of maintenance afterward. Main weapons wouldn't suffer irreversible damage, but Su Chen was different. Since joining the Demon Suppression Division, he had no idea how many weapons he had broken. Mainly, sometimes he didn't use the gun for piercing but for smashing, with every move being powerful and overwhelming. With over 20,000 merit points, he could choose a top-tier D-grade spear, which was divided into 4 qualities: top, upper, middle, and lower. The bright silver spear was a lower-grade lightweight weapon, made with less alloy material and the cheapest, while the demon-breaking spear was mid-tier, solidly made with alloy, and was a heavy spear. I used lightweight weapons before because my health was insufficient and they were cheap, but this time I must choose a few heavy spears. Su Chen preferred those grand and powerful techniques, strong and forceful, capable of overwhelming opponents. Now, his health could support him in using heavy spears for extended battles. As for C-grade weapons, he could choose one now, but it wasn't necessary. A top D-grade spear would be enough. At worst, he could buy a few more. What if the C-grade lightweight spear was not enough? The 100-fold amplification of the Constellation Spear might not hold up beyond 20 meters. Su Chen himself wouldn't be able to withstand it. Su Chen sat in front of his dormitory computer, connecting to the terminal to check the weapons available. His terminal received a message from Wu Changjiang. Su Chen, come to the interrogation division, those prisoners have information. They said they won't speak unless they see you. Su Chen remembered those 3 guys he had scared so badly they wet themselves. They were an unexpected gain from the beheading operation. Now they wanted to see him? Su Chen couldn't think of a reason, but he figured he would just ask on the spot. He immediately headed to the 5th underground floor of the Demon Suppression Division building, where the headquarters of the Interrogation Division was located. In a blank and vast interrogation room, Wu Ligua, Wu Changjing, and 3 members of the Demon Suppression Division's interrogation team were present. In the center, at a table and chair that seemed to merge with the ground, sat a man covered in scars. The man's head hung low, but sensing something, he raised it to look at Su Chen, his gaze warm and gentle, as if he were looking at a beloved junior. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Su Chen, the saint son of my sect. This statement startled everyone present. The term saint son. Even the 3 members of the interrogation team had drawn their weapons, but Wu Ligua intervened just in time to prevent an unwarranted conflict. Su Chen recognized this man, the only captured general of the evil cult organization. How had he ended up like this? He activated his magical powers and found that the man's expression held no fear, only confusion, as if he had become a different person. The saint son of the evil cult was the chosen heir of the cult leader of the Great Xia's evil organization. The cult leader was on par with the human race's guardians, and it was because of the leader's presence that the evil cult could rise from the ashes time and again, wreaking havoc on the world for over 100 years. The 3 great guardians of the Great Xia had once united to kill a cult leader, but soon after, another leader emerged, even stronger than the deceased one. The saint's son was the carefully nurtured heir of each cult leader, capable of becoming a terrifying existence comparable to a guardian shortly after the old leader's death, second only to the cult leader. Each cult leader would only cultivate one saint's son in their lifetime, and statistically, every saint's son had a 100% chance of becoming a cult leader, with no exceptions. But why did he think Su Chen was the saint's son? Su Chen had only enmity with the evil beasts and the cult organization, having no ties to them anymore. Do you really think such a lowly tactic could incite infighting among us? Wu Changjing's gaze was filled with disdain. Wu Ligua also did not believe Su Chen could be the saint's son. Through the Demon Suppression Division's investigation into Su Chen's background, he knew that Su Chen's parents and grandparents were all heroes, righteous members of the Demon Suppression Division. How could he possibly be related to the evil cult? Moreover, he had witnessed Su Chen's performance during the beheading operation, showing no mercy towards the evil beasts. The number of evil beasts he had killed was countless. How could he possibly be the saint's son? Who are you? You are no longer that person, Wu Ligua questioned, aware that the evil cult had the ability to use sinister secret techniques, and it was not impossible to replace a person. Aunt, a master has no right to speak with me. You might as well call Jiang Hao over, the man replied. Wu Ligua's pupils constricted. Jiang Hao was one of the 3 guardians of the Great Xia. Aside from his grandfather, Wu Ligua and the Wu family had not seen a guardian in decades. Who are you? The man looked kindly at Su Chen. I didn't expect my downfall to come so quickly, that I couldn't even find an heir. However, Su Chen, you are just right. Not only do you suffer from the corruption demon disease, but you are also a human genius. In just 2 months, you have managed to cultivate to the level of a general despite the disease. You are qualified to become my heir. Come, abandon the cultivation of your vital energy, stop suppressing the demonic aura, let it bathe your entire body, and become the new cult leader. The man's expression was fervent. Who wants to become your so-called cult leader? My parents and relatives died at your hands. I have an irreconcilable blood feud with you. Su Chen was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He didn't care who this guy was, even if he were the cult leader, so what? If he had the ability to kill them, he would have acted long ago instead of wasting time talking. The man clearly did not care. I will give you an irresistible reason. If you become the saint's son, I will ensure that the southern border of Great Xia remains free of troubles for 20 years. Wu Ligua was quite disdainful and was about to say something when a member of the Demon Suppression Division stumbled in, looking terrified. Commander Wu, Lord Wumu has fallen. The moment those words were spoken, everyone present turned pale. Wu Ligua dashed toward the person in front of him like lightning. What are you saying? Lord Wumu, the Guardian, has fallen? How dare you spread such treasonous rumors? This is a death sentence. Commander Wu, this news has spread outside, and there's a video of Lord Wumu's fall. The person was also in a state of panic. Wu Ligua quickly opened his terminal to search, and everyone else, including Su Chen, was checking as well. That was a guardian, one of the 3 guardians of the Great Xia, a pillar protecting the realm from the invasion of evil spirits and beasts. If one had fallen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Chen opened the external network on his terminal, and at that moment, the video and news of Wumu's fall were going viral online. Su Chen clicked on a segment of the video, showing a human wielding a spear in the sky, surrounded by 3 evil spirits and a half-demonized human, all attacking the human. The sky was shattered, mountains were obliterated, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Such intensity could only be caused by a guardian-level being. The besieged human, whoever he was, must have been a guardian, very likely the Wumu the man spoke of. The final outcome showed the human and the half-demonized being perishing together, their spear and claws piercing through their bodies, and the video ended. Wu Ligua and everyone present turned pale, utterly at a loss. A guardian of the Great Xia had fallen, which meant that the Great Xia would lose a third or even more of its territory. The reason the Great Xia could still maintain its complete system was due to the guardians, who deterred various evil spirits and beasts. The 3 of them barely held the line. Now that one had fallen, it meant that many cities in the Great Xia would inevitably fall, and those powerful evil spirits would launch a massive attack on the cities, enslaving the people of the Great Xia. The only way out was to abandon the land they could not protect and migrate to other cities. Wu Ligua was furious. Why hadn't the news been concealed? Regardless of its truth, he didn't know how much panic this would cause. But then he thought, this must be the work of a cult organization spreading the news. He turned to the man, fists clenched, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him alive. You are the leader of that cult organization. You orchestrated the ambush on Lord Wumu. I will kill you. Don't worry, I am already dead. That guy Wumu is still quite strong. This is just a remnant thought I left behind using secret techniques, and it will dissipate sooner or later. The man spoke calmly, completely unconcerned about Wu Ligua's fury. You should be worried. After losing the southern wilderness, how many of you will still be alive, and how many will die? Now, I give you a choice. Let Su Chen become the holy son of the Holy Church, and I will grant you 20 years to retreat safely from the southern wilderness. Choose, do you want over 100 million people to perish, or will you hand Su Chen over to us? As he said this, his gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Su Chen's thoughts whirled. He hadn't expected a guardian to fall, but there was absolutely no way he would become an evil spirit. Don't rush to answer. There are still 2 years until the gathering of the super-large beast tide. The Holy Church will reveal the truth to all the people of the Great Xia, and someone will make the choice for you. The 4 members of the Interrogation Division in the room looked at Su Chen with complex expressions, and when they saw his gaze, they immediately averted their eyes. My parents and family are still in Guanyue City. They are ordinary people who have to cross most of the Great Xia to leave the southern wilderness. They will die at the hands of the evil spirits and beasts on the road. The expressions of those present, including Wu Ligua and Wu Chengjing, were filled with despair. Spanning half of the Great Xia, the southern border is home to 700 million people, a vast number of ordinary individuals who, once outside the city, become fodder for evil spirits and strange beasts. If they do not migrate, a massive beast tide will come, and they will die just the same. Su Chen's gaze was sharp and spirited. Unlike the despair of others, he was contemplating how many evil spirits and strange beasts he needed to kill within 2 years to become a guardian. Submitting to the evil spirits and strange beasts was something Su Chen would never do in his lifetime. As for falling into corruption and becoming an evil spirit, he could never pretend. The process of becoming an evil spirit would constantly affect one's mind. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, no human who had turned into an evil spirit was able to maintain their true self until the end. If he couldn't achieve that, then he had no other choice. Now he had an opportunity. As long as he hunted evil spirits and strange beasts, he could rapidly increase his strength, without the bottlenecks that others faced. even if he had to endure the scorn and hatred of others in the process. He looked down at the man, his eyes showing no fear or panic, his tone flat. In that case, I will become a guardian. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to Su Chen, as if they were puppets on strings, staring at him intently. He truly dared to say it. The guardian was a towering pillar of the great Xia. How could a mere martial general utter such words? To them, it sounded, to put it bluntly, arrogant and nonsensical. Martial general, master, grand master, martial marquis, martial king, 10 directions martial king, martial saint. One must reach the level of martial saint to qualify to call themselves a guardian. There were 6 major realms in between, and the required vitality alone was an astronomical figure, not to mention the barriers and bottlenecks of each major realm. You, Su Chen, a mere martial general who hasn't even mastered a technique, not yet broken through to master, still dream of becoming a martial saint? You wouldn't even dare to think that. Wu Ligua shook his head, his expression grim. Su Chen, I know you have good talent. Given time, your achievements will surely be significant. Perhaps you can truly do it, but 2 years is too much to ask. The great Xia was not without geniuses like Su Chen, but they did not become guardians. Most were just shooting stars in the long river of great Xia's history. In the past 200 years, aside from the initial batch, only 3 became guardians, and none of the subsequent individuals reached that height. They did not know why, but the current stability of the great Xia relied entirely on those 3 great figures from the beginning. Holy Son, you have 2 years. Before the massive beast tide gathers, I have instructed the Holy Church to never harm you, waiting for you to inherit the position of the leader. I also guarantee that you will not die at the hands of the Demon Suppression Division. Your life belongs to the Holy Church, and your death will be accompanied by the 600 million people of the southern border of Great Xia. The man listened to Su Chen's words without any excess expression, as if he had already anticipated the rejection. What he did not expect was that after being refused, Su Chen actually wanted to become a guardian himself. Without the secret techniques of the Holy Church, wanting to elevate to the level of martial saint in just 2 years was akin to a fool's dream. He had seen too many so-called prodigies who, in the end, could not even break through to the Grand Master realm, regretting it for a lifetime. However, he had already made arrangements to spread the word within the Great Xia that Su Chen would be the Holy Son and the next leader of the Holy Church. The rest would be left to those humans. They would make the choices for Su Chen. Being forcibly made the leader of what they called an evil cult by the human race, the man felt a dramatic sense just thinking about that scene. Time is running out, then my heir, farewell. The man said with a smile, his eyes losing their luster, his breath fading away. Su Chen saw the other party die and turned to leave. He still had 2 years, which was enough, as long as he killed enough. You can't leave. A member of the interrogation division blocked Su Chen's path with a complex expression. Enough, don't embarrass yourself here. Do you really think you can kill him? Wu Ligua scolded. Things became very complicated. Su Chen was designated as the next leader of the cult organization. They all knew it but could not take action, because if Su Chen died, their attempt to retreat from the southern border would be met with endless attacks from the evil beasts outside the city. Countless citizens would become fodder for the evil beasts, and while these cultivators might manage to escape, others would have no way out. The current Great Xia was already trapped in a life and death crisis, and the choice was not in the hands of the Demon Suppression Division or Su Chen. It would be the large number of citizens within the city, and they would have only one choice: to force Su Chen to become the leader of the cult organization. This would allow the citizens to evacuate safely. Su Chen's identity was akin to a hostage but entirely different. Su Chen returned to his dormitory. He did not want to become the leader of the cult organization and turn himself into a demon. 2 years later, a massive beast tide would sweep through the southern border, and the other 2 major guardians would undoubtedly be held up, unable to attend to the southern border. To lead a large number of ordinary citizens across the desolate ruins outside the city was to deliver food to the evil beasts outside, a feast for them. There was no need to gather a large beast tide. The evil beasts along the way acted like sieves, leaving all citizens forever in the southern border. The only way for the citizens of the southern border to survive was to force Su Chen to become the leader of the cult organization, allowing them to evacuate. Su Chen did not want to be manipulated by them. This was a path with no solution, of course, for others, not for Su Chen. His realm could be improved without bottlenecks, but each elevation in realm required defeating opponents of a higher level. Since that was the case, he would shatter the cult organization's plans in the midst of life and death battles. So now, what he needed to do was to enhance his strength, by any means necessary, going wherever the evil beasts were most numerous. The ancient battlefield was undoubtedly the best choice. Su Chen slid the light screen connected to his computer, sitting at his desk, carefully selecting. He first skimmed over the C-grade long spears, pulling up to the highest tier of D-grade long spears. His first requirement was weight. it also needed to be easy to carry, similar to a two-piece alloy spear with a mechanical buckle for disassembly. However, all the options here were one-piece long spears, and for normal cultivators, using a D-grade long spear was difficult to damage. They were meticulously maintained as primary weapons and could even be resold later. There was no need to purchase too many weapons, and naturally, there was no need to consider portability. Mechanical buckle long spears were relatively more fragile than one-piece ones, and it was unnecessary to sacrifice performance for a bit of convenience. Su Chen found a D-grade long spear requiring about 3,000 merit points and chose one called 7-foot Danqing. 7-foot men are full of spirit, forging the Great Wall deep in the snowy mountains. Only with a loyal heart can one startle the sun and moon, daring to spill hot blood across the seasons. Description: this spear consumes vitality to increase attack power. Its use is not recommended. Su Chen was taken aback by this description. Wasn't this a special effect that only S-grade weapons would have? Could D-grade weapons also possess it? C-grade weapons were already considered high-level weapons and had some special effects, such as calming the mind and enhancing vision, but compared to S-grade weapons, they mostly had auxiliary effects with little impact. Then he realized that this special effect was a side effect. When fighting against evil beasts, it was usually best to conserve vitality and stamina. The defenses of evil beasts were far superior to those of humans, and if too much vitality was consumed on one evil beast, one would ultimately die from exhaustion. Especially in the ruins outside the city, where there were sometimes no places to rest, conserving vitality and stamina was crucial. Moreover, facing a large beast tide, rapid consumption of vitality was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Although this spear increased attack power, it indeed came with a side effect. He then looked at the consumption and conversion ratio. Each attack increased consumption by 30% and attack power by 10%. There were many comments below this weapon. If you want to fight desperately, this gun is the first choice. This gun is indeed famous, 7 feet of Danqing, but I think its other name is more appropriate, burning the boats. I haven't seen anyone alive who has used this gun, they all died on the battlefield, all are good men of the Great Xia. A 30% consumption of vitality increases attack power by 10%, which isn't much. The more evil beasts you hunt with this gun, the more vitality it consumes, and the attack power will also increase, which makes it even more useless. This gun is good for comparing who hunts more evil beasts. After all, the gun's body starts off black, and if the user kills evil beasts, it will turn green. The brighter the color, the more kills. Su Chen saw this and felt that this gun was very suitable for him. As long as he hunted evil beasts, he could increase his vitality, and the 30% consumption could be offset. This gun can actually change color based on the number of evil beasts the user kills. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Su Chen saw that below, some people were holding the 7-foot Danqing guns, testing whose gun body was more vibrant, and he didn't expect this gun could also be used for gambling. Moreover, this gun has a mechanical buckle and is a 2-section, heavy long gun, which is very suitable for him. He immediately clicked to purchase 7, just to match the name and seek good fortune. He didn't know when he would go to the ancient battlefield, so Su Chen needed to familiarize himself with the new weapon faster. Waiting for the people from the Demon Suppression Division to deliver it, along with the complicated procedures and verification of the receipt, going directly to the logistics department would save a lot of time. Just right, he needed to go to the gravity room to get accustomed to the 7-foot Danqing. Su Chen immediately got up and headed to the logistics department of the Demon Suppression Division. In the huge square of the logistics department, many members were sitting and resting, some having just finished training in the gravity room. Although the Demon Suppression Division is a large building, it occupies a vast area, and the floors and squares can accommodate thousands of people, making it feel spacious. Hello, I'm here to collect my weapons. Su Chen showed the terminal receipt to the staff. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff confirmed the information displayed on Su Chen's terminal. 7 7-foot Danqing long guns? Are you sure there are no mistakes? The beautiful young lady was astonished. She hadn't seen a member of the Demon Suppression Division purchase 7-foot Danqing in a long time, let alone 7 at once. Yes, no mistake. Seeing Su Chen nod, the young lady's gaze was filled with admiration. At this time, news about Su Chen had not yet spread. People were unaware of the situation. Even the death of Wu Mu was widely rumored but had not received official acknowledgement from the Great Xia, leading to skepticism, as evil cult organizations often spread such propaganda. However, it wouldn't be long before the evil cult would spread this matter, and the gathering of the super-large beast tide and the evacuation of citizens couldn't be hidden. This bad news would eventually be known by everyone. Sitting on a resting chair, waiting for the staff to go to the back to fetch the weapons, he had come here often, but he had already exchanged weapons 3 times. He couldn't help but sigh at the speed at which he consumed weapons, likening himself to a gold-devouring beast. Su-chan, I was just looking for you. While Su-chan was waiting for his weapons, he heard a familiar female voice and looked toward the source of the sound. Wu Changjing was wearing a black demon suppression division coat, exuding a heroic aura, her figure curvaceous, holding a red long gun in her hand. Su-chan glanced at Wu Changjing's body. Her figure was indeed impressive, with curves in all the right places, unlike the softness of women. Her exposed white arms were tight and smooth, and as she moved, her lines were subtly defined, like a powerful female leopard, her body containing immense explosive power. Wu Changjing, however, seemed completely unaware, sitting down next to Su-chan and wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Su-chan was speechless. Couldn't she see my gaze? Even a woman would have some awareness, right? Wu Changjing, you really have no self-awareness at all. She really treats me like a buddy, huh? Or did she see and deliberately pretend not to? Your words just now stirred my blood. How can the human race bow to evil beasts? Following his thoughts, at most, it would just be a temporary compromise. Take a step back today, take another step back tomorrow, and the entire territory of the Great Xia will be surrendered. I will go to the ancient battlefield with you. You're going too? Will your family allow you to go? Su-chan could imagine that Wu Changjing would go, but she was from the Wu family. If she were a boy, it wouldn't be surprising. It's hard to say. Perhaps the Wu family raised Wu Changjing as a boy since childhood, which is why she has such a personality. What Su-chan was worried about now was whether the Demon Suppression Division would allow him to go to the ancient battlefield, as his current identity was quite sensitive. However, he hadn't received any orders restricting his movements. The higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division must be aware of his existence. They were just still discussing countermeasures. My dad, whether he agrees or not, I will go. Protecting the family and the country is the inherent duty of the Great Xia people. It is also the creed of my Wu family. Wu Changjing saw that Su-chan had no signs of entering the gravity room to train and sat down here. Are you here to buy weapons? Yeah, my weapon was damaged at 4th middle school. Wu Changjing looked puzzled. Why do you always break your weapons? D-grade alloy weapons shouldn't wear out so easily in your hands. There's no helping it. I keep running into people stronger than me. Su-chan shrugged helplessly. Su-chan, saying that is really annoying. Fighting above your level is impressive. I can do it too. It's fine. This time we go to the ancient battlefield to find S-grade materials from other realms to make you a weapon, and then the problem will be solved. You make it sound easy. Have you seen anyone at our level who can use S-grade weapons, excluding you? Su-chan had long coveted the S-grade spear in Wu Changjing's hands, but unfortunately, he didn't have a good father. Captain Su-chan, your weapons have arrived. 7 staff members approached respectfully, lifting 7 wooden boxes in front of Su-chan. You bought 7 weapons, all D-grade. Do you really need that many? Wu Changjing stood up in surprise, seeing the D-grade insignia on the boxes. Hearing the commotion, people around also noticed that someone had purchased 7 D-grade weapons at once. They must be quite wealthy, surely another young master from some family. The Demon Suppression Division also had corresponding merit points for the Great Xia currency, but 1 merit point was equivalent to 10,000, and the actual exchange required a 50% handling fee, meaning 15,000 for 1 merit point. This young man didn't look like someone who could earn that many merit points, and at this age, his strength wouldn't be that great. Would he even need D-grade weapons? Another show-off, afraid to go out of the city to fight evil beasts. They hated such cowards the most, relying on connections to sit above them. Can you sit there based on real skill? The crowd's gaze turned towards Wu Changjing, who really didn't look like a lady at all. She was just like Su-chan's buddies back in school. Girl, how will you marry anyone like this in the future? Su-chan couldn't help but sigh for Wu Changjing's future. What a good girl, quite pretty, but unfortunately, she had a big mouth. Su-chan opened the box, revealing a black long spear, 7 feet long, with a spear tip that looked like it hadn't been sharpened, also black. He picked it up. It was cold to the touch, and when he swung it, the weight was just right, not much different from the broken magic spear he had used before, but the material was better. You actually bought 7 7-foot dancing spears, are you crazy? Wu Changjing's lips parted slightly, utterly astonished. He even suspected that Su-chan couldn't handle the pressure and was deliberately seeking death. Su-chan, sometimes I wonder if you're seeking death. You always charge in first during battles, especially this time. The Demon Suppression Division won't agree to let you go. She knew how terrifying the side effects of the 7-foot dancing were. Her family had used it during the Beast Tide attack in Guanyue City. It was like a drop of water sinking into the ocean, dying without a ripple. The purpose of this gun was more for competing in the number of evil beasts killed. I just want to kill a few more evil beasts. Only by killing evil beasts more efficiently could one quickly increase their strength to cope with the massive beast tide 2 years later. The others also saw the weapons in the 7 boxes, and they were all 7-foot danqing, which made them turn their heads in surprise. This rich young master bought 7-foot Danqing. What a wasteful son. Look at the gun he's holding, it hasn't even turned green at all. He has money to burn, other weapons could be used, but 7-foot Danqing is a no-go. Wait, isn't that Wu Changjing from the Baihua squad? So this young man is Su Chen? Someone in the crowd recognized Wu Changjing, a well-known figure in Guanyue City. They also knew that Wu Changjing had recruited a former double-top scorer, Su Chen, who was also a young man. It's him! I heard he participated in the beheading operation, his strength is quite good, and he's said to have reached the level of a martial general, but buying this gun is still unwise. Maybe it's for testing, it wouldn't make sense to use it in battle. Su Chen held the long gun, puzzled. Wasn't it said that the more evil beasts you killed, the greener the gun would become? Why hadn't it reacted yet? He stared at the gun barrel and saw spots of green appearing, quickly covering a foot of the long gun, the color vibrant. 1 foot long, it said that 1 foot corresponds to the killing of about 10 evil beasts. The long gun in Su Chen's hand, which started with 1 foot of green, gradually enveloped the entire 7-foot barrel, the color deepening and becoming more vivid, turning the whole gun into a sky blue. Soon, the sky blue deepened further, turning into a dark blue, close to the original black of the long gun, somewhere in between. Damn, the color of the long gun is almost turning back to black. How many evil beasts has he killed? I've only seen this color in the hands of the director of the Martial Division 20 years ago. The director had fought in hundreds of battles, killing thousands of evil beasts. It's terrifying. How long has he been in the Demon Suppression Division? People gasped, no longer daring to underestimate Su Chen. This guy really had killed a lot. I always thought you killed quite a few, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous, over 1,000 already, and you've only participated in a few battles. Wu Changjing had been watching Su Chen fight in the Demon Suppression Division. In just 3 battles, he had managed to make the gun barrel almost turn black. She immediately picked up a 7-foot Danqing to try. The gun barrel turned sky blue and then stopped changing, which made her feel disheartened. I joined the Demon Suppression Division at 15, and now in my 20s, I still haven't killed as many as you. You're a killing maniac, more reckless than I am. Wu Changjing accepted this result. After all, she had seen how crazy Su Chen was, single-handedly blocking the road and holding back the beast tide for nearly an hour without letting a single evil beast through. There will be plenty of opportunities to hunt evil beasts in the future. Aren't we going to the ancient battlefield? No way. Are you really going to use this gun in the ancient battlefield? The people nearby were all shocked. He actually wanted to go to the ancient battlefield, that meat grinder? The place everyone avoided like the plague, and he was taking a 7-foot Danqing with him, which was no different from seeking death. But at the same time, they felt a strong admiration. Such a person was worthy of respect. They looked at each other, most were in their 30s or 40s, and only a few were in their 20s. Joining the Demon Suppression Division at 18 was already commendable and something to be proud of. At this age, risking their lives to protect the Great Xia was admirable. But they remembered that Su Chen had just turned 18 when he joined the Demon Suppression Division, and now, in just 2 months, he was going to the ancient battlefield, a place they dared not go. Don't mention using a 7-foot red brush to fight. That truly means dedicating one's life to the Demon Suppression Division. A heart of a child, unwavering and consistent, even in the face of overwhelming danger, still chooses to charge into battle. Yes, I feel this gun suits me very well. It allows me to hunt more evil beasts, Su Chen replied honestly. This gun had little side effect on him. As he wielded the long spear, he noticed his vitality was depleting faster, about 50% quicker than usual, while his strength increased by nearly 20%. It couldn't be more suitable. Wu Changjing patted Su Chen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. I, Wu Changjing, consider myself not weaker than others, but this time, I have to admit defeat to you. However, just this once, I will definitely kill more than you in the future. You're my buddy now. I'll take you to meet my dad later, let you recognize the family. No, how could you twist it to this point? But if you imagine Wu Changjing as a good buddy, it seems quite reasonable, even if the southern border is about to fall, and the Wu family's foundation in Guanyue City will also collapse, he remains so optimistic. Are all the people from the Wu family this peculiar? Su Chen spent 21,000 merit points, leaving him with over 2,000 points. As for armor, he didn't need to buy any, the D-grade golden silk soft armor was sufficient. He wouldn't purchase the full-body alloy armor, even though he could bear the weight of several hundred pounds, it would still affect his mobility. With the innate martial skill of being invincible, his defense was already adequate, there was no need to compromise his speed for increased defense. After all, Su Chen was fighting against evil beasts with passion and couldn't afford to waste time with them. He bought some D-grade healing potions and exchanged for a set of D-grade wrist armor, which was the only piece of alloy armor he had. The blades could pop out, and during the beast-tide battles, relying solely on evasion and quick kills was impossible without sustaining injuries or being attacked. The wrist armor served to block and reduce impact at such times. After selecting these, his merit points were all spent, and all that was left was to wait to enter the ancient battlefield, using this time to familiarize himself with the new equipment. As a centurion, he had ample time in the gravity room, enough to stay inside for a month. Under the blazing afternoon sun, Suchen wore a white short-sleeved training outfit, steam rising from his body, the high temperature distorting the air around him. He walked out of the gravity room, placing the long spear on the weapon rack in the lounge. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A month had passed, and the turmoil at 4th High School had ended with Zhu Kai's dismissal. The Ministry of Education, in conjunction with the Demon Suppression Division, had implemented sweeping reforms at 4th High School. However, these were minor matters. The bigger news was that not long ago, a mourning ceremony was held for the Lord of the Martial Mu Guard. People then learned that a massive beast tide was set to sweep across the southern border in 2 years, plunging major cities in the south into panic. Flights heading north were fully booked every day, making it nearly impossible to get a ticket. Some even went bankrupt just to secure a ticket, but even with all flights directed north, for the entire southern population, it was like a drop in the ocean. Not to mention, these tickets were snatched up by various family martial arts schools, leaving ordinary people with no chance to escape. Air travel also posed dangers, but specially designed ultra-fast planes could retreat before the evil beasts reacted, which was better than trekking through the ruins, a certain path to death. Amidst the crowd's panic, a rumor, or rather a statement acknowledged by everyone in the cult, spread. As long as the Holy Sun Su Chen returned to the Holy Church, the evil beasts outside the city would allow them to safely evacuate from the southern border. Suddenly, the internet was filled with demands for Su Chen to become the Holy Sun, with countless families kneeling day and night at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, hoping they would make Su Chen the Holy Sun to protect their families. They are just ordinary people, this is their only way to survive. Su Chen himself had received messages from former classmates and friends, pleading with him to become the leader of a cult organization. This world is truly magical. Please, sir, sacrifice yourself for the world. For Su Chen, becoming a demon is equivalent to killing him. His belief since childhood has been to slay demons and other beasts, which has supported him to reach this point. However, the Demon Suppression Division has yet to provide him with specific requirements or issue any orders. He was not stopped from going to the ancient battlefield. The external message is that citizens need not panic. The Demon Suppression Division is already working on a solution, but no specific answers have been given. During this time, Su Chen has been honing his new weapon while stabilizing his own realm. Although it is easier to unleash potential and break through in life and death crises, a stable approach is still the best way to solidify one's foundation. Most people take 10 days to half a month to stabilize their realm after a breakthrough, but Su Chen has rapidly increased his strength without solidifying his realm. Fortunately, he broke through in the midst of life and death battles, and his grasp of the techniques and fundamentals is still keeping up. This has led to a problem. He has never formally studied marksmanship. Generally, martial arts training includes a set of weapon usage methods, but Su Chen has none. All his moves are focused on how to kill demons and beasts more quickly. Marksmanship? He has none. He relies solely on brute force, and this method can only be learned by Su Chen, as others do not possess the Demon Suppression Divine Gun, which ignores the defenses of demons and beasts. Night Watchman Su Chen, proceed to the 1,000 Demon Cave in the ancient battlefield in 5 days. The terminal received a message from the Demon Suppression Division. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting so long. His big gun was already eager for action. During this time, he was on leave with no task requirements, so he occasionally went out of the city to test his gun on F-level demons and beasts, which could not significantly increase his vitality. Although his vitality had not improved this month, his strength had indeed risen to a new level, solidifying his foundational realm. At the very least, he could wield the star-piercing long gun from a maximum distance of 25 meters, an increase from the previous 20 meters, which is a 5-fold increase in power. A 100-fold increase in the star-piercing long gun means that every additional increase puts a tremendous burden on the body. The 1,000 Demon Cave is a B-level ancient battlefield located within the territory of Guanyu City, extremely dangerous. Su Chen opened the terminal to read the information about the 1,000 Demon Cave. The 1,000 Demon Cave ancient battlefield is located southeast of Guanyu City, 300 kilometers away, in a vast mountain range where peaks are densely packed like a beehive, hiding a large number of demons and beasts. The winding caves inside are like a maze, and countless night watchmen have been trapped and died within, their corpses unaccounted for. It contains a wealth of otherworldly materials, with the highest level reaching B-level, and there are also B-level demons and beasts classified as B-level. Those with nyctophobia may wander in. The information is detailed, listing the types of demons and beasts inside, along with their attack characteristics and habits, which Su Chen read carefully. The ancient battlefield is different from the extermination battles in the ruins outside the city. The endless mutated beasts of ordinary animals in the caves have undergone a significant increase in danger due to the long process of natural selection. Just as its name suggests, the Thousand Demon Cave is a breeding ground for countless insect-like and crawling beasts, where the beasts inside are much stronger than those outside, and the demons that dominate these beasts are even more troublesome. However, despite this unfavorable environment for humanity, the Great Xia still needs to explore it. Without otherworldly materials, the improvement of practitioners' strength will significantly decline. A decrease in resources means a corresponding reduction in resources for future generations, and over time, the quality of practitioners in Great Xia will deteriorate. In the end, the city was breached by the evil beasts, turning its defenders into two-legged sheep in a pigsty. This was akin to a dull knife cutting flesh. After all, the beasts from the Thousand Demon Cave could never be completely exterminated, and the mountains rich in materials from other realms were extremely difficult to destroy. No wonder everyone is reluctant to go to the ancient battlefield. This is not an ancient battlefield at all, but clearly a breeding ground for evil beasts, akin to feeding the evil beasts and demons, Su Chen lamented, contemplating that the Thousand Demon Cave was teeming with powerful evil beasts, making it a very suitable place for him to enhance his vitality. He had always wanted to elevate his martial skills, which required hunting a large number of D-grade evil beasts. In the wild ruins, encountering so many powerful evil beasts was only possible during a massive beast tide. However, slaying D-grade demons among so many evil beasts was extremely challenging, as the losses during decapitation missions were evident. Without teammates to fend off other evil beasts, it was impossible for Su Chen to execute a decapitation amidst the beast tide. Moreover, the evil beasts in the Thousand Demon Cave were not only powerful, with the weakest being E-grade, but the caves were also narrow, limiting the engagement area even when facing a tide of evil beasts. At most, they would come at him one by one, making it a series of one-on-one duels all the way through. However, this placed exceptionally high demands on the leader's courage, temperament, and strength. If the first person to face the evil beasts faltered, the rest would be unable to assist, leading to an immediate collapse of the team, which would soon be devoured by the evil beasts within the cave. After understanding the situation, Su Chen left the lounge, returned to his dormitory, and began preparing for the expedition. He gathered the necessary supplies for the cave. Although there was a temporary forward camp at the ancient battlefield, he still needed to prepare on his own, planning to replenish any shortages later. 5 days later, a grand convoy set off from the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division's building, this time without cheers. "Let Su Chen become the Holy Sun. Please save my family, I beg you." However, the Demon Suppression Division never changed its plans, as if the Guardian had not fallen, continuing its operations as usual. In addition to the Demon Suppression Division's convoy, there were also private forces from various martial arts schools and prominent families, responsible for a portion of the mining, paying a 30% share of the materials from other realms to gain permission. Among them, Su Chen spotted the Wang family's team, with their war chariot emblazoned with the Wang family insignia. Someone from the Wang family seemed to have caught Su Chen's gaze, locking eyes with him through the chariot window, their expression unfriendly. Of course, now everyone looked at Su Chen with unfriendly eyes. He was the one who had tarnished their family's reputation, causing their standing within the Demon Suppression Division to decline, which in turn slightly reduced their share of the mining at the ancient battlefield. This was a significant loss for the Wang family in relation to the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division would not excavate the entire Thousand Demon Cave, as they could not completely clear it while ensuring protection. They would only operate within a designated area, which was the corresponding safe zone, as it would undergo the Demon Suppression Division's purging, followed by mining conducted by the division's own forces and various factions. The designated area was not large, and with so many participants, competition was inevitable. This was also why the Wang family cared about their reputation. Su Chen, however, was indifferent. As a night watchman for the Demon Suppression Division at the ancient battlefield, he was not afraid of the Wang family's schemes, unless they no longer wished to operate in Guanyue City. But he could not trust these people. The Thousand Demon Cave was an ancient battlefield, and it was normal for a few people to die unexpectedly without a sound. The large convoy crossed mountains and ruins, rolling through forests, heading towards the Thousand Demon Cave, raising a massive cloud of dust along the way. Not hiding oneself would attract the attention of the evil spirits and strange beasts, for once a human appears in the Thousand Demon Cave, the evil spirits and strange beasts will be aware. Whenever they appear, the forest guardians of Guanyue City will impose strict vigilance on the entire city before their return. not allowing anyone to leave the city to prevent cult organizations from taking advantage of the situation. The evil spirits and strange beasts also did not take this opportunity to launch a beast tide, as there was no time to wait for them to gather. By the time they assembled, the night patrollers had already arrived at the Thousand Demon Cave. The ancient battlefield where the Thousand Demon Cave is located has special restrictive rules, allowing only a certain number of evil spirits and strange beasts as well as humans to enter. If either side exceeds the limit, the excess will self-destruct for no reason. This is a unique restriction of the ancient battlefield, and people have yet to investigate the cause. Some speculate that it is due to the lingering souls of powerful humans from the past, among other unverified rumors. Suchen sat in the war chariot, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him were 7 long spears and a supply backpack, as this journey would take nearly 3 days. Suchen, after we get there, team up with me, and we'll enter the Thousand Demon Cave together, cutting our way to the deepest part. Wu Changjiang's stunning and spirited face was filled with excitement, completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. This operation involved each person selecting familiar members to better coordinate with each other. There were also veterans in the ancient battlefield, and those teams would not move. Newcomers would team up with their appointed partners, starting with 10 people per team, with no upper limit. If there weren't enough, the Demon Suppression Division would dispatch additional members. Okay. Suchen did not refuse. He had no objections to teaming up this time, as deep exploration in the ancient battlefield required someone to keep watch, allowing for sufficient rest and stamina for combat. I've already thought of a team name. Let's use You're to the Death. I really like it. Suchen nodded, as he also liked the name. I thought you would say you really like it. What do you mean by that, Suchen? I'm still a woman, saying I is perfectly reasonable. Wu Changjing raised her beautifully embroidered brows and threw an elbow at him. 3 days later, nearing evening, Suchen arrived at the destination, the Thousand Demon Cave. The war chariot opened, revealing a black, pockmarked mountain range, with the occasional beast roar echoing from within the caves. He saw a massive avian beast land on a bare peak, being pulled in by a gigantic tongue that extended out. Coupled with the dim sky, it resembled a hellish cave, living up to the name of the Thousand Demon Cave. Based on the war chariot, the logistics personnel set up the camp, while the combat personnel were gathered together. Wu Ligua stood at the front of the crowd, scanning the faces with a serious expression. You are all heroes among the night patrollers. It takes courage to come here, and you are the glory of the Great Xia. All of you are at the level of martial generals, with strength and combat experience not to be underestimated. The old teams will remain unchanged, and the new members will be assigned to teams by us, to quickly engage in battle. Our goal this time is the Thousand Demon Cave, to clear Area B, creating a relatively safe environment for the subsequent mining teams and external personnel. Based on demand, we will allocate troops for the defense and extermination of a specific area. 5 masters had come this time, serving as the leading commanders, with Wu Ligua as the overall commander. Don't worry about the B-level evil spirits, it is a doomsday worm. As long as you don't venture deep into the Thousand Demon Cave, you won't encounter the doomsday worm swarm. Of course, if you reach the designated task boundary, do not go deeper. That is the territory of the doomsday worms. They are countless in all D-level, with defensive capabilities comparable to masters, and their bite can crush C-level alloy weapons. Inside the doomsday worm, there exists a high-quality crystal of otherworldly material, but weapons made from that material have significant side effects, possessing the ability to devour one's own vitality. It can only be used as an auxiliary material for weapons, not as the main material. You must not be tempted by that little profit. The doomsday worms appear in droves, and once you spot one, my advice is to run fast. The doomsday worms grow by devouring materials from other realms. This is their staple food, but they also enjoy flesh, especially that of the human race, which accumulates a large amount of foreign energy within. Inside them, there is a type of crystal that contains a rich essence of foreign energy, making it excellent material for weapon crafting. Although it is not of high grade, it possesses a unique characteristic, devouring. The standard for S-class weapons is to have unique characteristic skills, and weapons made from the crystals of doomsday worms can evolve their own rank by devouring other beasts and demons. Since confirming his arrival at the ancient battlefield's Thousand Demon Abyss, Su Chen has been researching information about the Abyss, understanding the differences of the doomsday worms. To face stronger beasts and demons in the future, he needs to forge a weapon of decent strength for himself, and the doomsday worms from the Thousand Demon Abyss are very suitable. This material is somewhat mediocre. As an auxiliary material for weapon manufacturing, the demand is not high, and as a primary material, the side effects are significant. Suchen's 7-foot Danqing uses a large amount of these Doomsday Worm crystals as auxiliary materials, possessing a trace of the Doomsday Worm's characteristics, which resulted in a 30% increase in vitality consumption and a 10% boost in attack power. He aims to forge a weapon here that maximizes this characteristic, as a trump card for dealing with future massive beast tides. Wu Ligua looked at the crowd, whose morale was evidently low, clearly affected by the fall of the Guardian General Wu Mu. I know you are distracted, some of you have already evacuated your families, but I still want to say this, the Great Xia never bows to evil forces. What are you cultivating for? Is it not to protect the Great Xia from the harm of demons and beasts? To beg for mercy from the enemy is to think about how foolish that is. The headquarters of the Great Xia Demon Suppression Division has already discussed this. The territory of Great Xia will not yield an inch. This is a decision made personally by the 2 Guardian Generals. Your families can retreat because of your status and can live well in other northern cities, but what about others? Each city's population capacity has its limits. The cult's plan may seem good, but it is merely a slow poison leading to death. The population burden in every city of Great Xia is already considerable, cramming in the equivalent of an entire city's population, without the demons and beasts even needing to act, could overwhelm Great Xia with severe overpopulation. Therefore, no matter how Great Xia chooses, the outcome will not change. It is merely a slow death, ultimately becoming the slaves and food of demons, raised in the cities like pigs and dogs, slaughtered when hungry. You have cultivated to the level of martial generals. Your insight should not be lacking. Under a collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. Is such a simple matter still in need of reminders? Wu Ligua's voice was stern as he scanned the crowd. We have no way out, and neither does Great Xia. What you need to do is to clear out the demons and beasts from the 1,000 demon abyss as much as possible, obtain more materials from other realms, and forge more weapons to resist the impending war. Hundreds of people were awakened by Wu Ligua. This was the stark reality. They were all martial generals, existing as the elite in any city, and they understood the overall situation very clearly. Indeed, this is something that can be understood with just a little thought. They had simply fallen into self-deception, and there was no way out. Rather than selling their people as goods to demons, it would be better to fight to the death. Su Chen and Wu Chengjing formed a team, still needing 8 more members. Both of them were at the 2nd and 1st levels of martial generals, and many teams were reluctant to join them. Another reason was Su Chen. People's feelings towards him were very complex, and they did not want to have too much to do with him. Su Chen looked to be about the same age as their sons and daughters. This group of guys really judges people by their looks. Aren't we young enough to represent some decent talent? Wu Chengjing said angrily. She had just tried to team up with someone, but the other party only wanted her. Su Chen looked at the crowd, knowing that they would eventually force a team match. The number of participants had already been planned. But Su Chen was now thinking if it could just be the 2 of them. Alternating rest would be enough. Why don't you talk to Officer Wu and see if we can team up? Do you think my uncle would agree? Wu Chengjing's expression was flat. Wu Chengjing, would you like to join our small team? A group of 7 approached them, and one handsome man in his 20s extended the invitation. Sure. Wu Chengjing replied immediately. My name is Qin Shi. I've heard of your great name in the Demon Suppression Division, the 100 Flowers team, which is a famous women's team in the division. Qin Shi smiled kindly. I'm Wu Chengjing, and this is Su Chen, Wu Chengjing introduced. Qin Shi looked at Su Chen, thought for a moment, and smiled as he extended his hand. Welcome to the team, Su Chen. It's better to meet in person. You really are very young. Becoming a martial general in just 2 months, no wonder the cult leader wants you to be his successor. Hello, Su Chen said as he shook his hand. He didn't refuse. After all, if they didn't team up now, they would be forced into an exploration team later, all for the sake of completing the mission. The time given for them to form teams freely was to allow them to find teammates they were comfortable with, reducing the adjustment period in battle. In fact, team assignments should have been made before the ancient battlefield began, but many teams were still executing tasks outside the city. If it weren't for the ancient battlefield, how could so many hundreds of martial generals gather together? They were all leaders of their respective teams, some even commanding a 100-man team on missions. If the team left them, the entire Night Watch operation could come to a halt. This also reflected how much manpower the Great Xia Demon Suppression Division was lacking. As the last person was assigned to their team, the 10-person team was formed. Our mission is to clear the caves on the southeast side of Area B, responsible for the patrol and clearance of 5 caves, Qin Shi said, looking at the task information projected from his terminal. Now we should decide on a team name and a team leader. Everyone here has led teams before and understands the importance of leadership. I'm at the 7th level of Martial General. If possible, let me take the lead. I'll be the spearhead, she said, looking around at the team members, his expression slightly proud, as he had already noticed he was the strongest in this team. No problem, I agree, the others in the team nodded. Everyone here, including Wu Changjing, had led troops in battle. In the Demon Suppression Division, the strong had a say, and they all recognized that. Of course, except for Su Chen, who had no experience leading a 100-man team, but his skills were no less than those of a 100-man team. Does anyone have any opinions on the team code name? She asked the group. I think Until Death is a great name, Wu Changjing said. Sounds good, the others nodded in agreement. Then we also need to confirm a rotating spearhead. After all, I can't always be at the front alone, she said, looking at everyone. This position required someone strong and courageous to take on, so choosing a candidate was very serious. No one spoke up, as they all felt their strength was insufficient, and it was indeed very dangerous. The highest death rate in the ancient battlefield was for the one at the front, and whoever could take the lead could also be the captain of this team, as they would all respect that person. I'll do it. The others looked at the youngest, Su Chen, in surprise. The group sitting together all turned their astonished gazes toward Su Chen. Su Chen, your strength is at the second level of a martial general. I know you want to contribute to the team, but your power can't withstand the evil beasts of the Thousand Demon Cave. Shi expressed his refusal bluntly, his gaze shifting to another member of the team, a middle-aged man at the fifth level of a martial general. However, as Shi looked over, the man lowered his head. This guy, who was only slightly less powerful than him, had backed down. Shi's eyes showed disdain, but he didn't say it out loud to avoid disrupting the team's unity. The others also expressed their disagreement, as this was a matter of their own lives. They didn't dare to go on their own. I actually think he can, Wu Changjing disagreed. As Su Chen's superior, she was well aware of his incredible endurance. Shi had been on missions for years and hadn't heard any news about Su Chen. He only felt that Su Chen's strength was insufficient and that he was still so young. He feared that when it came time for Su Chen to take the lead, his unstable mindset would lead to the team's collapse, putting everyone in danger. But now, no one could step up. Even those at the fourth level of martial generals who had some strength remained silent from the beginning, showing they couldn't handle the pressure. Shi realized he had no better options left. Alright, if Su Chen can hold on, just let me know, and I'll take over. Shi never truly believed in Su Chen's strength and could only take on more himself. He was quite confident in his own abilities, but he still felt fear in the Thousand Demon Cave. It had nothing to do with his strength, but rather that the evil beasts there were far more powerful than those outside the city ruins, and he couldn't afford to exhaust himself. Not to mention Su Chen's second-level martial general vitality, which would likely be depleted quickly. No problem, Su Chen nodded. He agreed first, planning not to back down once it was his turn. It was a rare opportunity to hunt powerful evil beasts on a large scale. The team donned their lights and gathered supplies before entering the Thousand Demon Cave. They reached the entrance of a cave, and a scarlet tongue suddenly shot out. Prepared, she sliced it off with a knife, and the evil beast inside turned and fled. She led the team at the front, with Su Chen second, Wu Changjing following behind, and the middle-aged man at the fifth level of martial general responsible for the rear. The cave was deep and complex, making it easy to be caught in a pincer attack. Shi had no choice but to let the middle-aged man take charge, as he was the only one with that level of strength. Once we enter the cave, try not to attack the walls. These walls have an otherworldly aura, and their strength is very high. Most of the evil beasts in the cave locate their prey through sound, which will attract a large number of them, she said with an unusually serious expression. There was once a team that got trapped trying to break through the walls, only to attract countless evil beasts and be caught in a pincer attack, resulting in total annihilation. Remember, do not use great force to attack the walls. Fighting is fine, that won't affect anything. Understood, Su Chen nodded. So attacking the walls could lead the evil beasts to their doom, saving them the trouble of searching. Confirming the locations of the 5 caves to be cleared, Shi led the way into one of them, a cave 3 meters long and wide. Inside the cave, the walls were adorned with sparkling various colored ores, all materials containing otherworldly aura from the Thousand Demon Cave, but of low grade. Later, someone would be responsible for collecting them. Their task was to clear out the area, but it wasn't all hard work. There were also precious otherworldly materials among them. As the vanguard team, they would have the priority to collect these, a privilege granted by the Demon Suppression Division. As for those from large families and martial arts schools, they did not have this treatment. They had to hand over everything, and the Demon Suppression Division would distribute it all in the end. Some people could even find C-grade and B-grade otherworldly materials during the clearing missions to forge weapons, which were quite valuable. In the ancient battlefield of the Thousand Demon Cave, a kind of flesh and blood substance would condense, which is used to refine blood essence potions or other cultivation elixirs. Before they had ventured 50 meters deep, Su Chen and the others were attacked by evil beasts, a group of crawling giant lizards and various poisonous snakes and creatures charging at them. Qinxi's expression was grave as he took the lead, swinging his long knife down onto a black giant lizard that was 1 meter tall and 5 meters long, producing a shower of sparks and a sharp, grating sound. Qinxi let out a roar, channeling his blood essence, and severed the giant lizard's head, breathing heavily. This was still an E-rank beast. Its defense was terrifying, not much inferior to some D-rank ones. The pressure on Qinxi increased significantly, and before he could make a move, a giant snake coiled around him, prompting him to swing his knife with all his might. Some of the others, including Su Chen, quickly provided cover fire, not much, just to prevent the beasts from flanking Qinxi. The cave could barely accommodate 6 people side by side, but this was a life and death battle, requiring a large area to be cleared for the spearhead to maneuver. Being cramped together would only reduce their strength, and since they were all using heavy weapons, which were powerful and cumbersome, they needed even more space to wield them effectively. It was difficult to break through the defenses of the evil beasts without heavy weapons, and as they moved deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave, some areas would become narrower, further disadvantaging the team. At this moment, evil beasts were also surging from behind, but their numbers were not as great as those in front, likely coming from other branches, with the rear team responsible for eliminating them. 10 minutes later, the area was cleared. All teams rest for an hour, Qinxi ordered, wiping the sweat from his forehead and gasping for breath, his stamina and blood essence severely depleted. Su Chen, why is he completely unscathed? Someone in the team noticed that Su Chen's expression was still as usual, unable to contain their confusion. He was neither dirty nor drenched in sweat, not even breathing heavily or resting immediately. Instead, he was observing the corpses of the beasts. Moreover, the long spear he used had a strange color, unlike any D-rank spear they were familiar with. Was he slacking off? During the battle, he was responsible for both the front and rear, and it was normal for some to not see everything. Instantly, the others looked at him with disdain, sensing something was off, but they said nothing more, perhaps thinking he was conserving energy for the spearhead. After all, his strength was only at the second level of a martial general, which was to be expected. The group didn't say anything, tacitly accepting Su Chen's actions. They didn't want anything to happen to him, clinging to a false sense of hope. Only Wu Changjing saw clearly, as she was the third in line, but her stamina and blood essence consumption were minimal. All those beasts had been slain by Su Chen. She was the one truly watching the show, which gave her a sense of being protected. Her gaze was unfriendly as she stared at Su Chen's crouched figure, feeling quite displeased. If Su Chen knew about Wu Changjing's peculiar thoughts, he would probably have a face full of confusion. However, at this moment, he was examining the corpses of the beasts, assessing their strength, numbers, and types, and contemplating countermeasures. He understood that Qinxi had already consumed a lot of energy from the start, and he would definitely not be able to hold on later. Logically, martial generals shouldn't experience such severe stamina and blood essence depletion, but in this narrow cave, it was essentially one-on-one until all were killed. The people behind could only provide slight cover, which didn't alleviate much pressure. It could be said that in a short period, they were continuously engaged in high-intensity, fierce battles with over 100 beasts whose defenses were comparable to D-rank, and it was relentless. Even the strongest of men would struggle to keep up. If it were a large-scale battle, Qinxi might have to face 3 or 4 beasts at once, but he would also have teammates to share the pressure, allowing him a chance to catch his breath and adjust his breathing. In such battles, a martial general's stamina and blood essence could last a long time, but they also couldn't achieve a large number of kills in a short time. In short, within the Thousand Demon Cave, it was like a pawn crossing a river. There was no retreat, only forward. Whoever flinched and was scared would die, for there was no way back. In the dim cave, strange glimmers of light flickered, whether from otherworldly materials or the eyes of some creature lurking in the darkness. An hour later, the team continued forward, with Qinxi still leading the way. He held a long knife, his gaze alert as he scanned the surroundings, wary of the evil beasts that might appear at any moment. Su Chen quietly activated his magical technique, sensing a large number of evil beasts not far ahead, waiting for them. Be careful, there may be an ambush ahead, Su Chen warned. Qinxi frowned at his words, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. How could a second-level martial artist like Su Chen perceive what he, a 7th-level martial general, could not? I'll be careful, no need to remind me. Just make sure to cover my sides and don't let the evil beasts break into the team, Qinxi replied, his tone becoming less polite. In this dark and cramped space, his nerves were taut, and naturally, his temper was short. He also had to look after Su Chen. As long as he obeyed and didn't die here, that was enough for Qinxi. he would naturally pay attention to his surroundings, taking the lead. His mind remained tense, with no room for relaxation. A moment's carelessness could mean death. They cautiously traversed the cave for half an hour, eliminating a small number of the cave's beasts. She picked up a piece of light blue square crystal next to a beast's corpse, liquid flowing within it. D-grade blue slashing crystal, a good material for crafting medium-level weapons. It seems such good things can only be found on ancient battlefields, she said, putting it away for later distribution among the team based on merit. The denser the otherworldly aura, the higher the chance of producing high-level materials, which also indicated the presence of evil beasts that thrived in such rich otherworldly energy. Team, stop and rest for an hour. Shi's words were cut short by a chorus of beast roars ahead. He had just finished a battle and was greatly exhausted, needing rest. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and a flicker of fear crossed his resolute gaze. Prepare for battle. The evil beasts surged from the darkness, and Shi charged forward to fight. However, due to his previous exhaustion, his attacks became slightly disordered, losing their form. A giant snake bit down on his ankle. He struggled to slice off its head, but the head remained clamped onto his leg, the venom beginning to spread through his body. Is this how I, Shi, am going to die today? Despair surged within him. The path was crowded with numerous evil beasts, and even if he wanted to retreat, they wouldn't give him the chance. Just as he thought of switching places with Su Chen behind him, the evil beasts would surely seize that opportunity to break their formation, leading to a rout. He could only fight to the death, allowing Su Chen to take his place, but how long could a second-level martial artist like him hold out? The result would be one after another falling here. He couldn't retreat, doing so would disrupt the formation behind him, scattering it, leading to everyone's death. There was an unwritten rule in the Thousand Demon Cave: the spearhead was like a pawn crossing the river, only able to advance. Once they retreated, those behind could directly kill them. Don't stop, Shi, he shouted, fighting fiercely. Because of the snake's venom, his knife got stuck in the body of a giant lizard. Shi looked forward in despair at the various beasts charging at him. Su Chen was clearing the evil beasts on both sides from the back. Seeing Shi bitten and poisoned, losing his weapon, he immediately activated his magical technique with all his might, letting out a roar that stunned the evil beasts. It didn't take long, just a moment was enough. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen grabbed Shi by the collar and threw him backward, completing the switch. Shi felt his body lighten as he flew back, his pupils widening in shock. He thought he was doomed, seeing the beasts gaping maw ready to devour him. To his surprise, at the last moment, the beasts suddenly halted, as if the entire horde had been pressed on pause. A long spear thrust out from behind, and a figure stood in front of him. It was Su Chen. Shi was filled with confusion and shock, lying on the ground, watching Su Chen. How did he manage to do this? He had made those oblivious to death, the otherworldly beasts, stop. He had been very close to the beasts at the time and had even seen the flicker of fear in their copper bell-sized eyes. But now was not the time to dwell on such things. He saw Su Chen ahead, frantically slaying the beasts, the spear almost creating afterimages as it swung. In such high-intensity combat, a martial general at the second level could not hold out for long, especially while using the infamous 7-foot danqing. Without a martial art, a martial general's blood energy usage rate was very low, and the consumption was extremely fast, not to mention Su Chen's current state. Get up and support him, cover Su Chen, and try to clear the beasts on his sides. He's using the 7-foot danqing. Su Chen was taking his place to die, and Shi could not just watch him die. He recognized that spear, it was the 7-foot danqing. The consumption of blood energy was even more terrifying. It was a desperate struggle. Without Shi saying anything, Wu Chengjing, holding a long spear, joined the battle, supplementing from the side and trying to help delay in cover. Only then did the others realize that all 7 spears in Su Chen's hands were 7-foot danqing, and the color was completely different from the blue spears they remembered. They looked closely and found that the color of the spear in Su Chen's hand was an extremely deep dark blue, with the spear body turning black. Upon closer inspection, they gasped in shock. The color of the 7-foot danqing was so deep. How many evil beasts had he killed? Su Chen, holding the long spear, was filled with blood energy. The blood energy consumption of using the 7-foot danqing had greatly increased, but it still could not compare to the rapid enhancement he gained from killing. Moreover, with the demon-suppressing divine spear, the blood energy and stamina he consumed from killing the evil beasts were much less than others, allowing him to last longer. Hunted an E-level beast, gained 10 points of blood energy. Hunted an E-level beast, gained 10 points of blood energy. Hunted an E-level evil creature, gained 10 points of blood energy. As expected in the Thousand Demon Cave, the lowest were E-level beasts. Su Chen felt joy in his heart. This place was indeed suitable for enhancing strength. His gaze fell upon the D-level beasts and evil creatures hidden in the back, especially the evil creatures. These guys were very clever, waiting for the moment they could strike a fatal blow when they were exhausted. If Su Chen and the others held on, they would immediately retreat and regroup the beasts. Su Chen's target was them. Only by hunting D-level evil beasts could he elevate his martial skills and gain more blood energy. The personnel in the back had no pressure and could rotate, taking turns to replace Su Chen. Wang Ming, come over and prepare to take over for Su Chen. She shouted to the middle-aged man at the back. Received. The middle-aged man named Wang Ming immediately replaced Shi's position, standing on the other side of Su Chen. If Su Chen died, Wang Ming would need to step in, as Shi was injured and unable to take on the role. Su Chen seemed to sense something and looked at Wang Ming. This guy was holding back while covering, not using his full strength. Su Chen could feel it. It was completely different from the desperate struggle with Wu Changjing. Wang Ming, Su Chen thought of the Wang family within the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing Wang Ming's lack of effort, he finally understood the reason. But it didn't matter. With so many people watching, he wouldn't dare to attack from behind. With so many eyes on him, if Su Chen died, he would be devoured by the beasts or killed by his teammates. In such a situation, he wouldn't do something so irrational. Even if he survived, Su Chen thought the cult organization wouldn't let him go. After all, he was the Holy Son, the future leader of the cult. Su Chen was not worried. He kept an eye on things. He hadn't used all his strength against the evil beasts. As long as they dared to cause trouble, Su Chen wouldn't mind killing him right here. She watched anxiously from the back. Having injected the detox serum, recovery would still take time, and all he could do was watch with clenched fists around his weapon. Su Chen, don't rush too far ahead, conserve your strength and vitality. There are still a lot of D-level evil beasts behind, be careful of them. Especially since Su Chen's use of the 7-foot Danqing would consume energy even faster than usual. However, Su Chen was very tempted by the D-level evil beasts hiding in the back. Soon, as the battle with the beasts in front diminished, he would be able to engage with the D-level beasts. The blood chi dragon coiled around his spear, and with every thrust, he took the life of an evil beast. He saw the D-level beasts beginning to retreat under the command of the D-level evil. This couldn't be allowed, they couldn't escape. Su Chen's target was them. Where do you think you're running? Su Chen laughed wildly, his demonic technique in motion. The surrounding beasts showed signs of fear in their eyes, involuntarily retreating, colliding with the beasts behind them, causing the numerous beasts to falter first. Is this guy really that fierce? I think I saw fear in the eyes of the beasts, someone in the team murmured. This was too exaggerated. They had never seen evil beasts fear death, all of them charging forward without knowing what fear was. Could they actually be afraid? But he's using a 7-foot Danqing, we didn't notice at first. I wondered why he was so bold, but this spear is meant for desperate times. The others fell silent, realizing they had underestimated Su Chen and feeling ashamed of their previous disdain. They knew they couldn't reach Su Chen's level, risking their lives to battle the evil beasts. They also lacked the courage to enter the 1,000-demon cave with a 7-foot Danqing. Yet Su Chen had 7 of them. He possessed a heart that would fight the evil beasts to the death, a testament to his intense hatred for them. Such a person deserved their respect. The 7-foot Danqing, as its name suggests, preserved the heart of the brave, and its users were mostly heroic figures who had perished gloriously. Su Chen wrapped the blood chi dragon around himself, unleashing the accompanying martial skill that was invincible, attacking without defense. What little defense he had before was now gone, and his speed surged. What's wrong with this guy? We're telling him to conserve his vitality, yet he's charging forward. Is he not afraid of death? Shi watched in furious disbelief, but he was anxious inside. This was the first time he had encountered someone as reckless as Su Chen. How could he be getting more excited as the fight went on? Good job, Su Chen, keep it up. She glanced at the stunningly beautiful girl beside him, full of spirit, her face smeared with blood, her long, glossy black ponytail swaying as she wielded a blood-red spear, her expression exhilarated. She looked at Su Chen as if he were her idol. Is there really another one like this? What is wrong with my team? Are they all crazy? In the 3-meter-wide cave, the bodies of the beasts blocked both sides as Su Chen swung his spear, smashing the head of one beast. A black giant lizard, unlike the other beasts and occupying most of the cave, stood in front, with a gray-black evil being dressed in lizard skin sitting atop it, wielding a massive scythe made of unknown beast bones and red crystals. A D-level evil and a D-level beast. Su Chen, be careful. What he has in hand is a weapon made of top-grade blood-red iron, extremely strong. Don't let it hit you. The people behind could only watch anxiously. This was also a disadvantage for humans in the 1,000-demon cave. Their bodies had not evolved like those of the evil beasts and demons that had always lived here, making them more suited for battle in this environment. After such intense fighting, the bodies of the beasts on both sides of the cave were over 100 meters long, consuming a massive amount of vitality, and now he faced 2D-level evil beasts. However, the size of the cave meant they could not provide effective support. It was a completely one-on-one battle, and the opponent could not bring in more helpers to besiege Su Chen. Su Chen was actually interested in the D-grade blood-red iron in the hands of the demon, not expecting the demons in the ancient battlefield to be so wealthy. He needed to find good materials here to forge a durable weapon. It wasn't that the 7-foot Danqing was bad, but making it himself was more cost-effective. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. The demon, riding a D-grade exotic beast, gave Su Chen no chance to catch his breath. He knew Su Chen had just gone through intense fighting, with severe blood and energy depletion. Estimating according to the martial general's blood and energy standards, even if there was still some strength left, it wouldn't be much. The demon grinned cruelly, ready to take down this group of humans with a single charge, easily crushing them. The exotic beast beneath him let out a shriek, charging towards Su Chen with an unstoppable momentum like a tank. The demon on its back swung a massive blood-red sickle, aiming to cleave Su Chen in half. Su Chen flipped his spear and thrust it forward, targeting the demon's mount, the giant lizard. To kill a man, one must first slay the horse. The demon saw Su Chen's intention to attack the D-grade exotic beast first and understood his plan. He sneered dismissively. The defense of the D-grade black-armored giant lizard was among the best in D-grade, and it was the reliance that allowed the black-armored giant lizard to survive in the harsh environment of the Thousand Demon Cave. Even the peak human martial generals needed to continuously attack a certain spot to shatter the scales of the black-armored giant lizard. To break its armor in one strike was nothing but a pipe dream. The demon had already anticipated Su Chen being cleaved in half, and with the D-grade black-armored giant lizard, he would easily scatter the human forces behind him and reap them all in one go. Su Chen, quickly block. Don't clash head-on. The D-grade black-armored giant lizard is known for its defense. She shouted a warning. If they collided solidly, even if he withstood it, he would still be cut in half by the demon. Wu Changjing, on the other hand, was indifferent. She had seen Su Chen's terrifying combat power. In the beheading operation, even D-grade demons were injured by a mere brush and killed upon contact. With the 9th layer of spear intent, combined with the attack power boost of the 7-foot Danqing, Su Chen's attacks became even more ferocious. To him, exotic beasts were easier to kill than demons. They usually relied on their own defense and liked to withstand attacks with their bodies, and their intelligence was low. Su Chen liked this. It made killing them effortless. Su Chen slid low, lowering his center of gravity, and thrust upward from the lower jaw of the black-armored giant lizard. The 7-foot Danqing pierced through the hard scales of the black-armored giant lizard without obstruction, emerging from the back of its head and simultaneously piercing the unresponsive D-grade demon. Hunted D-grade exotic beast gained 872 points of blood and energy. Hunted D-grade demon gained 983 points of blood and energy. Piercing star-long spear, rank Earth, hunted 12/1000 D-grade demons and exotic beasts, upgraded to heaven rank, 1000-fold increase. Flood dragon suppressing the sea, rank human, hunted 12 out of 100 D-grade demons and exotic beasts, upgraded to Earth rank. Spear intent layers increased to 99 layers. Indeed, the ancient battlefield's 1000 Demon Cave had the most demons and exotic beasts, and their quality was quite good. Su Chen sighed. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the flood dragon suppressing the sea with 99 layers of spear intent would be. Each layer increased attack power by 10%, so 99 layers meant a 990% increase in attack power. The increase after upgrading this martial skill was comparable to those mid-level Earth rank martial skills, which typically had blood and energy power increases between 10 to 30 times. But the flood dragon suppressing the sea was a permanent martial skill, meaning every move he made could achieve the increase in martial skill power. The only drawback was that the blood and energy consumption could be quite large. But it didn't matter. If Su Chen used it normally, he definitely couldn't withstand the consumption, but once on the battlefield, his blood and energy would be inexhaustible. This flaw was perfectly compensated for by the demon body. The blood-red sickle swept past Su Chen's head, and 2 corpses slowly fell, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound. The others stared in shock at the scene before them. One shot, and it was over? Or was it a string of 2? This attack power was simply outrageous. In fact, the power that Su Chen himself used wasn't particularly strong. Under the premise of ignoring defenses, he could use more energy to accelerate his own speed. Compared to other martial generals of the same rank, his speed was exceptionally faster. After all, he focused on agility in his training, but with the talent of the demon-suppressing divine spear and the demon-devouring body, he possessed the speed of an assassin along with the strength and recovery of a berserker. Wu Changjing watched with stars in his eyes. When he first met Su Chen, he was just a martial artist, and now he was slaughtering D-class evil beasts like they were dogs. His judgment had proven to be quite good, he had found such a powerful genius. Su Chen flicked the blood off his spear, stepped over the corpse, and breathed heavily, looking somewhat drained. Good opportunity, the evil beast has stopped, Su Chen is exhausted, Wang Ming, go replace him. Xinshi shouted, as the evil beasts were still stunned by the scene. Their D-class evil beast had just died like that? Wu Ligua stood outside the Thousand Demon Cave, controlling the situation, killing the evil beasts that emerged from the cave. His gaze was serious as he looked at the cave where Su Chen had entered. I hope Qin can protect Su Chen, at least he can't die so quickly. Qin was the one he arranged to team up with Su Chen and Wu Changjing, with the purpose of protecting him. Although the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division had extremely hardline factions that believed they should fight the evil beast cult to the death, preferring to kill Su Chen now rather than let him become a cult leader in the future, fortunately, the ancestor of the Wu family intervened and discussed the matter with the Lord of the Guard, which helped suppress the situation. At least for the next 2 years while Su Chen was still alive, the cult organization wouldn't make any major moves, giving them more preparation time. Wu Ligua believed that in the beheading operation, with the relationship between him and Su Chen, and the fierce fighting against the evil beasts, along with the deep-seated hatred for them, Su Chen would not betray the great Xia. Moreover, he hoped Su Chen could become the Lord of the Guard. It had been 200 years since a new Lord of the Guard had appeared in Great Xia. Su Chen, I hope you can really do it, Wu Ligua murmured as he looked in Su Chen's direction. Inside the cave, however, Wang Ming hesitated for a moment and did not take Su Chen's place. Wu Changjing was ready to take over Su Chen's position, but Su Chen signaled him to pay attention to Wang Ming. Wu Changjing understood, he knew this guy was from the Wang family. The Demon Suppression Division did not reject members of prominent families or martial arts schools from joining, as they were all human, which complicated the internal dynamics of the division. Moreover, the Wang family had connections with a significant figure in the Demon Suppression Division. The evil beast in front saw Su Chen gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. He had just been holding on, and now he could no longer hide it. An evil beast riding a D-class black-armored giant lizard charged at Su Chen, wielding a weapon made from materials from another world. Good, he had indeed fallen for it, Su Chen thought with joy. As long as it didn't escape, everything would be fine. Hunting D-class beasts, gained 832 vitality points. Hunting D-class evil beasts, gained 977 vitality points. The spear, entwined with the vitality of the dragon, pierced through the hard scales of the beast, effortlessly penetrating the tough body of the D-class evil beast, the crimson color deepening. After killing two, Su Chen did not stop for a moment, he needed to quickly increase his strength. Before the evil beasts behind him could react, Su Chen was already in front of them. With violent force, the spear took down a string of two before the opponent could even respond. After killing dozens like this, the remaining D-class evil beasts, influenced by the shock of the magic technique and the massive deaths of their companions, began to retreat. But the massive, narrow line of people, with those in front wanting to retreat and those in the back wanting to advance, became jammed together for a moment, and even the frightened demons began to slaughter their own companions. This is the terrifying aspect of the Thousand Demon Cave. The place is too cramped, and these tunnels were originally meant for the passage of the Doomsday Worms, a group that thrives here like fish in water. Are they fighting among themselves? Wu Changjing said, her face filled with disbelief. During the beheading operation, this guy must have some special ability that can instill fear in the fearless demons and beasts. Compared to Wu Changjing's astonishment and confusion, the others were even more shocked. It was their first time witnessing such a scene. The demons, instead of fleeing due to danger, were acting this way, and the beasts, despite their low intelligence, were also behaving similarly. Su Chen did not take the opportunity to attack but instead held his spear steady, gathering power, ready to unleash the star-piercing spear. If they dared not interfere with him, he would dare to unleash a big move. The cave tunnels were just right for the star-piercing spear, standing in rows, making it the perfect place to execute the technique. Under 100-fold amplification, the star-piercing spear's power was terrifyingly strong, capable of breaking through even the defenses of C-grade demon beasts, not to mention it had the innate ability of the demon-suppressing divine spear, which ignored defenses. Unless they used weapons made from otherworldly materials to block, relying on their bodies to withstand it would result in countless corpses unable to diminish the spear's momentum. Boom! A sound that pierced the eardrums erupted in the narrow cave, causing everyone to cover their ears. The 7-foot-long spear, carrying unmatched momentum, accelerated with distance. Although the released star-piercing spear only had 100-fold amplification and could not increase further due to distance, it was still sufficient. When the spear struck the back of a demon, its hard fur felt like nothing, providing no resistance at all, and its body exploded instantly. The residual force continued, bang, bang. Like a string of firecrackers, the bodies of the demon beasts aligned with the spear all burst apart. Ultimately, the spear vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a series of dismembered limbs and a loud thud, as if the spear had been nailed to the cave wall, its sound echoing in the silent cave. Hunted D-grade beast, gained 868 health points. Hunted D-grade demon, gained 456 health points. Hunted D-grade beast, gained 753 health points. Hunted D-grade demon, gained 865 health points. One spear cleared the field. Shinshi looked at the ground covered in D-grade demon beast corpses, wondering if this was the same thing he had struggled to harm for half a day? How could it crumble like tofu in Su Chen's hands? Moreover, that martial skill was too terrifying. That kind of power, even if he, a 7th-level martial general, exerted his strongest Earth-level martial skill with all his might, could not reach such levels. He had only seen such attack intensity in masters, cutting D-grade demon beasts as if they were vegetables. Of course, Su Chen's attack power had not reached the level of a master. Even with the 9 layers of the dragon-suppressing sea, the 20% of the 7-foot-long spear, and the 100-fold amplification of the star-piercing spear, it was impossible to achieve. The main reason was that the demon-suppressing divine spear ignored defenses, which made Su Chen's attacks seem as powerful as a master's. As the spear was shot out, Su Chen felt a wave of emptiness in his body. The health points consumed by the star-piercing spear were terrifying, but after it pierced through all the D-grade demon beasts, that feeling was replaced by the replenished health points. The health points gained from this shot had exceeded 10,000, roughly estimating over 20 D-grade demon beasts. This directly promoted him to the mid-stage of the 3rd level of Martial General. Host health points, 34,252, realm, 3rd level Martial General. Damn, Su Chen, is this still the talent for health point accumulation at the human level? Is this talent really that perverse? Wu Changjing's beautiful eyes sparkled. This talent was terrifying enough, and there was no sign of health point weakness. She saw Su Chen's appearance. However, this is actually martial arts, but Su Chen did not say anything, fearing that Wu Changjing would cling to him and ask him to teach. It's not that he wouldn't teach, but he himself didn't know how to teach. Martial arts could only be created by a master. His martial arts were given by the system, and he had not fully mastered them yet. Because the level of the Guanqing long gun was still incomplete, it would at least require Su Chen to advance it to the divine level before he could teach others. After that, the team began to clean up the battlefield, killing off the remaining enemies and collecting the otherworldly materials from the evil creatures, which were all high-quality goods worth their effort to carry. Once the battlefield was cleared, everyone rested, sitting together to discuss the next steps. Should we continue forward or go back to rest? My injuries have recovered somewhat, but I'm still lacking in endurance, Shinshi said, looking at Su Chen as he spoke. His strength had already proven itself, and everyone would heed his opinion. In this world, the strong naturally earned the respect of others. In the dim cave, with the ground littered with the corpses of evil beasts, the portable electric lights illuminated the 10-person team leaning against the walls on either side. Su Chen glanced at the team, which had gathered a substantial amount of otherworldly materials, but he had not expended much energy. Time was pressing, and he would not miss any opportunity to enhance his strength. Let's do this. First, go outside to contact the collection team and inform them that they can start gathering otherworldly materials, while we delve deeper. We've just cleared 1 cave, and there are still 4 more to go. The task is heavy. This team was composed of the Demon Suppression Division, martial arts schools, and various families, as required by the Demon Suppression Division, which also prevented the martial arts schools and families from hoarding materials. That method works. Anyway, I can't take the lead. You can, Shinshi nodded. Although he was the captain, he believed Su Chen's strength far surpassed his own, and he wouldn't need to take the lead. The energy consumption wouldn't be too great. Outside the Thousand Demon Cave, Wu Ligua had just slain an evil creature that had emerged from another cave, intending to launch a sneak attack, when he saw a team appear at a certain cave entrance of the Thousand Demon Cave. They're out so soon, it seems they suffered heavy losses. That's the one Wu Changjing and Su Chen went into. This is bad. It hadn't even been 4 hours, it was impossible they had completed the cleanup. They had likely encountered danger, and Wu Ligua felt a bit anxious, thinking he shouldn't have let Su Chen and Wu Changjing go in. But when he saw all 10 of them emerge intact, he was even more puzzled and immediately flew over. Seeing Wu Changjing and her nephew come out unscathed, he glanced at Su Chen, who seemed fine, then turned his gaze sternly to Shinshi. Shinshi, what's going on? Weren't you executing a cleanup mission? Why are you back early? Give me a reason not to punish you. The only thing he could think of was that Shinshi felt there was danger ahead and wanted to protect Wu Changjing and Su Chen, thus terminating the mission. If that were the case, he could still forgive him. Report, Commander, this cave has been completely cleared of designated targets. We request the collection team. Qin saluted and reported. So fast? Do you, Qin, have that kind of strength? Wu Liguo knew Qin's strength. This guy had once been one of his soldiers. Qin glanced at Su Chen. Commander Wu, it was Su Chen who took the lead in completing the cleanup, not me. Wu Liguo looked at Su Chen in surprise. You, a newly appointed martial general, have that kind of strength? He knew that most of the creatures inside were D-level evil beasts, and the deeper one went, the stronger the D-level creatures became, reaching the 9th level of martial generals. At the very back lay the territory of the Doomsday Worms, each starting at D-level, and their numbers were countless. Although the mission range wouldn't extend that far, they could occasionally encounter them in the depths. He knew Su Chen was very enduring. He had witnessed it during the decapitation operation, where Su Chen showed no signs of energy depletion. He thought about it and realized that the Thousand Demon Cave was indeed perfectly suited for him. What's your strength now? Su Chen thought for a moment. Martial General Level 3. Wu Liguo's eyes widened in disbelief. You just broke through to Martial General Level 2 before coming here, and now you've broken through in just 4 hours? He knew that in life and death battles, realm advancements could happen very quickly, but Su Chen's speed was simply outrageous. The transition from martial artist to martial general was understandable. After all, the required vitality wasn't much, and mastering a martial technique was enough. Combined, it didn't even reach the vitality needed for martial general level 1. Too fast, a prodigy indeed. No, this was even better. Wu Liguo recalled what Su Chen had said that day. I just need to become the Guardian Commander. Perhaps he could really achieve it. Wu Liguo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, even if he thought it was a bit absurd. After all, the Guardian Commander started at the Martial Saint level and only then had the right to call themselves that. Very good, keep up the hard work, don't get arrogant, and don't forget what you said. Wu Liguo nodded and took out a communication device to notify the collection team to enter the cave. While the team was gathering and preparing, Su Chen and the others took a short break. They hadn't been inside for long, 4 hours, and most of the supplies were still intact, with more time spent resting. They then led the collection team into the cave. Wu Liguo watched the team enter and continued to patrol the emerging evil beasts, preventing them from sneaking into the cave to attack the collection team, as their strength was not strong. However, there were also martial generals present, personnel from various families and martial arts schools, collecting materials from other realms while also taking on some escort duties to prevent any stragglers. After 5 hours, another team emerged, covered in wounds but smiling. Seeing the materials they had collected from the other realm, it was clear they had reaped significant rewards. Looks like we're the first team to clear a cave, someone in the team exclaimed excitedly. Report to Commander Wu, we have completed the clearance of a cave and request the collection team to enter. Well done, Wu Liguo nodded, his expression indifferent. Commander, we completed the clearance task in just 9 hours, shouldn't we be rewarded with some merit points? Someone grinned, eager for recognition, as this was indeed an honor, being the first to finish. They were also lucky, the cave wasn't complicated, just one main path with a few branches, and there were few evil beasts. Normally, it would take at least 14 hours. That's late, someone finished 5 hours ahead of you. Wu Liguo replied flatly, not that their 9-hour performance was poor, but the 4-hour completion was even more terrifying. He had nothing left to be shocked by. Who finished in 4 hours? Did a master commander go in? The person could only interpret it this way, as such speed could only be achieved by a master. It was a martial general team, Qin and their squad. Wu Liguo thought for a moment. The team was led by Qin, and although the credit belonged to Su Chen, it wasn't entirely wrong. Qin? That kid? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The person couldn't believe it at all because he knew Qin, who was at a lower realm than him. How could he be faster? But the commander wouldn't deceive him over such a trivial matter, so it must be true. No way, after this mission, I have to ask him how Qin did it. He didn't find a strong backer, did he? Is there a hidden expert in the team? The person angrily prepared to return to the camp to find Qin and uncover the truth. If you want to find them, they've already gone in. Ha? When did that kid become so reckless, not even taking a break? The person was astonished. It's not him, it's Su Chen from their team, that madman, going in with 7-foot-long weapons. Wu Liguo could tell at a glance what weapon Su Chen was using. Su Chen, the one the evil cult has marked as the Holy Sun? That's truly insane. I've heard he fights evil beasts like he's not afraid of death. Still carrying 7 weapons with the side effect of 7-foot red paint, crazy, seeking death isn't like this. However, at the same time, he looked down on the idea that merely relying on such self-destructive hunting of evil spirits and strange beasts could save the entire southern border. It was just that the inner pressure was too great, unable to withstand the desire for death, seeking comfort. As long as he was dead, no one could blame him. With such a fragile mindset, he still proclaimed himself as the guardian. Forget it. The originally dark cave tunnel was now brightly lit, with various excavation machines operating, mining the otherworldly materials from the walls, collecting the otherworldly materials from both sides of the walls, as well as the black flesh and blood substances. As for whether the cave would collapse, there was no need to worry. The Thousand Demon Cave had self-repairing capabilities. The Demon Suppression Division speculated that this energy should come from the bodies of the evil spirits and strange beasts within the Thousand Demon Cave, and of course, there were also members of the Demon Suppression Division. A special aspect of the ancient battlefield was that all living beings that died here would turn into nourishment for the Thousand Demon Cave itself. Most of the evil spirits and strange beasts had been cleared out, but there were still some that had moved over from other branches of the road. Though their numbers wouldn't be too many, the collection team could handle them. The team arrived at a fork in the road, 2 paths, and Shinji hesitated for a moment before choosing the left path. Once we enter the fork, everyone be careful, don't make too much noise, or we'll attract the evil spirits and strange beasts from the other path, and then we'll be caught in a pincer attack. Su-Chen stood at the front, becoming the spearhead. In his perception, both paths had evil spirits and strange beasts. Once one side erupted in battle, the other group of evil spirits would immediately surround them from behind. The best way here was to lure them out. At least they would only need to face enemies from one direction, and the range of movement would also increase with the 2 forks. Both paths were dangerous now. Let's stop here and lure them out. If we rashly go in, we'll be caught in a pincer attack. Is that so? Then what solution do you have? After the last battle, Shinji still trusted Su-Chen's words. After all, the other party's strength was evident. It was the first time he had seen evil spirits and strange beasts that made him feel afraid. Make some noise here to attract them all out. The strange beasts aren't as clever as the evil spirits, they won't be able to resist. This made Shinji frown. He hadn't expected that to be the answer. Su-Chen, I know you're very strong, but there's no need to be so hasty. I feel you're too impatient. We can lure them out just as easily by going in. If we disturb the evil spirits and strange beasts from the other path, it could be troublesome, their numbers would be too many. This was equivalent to having evil spirits and strange beasts coming from both paths. Su-Chen had just experienced several fierce battles, and now facing 2 caves, he feared Su-Chen wouldn't be able to hold up. In his view, Su-Chen was too impatient, and his attacking style was so reckless, only attacking and not defending, as if he were seeking death. Shinji's secret mission was to protect Su-Chen and Wu Chengjing as much as possible. I agree with Su-Chen's idea. Wu Chengjing wiped the blood from her delicate face. She had always trusted Su-Chen's instincts. After all, they had fought side by side through life and death, and there was a deep mutual trust between them. Brothers on the battlefield, living and dying together. Such a bond allowed Wu Chengjing to unconditionally trust Su-Chen. Hearing someone agree, Shinji stroked his chin and thought, there was some truth to what Su-Chen said. The others also partially agreed, as rashly entering the fork could lead to being surrounded from both front and back, which was something to be wary of. Because within the Night Watchers, there were warnings about being extra cautious when encountering forks, as there could be ambushes from evil spirits. Su-Chen held a long spear, standing in the middle of the fork. How about this? I'll be the spearhead for both paths. If I die, Shinji, you take over. Everyone's gaze turned to Su-Chen, the youngest in the group, with the most terrifying strength, and also the boldest youth. Everyone was surprised to see that there was not a trace of fear on his face, and they couldn't help but admire his courage and his youth. Shouldn't we split into 2 teams? The 2 cave tunnels can accommodate more people, Wu Chengjing suggested. No need, I can handle it alone, you all provide cover for me. He needed to hunt a large number of evil beasts to enhance his vitality. Moreover, in his perception, the number of evil beasts inside these 2 tunnels, combined with Shinji's presence, would be useless. Instead, his mistakes could lead to the team's collapse. Although the team leader was still Shinji, the actual commander had become Su-Chen. The others had no objections, but Shinji was still reluctant. He didn't want Su-Chen to be in danger. He saw that Su-Chen seemed a bit self-destructive, as he had not rotated with him at all along the way, always standing at the forefront, giving the impression that he wanted to die fighting here. On the contrary, Wu Chengjing was used to it. In her impression, Su-Chen was always where the danger was greatest. Such a guy would be the future leader of a cult organization, which she absolutely did not believe in. The team was composed of Su-Chen at the forefront, followed by Shinji, and then Wu Chengjing, with one person on the main attack and the other 2 providing cover. The remaining 7 consisted of 3 on rear guard and 4 for mobile support. Su-Chen stood in the middle of the 2 paths, slamming his spear against the wall, the tremendous sound echoing through the cave. Everyone prepared for battle. but Su Chen struck the wall on the other side again. Su Chen, what are you doing? Xin Shi and the others exclaimed in shock. This was going to draw out the enemies from both paths. Crazy, really crazy. If he wanted to die, he shouldn't drag them down with him. At the same time, they assumed a combat stance. This was a decision Su Chen made after careful consideration. Rather than taking it slow, it was better to resolve it all at once, which would be quicker and also enhance his vitality rapidly. Su Chen himself was not afraid. With the demon body, his vitality and stamina would never deplete, and there was also Wu Chengjing in the team. Her strength was decent, but being attacked from both sides would surely lead to danger over time, and Su Chen did not want his old superior to fall so easily. The roars of the beasts echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by heavy footsteps that shook the ground. Su Chen activated his demon detecting technique, gripping his spear tightly. In the dark cave, countless pairs of various colored eyes lit up, but he could not see how far ahead. However, with the passive detection of the demon detecting technique, the evil beings here were already exposed before him, and he was not hindered by any visual impairment. The star-piercing spear charged up, and 10 seconds later, a massive black lizard darted towards him, opening its gaping mouth to bite. The spear was thrown out with unparalleled force, piercing through the mouth of the black giant lizard and taking away a large number of evil beasts behind it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Starting with such a powerful move, the shocking scene created by this violent attack left them in awe each time they witnessed it. Was this really the kind of attack power a martial general could unleash? Su Chen felt a bit regretful as he looked at the spear disappearing into the darkness, with no echo returning. It was a 3,000-point merit spear, and he truly felt the pain. He had 6 left now, and the last star-piercing spear was still stuck in the wall. He probably wouldn't find this one again. Hunted E-level beast, gain 10 vitality points. Hunted E-level beast, gain 10 vitality points. Hunted E-level evil being, gain 10 vitality points. The initial enemies were all minions, the old routine of D-level evil beasts, consuming a large number of low-level evil beasts before launching a full-scale assault on humanity. Su Chen pulled out his spear from behind, the two mechanical clips connected, and the black spear body changed from black to blue, then gradually deepened. He smashed a charging beast in half. One man stands at the pass, 10,000 cannot open it. Su Chen's energy and blood coiled around him like a dragon, attacking without defense. To those behind, Su Chen resembled a meat grinder, turning all the evil beasts that approached into fragments. An hour later, the ground was littered with the broken bodies of evil beasts. Let's stop and rest, Xin Shi said. After an hour of intense fighting, even a master would feel tired. No, we continue forward and quickly clear out the 2 caves at this fork, Su Chen replied. He didn't want to waste time. His current consumption was minimal. Although some of the evil beasts in the 2 cave tunnels had retreated deeper, it didn't matter. Su Chen would go in and trouble them. There was a bit of risk, as he feared they might be caught in a pincer attack when he and his team entered, with the other cave tunnels sending beasts over. The probability of this situation was low. The evil beasts had no idea when they had entered. In the 2 dimly lit forks, Su Chen held a spear, with flying detectors illuminating the way ahead. The only sound in the silent cave was the footsteps of their group. In here, it wasn't just dark and light. Unless they checked the time display on their terminal, they had already delved 3 hours into the cave without encountering any evil beasts. Beep beep. The terminal flashed red. They had reached the designated depth for the mission, and the area ahead did not require exploration. Because going deeper would bring them into contact with sea-level evil beasts, and it was the territory of the Doomsday Worms, which had numerous massive caverns. The leader of the Doomsday Worms was a B-level beast, and once they engaged with the Doomsday Worms, it would surely attract its attention. Let's stop here and head back to clear the other forked cave, Su Chen ordered naturally. He was well aware of his own strength. Although he had the power to fight a sea-level evil beast, he couldn't afford to care for Wu Chengjing and the other teammates. Evil beasts wouldn't appear alone here, and the Doomsday Worms had the ability to burrow. The caves here were all created by B-level Doomsday Worms, and if they burrowed out from the cave walls behind them, they would be surrounded. This was also the main reason the Thousand Demon Cave always existed: endless slaughter and a complex internal path. Crack! The light from the detector illuminated ahead, and the stone wall cracked, revealing a soft, chubby white creature resembling a Michelin tire. But everyone's pupils constricted. It's a Doomsday Worm. Don't disturb it, we need to retreat. Xin Shi's eyes were filled with fear. How could a Doomsday Worm appear here? This wasn't their habitat. The Doomsday Worm crawled out from the wall and began to gnaw on the corpse of an evil beast. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed. Bang! The ground made a loud noise as Wang Ming rushed out first. Seeing that there were no Doomsday Worms ahead, he ran for his life, completely unconcerned about disturbing the Doomsday Worm. Wang Ming, what are you doing? Xin Shi exclaimed in anger and shock. He never expected Wang Ming to be the first to flee, disregarding the lives of others. Everyone knows that the appearance of a doomsday worm means the entire cave is infested. I don't want to die, so let you all block it for me. Wang Ming sneered at Su Chen and the others. Su Chen, you might as well die here. Your existence is detrimental to the unity of the Demon Suppression Division, and our Wang family doesn't want to see you alive. This opportunity is just right. The Wang family, Su Chen realized. He thought Wang Ming was just a namesake, but it turned out he was truly from the Wang family. This explained his various odd behaviors. What remained unclear was whether this was solely the doing of the Wang family or if someone within the Demon Suppression Division wanted him dead. Wang Ming, you'd better disappear from now on. If I see you outside, I will kill you, Su Chen said, holding his spear, his eyes filled with killing intent. You better make it out alive first. I'll be waiting with my neck ready for you. With your strength, you can only become the dung of a doomsday worm, a nutrient for the 1,000-demon cave. Wang Ming laughed heartily, unconcerned. He knew Su Chen was strong, but so what? No matter how robust his vitality, it was nothing in the face of the endless doomsday worms. Surrounded by the doomsday worms, even a master would find it hard to break free, especially in this cramped cave where flying was impossible. It would be as difficult as sprouting wings to escape. No matter how powerful a martial general was, or how great their talent, survival was impossible. Others wanted to rush forward, but Wang Ming took out a brick-like high explosive from his backpack and stuck it to the cave wall. Don't go over. She quickly organized everyone. This high explosive wouldn't damage the cave filled with otherworldly materials, but it would have devastating effects on humans. The Demon Suppression Division strictly prohibited carrying modern weapons. The sound of such explosives detonating in the confined cave would create a tremendous noise, attracting countless evil spirits and beasts. Wang Ming had long planned for this, just waiting for the right moment. The sound of flesh being chewed stopped, and the 2.5-meter-high doomsday worm raised its upper body, its round, red eyes resembling those of a harmless rabbit. Squeak! In an instant, the Michelin tire-like head split into 4 petals, each side bristling with sharp teeth, spiraling inward to the bottom of its mouth. The doomsday worm crawled over with a speed that belied its fat body, opening its mouth to bite at Su Chen. The long spear pierced through the D-class doomsday worm, milky blood flowing everywhere. Su Chen was interrupted in his attempt to use the star-piercing spear, otherwise, he would have killed Wang Ming just now. Clearly, Wang Ming had prepared for Su Chen's move. Boom! The explosive detonated, and everyone quickly crouched down, covering their ears. As long as they weren't at the explosion's center, this modern explosive wouldn't cause much damage to martial generals. Run! Shi shouted, sprinting for his life. This group of guys found the cave completely ineffective as a barrier. They could attack from all sides through the stone walls, and the team couldn't withstand it at all. Su Chen immediately retracted his spear and turned to leave, but their movements were still too slow. The walls began to crumble, and doomsday worms emerged from the walls, falling to the ground. They were surrounded from all sides, even within the team itself. It's over, we're going to die here today, Shi said, despair evident in his eyes, but he couldn't understand how they encountered doomsday worms without delving deep into the 1,000-demon cave. They were attracted by the corpses of the evil beasts. Those evil beasts that fled deeper were discovered by the doomsday worms, so they all came out. Su Chen stabbed a doomsday worm that had fallen into the team, eliciting a shrill scream. He saw some doomsday worms devouring the corpses of their kind, while others approached them. They were densely packed behind and in front of them. Damn it, these guys look so soft. Why are they so hard to kill? Shi's long knife struck the doomsday worm, as if cutting into cotton. This was the terror of the doomsday worms. Their defense was incredibly formidable, their biting force like a shredder, capable of crushing stone walls containing otherworldly materials, and they moved with astonishing speed, endlessly numerous. Once one was discovered, it meant the entire cave was compromised. The other teammates were the same. They couldn't break through the doomsday worm's defenses. Only Su Chen could achieve a kill. Continuing like this was not a solution. It would only get worse. He glanced at Wu Changjing, who also wore a serious expression, her relaxed demeanor gone, gripping her red spear, which had a piercing attribute, nearly breaking the surface and penetrating the fat layer, unable to harm the core. He could fight on and had confidence in surviving, but she couldn't. Su Chen wouldn't let his comrade die here. Even if he was now called the Holy Sun, he still chose to believe in those who trusted him. In the narrow cave, circular openings were broken into the stone walls, and white doomsday worms fell to the ground like a torrential rain. At this moment, the doomsday worms had not yet surrounded them. They were still in the gathering phase, just having detached from the walls, some still gnawing on the corpses of the alien beasts and evil spirits. Once they finished eating, it would be their turn. There was still time to spare, enough for him to unleash the star-piercing spear. Everyone, come to my sides and don't worry about the doomsday worms for now. I'll clear a path for you. The once desperate crowd looked at Su Chen. Yes, he was here. Apart from him, no one else could kill the Doomsday Worms. Perhaps he had a way. Su Chen, do you have a good plan? The Doomsday Worms are coming soon. You lead the charge, and the Doomsday Worms behind will definitely follow. Wu Changjing's spirited face was filled with seriousness. The situation was indeed perilous to the extreme. Any other team that came here would not survive being surrounded by the Doomsday Worms. I'll clear a path for you, it's not far to the fork in the road. After dealing with the Doomsday Worms behind, I'll hold off the ones in front. We need to leave as quickly as possible. And you? You want to stay here? Are you really looking for death? Didn't you say you wanted to become a guardian? Wu Changjing glared at him. This was truly courting death. Trust me, I can make it out alive, you know my endurance. Su Chen winked and made a crude joke. But unfortunately, it was like talking to a brick wall. No time for chatter, follow my orders. Su Chen saw more and more Doomsday Worms and knew time was running out. He charged his spear, activating the star-piercing spear technique. The spear, imbued with unparalleled power, shattered the Doomsday Worms in its path. He had wanted to use this move to take down Wang Ming earlier, but it had been interrupted by the Doomsday Worms and the bombs. Thank you, Su Chen. As the others fled forward, they turned back to express their gratitude. He might have been boasting about becoming a guardian, merely seeking death here, but they were saved because of him. How could such a person be the future leader of a cult? Let's go, Wu Changjing. I will return. Su Chen pushed her gently when he saw she wasn't leaving. Wu Changjing was not one to be pretentious. She took the spear from Su Chen and handed him her red lotus spear. Come back and return it to me, she said, turning to leave. It's mine now. Su Chen nodded and turned to face the Doomsday Worms. I will kill Wang Ming. No need, I will go out and kill him myself. In this tunnel, the Doomsday Worms moved extremely quickly. If he followed them, he would likely be caught immediately and held back. Someone had to hold the rear, the others couldn't break through, only he, Su Chen, could do it. Moreover, he had no intention of leaving. So many D-grade Doomsday Worms were all valuable for his vitality. Su Chen wiped his non-existent saliva. If it weren't for his teammates, he would have come here long ago. This opportunity was just right. It could not only enhance his strength but also collect weapon materials. Operating the demon-defying technique, the Doomsday Worms felt fear towards him, their speed slowing down hesitantly, but soon hunger overcame their fear, and they surged towards Su Chen. At the fork in the road, Wang Ming looked at the faint commotion erupting from the cave they had come from. Perhaps someone could escape back. Once they returned, his betrayal of his teammates would be exposed. His task was to kill Su Chen in the Thousand Demon Cave. This was the will of the Wang family and the desire of the powerful figure above them. He was in serious violation of the Demon Suppression Division's regulations, harming and betraying his teammates. This matter absolutely could not be exposed. Even the Wang family could not protect him, and that powerful figure above would not risk saving him for the sake of a small fry like him. He needed to take precautions. As long as it is confirmed that the personnel are dead, what does it matter if there are doubts? Without evidence, the big shots above have excuses to protect him. Fortunately, he had long been fully prepared, taking out a vial of C-grade blood essence potion, his face pained at the thought of it. The blood essence potion was refined from the black flesh and blood substances found on ancient battlefields and in other realms, and it was a favorite food of the evil beasts, equally tempting to humans. Generally, who would bring a blood essence potion in, especially a C-grade one? Most would drink it immediately to enhance their own strength. This is also why so many evil beasts linger in the Thousand Demon Cave. It's not just to drain the blood of humans, but because there are things here that attract them as well. He smashed the C-grade blood essence potion against the stone wall of the path he had come from, and the thick aura of blood essence spread out. From another cave at a fork in the path, the faint roars of evil beasts could be heard, along with the rapid approach of beastly hooves. This potion had a great allure for the evil beasts, and even more so for the apocalyptic worms. They would surely block the retreat of Su Chen and the others completely. Su Chen, no matter how strong you are, surrounded by the evil beasts and the even more terrifying apocalyptic worms, you are undoubtedly doomed. As for Qin Shi and Wu Changjing, they died because of you. It was you who insisted on delving deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave. Wang Ming had already thought of his reasoning. When he met Wu Ligua outside, he could explain clearly. After all, Su Chen wanted to seek death, and Wu Ligua had seen it too. He was just reaping what he had sown. Since you want to die, I want you dead too, then it's perfect. I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Ming took one last look at the cave he had come from, hearing footsteps, but the sound of the evil beast's hooves was louder, able to block their retreat in time. He could guess that this group would only be able to leave if Su Chen acted as the rear guard, only he had the strength to hold them back, while the others were merely food for the apocalyptic worms. He would wait at the cave entrance for a while. If anyone else managed to come out alive, he would strike to kill, preventing any leaks of information. Wang Ming was very satisfied with his flawless plan. Su Chen killed the last apocalyptic worm that emerged from the cave, fighting for a full 3 hours. The cave walls no longer erupted in large numbers, appearing only sporadically. Kill 1,000 apocalyptic worms, complete the specific species degrade beast hunt, gain the active skill, Frightening Demon. Su Chen received an additional notification from the system, aside from the increase in blood essence value, and couldn't help but feel delighted. He remembered that once, when he had hunted 1,000 evil beasts, he had gained the accompanying martial skill Unmatched, which had been extremely useful, playing a crucial role in protecting Su Chen from one deadly attack after another. Although the divine-level demon body and the demon-suppressing spear had visible effects against the evil beasts, Unmatched was the kind of skill that didn't seem very useful in ordinary situations but was vital for survival at critical moments. If it weren't for Unmatched, Su Chen would have died countless times by now. This time, it was the active skill of the Frightening Demon technique. The Frightening Demon technique only had 2 passives, one for enemy detection and one for fear aura, all passive, with significant auxiliary effects. It's important to know that in life and death battles, making the opponent feel even a hint of fear, causing even half a second of hesitation, can be enough to determine victory or defeat, especially as the realms get higher. The enemy detection passive could expose those hidden evil beasts, even those with stealth techniques. The passive of Frightening Demon must be extremely perverse, as it was given by 1,000 degrade apocalyptic worms. It had to be more powerful than the accompanying martial skill Unmatched given by 1,000 evil beasts, otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of such a kill count. The cave was littered with white flesh chunks, and milky liquid flowed everywhere. Su Chen released a lighting robot from his backpack, which floated and illuminated the dim environment. Occasionally, degrade apocalyptic worms would emerge from the walls, but in small numbers, and were easily killed by Su Chen. He checked his information. Host, Su Chen age, 18 realm, martial general 9th level talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring body, martial skills, star piercing long spear, flood dragon suppressing sea, star piercing long spear, rank, heavenly, can hunt 1/1000 sea level evil beasts, upgrade to divine rank, 10,000 times enhancement. Flood dragon suppressing sea, rank, earthly, can hunt 1/1000 sea level evil beasts, upgrade to heavenly rank. Spear intent layers increase to 999 layers. Host's vitality value, 98623. Cultivation method, Demon Shock passive 1. The aura of any evil beast is laid bare before you. You can sense the foul stench emanating from the evil beasts. Demon Shock passive 2. After activating the cultivation method, you will instill innate fear in all evil beasts, with the effect proportional to the strength of the evil beast. The weaker they are compared to you, the greater the effect. Demon Shock active skill, release active skill, transform into a demon. All passive effects of Demon Shock are reversed, but the effects remain unchanged. Active trigger, body transforms into a demon, significantly enhancing attack power, defense, speed, and self-healing ability. The more vitality value gained from killing evil beasts, the higher the degree of demonic transformation and the greater the attribute increase. Note, you have forged your cultivation with the lives of countless evil beasts. The evil beasts have turned into your vitality value, and you can also convert vitality value into demonic energy. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. Su Chen was unsure how to view this active skill. The cult organization had led him to fall into darkness, and now he could truly become a demon. The reversal of the Demon Shock passive gave Su Chen a solid understanding, but he still needed to experiment to confirm. He immediately activated the demonic transformation skill. His skin gradually turned a gray-black color, spreading from his chest to his limbs. His pupils transformed into copper-yellow vertical slits, and his palms became demonic with sharp claws. His body grew significantly taller, and gray-black demonic energy coiled around him. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling twice as powerful as before. He drew the red lotus spear across his arm, and the spear, with a 30% penetration attribute, surprisingly felt a distinct resistance against his skin, the wound healing in the blink of an eye. The recovery effect of this demon's defense perfectly compensated for Su Chen's need to rely on overwhelming strength to withstand damage. It should be noted that overwhelming strength had a 1-minute cooldown. In a one-on-one match of equal strength, it held a significant advantage, but once faced with stronger opponents in greater numbers, overwhelming strength could fall short. High-level demons could forge their own otherworldly armor and weapons. Quickly killing with the demon-suppressing divine spear required striking at the core, which would inevitably lead to a tough battle, ultimately testing who could endure. Originally, Su Chen had the profile of an assassin with the endurance of a berserker, but his defense was still quite low. He didn't wear hard alloy armor but instead opted for soft armor for maximum speed. Now, with demonic transformation, that shortcoming was completely eliminated. Estimating his height, he had gone from 185 centimeters to 3 meters, a definite demonic appearance, though he was not ugly, rather, he possessed an otherworldly handsomeness. This time, not only will the evil beasts fear me, but even the humans will be afraid. Suchen couldn't help but smile after examining his body. This skill couldn't be used carelessly, as he might be hunted down as a demon. However, he didn't mind becoming an evil beast as long as he could eradicate all evil beasts. What did it matter if he turned into an evil dragon? He sensed the presence of humans on his way here, his brow furrowing. Has Wu Chengjing not left? The reversal of the demon shock passive allowed him to sense the presence of humans, shifting his targeting skill from evil beasts to humans. In his perception, there was a strong human presence behind him. If it weren't for his demonic transformation, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. The air was thick with the scent of evil, and Jingma, caught off guard, failed to notice that there were still demonic beasts behind him. However, after transforming, Huama could clearly sense the presence of humans amidst the overwhelming stench of demonic creatures. They haven't broken through the encirclement? Su Chen thought, immediately rushing towards the back. They had been surrounded from the very beginning, and after so long, he can only hope they were still alive. Without the demon god body to continuously absorb vitality, Wu Chengjing and the others would likely be exhausted to death in such intense fighting. As he stepped forward, the cave floor, containing materials from another world, cracked beneath him. Su Chen, in his human form, couldn't achieve this, but now he was moving at a speed twice that of a human. Moreover, he could sense that his life level had risen, and his lifespan had significantly increased. From the original 300 years of a martial general, it had now reached 1,000 years. No wonder so many people wanted to become demons. Not everyone could calmly accept their fate of death. In the cave at the fork in the road, a large number of demonic beasts and doomsday worms surrounded the 5 of them, killing one after another without end. The original team of 8 had already lost 3 members, all martial generals, the backbone of Guanyu City, commanding hundreds of cultivators, now dead here. Wu Chengjing was gasping for breath, her vitality nearly depleted, while Qin Shi, as the spearhead, was injured in multiple places, and the others were in even worse condition. Qin Shi had been holding the line at the back, allowing his teammates to break through ahead, but unfortunately, the plan had failed. The team's strength was insufficient to break the encirclement. That traitor Wang Ming, I must kill him. Wu Chengjing gritted her teeth, piercing a demonic beast with her spear. He had caused Su Chen's death and wanted them all to die here. She had to survive and take revenge for Su Chen. Qin Shi killed a demonic creature, breathing heavily. Let's try to break through once more. At least one person should survive to get out. We can't let Wang Ming roam free. They had attempted to break through more than 10 times, each time being pushed back by the demonic beasts, and they had already sacrificed 3 people. Now, their stamina and vitality were exhausted. This might be their last chance. If they couldn't break through, they would remain here forever. Even if they did break through, most would have to create opportunities for the few, clearing the blocking demonic beasts, and after breaking through, some would need to stay behind. Perhaps only one person could truly escape, and that was under the condition that they could break through. Wu Chengjing, you go out. Your family can negotiate, you must not let Wang Ming go. Qin Shi offered this last chance to Wu Chengjing, fulfilling the command of the Wu general, saving one of them. No problem, I will bring Wang Ming to the 1,000 Demon Cave to feed the demonic beasts. Wu Chengjing would not let Wang Ming off easily. How Su Chen died, Wang Ming would meet the same fate. The team began to break through, the remaining 5 unleashing their final strength, protecting Wu Chengjing in the center, trying to conserve her stamina and vitality. One of the members was knocked to the ground by a demonic beast, disappearing into the tide of beasts in an instant. One after another, knowing they were doomed, the group unleashed even greater strength than before, hoping only for Wang Ming's death. As the last teammate was dragged away by a demonic beast, Wu Chengjing broke free from the encirclement, glancing back at Qin Shi, who was still alone in the tide of beasts, gripping her spear tightly. I will avenge you. Wu Chengjing, battered and exhausted, gasped for breath, looking towards the back of the cave, gripping her spear tightly. She was determined to go out and kill Wang Ming. Dragging her injured body, holding her 7-foot spear, her delicate face filled with fierce determination, she walked towards the cave entrance. I didn't expect anyone to still be alive. It seems waiting here was indeed the right choice. Wang Ming emerged from the corner, wielding a massive alloy blade, a cold-blooded smile on his face. You traitor, I will kill you. Wu Chengjing, who was not in the mood for idle chatter, was a person who relished swift retribution. She disdainfully charged at him with her spear. You think you can kill me in that state, exhausted and severely injured? Wang Ming was unconcerned, casually blocking her attack and gently pushing her back. This was due to her excessive blood energy consumption. After 3 hours of intense battle, not everyone could absorb energy through fighting like Su Chen. However, Wu Changjing showed no fear and continued her fierce assault. In the cave, Su Chen hurried over and discovered a large number of evil creatures feasting, mostly on the corpses of demonic beasts, with a few doomsday worms present, all coexisting peacefully due to the abundance of food. The demonic energy coiled around Su Chen's gray-black face, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. He saw fragments of alloy armor and broken weapons. "Wang Ming, I will kill you when I get out." Su Chen's arrival attracted some of the demonic beasts, but upon seeing his appearance, they paid him no mind, thinking he was one of their kind. Holding the red lotus spear, he was now ready to avenge Wu Changjing and the others. This group of evil creatures had to die. The spear smashed through a nearby beast, and he advanced, slashing his way through. At this moment, the demonic beasts noticed his abnormality and began to gather around, launching their attacks. But Su Chen had already reached the peak of martial generals, with over 90,000 blood energy remaining. Coupled with the enhancement from his demonic transformation, he didn't even need to rely on invincibility to withstand damage. Instead, he converted 99 layers of spear intent into increased attack power. Each layer provided a 10% boost, meaning 99 layers equated to a 990% increase in attack power, rivaling the enhancement of a top-tier Earth-level martial skill, while the dragon suppressing the sea was a permanent martial skill. Now, even facing sea-level demons, he could easily slay them, possessing sufficient blood energy and the essential techniques of a master. If he killed all the creatures here, he could advance to master level. Su Chen strolled forward, each thrust of his spear taking a handful of blood and a life. He was furious. Wu Changjing, along with Su Lei, was one of his few trusted friends. Su Chen, wielding the red lotus spear, pinned the last evil creature against the wall. Hunted D-level demon, gained 753 points of blood energy. His blood energy surged, his strength and stamina multiplying geometrically, breaking through to master level. Host, Su Chen, age, 18, realm, first level master, talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon suppressing the sea, star piercing spear, tier, heaven, hunt one of 1000 sea level demonic beasts to upgrade to divine tier, 10,000-fold enhancement. Dragon suppressing the sea, tier, earth, hunt 1/1000 sea level demonic beasts to upgrade to heaven tier, spear intent layers increased to 999 layers. Host blood energy, 100,252, technique, shock demon passive 1, the aura of any demonic beast is laid bare before you can sense the foul stench emanating from them. Shock demon passive 2, after activating the technique, you will instill instinctive fear in all demonic beasts, with the effect proportional to the strength of the hunted. The weaker they are compared to you, the greater the impact. Shock demon active, release active skill, self-demonization, reversing all shock demon passives while keeping the effects unchanged. Su Chen felt his power multiply several times. This was the enhancement after breaking through to master level. He had already mastered the techniques that only a master could cultivate, and after this period of hunting, the intimidation his shock demon technique could cause was even more terrifying. Though there were no specific values to express it, this lack of expression was even more frightening, indicating that there were no limits. The range of the enemy detection skill has evolved even further. Previously, he could only smell the lingering scent of the evil beasts, unable to pinpoint their exact location, and when facing an opponent with stealth skills, his detection range was limited to about 100 meters. Now, after his breakthrough, the detection range has expanded to 1,000 meters, more than a 10-fold increase. Each has its own enhancement, allowing for the improvement of blood energy conversion efficiency through cultivation, as well as the awakening of various special passive skills. For ordinary people, this requires a significant amount of time spent on cultivation. Su Chen, however, does not need that. His enhancements can be achieved as long as he has enough lives of evil beasts, and the stronger they are, the faster he improves. Is there still someone alive? Su Chen actively reversed his demonic transformation, sensing the presence of two humans not far away. It seemed they were in battle. Was there still someone alive? When Su Chen hunted the evil beasts, he indeed did not see any items related to Wu Changjing, nor was her 7-foot Danqing present, confirming that she was still alive. So who was the other person? There was no doubt. Wang Ming, I didn't expect you to still be here. Just in time, I have a great idea. Su Chen glanced at the apocalyptic worms that were still occasionally falling. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth, revealing an otherworldly charm on his demonic face. He was not a broad-minded person, but neither was he petty. He believed in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Wang Ming had fed them the apocalyptic worms, so he would let Wang Ming experience the sharp teeth of the apocalyptic worms himself. With a step, he soared into the air, hovering mid-flight. This was a technique that masters could use to project their blood energy outward, allowing them to fly. His speed was incomparably faster than that of a martial general, and a flying master was powerful. Unless they fell, it was difficult to kill them amidst the beast tide. Wu Changjing gasped for breath, holding her 7-foot Dan Qing, her eyes filled with killing intent. Even though she was exhausted, she would still bite off a piece of flesh from Wang Ming. "Miss Wu, you can't hold on any longer, can you? Just die like this, and I will report your death to Officer Wu afterward," Wang Ming said lightly, but inwardly he was wary of a sudden counterattack from Wu Changjing. After all, she was a direct descendant of the Wu family, and it was hard to say she had no other means. The human race can only cower in the city because of scum like you, cowardly bastards. Just as the two were about to make a move, they both felt a wave of fear and turned to look deep into the cave, as if something terrifying existed within. It was a natural fear that even they, as martial generals, could not escape from. Wang Ming's hand holding the weapon became damp, he swallowed hard, and began to step back, fearing that if he turned his head, something from the darkness would leap out and kill him. This was the rich combat experience of a martial general. One should never turn their back to the enemy. Wu Changjing turned to look, her heart racing with fear as a floating evil creature appeared in the darkness. A sea-level evil creature. Wang Ming's voice changed in fright. How could there be a sea-level evil creature in this outer area? The apocalyptic worm swarm wouldn't allow them to come here. In the dark cave, both of them looked at the evil creature that emerged. Wu Changjing remained vigilant, ready to fight at any moment. She was the type who never gave up, even when facing a stronger sea-level evil creature. The word fear did not exist in her dictionary. But upon seeing the creature's face, her red lips parted slightly, and her pupils suddenly constricted. It was actually Su Chen's appearance. "Ha ha ha, he has turned into a demon. You truly are a disaster. It was right not to keep you alive." Wang Ming laughed heartily. "Shut up." Su Chen spoke, the passive effect of the shocking magic technique triggered, and Wang Ming's voice was abruptly cut off, as if he were a duck with its neck grasped, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "So this is the heir designated by the cult leader, truly terrifying. Su Chen, have you fallen into evil?" Wu Changjing's face showed sadness. She had trusted Su Chen so much. She believed he could become the guardian in the future, even if he chose the 7-foot-long painting as his weapon in every battle. To outsiders, it seemed like he was seeking death, but she still believed because they were comrades, living and dying together. She could accept Su Chen dying in battle, but she could never accept him falling into evil just to survive. "Su Chen, I trusted you so much, I thought you would rather die than fall into evil." This tough woman, Wu Changjing, showed sadness and frustration for the first time, her hand holding the spear drooping down. "Ah, Su Chen, I never expected you to be afraid of death, pretending to be so righteous while boasting about becoming the guardian." Wang Ming laughed, suppressing his fear. He could sense that Su Chen had become very strong, and it would be hard for him to escape, even though he was less than 3 kilometers from the cave entrance. "You have forever fallen into evil. Even if the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division didn't execute the plan to kill you in advance, they will do so again. No matter how strong you are, it will be Lord Wu Wang who comes to hunt you down. You future cult leader." Su Chen knew that his presence was indeed met with Wu Changjing's disdain, but he feared that if he was even a moment late, she would die at Wang Ming's hands. Under the transformation of evil, his strength was even greater and his speed faster. Of course, there was another reason. He wanted to give Wang Ming an unforgettable journey into the cave. "I'll explain my situation later," Su Chen casually said. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Ming, activating the terrifying magic technique, an invisible horror sweeping toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock as he felt the overwhelming killing intent and immense fear within him. He realized that his methods were useless and only provoked the other's murderous intent. He wanted to wait for Su Chen to explain to Wu Changjing before seizing the chance to escape. Not to mention outrunning a master, but for a martial general, 3 kilometers could be covered quickly, and outside there were 5 masters like Wu Ligua. With only 2 people left alive and no one else present, Wang Ming didn't need to argue, he just needed to eliminate the scene, and when he returned, the higher-ups of the Wang family would find a way. At least he had completed the task exceptionally well. Making Su Chen into an evil being, the lord supporting the Wang family had already obtained leverage against another faction, allowing him to gain a voice in the Demon Suppression Division, thus giving him a chance to survive. But Su Chen would not give him the opportunity to leave. He wanted to take Wang Ming deep into the 1,000-demon cave, and he also wanted to see how many doomsday worms there were. It was said that there were huge caverns inside, filled with doomsday worms, and even C-class, with B-class doomsday worm kings. Su Chen floated, seemingly slow, but in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming was terrified by Su Chen's sudden appearance, his heart racing. His strength was lower than Su Chen's, and Su Chen had just killed many evil beasts, passively enhancing his terrifying magic technique too much. Even with his intellect, Wang Ming was greatly frightened at his level as a martial general. A giant blade swung toward Su Chen's side. Clang! The D-class alloy giant blade struck Su Chen's arm, producing a sound of metal clashing, leaving a palm-sized dent in the blade. Su Chen wanted to test how strong the body of an evil being was, but the result surprised him. Even the D-class alloy giant blade broke. This was not surprising. Su Chen was originally a master transformed into an evil being, with immense strength, and all the blood energy from the evil beasts he hunted had transformed into demonic energy, making it more refined than that of those ragtag troops. In the realm of evil spirits, there are distinctions in strength and bloodlines. Sea-level evil spirits are quite powerful, but among them, some races possess stronger bloodlines, categorized into 4 tiers: lower, middle, upper, and top. For instance, the Doomsday Worm, a type of exotic beast, is significantly stronger than an ordinary D-level beast, as Doomsday Worms are born as D-level. Similarly, the same applies to evil spirits. According to bloodline theory, Su Chen belongs to the top tier among evil spirits, making him exceptionally strong. How is that possible? Wang Ming exclaimed in shock, swinging his blade again, but this time the massive sword broke into 2 pieces at the point of impact. Su Chen's arm, where the blade struck, showed no signs of injury, not even a scratch on the surface. Standing at 2 meters 3, Su Chen extended his enormous hand, resembling a demon god, and grasped Wang Ming's head, lifting him up. "Let me go!" Wang Ming struggled incessantly, gripped by extreme fear, as if he felt his head would be crushed at any moment. However, Su Chen had no intention of doing so. "Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll take you to see a different view," he said, dragging Wang Ming's head as he walked deeper into the cave. "Wait!" Wu Changjing called out. Su Chen turned back. "Just wait a moment. I need to avenge my fallen teammates first." "Of course, you can leave, I won't stop you." Without waiting for Wu Changjing to decide, he continued on his way, allowing her to choose whether to stay. He trusted Wu Changjing. It wasn't blind faith, as they were comrades who had fought side by side, and he believed she wouldn't betray him. Wu Changjing watched Su Chen leave, her expression complex, but she chose to trust him. After all, without Su Chen's sacrifice, she wouldn't have made it this far. Moreover, he intended to take Wang Ming into the depths of the Thousand Demons cave, clearly seeking revenge for Qin Shi and the others. "Wait for me. I want to go with you. I want to see how you plan to kill him." Su Chen paused, raising an eyebrow, then relaxed. This was Wu Changjing, after all, with immense courage. "Oh, you dare to enter the Thousand Demons cave alongside a sea-level evil spirit? You've got guts," Su Chen said with a teasing expression, his sea-level evil spirit appearance both alluring and terrifying, though he wasn't using his demonic powers while speaking. "I'm not afraid of death. Why would I fear you? Hurry up and lead the way," she replied boldly. In the dim cave, the gray-black evil spirit walked alongside the girl in tight-fitting metal armor, dragging a man's head in its palm. Along the way, all the evil spirits and exotic beasts had been slain by Su Chen, and even the occasional Doomsday Worm had been eliminated. Of course, this was merely the outer layer of the Thousand Demons cave, where powerful evil spirits and exotic beasts were scarce. "Su Chen, why did you become an evil spirit? Do you really want to become the leader of a cult?" Wu Changjing looked up at him. If that were the case, she bit her lip, knowing that as the legitimate daughter of the Wu family, they would eventually have to face each other with swords drawn. "Not at all. I can't explain the specifics, but I will always uphold the mission of hunting evil spirits and exotic beasts." Su Chen spoke the truth. His mind had not been affected by the corruption of evil spirits, nor had he become mad, cruel, or bloodthirsty. Of course, when he killed evil spirits and exotic beasts, it was merely to collect their essence and blood, not out of a desire to kill for killing's sake. Once the cult members fell into corruption and became evil spirits, they had already become a different species from humans. To them, cultivators were like blood essence potions, mere materials for enhancing strength. However, Su Chen did not harbor the feeling of viewing humanity as a different kind. He had no desire to consume humans for cultivation, nor could he do so. His transformation into an evil spirit was voluntary, allowing him to revert to human form at any time, unlike the cult members, whose outer appearances masked their already corrupted inner thoughts. There were indeed those who wished to fall into the realm of evil and help humanity, but in the end, they were all influenced by their demonized bodies, completely standing on the side of evil. Su Chen's transformation into a demon was different from others who had fallen. He did not succumb to the corruption of demonic disease, nor did he willingly taint himself with demonic energy, but rather it was an active skill of the shocking demon. This skill granted him physical qualities that rivaled the purest bloodlines of demons, significantly enhancing his strength, more than doubling it compared to his human form. Moreover, there was an added benefit: when Su Chen entered the ranks of demon beasts, they would not perceive him as human, allowing him to delve deeper into ancient battlefields like the Thousand Demon Cave if he were ever alone. Just like now, he could utilize his transformation to enter the depths of the Thousand Demon Cave and see the B-class Doomsday Worm inside. He needed the crystals from that creature. He aimed to forge a weapon with attributes similar to the 7-foot Danqing, a reinforced version, to prepare for the massive beast tide 2 years later. Although he could accumulate a large number of merit points in 2 years, the characteristics of those weapons were simply not as compatible with him as the 7-foot Danqing. The 7-foot Danqing consumed additional vitality, but for Su Chen, this side effect was negligible. As long as he charged into the demon beast horde, his vitality would be inexhaustible. With Su Chen, a C-class demon, present, the other demon beasts dared not approach at all. Su Chen led 2 people deeper into the cave. "Did you kill all of these? You finished them all?" Wu Changjing looked at the ground covered with the corpses of doomsday worms, unable to hide her shock. She had thought Su Chen had found an opportunity to break through, but it turned out he had killed them all. These doomsday worms had strong defensive and biting power. Even with her 30% penetration attribute Red Lotus Spear, she couldn't kill a demon beast with a single shot. She couldn't help but doubt just how powerful Su Chen really was. She herself had used the 7-foot Danqing and knew it was definitely not a weapon issue. She had tried and failed to break through their defenses. "Well, a few got away, but it doesn't matter. I'll go kill a few more and use their crystals to make a weapon." "You want to use their crystals to make a weapon? You want to create a 7-foot Danqing with even greater side effects?" Wu Changjing was impressed. This person was even crazier than she was. He was truly someone who would stop at nothing to enhance his strength and slay demon beasts, and Wu Changjing did not believe such a person would fall into evil. She would rather believe that Su Chen had his reasons, and that he would never betray the great Xia. Su Chen recalled his time at 4th High School, where many students clearly had the ability to deal with F-class demons, yet they all perished out of fear. "I've seen how terrified people are of demon beasts, so I will become a being that even demon beasts fear." Using evil to combat evil, using violence to counter violence, even if he became a demon, it didn't matter to Su Chen as long as he could kill demon beasts. Moreover, the side effects of the 7-foot Danqing were useless to him, but he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible, reaching Martial Saint in 2 years, so that it would be impossible for demon beasts to line up for him to kill. He needed to increase his strength as much as possible before the battle arrived. "Su Chen, Great Xia will not falter just because we lost a guardian. We still have everyone from the Demon Suppression Division to protect the southern border. You don't need to feel too much pressure." Wu Changjing genuinely felt that Su Chen was taking on the burden of the southern border's troubles because he had been chosen as the holy son of the cult organization. Su Chen had become even more reckless and aggressive than when she first met him. "All right, we've arrived." Su Chen and the others reached the end of the cave, where darkness lay ahead. Su Chen took out a glow stick and threw it forward. The glow stick fell for 10 seconds, and upon hearing the echo, I estimated the depth to be 3,000 to 4,000 meters. With the help of a fixed point of light and Su Chen's master-level cultivation, I saw that the ground below was densely packed with white doomsday worms, lying all over the cave floor. The doomsday worms were devouring each other, and at the deepest part of the cave, there was a massive tunnel measuring 10 meters in width and length, with 2 thick tentacles swaying. Although I couldn't see the whole picture, that was the B-level Doomsday Worm King. Wu Changjing also witnessed this scene, her eyes wide open, nervously gripping the Red Lotus Spear. If she fell down, there would be nothing left of her. "How many are there?" "The entire cave is filled with them." "This is just one cave, and there must be no less than 100 million Doomsday Worms," Su Chen remarked. "Sooner or later, we will have to kill them all." "Su Chen, even if you're crazy, it can't be to this extent. Killing all the Doomsday Worms here is something even the town guards haven't accomplished," Wu Changjing scoffed. Su Chen had many good qualities that appealed to her, but when he went mad, it sometimes left her at a loss. Could he really finish them off? It would be like queuing up for him to kill them until he was exhausted. Su Chen slapped Wang Ming awake, worried that his chatter would attract evil beasts, especially since he had brought Wu Changjing in. "The Demon Suppression Division won't let you go. As long as you spare me, I promise I won't reveal the secret," Wang Ming said as soon as he woke up. Su Chen exchanged glances with Wu Changjing. "This guy isn't even fully awake." "Let me show you something good to wake you up," Su Chen said, dragging him to the edge of the cliff. Su Chen floated in mid-air, arriving at the edge of the massive cave. He wanted to see how many Doomsday Worms would move and observe the Doomsday Worm King for future hunting. He needed a large number of crystals to make weapons, and the higher the rank, the better. If he weren't currently unable to take on the B-level Doomsday Worm King, he would have gone down to slaughter them all. The quantity in front of him was just a matter of how long it would take to finish them off. There was no concern about exhausting his energy. The demonic aura he emitted would attract the Doomsday Worm's attacks, but it was better than being human. His aura shielded the three of them and avoided exposure. Wang Ming looked down and saw the cave floor was densely packed with Doomsday Worms, and being just a martial general, he lacked the ability to float, his expression filled with terror. Falling down would be no different from being sliced to pieces. He would be eaten alive, with not even a bone fragment left. Aren't you the one who wanted the Doomsday Worms to devour us? Then I have no problem doing this, I'm a fair person. Wait! Su Chen let go, and Wang Ming fell into the cave, his terrified cries echoing within. The Doomsday Worms in the cave stirred, and the two massive tentacles in the giant cavern shook violently, revealing a head with 30 red and green eyes. The Doomsday Worm King had evolved a hard shell. These ancient battlefield creatures absorbed a large amount of otherworldly materials, unlike other demonic beasts. The armor and weapons made from their bones and teeth carried the risk of being invaded by demonic energy, and as time passed, such invasions became inevitable. This was why the Demon Suppression Division did not use demonic beasts to create alloy weapons, but the Doomsday Worms could. Their bodies were naturally composed of otherworldly materials, with extremely high purity, as they primarily fed on otherworldly materials. Wang Ming fell from a height of 3 to 4,000 meters. Even with a martial general's body, he would be enough to fill a pot. However, he landed right on a Doomsday Worm and did not die. As Su Chen let him down, he handed him a weapon, allowing him to experience the feeling of being surrounded. Wang Ming's expression was one of terror. His appearance caused the Doomsday Worms to stir, having discovered this foreign human. Deep within this cave, when had they ever seen such a delicious food? They either ate stones or their own siblings. They surged forward, piling on top of one another, forming a wall of writhing bodies. Wang Ming picked up a broken giant knife, fear etched on his face as he swung it, but it had no effect on the soft-bodied Doomsday Worms. He felt despair, and thus swung the giant knife even harder. The thought of being eaten alive was too cruel. Boom! The 10-meter-wide Doomsday Worm King opened its massive mouth from above, crashing down towards Wang Ming's position, devouring a large number of Doomsday Worms in the process. Su Chen watched from above. Even at a distance of over 100 meters from Wang Ming, he still couldn't see the full length of the Doomsday Worm King. It seemed the Doomsday Worm King had just awakened, greedily devouring its own offspring. Seeing this, Su Chen felt there was no need to watch any longer. He contemplated how to kill such an oversized beast. He needed this experience because an oversized beast tide would definitely have such colossal creatures attacking cities. However, Su Chen wouldn't fight them within the city. He preferred open field battles, especially with the Doomsday Worms, which were so numerous that they came to him without him needing to seek them out. He took one last look at the Doomsday Worm King. Let's go, stop looking. We need to leave before it notices us, Su Chen said helplessly to Wu Changjing, who was excitedly staring at Wang Ming. Did this guy really not know fear? Watching so intently. Just a little longer, she replied. While others enjoyed movies and idol dramas, she was different, relishing the idea of going out to slay evil beasts, her excitement evident. Sometimes Su Chen wondered if this girl was a bit odd. The Wu family's educational philosophy was indeed unique, and his evaluation was quite distinct. He pulled her away, as if they were just shopping, thinking she could stay as long as she wanted. Once they reached an area far from the evil beasts, Su Chen released his transformation, returning to his human form. He carefully sensed his changes and found nothing amiss. The members of the cult were originally normal people, but their thoughts had gone awry after being corrupted. He certainly didn't want to become a fervent follower, worshipping evil beasts. However, such things were hard to prohibit. Some strong individuals, when faced with death, couldn't resist the fear. Su Chen, you haven't turned into an evil being, have you? Are you hiding it? Wu Changjing asked suspiciously. Although she didn't doubt him, seeing Su Chen revert to human form made her ask, have you killed as many evil beasts as I have? Give me back my gun. Su Chen pointed at the half-green 7-foot-long spear in Wu Changjing's hand. One day, I'll surpass you, Wu Changjing said, her expression unwilling, as she handed over the spear and took back her red lotus spear. She couldn't even imagine how the world would view Su Chen 2 years later if he stood before everyone in the form of an evil being. Wu Changjing noticed the 7-foot spear in Su Chen's hand, which had changed from full green to dark blue, then to blackish blue, and couldn't help but feel disheartened. Su Chen had indeed killed a lot. Su Chen smiled, thinking to himself that once this outing was over, he would enter alone, deep into the Thousand Demon Cave, seeking a place without B-class Doomsday Worm Kings to hunt Doomsday Worms and boost his vitality. The numbers here were truly vast. Just the specifications of the cave they had just been in could likely accommodate someone at the 3rd level of the Grand Master realm without issue. The Grand Master realm was divided into 9 levels, each requiring 30,000 vitality points to advance, and to reach the Great Grand Master level required 3 million vitality points, meaning he would need to kill 3 to 4,000 D-class evil beasts. 3 to 4,000 D-level evil beasts, this number is not even enough for a master, let alone a Grand Master. A martial general might only kill a dozen D-level Doomsday Worms in their lifetime, and all the Doomsday Worms are D-level. As long as he can reach the peak of the Master Realm, the 9th level, Su Chen is confident he can slay a B-level Doomsday Worm King. For others, the hard shell of the Doomsday Worm King is extremely tough, but not for Su Chen. Moreover, he can now transform into a demon, significantly enhancing his attack power, defense, speed, and recovery speed. He can even launch a surprise attack, charging up a star-piercing spear with 1,000-fold amplification, just as his physical attributes have greatly improved after transforming, allowing him to withstand it. Outside the Thousand Demon Cave, Wu Ligua was anxious, glancing at the time from time to time. It had already been 9 hours, why hadn't Su Chen come out yet? Could it be that he encountered an accident? He had promised his older brother to protect his niece, Wu Chengjing, but as the leader of this team, he couldn't really use his power for personal gain and prevent Wu Chengjing from entering. That would tarnish the Wu family's reputation built over hundreds of years. Even when slaying the evil beasts emerging from the cave, he was distracted, though other masters were helping to deal with them. Now, some teams had suffered casualties to the point where they couldn't even form a 10-person team, and the mission was close to failing. This was for the supplies needed for the war 2 years later. If weapons and armor were insufficient, the casualties in the war would be so great that the entire Great Xia would not be able to bear it. Outside the Thousand Demon Cave, countless hive-like caves occasionally had evil beasts rushing out to attack the camp, all of which were dealt with by Wu Ligua and the other 4 masters. The area they had circled wouldn't delve deep into the Thousand Demon Cave, and there wouldn't be any sea-level evil beasts on the periphery, because this was the territory of the Doomsday Worms. Wu Ligua, a master at the 8th level, was sufficient to lead the team. If they were to delve deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave, a team of masters would be needed, led by someone of his brother's caliber. However, his brother, Wu Jianghai, was currently busy with matters for 2 years later, needing to collaborate with other cities in the southern border to discuss issues. The Demon Suppression Division had entered a state of war readiness from top to bottom, as the option to retreat did not exist. Believing in the evil beasts was akin to seeking death. Wu Ligua saw other members coming out one after another, resting before going back in, most of them emerging after about 8 hours, then resting for half a day. But he knew Su Chen's strength. The last time he had only taken 4 hours, and now 9 hours felt a bit abnormal. Wu Ligua frequently glanced at the cave Su Chen had entered, and the other masters noticed it too. Ligua, leave this to us. If you're worried, go take a look. Wu Ligua raised his leg but then pulled it back, anxiously pacing in place. With so many people, if he took the lead and something happened to others, and all the masters went to rescue them, what would happen if the evil beasts that came out of the Thousand Demon Cave ambushed the other members inside? If it were someone else, Wu Ligua, as the commander, would step in as long as it didn't affect the overall situation, but this was his own niece. He needed to fulfill his duties as a commander and not let the team's morale falter. He was torn between family ties and responsibility. Moreover, as the mission progressed, a large number of members of the Demon Suppression Division had suffered casualties, and these were all martial generals, each capable of standing alone. To this day, the team making the fastest progress was still the one Su Chen was in. However, some teams, after entering, not only failed to clear the area but also suffered heavy losses themselves. There were quite a few injured in the camp, and if the evil beasts outside or those from the Thousand Demon Cave gathered to attack the camp, it would be a disaster. At that time, the number of deaths would be even greater. Their progress had slowed down significantly. They had originally planned to complete all the clearing within half a month and extract materials from the other world within a month, but with the current pace, they feared they wouldn't be able to clear it all even in a month. This is also an unavoidable situation. The Demon Suppression Division is currently short-staffed everywhere, and Wu Ligua is anxious about whether this mission can be completed. This time, the ancient battlefield's Thousand Demon Cave is meant to gather materials from other realms in preparation for the war 2 years from now, with specific quotas for how much needs to be mined. Now, for the second entry, 2 teams need to merge just to meet the required numbers, and some teams have lost their entire roster. The number of team members is severely insufficient, and some teams even want to enter with fewer than 10 people, which Wu Ligua scolded on the spot, saying they were going to their deaths. He hopes Su Chen can rise to the occasion and not let Wu Chengjing encounter any accidents. Just as he was feeling anxious, 2 people emerged from the cave, Su Chen and Wu Chengjing, with no one else behind them. Wu Ligua flew over with a serious expression and landed in front of them. What happened? Why are there only the 2 of you left? Su Chen recounted what had happened inside the cave, including Wang Ming's betrayal, except for his own transformation into a demon. Damn it, how dare the Wang family do this? Go, tell the Wang family that their mining quota is gone, and tell them to get lost. Wu Ligua ordered his subordinates. This punishment is not light. The various families and martial arts schools can only gain access to materials from other realms by relying on the Demon Suppression Division to enter the ancient battlefield. They could enter on their own, but even if 5 or 6 families combined, it would be extremely difficult to clear an area. The casualties involved are something they cannot afford, forcing them to go to lower-level ancient battlefields, but those do not yield high-level materials from other realms. Others might hesitate to offend the Wang family too much, but Wu Ligua, as a member of the Wu family, holds significant power in the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City, and it really is just a matter of a word. Go rest for now. All teams will return tonight, and we need to discuss how to complete the extermination mission. That night, all the martial generals of the Demon Suppression Division gathered together, sitting cross-legged in the camp formed by the war chariots. Su Chen roughly confirmed the number of people. There were over 400 when they came, but now only half remained, and most were injured and exhausted. The small caves of the ancient battlefield forced one-on-one confrontations, and if they encountered large-scale demon beasts, those who acted as the spearhead would face life-threatening dangers, with a high probability of falling. Not everyone has the ability like Su Chen to kill demon beasts and gain vitality replenishment. That's Su Chen, he's from the Qinshi team, and only the 2 of them survived. Those who wanted to die didn't, while those who wanted to live ended up dead. Sigh. All night, they knew that Su Chen had entered the 1,000-demon cave with a 7-foot-long brush, a weapon that consumed vitality as a side effect. This young man truly couldn't bear the pressure and was intent on seeking death. Now there's a serious problem. Our progress in clearing is severely delayed. At the current rate, what was supposed to take a month will now take 2, and based on casualties, it could take even longer. If we stay in the wild for too long, the demon beasts outside will gather more and more. Although only a small number can enter, the longer we delay, the harder it will be to break out. Wu Ligua looked at everyone with a serious expression, stating the facts. According to the calculations of our 5 masters, we can stay here for a maximum of 3 months. Once we exceed that, the gathered demon beasts will block our way back, and we also need to leave 2 months for the collection team to gather materials. The surrounding members frowned, analyzing the situation. This is troublesome. Our people have only entered twice and have already suffered heavy casualties. Some teams have been completely wiped out. How can we form 5-person teams? That's not feasible. A 10-person team is already the minimum configuration. We need to rotate and prevent being flanked from behind. Mobilize the collection team. How about the martial generals from various martial arts schools and families? No, it's not feasible. Collecting the strength of the troops requires martial masters. Without the protection of martial generals, the entire army will be wiped out. Wu Ligua raised his hand to signal for silence. Our plan is to have one of the 4 grandmasters join each team for the extermination, while the other teams remain unchanged. We need to pay more attention to enemies coming from the rear, and the grandmasters left behind can only try to eliminate the evil beasts emerging from the 1,000-demon cave. But there's still a problem. The numbers are still insufficient. I need you to form teams of 8 or even 6 to redistribute for the cleanup. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. It wasn't that they were unwilling, they had all voluntarily entered the extremely dangerous ancient battlefield. Rather, they believed their strength was inadequate. Dying for the Great Xia was one thing, but they feared that their lack of strength would lead to the entire army's annihilation. Wu Ligua had no choice. Even their grandmasters had entered, but after estimating the progress, he realized that completing the task in a month was too difficult. Don't think it's impossible. Even with the addition of 4 grandmasters, we still have 30 caves left unaddressed. No matter how Wu Ligua calculated, the grandmasters also needed rest. 30 caves left unaddressed meant that even if 5 more grandmasters joined, it would be impossible to fill the gaps. In the end, they would have to report to the Demon Suppression Division that the collected materials from the other world were halved. Commander Wu, leave the remaining 30 to me. Su Chen looked at Wu Ligua's troubled expression and raised his hand. The people sitting around turned to Su Chen, their eyes filled with disbelief. He actually wanted to take on 30 caves by himself. Even a grandmaster wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could clear 30 caves in a month. This wasn't just a matter of strength, but of stamina. Each cave varied in length but exceeded 10 kilometers in depth. With severe internal branching, some caves had more than 10 branches inside. Even exploring on flat ground, taking one step at a time, it would be impossible to resolve it in a month. What right did he have as a martial general? Was he truly seeking death? Su Chen was already famous in the Great Xia, but the Demon Suppression Division had chosen not to imprison or kill him. However, there was much discussion about him online. Many hoped he would become the Holy Sun and safely withdraw from the southern border, while others hurled insults at him, filled with both pleas and curses. They believed Su Chen couldn't withstand the pressure from the internet and was seeking death, and he had been acting this way since arriving at the ancient battlefield. From the 7-foot-long danqing he held, one could see that this weapon had significant side effects, increasing blood and energy consumption, serving as a spearhead in the ancient battlefield. In truth, Su Chen didn't care about what was said online. His unwavering determination to hunt evil beasts stemmed from the fact that his parents had once been members of the Demon Suppression Division, dying at the hands of a cult and during a beast tide. This hatred was rooted deep within him. Everything he did at the 4th high school was driven by a desire to help his classmates, but more so by the anger of not being able to save his parents in his youth. He harbored the purest hatred for the evil beasts and didn't care how others viewed him. Su Chen, are you joking? I know your strength is decent, but you're still a martial general. Your team only has 2 people left, team up with others to enter together. Wu Liguo reprimanded. This boy truly piqued his interest, but sometimes he was just too reckless. Commander Wu, I have already broken through to the Grandmaster level. As he spoke, Su Chen released his blood energy, his body floating in mid-air, a flight ability unique to Grandmasters. How is this possible? You were only a 2nd-level martial general when you arrived, and you've only been in the ancient battlefield for a day. You've already broken through to Grandmaster? What kind of blood energy materials did you find in there? Wu Liguo's hands, which had been behind his back, dropped down, staring at Su Chen. He could only think of one possibility, that Su Chen had found top-tier, at least A-grade, blood energy materials in the ancient battlefield. The reason the ancient battlefield can attract people is not only because of the existence of materials from other realms but also the black flesh substance hidden within the stone walls, which serves as the raw material for refining blood essence potions. This flesh spirit mushroom exists in many levels, and 1 kilogram can produce hundreds of blood essence potions, with extremely potent effects. There have been instances where individuals ventured into the ancient battlefield and found the flesh substance of the spirit mushroom, significantly enhancing their strength. When everyone saw Su Chen floating in the air, they all stood up in surprise. This kid actually broke through? As a master, he had now become their commander. The strength of a master lies in their ability to cultivate techniques that save blood essence while increasing its efficiency. When did he learn the techniques? He had only been a cultivator for less than 4 months. It was outrageous. If it were another genius from the capital with various abundant resources, they would believe it. But they could check Su Chen's background. He came from an ordinary family, a humble background, and his cultivation speed was truly absurd. At the same time, they felt fear. No wonder the leader of the cult chose him as the heir. He indeed had the talent and strength. They couldn't imagine what kind of disaster such a genius would bring to the Great Xia if he truly became the leader of the cult. The previous cult leader had perished alongside a guardian general. Where did you get the techniques? It seems you never went to the Demon Suppression Division to collect any. The Demon Suppression Division has never been secretive about techniques, as successful cultivators are rare, and they do not impose restrictions but rather encourage success. The origins of the techniques were created by the various generations of the 10 Directions martial kings from the Demon Suppression Division, accumulating into a wide variety today. There are various techniques of heaven, earth, and human ranks available for selection, but not everyone can cultivate heaven-ranked techniques that requires exceptional comprehension. Most use human-ranked techniques to elevate themselves to masters. However, the martial nation found no record of Su Chen collecting any. I created it myself. Su Chen had no intention of hiding. He no longer needed to conceal his strength before the cult, as they would not act against him now. In fact, the stronger he became, the happier they would be. You? How is that possible? Well, your words might actually hold some truth. Otherwise, the leader wouldn't have taken a liking to you. We must have underestimated you. The martial nation was already shocked, but Su Chen was recognized by the cult leader, who was comparable to a guardian general, as a successor, so he couldn't be too far off. Otherwise, the cult leader wouldn't risk the safety of over 1 billion people in the southern border to make Su Chen his heir. If the forest guardian had arrived in time and Su Chen hadn't contracted the corruption demon disease, things would have been much better, and a towering pillar would have emerged in the future Great Xia. But now, the martial nation couldn't help but lament. He had never seen anyone afflicted with the corruption demon disease reach the level of 10 Directions martial king, let alone become a martial saint. A descendant of 3 generations from the Demon Suppression Division was now to become a demon. The martial nation did not doubt Su Chen's loyalty to the Great Xia. Even before he became a cultivator, he risked infection with the corruption demon disease to slay 13 demons, which was telling enough. Can you do it? Clearing out 30 caves, there are no jokes in the military, and so many people are watching, you can't speak carelessly. The martial nation's expression was extremely serious. He was the kind of person who wouldn't abandon his duty to clear out demons even when his own niece was in danger. She was the person he could arrange to protect and assist, and he wouldn't use any extra resources, as that would affect the progress of the clearing. But as it stands, it was far from enough. The casualties were much greater than in previous years, and the 1,000 Demon Cave hadn't been visited for a long time, accumulating a large number of evil demons and exotic beasts. His original intention was to make Su Chen retreat in the face of difficulty. Even masters have their limits and are not invincible. This is impossible for a master, but given time, at least 3 months, it could be done. Of course, I will clear out the remaining 30 caves. If I can't do it, I am willing to accept military law punishment, Su Chen said firmly. He needed to hunt down the evil beasts and quickly raise his blood value to the 9th level of master. He needed materials from the Doomsday Worm King inside the 1,000 Demon Cave to forge a reinforced 7-foot Danqing. With the existence of a super large beast tide, he would inevitably face not weak evil beasts, but a large number of opponents with strength comparable to or stronger than his own. The room fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Su Chen's promise. Clearing out 30 caves alone made it hard not to suspect he was seeking death. Wu Ligua's eyes glinted coldly. Are you sure? If Su Chen hesitated, he would immediately refuse him. He truly did not want Su Chen to die so meaninglessly, and Su Chen could not die now. I'm sure. There will be no fewer than 30 caves, Su Chen said without a hint of hesitation. Wu Ligua took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Su Chen, if you can really eliminate 30 caves and complete this collection task, I will propose to the director that you become a captain, leading 3,000 members of the Demon Suppression Division. This was a high-level position among captains, leading not ordinary people, but practitioners, with 30 martial generals and 3,000 practitioners under him. The meeting concluded, and now it was late at night. Except for the personnel on duty, most people had begun to rest after more than 10 hours of intense fighting. Lying beside their respective war chariots in makeshift camps, the sounds of beast roars echoed in their ears. Su Chen sat by the war chariot, cleaning his weapons. He had 7 7-foot Danqing, and now only 6 remained, enough for his use. Once the collection team gathered the crystals of the Doomsday Worm, he would forge weapons then. For now, he needed to enter the 1,000 Demon Cave to hunt evil beasts. Su Chen, aren't you going to rest? Wu Changjing, sleeping beside Su Chen, was exhausted after the day's battles, her face full of fatigue. You should rest, I'll be back during the day. This time, Su Chen did not bring Wu Changjing. He needed to quickly penetrate the 30 caves of the 1,000 Demon Cave. This was merely the task's standard, not his own. Su Chen stood up and headed for the 1,000 Demon Cave. Captain Su Chen, are you really going in at this late hour? The personnel on duty asked in surprise. Su Chen nodded, choosing a planned cave to enter. Captain Su Chen is still so young, with such great talent. What a pity! If it weren't for the corruption disease, humanity might have seen a 4th guardian in the future to fill the gap. The personnel watched as Su Chen disappeared into the cave, their expressions filled with regret and admiration. I wonder how many caves he can eliminate. I hope he can really do it, but even a master hunting day and night can't achieve that. The resting martial generals in the camp exchanged glances in the night, lamenting Su Chen's misfortune, and continued to rest, as they still had heavy tasks the next day. Wu Ligua was discussing with the other 4 masters in the camp. Their blood consumption was not great, and it was enough to leave one person behind. Now they needed to expedite the completion of the extermination task, with 4 entering the 1,000 Demon Cave. Su Chen entered the cave, 5 long spears on his back, split into 2 sections, holding one in his hand. He activated the passive sensing ability of the Jingma technique. After being promoted to master, Su Chen's perception range had increased, and with the accumulation of the evil beasts he had hunted, the Jingma technique became even more proficient and powerful. Within a 10-kilometer range, although he could not precisely locate enemies, it was sufficient in the 1,000 Demon Cave filled with evil beasts, as they mostly gathered together. Su Chen sensed a gathering place of evil beasts about 2 kilometers into the cave and immediately rushed over. Compared to the slow search for possible ambushes, a 1-kilometer distance might take an hour, but Su Chen had no such worries. He had already pinpointed the location. In just 2 minutes, he arrived at the gathering place of the evil beasts. Without any hesitation, he charged his spear and unleashed the star-piercing spear. A deafening sonic boom erupted, and the spear, with unparalleled momentum, pierced through the dense mass of evil beasts, turning them into fragments. The thousand-fold amplification of the star-piercing spear under the enhancement of a master was beyond what this group of top D-level evil beasts could withstand, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. The sound of falling debris echoed deep within the dark cave. Su-Chen walked through the bodies of the evil beasts and saw that the 7-foot-tall wall of the thousand-demon cave, made of otherworldly materials, had been blasted open by a large hole. Hunted E-level beast, gain 10 vitality points. Hunted D-level beast, gain 632 vitality points. Hunted E-level evil, gain 10 vitality points. A series of notifications indicated that with this shot, he had increased his vitality by 6254 points, more than what a master would gain from half a month of steady cultivation. Masters had the advantage of cultivation techniques, allowing them to absorb vitality much faster than martial generals, linked to the level of their cultivation techniques. Su-Chen withdrew his spear and, seeing the large gap on it, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation and laugh. This spear is broken again, my strength is increasing too quickly, and the spear's level can't keep up. It wasn't that the 7-foot-tall spear was weak, even top D-level spears were used by some masters, yet no one's martial skills could achieve such a monstrous thousand-fold amplification. The star-piercing spear had such immense power that its consumption of vitality increased geometrically. Other masters could use it at most for 100 shots, and the more they used it, the weaker it became, as their vitality was not abundant. Su-Chen, possessing the demon body, was not worried about exhausting his vitality and being unable to use the martial skill of the star-piercing spear. His martial skill was similar to a human-level innate ability that stored and released vitality, achieving high damage before falling into a weakened state. The star-piercing spear did not have this negative effect, befitting his current heavenly level. Su-Chen thought for a moment and decided against using it. With 30 caves, 5 spears would not be enough. However, there were lower-level alloy spears outside that could be used as disposable weapons. It seems I should start crafting new weapons soon. Once the cleanup task is completed and my strength reaches the 7th level of master, I will hunt the doomsday worms and use their crystals to make weapons. The sky was dimly bright, and less than 5 hours had passed since the meeting ended. The team members gradually woke up. Martial generals did not need a whole night to recover their physical condition. I wonder if Officer Wu and the others have returned. Our 10-member team needs about 10 hours for the cleanup, and with their strength, even one person would be faster than us. No matter how absurd it is, a master still needs to explore and search for evil beasts, which is where most of the time is spent. 10 hours is not enough for one person. Last night, not only Su-Chen entered but also 4 other masters, including Wu Ligua. One was on guard, and most of the daytime battles were preventive. The masters had preserved their stamina and vitality quite well, and they also needed to keep up with the task progress. Well, that's Officer Su-Chen. He has only been in for less than 5 hours. Could it be that the cleanup failed? Then they saw the Collector Corps entering the cave from which Su-Chen had just emerged. So fast. This speed is terrifying. The other officers haven't returned. When Su-Chen returned to the camp, everyone looked at him with admiration. This speed was truly impressive, faster than the veteran masters like Officer Wu. Is Officer Su-Chen going to rest now? Su-Chen shook his head and walked over to the supply vehicle, packing up all the E-grade alloy long spears on it. If it weren't for the need to conserve weapons, he wouldn't have taken more than 5 hours. I'll go in and see if there are any more E-grade alloy long spears to replenish. I'll take them when I come out. Su-Chen split the alloy long spears in 2 and filled the slots on his back, almost resembling an iron throne. The logistics personnel at the back of the vehicle were preparing to load supplies and stared intently at Su-Chen. Commander Su-Chen, do you really need this many? I do. Leave these alloy long spears for me. Understood. The logistics personnel were unclear about the situation, but he was a commander, and a master at that. These weapons were indeed not needed by others, they were merely spare weapons. Each general had their own weapons and had never needed as many as Su-Chen. Oh no, the tide of evil beasts has emerged. They are going to encircle the gathering team. In the camp, the general squad saw a large number of evil beasts surging from the Thousand Demon Cave. The only master on guard was overwhelmed. If this group got in, the gathering team, relying solely on the generals, would have no chance against the evil beasts. If the various families of the martial arts school had such strong power, they wouldn't need to send a gathering team, and they had brought a large number of martial artists as gatherers, far outnumbering the 10 generals, making them weak. Once inside, the gathering team would definitely be annihilated. Some people rushed to grab their weapons, but the camp was still some distance from the Thousand Demon Cave. By the time they arrived, the evil beasts would have already entered and begun their slaughter. The logistics personnel looked pale. The ancient battlefield of the Thousand Demon Cave was always fraught with danger, and now with so few masters left in the camp, even they were at risk. Seeing this, Su Chen, holding the alloy long spear, activated his martial skill, the star-piercing long spear, and shot at the evil beasts emerging from the Thousand Demon Cave. The long spear, carrying a violent wind, blew the logistics personnel to the ground, causing their eardrums to ring painfully as they covered their ears, their expressions pained. Half a minute later, he lifted his head and saw a large number of evil beasts from the direction of the Thousand Demon Cave being shattered into pieces. Above the cave of the Thousand Demon Cave, an alloy long spear was embedded, with only the tip remaining visible in the wall filled with otherworldly materials. The wall, filled with otherworldly materials, had been blasted out to create a 2-meter deep pit, with only the tail of the long spear remaining. Even their specialized C-grade alloy material digging heads would take an hour to achieve such depth, yet he did it with a single shot. Terrifying was the only word the logistics personnel could think of as he turned to see Commander Su Chen already leaving with a handful of alloy long spears. "Commander Su Chen, will you be returning your spear?" the logistics personnel asked. Su Chen thought for a moment. If it can be used, then take it back. One more spear is better than none. With that, he entered a cave and disappeared. The logistics personnel approached the location of the long spear, trying to use the gathering equipment to dig it out. The E-grade alloy long spear required dozens of merit points, a significant sum for them. It all went in, and it even created a pit. This power is too terrifying, the logistics personnel marveled, reaching out to touch it. He touched the tip of the long spear, trying to pull it out to see if he could manage it. After all, it was worth a try, and if not, he could use the gathering equipment. However, as soon as he touched it, the long spear was easily pulled out, leaving only the tip in his hand, while the long spear inside the cave had shattered into countless pieces. The tip in his hand also broke apart. The martial artists resting in the camp saw this scene from afar and held their breath. They had never witnessed such power in their lives. They had seen masters take action before, but they had never attacked with E-grade alloy long spears that could pierce through the walls of the Thousand Demon Cave, leaving a 3-meter-wide giant pit. Is this a martial skill or a talent skill? I can't tell, it's too fierce. He just advanced to master. They were also martial generals and soon realized why Su Chen brought so many alloy long spears into the Thousand Demon Cave. He intended to use this powerful skill to quickly complete the extermination. However, such powerful skills come with corresponding costs, consuming a significant amount of vitality. They felt that Su Chen was somewhat taking it for granted. With 30 caves, this kind of skill couldn't be resolved without hundreds of uses. It wasn't a matter of strength, but rather that his own vitality wasn't sufficient to support its use. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, they also needed to enter the Thousand Demon Cave quickly to complete their extermination task. For them, completing the extermination of one cave in 10 hours would be a great success. 8 hours would already be considered very fast, and with a bit of luck, not everyone was as abnormal as Su Chen, and they still needed to rest. Sometimes, they would encounter powerful evil beasts that they couldn't eliminate, leading to heavy losses in their team, making it even harder to execute the task. A month's time was truly very tight. Su Chen entered the cave of the Thousand Demon Cave, activated the bewildering demon technique, quickly pinpointing the location of the evil beasts, and floated up, stirring up a cloud of dust in the cave. The evil beasts digging for black meat spirit mushrooms felt an inexplicable sense of dread, becoming restless, while the demons exchanged confused glances, not understanding what was happening. This was not a sensation that humans could give them. To them, humans were merely food, akin to the black flesh substance of the meat spirit mushrooms. The only thing in the Thousand Demon Cave that they feared was the Doomsday Worm, a beast completely beyond their control. Then they saw a human floating over, holding a long spear, maintaining a poised throwing stance. In 10 seconds, the long spear transformed into a shooting star, quickly piercing through all the evil beasts. They heard the sound of sonic booms, and by that time, they had already turned into fragments, their remaining consciousness witnessing their shattered bodies. Hunted E-grade beast, gained 10 vitality points. Hunted D-grade demon, gained 822 vitality points. Hunted E-grade demon, gained 10 vitality points. Su Chen did not stop his steps and continued forward, heading towards the next gathering place of the evil beasts. 2 hours later, Su Chen exited the cave and said to the logistics personnel, "The extermination of this cave is complete. You can arrange for the collection team to enter. Also, are the long spears I prepared ready?" The logistics personnel checked the time and was shocked. Had it really been cleaned up in such a short time? "Commander Su Chen, are there any overlooked areas in the Thousand Demon Cave?" "No, within the designated task area, there are no large-scale gatherings of evil beasts." The logistics personnel had nothing more to say and immediately handed over the prepared long spears, which were split into 2 sections on a vest. After seeing Su Chen leave, the logistics personnel reported to their superior, notifying the collection team to enter, but they also reminded them to be cautious of any overlooked evil beasts. After all, it had only been 2 hours. The master left behind frowned upon hearing the report from the terminal. He quickly killed the evil beast in front of him. This Su Chen called for the collection team in just 2 hours. In such a short time, even a master could only make 1 round. If there are any oversights, wouldn't that be harmful? He had seen Su Chen perform that skill and was shocked by the power of that spear, but could such a skill really be continuously released? He remained skeptical. Even with the vitality conversion rate of a heavenly level technique, it wouldn't be enough to squander like this. He couldn't unleash such a powerful move, but he had his own hidden skills, though they would consume a large amount of his vitality and blood, making it difficult to use them easily. He didn't think Su Chen could keep using them continuously. Have the collection team pay attention to their surroundings to prevent any uneliminated evil beasts from lurking. After all, he was a master, and it wouldn't be appropriate to overly undermine the other party's face, so he could only ask the collection team to be as vigilant as possible. The task was urgent, and he could only let the collection team shoulder more responsibility. As long as Su Chen eliminated most of the evil beasts, that would be enough. Upon receiving the message, the collection team frowned. 2 hours for the cleanup, even for a master, isn't enough. There will definitely be omissions. Everyone, be cautious of danger, don't rush to collect, first ensure the surroundings are safe. This wasn't their first time in, and even a 10-man martial general team would take over 10 hours to clean up and still leave some evil beasts behind. This time it was a master, but he was alone. The collection team would be in the cave for a longer duration, needing to stay for 2 months. They naturally understood the length and complexity of the cave. Just walking through it would take 2 hours, let alone exploring and eliminating evil beasts. Under the leadership of a few martial generals, they cautiously entered the cave, only to be met with a horrifying sight. There were no intact corpses on the ground, only pieces scattered everywhere, and from the color, it was clear they were the remains of evil beasts. How were they killed? It looks like they were put into a blender. Some team members couldn't help but gag. It wasn't that they lacked composure, but the scene was too bloody and brutal. Even this battle-hardened group couldn't handle it. The ground beneath their feet was soft, filled with chunks of flesh. They didn't start working immediately. Instead, they followed the collection team's regulations to conduct a thorough inspection of the battlefield to avoid any omissions and prevent danger during the collection process. As they moved forward, they found that the gathering places of the evil beasts were all in pieces, not a single complete one. The entire cave was eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps. Normally, they would spend 4 hours patrolling the cave, but this time they took less than an hour because they hadn't encountered a single evil beast along the way. It's really clean. Commander Su Chen is truly impressive. He must have used the move that shattered the walls of the Thousand Demon Cave. They saw E-grade alloy spears embedded in the stone walls, creating huge pits, with each pile of evil beast corpses nearby. The speed is impressive, but can Commander Su Chen's vitality and stamina sustain this? They chatted, knowing that any powerful move required an outrageous amount of vitality. I hope he can complete the cleanup of 30 caves. After all, it would be easy for us. In this clean state, I'd never seen any other team achieve this in the Thousand Demon Cave. After Su Chen finished clearing a section of evil beasts, he looked at the long spear in his hand and realized it was running low. Once, he had wielded E-grade alloy weapons as his main armament. Now, they were merely consumables. This cave has been cleared as well. It's time to go out and replenish my weapons. After spending an hour and a half, he had resolved the battle and eliminated all the evil beasts in this cave. Host, Su Chen, age, 18, realm, master level 2 talent, demon suppressing divine spear, demon devouring divine body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon suppressing the sea, star piercing spear, rank, heavenly rank, hunts 1/1000 C grade evil beasts, upgrades to divine rank, 10,000-fold amplification, dragon suppressing the sea, rank, earth rank, hunts 1/1000 C grade evil beasts, upgrades to heavenly rank, spear intent layers increased to 999 layers. Host's blood value, 136542 cultivation method, demon shock passive 1, the aura of any evil demon or strange beast is laid bare before you, you can sense the foul stench emanating from the bodies of these creatures. Demon shock passive 2, after activating the cultivation method, you will instill innate fear in all evil demons and strange beasts. The effect is proportional to the strength of the hunted, with those weaker than you being affected more significantly. Demon shock active transformation, release an active skill to demonize yourself, reversing all demon shock passives while maintaining their effects. After clearing 2 caves, he broke through to the second level of Grandmaster, with 30,000 blood points marking a small realm. Indeed, the quality of the evil demons and strange beasts in the ancient battlefield is high. If this were in the wild, just finding them would take a considerable amount of time. It's not that there are fewer in the wild, but the area is too vast, and they have all hidden away. Unless a powerful evil demon gathers them, it would be difficult to achieve the scale of the ancient battlefield. Moreover, the quality is not as high as that of the Thousand Demon Cave in the ancient battlefield. Here, everything starts at E level, while deeper down, the Doomsday Worms begin at D level. Su Chen has already begun to consider how to kill the B-level Doomsday Worm King, as he needs one more thing to advance to Grandmaster, which is intent. A sword has sword intent, a spear has spear intent. The difference between a Grandmaster and a Master lies in the Grandmaster's ability to integrate their martial skills into their own intent, embodying it within themselves. Below the Grandmaster level, a spear is merely a weapon, a tool. For a Grandmaster, a spear is an extension of their own body, as natural as an arm or finger. The intent of a Grandmaster differs from their cultivation method and inner beliefs. Each intent is unique. For instance, some Grandmasters who excel in defense have an intent that enhances their defense, making every part of their body as solid as rock. Even without armor, they can withstand the attacks of evil demons and strange beasts. Others, with a strong inclination towards killing, have an understanding of intent that transforms every part of their body into a lethal weapon, capable of inflicting great damage without relying on external weapons. There are also prudent Grandmasters, whose agility surpasses that of other Grandmasters. Intent is something that varies for each Grandmaster. They must comprehend what suits them and then practice their intent. Only through this integration can they advance to Grandmaster. Intent requires a spark, a special substance that can only be found in the ancient battlefield. These sparks often appear as crystals of various colors, serving as the ignition for intent. The highest is S level, but most Grandmasters have sparks ranging from C to E level. Those exceeding A level will gain spark skills, tailored to the individual's requirements, fitting them even more perfectly than martial skills. The sparks are a collective of the intentions of the human race who died in the ancient battlefield, making their production extremely limited. Within the Demon Suppression Division, a significant number of merit points are required for exchange. Unless you can gain the recognition of the human faction from the ancient battlefield, you will not receive a spark. This is why masters frequently visit the ancient battlefield. It holds items essential for their advancement. Discoverers of sparks within the Demon Suppression Division can use them freely or hand them over for a large number of merit points, with team-leading masters having priority in purchasing. Su Chen is clear in his heart that his intent must be related to evil demons and strange beasts, but he does not know what kind of intent and skills will emerge. If Su Chen wants to obtain a spark, he can exchange it through the Demon Suppression Division. His merit points are sufficient. Just from the evil demons and strange beasts he has hunted, although there are no clear records in the ancient battlefield, the number of caves cleared will yield a much higher return than in the wild. If he can kill the B-level Ancient Worm King, the system will surely grant him a spark of realm. Su Chen was different from other cultivators. While others faced bottlenecks in their training, Su Chen did not. However, he needed to kill higher-level evil beasts to obtain the items required for advancement. Otherwise, he would have to patiently cultivate and wait for his turn to receive the fire seed from the Demon Suppression Division. But after 2 years, it seemed he would never get his chance. He had to kill the B-rank Ancient Worm King to obtain the fire seed. The B-rank Ancient Worm King, with a body 10 meters wide and an unknown length, would intimidate any master who approached, let alone attempt to kill it. This type of ancient battlefield beast was far stronger than ordinary beasts and was a rare super-large species, making it extremely difficult to kill. When a super-large B-rank beast appeared in the wild, it would require all the powerful members of a city's Demon Suppression Division to work together to fend it off and prevent it from destroying the city. Killing it was nearly impossible, as its massive body made it hard to find a weak point. Su Chen would need to reach the 9th level of mastery to have any hope of killing the B-rank Doomsday Worm King. Wu Liguo walked out of the cave, looking exhausted and somewhat disheveled. After all, clearing a cave alone for 12 hours was his limit. Now, his physical strength and vitality had significantly declined, and he needed to rest for a day or even longer before he could enter again. As time passed, his progress would only slow down, and being constantly on guard against the evil beasts that could appear at any moment was a mental strain. Clearing the caves took a month, with each entry requiring about a day of rest, and there was no one to rotate with him. This was the most optimistic estimate. In reality, the complex cave systems sometimes consumed over 10 hours of exploration time, and he could manage at most 10 caves in a month. He also had to rotate with other masters from the outside, standing guard for 24 hours. When he emerged, he received a message on his terminal that the evil beasts had almost ambushed the collection team, which was severely understaffed and facing a very difficult mission. Masters were indeed strong and had techniques to reduce vitality consumption, but there was no one to rotate with him as a spearhead. Even if he killed hundreds or thousands of beasts, he would still be exhausted, let alone facing evil beasts. Have the others come out yet? Wu Ligua asked about his colleagues who had entered with him. Commander Wu, they haven't come out yet, you are the first, a logistics staff member replied, bringing him an energy bar. Ha ha ha, still not convinced? I'm the team leader this time because of my strength. Wu Ligua chewed on the energy bar. Powerful cultivators like them needed much more food than ordinary people. In this world, there was no such thing as surviving without eating. Everyone adhered to basic energy conversion principles. Fortunately, the specially made energy bars could quickly replenish stamina. What about Su Chen? Has he come out? Wu Ligua genuinely felt a sense of disappointment towards Su Chen, who refused to back down and insisted on taking on the task of clearing 30 caves, making it difficult for him to step down. If it really came to it, he would have to protect him. After all, he was a master now, and he should just focus on his job as a forest guardian. He truly couldn't do that. If the military law dealt with Su Chen, he would really admire the guy. Among the Wu family's 4 brothers and their numerous descendants, only Wu Chengjing had any prospects, which frustrated him to no end, breaking dozens of belts in anger. His niece had sustained serious injuries from the recent betrayal incident involving Wang Ming and had been ordered to rest. Commander Wu, he came out and then went back in. What? He can't handle it? This was also a newly promoted master, with an unstable foundation, so how could he compare to these seasoned masters? No, Commander Su Chen has already completed the clearing of 4 caves. He came out to replenish his weapons. Wu Ligua stopped chewing on the energy bar. How is that possible? Did you confirm with the collection team? Were all the evil beasts inside cleared out? According to the information received, the collection team said it was cleared out very thoroughly, and they even saved over 10 hours of time. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Wu Ligua, having witnessed Su Chen's combat skills and knowing he possessed a powerful innate ability, still found it too absurd. Only after the collection team's confirmation did he begin to believe it. Wu Ligua recalled that Su Chen must have used his skills, but such powerful techniques would consume even more vitality. He could understand the beheading operation, but each of those cave-dwelling evil beasts was no weaker than the beheading targets, and their ranks were even higher. He had just finished 1, and Su Chen had already dealt with 4. Did he really not need to rest? Wu Ligua was quite pleased. Rather than saving face for Su Chen, he preferred to see Su Chen slap him in the face, as that would mean the mission could be completed and that Su Chen was indeed very talented. It was no longer accurate to call it talent. He should be regarded as a competent and independent powerhouse, even capable of ranking within the Demon Suppression Division. If Su Chen were to transfer to the Forest Guardian Department now, he would immediately become the head of a department within the internal affairs of Guanyue City. The prestigious martial arts schools and prominent families would have to address him as Lord Su Chen or Commander. Commander Wu, you're here too. Just then, Su Chen walked over. Wu Ligua smiled and patted Su Chen's shoulder vigorously. You kid are impressive. Not only are you fierce as a martial artist in general, but you're still a grandmaster. Keep up this momentum, and I'll take you to the Wu family as a guest. Okay, thank you, Commander Wu. Su Chen thought for a moment and did not refuse. Have a bite. Saying this, Wu Ligua handed over an energy bar. Thank you. Su Chen took a bite and spoke to the logistics personnel. Is the spear I prepared ready? Commander Su, it's all set. Shall I bring it over now? The person said as they ran off. Wu Ligua frowned. Su Chen, don't push yourself so hard. At the current pace, with your speed, for a day is enough to complete the mission. Of course, Wu Ligua had another concern. He was genuinely tired. If Su Chen went in and he hadn't, wouldn't that be embarrassing? How could he still act as a commander, unable to take the lead? Originally, he had gone in overnight to set an example for everyone. Now, it seemed that all the glory had been snatched by Su Chen. Su Chen changed into a vest with slots and noticed Wu Ligua's somewhat awkward expression, understanding the situation. Not everyone could match his speed in hunting evil beasts, and not everyone had the ability to recover vitality. If Su Chen didn't possess the demon body, he would probably need to rest after the second round. I'm a bit tired too, let's take a break. Wu Ligua still had to maintain his dignity. He respected Su Chen quite a bit, having fought on the front lines. He couldn't let Su Chen lose face. Yes, rest and recuperate. We need to be in good spirits to kill the evil beasts more swiftly. As he spoke, Wu Ligua kindly handed over an energy bar. In his impression, Su Chen had always been a headstrong youth, but now it seemed he understood. If his son had such insight, he could live an extra 10 years. Of course, insight wasn't everything. If his son had Su Chen's strength, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Unfortunately, his son was still studying at Guanyu City's martial arts university, still quite young, and the gap was just too large. After supplementing their food, the two chatted for a while, but Wu Ligua could no longer hold on and returned to his war vehicle to rest. After finishing his meal, Su Chen also returned to his resting place, preparing to sleep for 2 hours, as his consumption wasn't too great. Due to the passive ability of the shocking magic, he did not need to be constantly on guard against the surrounding evil beasts, which prevented him from being mentally strained, not to mention his vitality and physical strength, which were even higher than when he entered. Gaining the recognition of the ancient battlefield would allow him to obtain a spark condensed by the predecessors who died in the ancient battlefield, given to those who were recognized. This type of spark was generally of a higher rank and of better quality compared to those excavated from the ancient battlefield. Gaining recognition from the ancient battlefield was not something that could be achieved overnight. Some masters fought in the ancient battlefield for 20 years, accumulating recognition over time. Alternatively, one could find buried sparks, and these were the two methods. Su Chen wanted to quickly obtain a spark, so he needed the ancient battlefield to recognize him, which required him to slay enough evil beasts. Seeing Wu Changjing still resting, her graceful figure lying in a large character, Su Chen lay down not far from her. 2 hours later, Su Chen got up again, tidied his gear, and walked into the Thousand Demon Cave. He needed to continue the extermination to gain the ancient battlefield's recognition as quickly as possible. He could not afford to wait leisurely to excavate a spark. Hunted D-level evil beast, gains 762 points of vitality. Hunted D-level evil beast, gains 632 points of vitality. Hunted E-level evil, gain 10 points of vitality. After killing the last Doomsday Worm, he had already delved deep inside, occasionally encountering the presence of Doomsday Worms, with D-level evil beasts providing more vitality points. I've probably killed nearly 2,000 D-level evil beasts now, and the total number of evil beasts, regardless of rank, is about to break 10,000. Su Chen pondered. The last time he completed the slaughter of 1,000 evil beasts, he gained the accompanying martial skill unmatched by thousands, so the next target would be 10,000, as the 2,000 did not grant any skills or other rewards. Of course, he had another method, which was to slay the B-level ancient worm king, but he needed to wait until he had exterminated 30 caves to accumulate enough strength, at least reaching the 8th to 9th level of the Master Realm. 5 hours later, Wu Ligua woke up, and most of his colleagues had returned, the 5 of them sitting together. Is there any chance of discovering a spark this time, Ligua? We've been fighting in the Thousand Demon Cave for nearly 20 years and still haven't gained recognition from the ancient battlefield. Waiting for the excavation yield is too low. Sparks were something that masters must pursue. They were the key items for breaking through to the Grand Master level. Some masters could even obtain sparks around the 5th level of mastery and then cultivate their intent, ultimately leading to a smooth promotion to Grand Master. If they did not obtain it in advance and waited until the 9th level of mastery, they would have to spend a lot of time comprehending their intent and then nurturing it, which required over 10 years of hard practice to achieve. The fastest record in the Great Xia took at least 3 years. During these 3 years, the master's cultivation would regress instead of progress, solely for nurturing intent, so the earlier one obtained it, the faster the improvement and the less wasted time. However, the Demon Suppression Division did not have any surplus sparks. Either they did not meet their conditions, or only those that perfectly met the conditions would appear after gaining recognition from the ancient battlefield. There's no way. It's incredibly difficult to gain recognition from the ancient battlefield. We've been killing evil beasts for 20 years and still haven't received recognition. Wu Ligua shook his head, feeling anxious inside. He was stuck at the master level. Although he had not yet reached the 9th level of mastery, he could not wait until then to obtain a spark. According to the data calculated by the Demon Suppression Division, to gain recognition from the ancient battlefield, at least 5,000 D-level evil beasts are needed. I've only killed 890. To gain recognition in the Thousand Demon Cave, there's only one way, which is to enter the depths of the Thousand Demon Cave and hunt the Doomsday Worms. There's another way, either kill the B-level Doomsday Worm King, which is the fastest way to gain recognition from the ancient battlefield. This is something they dare not even imagine. Not to mention the B-rank Ancient Worm King, even the countless Doomsday Worms could leave nothing but scraps of them behind. As for hunting the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, that is simply impossible. To kill an Ancient Worm King that rivals a Grand Master or an oversized exotic beast with the realm of a master is utterly unfeasible. Of course, there have been Grand Masters who united to slay it, but the sparks they obtained were perfectly matched to them. Others could not use them at all, which would waste the output of the ancient battlefield. To kill a B-rank Ancient Worm King with the realm of a master, while surrounded by countless D-rank Doomsday Worms, is nothing but a pipe dream. Just thinking about it is enough. The masters present all side. There is a shortcut, one that does not require hunting enough D-rank evil exotic beasts to buy time, but that is not a shortcut, it is a dead end. We have 2 years left, we need to quickly enhance our strength. In the case that migrating to the southern border is impossible, we can only rely on ourselves to protect our homeland. They, being esteemed masters, naturally had plane tickets to evacuate their families. It was just a matter of saying a word. But after evacuating from the southern border this time, where could they retreat to next? Retreating to the end leaves no way out. Under a collapsed nest, there are no unbroken eggs. Stop thinking so much. Let's quickly clear out the evil exotic beasts in the Thousand Demons Cave and see if we can dig out a spark. One more Grand Master means more combat power. Wu Ligua stood up, his expression grave as he entered the Thousand Demons Cave alone. There are no heroes in this world, we need to save ourselves and not expect anyone to come to our rescue. Wu Ligua had already killed over 3,000 D-rank evil exotic beasts. In the ancient battlefield, he was the one most likely to break through within 2 years. By the way, where is Su Chen? The logistics personnel, hearing Wu's question from a distance, hurried over. Commander Wu, Commander Su Chen entered 5 hours ago. Wu Ligua couldn't help but smile wryly. Not long ago, I praised him for being sensible. Couldn't he have waited a bit longer? He was giving face, but not much. Su Chen looked at the shattered alloy spear on the wall, which had fallen to the ground, and then glanced at his empty weapon slot. In less than 2 hours since entering, his clearing speed was increasing rapidly. After all, his strength was also growing. He was consciously delving deeper into the Thousand Demons Cave, hunting doomsday worms, and sending messages to the collection team to gather the crystals of the doomsday worms. At this point, he probably had nearly 2,000 crystals, enough to craft a C-rank spear. Su Chen estimated the number of doomsday worms he had hunted. If the number of doomsday worm crystals was sufficient, they could be refined, which is also why doomsday worms devour each other. They are constantly evolving, and their crystals are the same. Theoretically, as long as there are enough doomsday worm crystals, it is possible to create S-rank weapons, but the side effects of the doomsday worms mean they can only serve as auxiliary materials. When forged into weapons with other materials, if purely made from crystals, the absorption of the user's vitality would reach a terrifying level. The 7-foot Danqing in his hand, with just one crystal added, had a basic 30% vitality consumption and increased attack power by 10%. Just one D-rank doomsday worm crystal turned the 7-foot Danqing into something with side effects, making it a tool for testing and fighting for others, rather than a weapon. One can imagine what would happen if all weapons were made using doomsday worm crystals. For a normal cultivator, they would likely exhaust their vitality after just a few moves. The collection team had just completed a rotation from a cave, looking exhausted. This is really tiring. Even with shifts, we can't keep up with the collection. There are still a few caves left to clear, and no one has collected yet. When had they ever encountered such a situation where they were too busy? The spare caves were all cleared by others, and they had to rush to collect quickly. Then wait, there might not be any tasks for a day or two. When has there ever been a collection that couldn't be completed? An empty cave. All of this is thanks to Commander Su Chen, with a clearing speed of 1 cave every 2 hours, which can only be described as monstrous. They are all too busy outside to keep up. The other 10 martial generals average around 14 hours for each cave. Even the strongest martial commander, a master of single combat, needs 14 hours, while he solved it in 2. Others spend over 10 hours clearing and then need to rest for 1 to 2 days, depending on the team's battle losses. Some can immediately re-enter, while others need 4 to 5 days to recover. What do you think Commander Su Chen is collecting so many doomsday worm crystals for? The demand for such auxiliary materials isn't high. The Demon Suppression Division still has stock. It can't be for making weapons, right? 7-foot Danqing is already outrageous. A D-grade doomsday worm crystal is called a weapon that you can never return from. At this point, everyone's expression showed disbelief. After all, Commander Su Chen was using the 7-foot Danqing. When everyone learned he brought the 7-foot Danqing into the ancient battlefield, they thought he was looking for death. Now, with 7-foot Danqing, he was recklessly clearing caves. What kind of monster is this? In just 4 days, he completed the clearing of 16 caves. It seems this military order task could be finished in less than a month. With his capabilities, it's indeed possible he wants to use the doomsday worm crystals to forge weapons. They exchanged glances, seeing mutual respect and trepidation in each other's eyes. To come to the ancient battlefield requires immense courage. We are already stronger than many, at least we won't hide in the city waiting to die. Don't compare ourselves to Commander Su Chen, he might just be under too much pressure. I heard Commander Su Chen's team is called Only Rest in Death, and it has been since he joined the Demon Suppression Division. From this name, everyone could sense Commander Su Chen's attitude towards evil spirits and strange beasts. By now, they somewhat believed that Su Chen was not seeking death but rather wanting to grow stronger, aiming to help resist the super-large beast tide in 2 years. As for breaking through to Martial Saint, no one believed it. If Commander Su Chen had enough time and wasn't infected by the corruption demon disease, it might really be possible. They couldn't help but sigh. They were intercepted by a cult organization, otherwise, it was highly likely that in the next 40 years, a towering giant would emerge in the Great Xia. I'm so tired, I want to go home and rest. Me too. I never thought we could work non-stop like this. At that moment, their terminals received a message from the commander. Number 357 cleared, rest for 1 hour. Team 9527 will immediately begin collection tasks. There are currently 5 caves without collection, rest time shortened. We just got out, do we have to go in right away? We'll be exhausted. Stop complaining, military orders are like mountains. Hurry up and finish so we can go back early, otherwise, if the evil spirits and strange beasts outside complete their encirclement, it will be over. Quick, quick, quick. First, go eat to replenish energy. If you have time to complain, hurry up and eat, then try to rest. Saying this, the collection team began to rush towards the logistics department. They arrived at the logistics department and happened to encounter Su Chen, who was leisurely sitting in a chair, flipping through the task cave route map while eating an energy bar. Compared to Su Chen, they felt like they were the ones who had just come out of battle. Seeing them rush over, Su Chen understood they were the collection team. You've worked hard. Not hard, it's not as hard as Commander Su Chen. We're just collecting, you're the one fighting. The others felt it was a bit strange to say this, but Su Chen had indeed cleared a large number of caves, and the thoroughness of his clearing was cleaner than all the other teams. Wu Ligua, dragging his weary body, came to the logistics department to eat and casually sat down opposite Su Chen. Su Chen, how many D-grade evil spirits and strange beasts have you roughly killed in the 1,000 Demon Cave? Wu Ligua took the energy bar handed to him by the logistics personnel, took a bite, and casually asked, about 3,000 or so, right? He put down the energy bar. How is that possible? There aren't that many D-level evil beasts for you to kill in the designated task cave of the 1,000 Demon Cave. Wu Ligua had been hunting evil beasts inside for some time, so he knew the approximate number of D-level evil beasts in the cave. Each cave had a maximum of no more than 50, there might be more, but it wouldn't exceed that number because it was the territory of the Doomsday Worm. Unless he went deeper into the 1,000 Demon Cave to hunt the Doomsday Worms, but that would attract the attention of the B-level Doomsday Worm King, and once discovered, he would undoubtedly die. There are some, how could there not be? Su Chen replied casually. You brat, how do you still have this bad habit of bragging? I know you can kill, but don't count those that aren't D-level. Wu Ligua scoffed. He wasn't worried about the progress of the mission anymore. If Su Chen could maintain this pace, along with their 5 masters, they could barely complete it. He asked this to determine how many more beasts Su Chen needed to kill to obtain the fire seed. After these few days, he had already. Commander Su really might have killed that many. Someone from the logistics team eating nearby spoke up. How do you know? Explain in detail. If you dare to lie to me, I'll make you train in the gravity room for a month when you get back, and I'll deduct merit points from your account. I'll supervise you personally. That person regretted wanting to slap his own mouth. Usually, Commander Wu was very amiable, but what was going on these days? Why was he so irritable? They had all followed Wu Ligua for a long time. During many of the extermination operations in the 1,000 Demon Cave, Commander Wu had served as the overall commander. Except during missions, he was usually very approachable. The logistics personnel wished they could slap themselves for interrupting during mealtime. Seeing Wu Ligua biting the energy bar with a not-so-good expression, everyone could guess the reason. If Commander Su continued at this speed, he wouldn't need a month. He could probably complete the extermination task in about half a month. And as the overall commander of the troops, Wu Ligua went into the 1,000 Demon Cave once a day for 10 to 20 hours, resting for 1 to 2 days after coming out. It was really embarrassing for him. Of course, everyone was happy to complete the mission, but that didn't stop Wu Ligua from feeling bad. Commander Su has killed many Doomsday Worms, and we've collected quite a few Doomsday Worm crystals during this time. He even projected photos from the terminal. Is that so? How did you get inside? Wu Ligua saw the projection of the ground covered in Doomsday Worm corpses and confirmed that if he really had hunted that many Doomsday Worms, it made sense. He had been focused on the 1,000 Demon Cave for some time, at least he couldn't fall too far behind. Seeing Su Chen go in and out repeatedly, it was hard for him to maintain his composure. He had rarely paid attention to the outside situation and specific matters during this time. You brat, are you really that reckless? I need to see if you're lying. He immediately opened his terminal to check the daily reports from various collection teams. Hunting doomsday worms deep inside was very dangerous. If one accidentally disturbed the B-level doomsday worm king, it would be a huge problem, and they wouldn't be able to escape its territory. Su Chen was really bold. He dared to go there, which was a bit unreasonable. When Wu Ligua confirmed that the collection teams had gathered a large number of doomsday worm crystals in the past few days, he still didn't believe it. He then checked other collection teams and found the same situation, with a large number of D-level doomsday worm crystals. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid was really daring. At the same time, he was puzzled about why Su Chen wanted to collect so many D-level doomsday worm crystals. Although these auxiliary materials were rare, they weren't very useful. Most were used to make items like blood testing devices, which weren't worth much. The Demon Suppression Division of Guan U.S. City still has a considerable reserve. For this matter, logically speaking, they should be quickly gathering materials to make weapons in preparation for the war 2 years from now. How could they waste precious manpower collecting this? However, Su Chen is the commander, and his subordinates would not refuse him, even though they were puzzled by his request. What are you collecting so many doomsday worm crystals for? You shouldn't be short on money right now, and there's no need to take such a big risk for merit points. I need to make weapons. The current weapon quality can't keep up with my strength. Is this even a reasonable statement? The quality of the 7-foot Danqing, as a top-tier D-grade weapon, is more than sufficient for a master to use, aside from its side effects. It's not that easy to break. It's that your strength is increasing too quickly. This statement is truly infuriating, and Wu Ligua took a deep breath. No, do you know that this crystal is a material for making the 7-foot Danqing? Are you unaware of its side effects? How many 7-foot Danqing do you want to make? Wu Ligua thought Su Chen was going to continue making 7-foot Danqing for use, as if he saw the side effects as non-existent for Su Chen. Although he didn't understand why, it might be because Su Chen's vitality was sufficiently abundant, allowing him to offset the side effects of the 7-foot Danqing. But why do you need so many? Wu Ligua checked, and there were nearly 2,000 to 3,000 crystals. According to the crafting process, that could produce nearly 2,000 7-foot Danqing. Even if you treated them as spears to throw, it would be enough for you to throw for a year and a half. It's truly absurd. He couldn't understand why Su Chen needed so many. No, I'm not just making 7-foot Danqing. I want to fuse and refine all the crystals to make 7. What? Are you crazy? Wu Ligua crushed the energy stick in his hand, shocked by Su Chen's words. He wanted to refine all the crystals to make long spears. Just the side effects of the 7-foot Danqing are not something a cultivator can bear, and you want to make an enhanced version? What are you trying to do? Shoot yourself to deflate? Use up all your vitality in one shot? Wu Ligua knew the function of the 7-foot Danqing. This spear was mostly used as an auxiliary tool to compare who could kill more evil beasts. He had used it before in battles, but never as a weapon. He thought it was absurd enough for Su Chen to use it as a weapon, and now he wanted to create an even bigger one. A single crystal is the main material for the 7-foot Danqing combined with other alloy materials, which has a 30% increase in vitality consumption. This is still the lowest D grade because doomsday worms start at D grade. The higher the crystal grade, the greater the side effects. Weapons made from the crystals of B-grade doomsday worm kings are hardly used. Most are likely repurposed into vitality detection instruments. Refining these 3,000 crystals into 7 weapons would yield a strength comparable to weapons made from B-grade doomsday worm king crystals, but such weapons are not used by anyone. Can weapons that no one uses still be called weapons? I believe I can use them. I'm quite confident in my vitality. I have no difficulty using the 7-foot Danqing. Su Chen knew others wouldn't understand why, but he couldn't explain. He not only wanted to refine the doomsday worm crystals, but he also wanted to use B-grade doomsday worm crystals as the core for crafting. Only such weapons could match his strength, otherwise, the guns would keep breaking, and that would be annoying. No, Su Chen, sometimes I really want to crack open your head to see what you're thinking, using doomsday worm crystals to make weapons. Wu Ligua could already imagine what would happen after Su Chen used this gun one shot and he would exhaust all his vitality. He thought Su Chen had entered to hunt more D-grade evil beasts to gain recognition from the ancient battlefield, so he asked. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he asked. It wasn't just that they wanted the recognition of the ancient battlefield, they also aimed to forge weapons using the highly detrimental doomsday worm crystals. Although there would be a great battle in 2 years, was it really necessary to determine the outcome with a single shot on the battlefield? How could that be possible? With so many evil monsters and beasts, it was impossible to resolve everything with just one move. Even if the Guardian made a full-force strike, it wouldn't be feasible. You might as well not think about that. That thing can't even be called a weapon. With your strength and speed, next time you come, you'll be able to gain the recognition of the ancient battlefield and obtain the fire seed." As he spoke, Wu Ligua showed an envious expression. He was only 18 and was about to obtain the fire seed, while Wu Ligua himself had been struggling for 20 years without achieving it. "I want both the fire seed and the weapon. I want to obtain the fire seed before this mission ends," Suchen said, biting into an energy bar with an indifferent expression. The gathering team nearby, unsure whether to stay or leave, overheard such an outrageous conversation. It would be better to join the martial arts school and the family in the Thousand Demon Cave than to stay here. The content of the chat was beyond their participation and comprehension. Commander Suchen's words were too extraordinary. In one mission, to slay 5,000 D-class evil monsters within a month to obtain the fire seed, this number was something that other masters might not accomplish in a lifetime. Some masters had to wait for the distribution of fire seeds from the Demon Suppression Division. Not everyone had the courage or ability to hunt 5,000 evil monsters in the ancient battlefield. "I've never seen you this crazy before. I hope you can do it, but I still advise you not to go too deep. Once you encounter a B-class Doomsday Worm King, you won't even have a chance to escape." Wu Ligua was too lazy to say more, just reminding Su Chen that this person was incredibly reckless, just like his niece, if not worse. After finishing his meal and resting for a while, Su Chen entered the Thousand Demon Cave again. He needed to quickly complete the extermination of the remaining 15 caves to leave himself enough time to hunt the B-class Doomsday Worm King. 10 days later, Su Chen pinned the last Doomsday Worm to the stone wall. Host, Su Chen age, 18 realm, master level 8 talent, demon suppression divine gun, demon devouring divine body, martial skills, star piercing long gun, dragon suppressing the sea, star piercing long gun, heavenly rank, slay 1/1000 C-class evil monsters to upgrade to divine rank, 10,000 times amplification. Dragon suppressing the sea, earth rank, slay 1/1000 C-class evil monsters to upgrade to heavenly rank, gun intent layers increased to 999 layers. Host's vitality value, 342566. Cultivation method, shock demon passive 1, the aura of any evil monster is completely exposed before you, you can sense the foul smell emanating from the evil monsters. Shock demon passive 2, after operating the cultivation method, you will instill fear in all evil monsters, with the effect proportional to the strength of the evil monsters you hunt. The weaker they are compared to you, the greater the impact. Shock demon active demonization, release an active skill to demonize yourself, reversing all shock demon passives while keeping the effects unchanged. After 10 days of relentless extermination, Su Chen's vitality value finally reached master level 8. Roughly estimating, he had hunted a considerable number of doomsday worms. Although he hadn't reached 5,000 yet, he should be able to achieve that when hunting the B-class Doomsday Worm King. He was still a bit short of 10,000 evil monsters, but not by much. Su Chen could roughly calculate the number. After the battle with the B-class Doomsday Worm King, he would likely reach it and receive the system's rewards. The ancient battlefield would grant him the fire seed, which was most in line with his intentions and suited him best. He had no time to wait for the next opportunity to enter the Thousand Demon Cave. Given the casualties this time, it would be difficult to return to the Thousand Demon Cave in the short term. Arriving outside the Thousand Demon Cave, the camp was bustling with activity, but everyone's expressions were no longer as tense as before, because the mission objective had been completed. All of this was thanks to Commander Su Chen. Along the way, Su Chen greeted everyone. He was going back to get his 5 long guns and to borrow the S-Class Red Lotus gun from Wu Chengjing. "Su Chen, you're back. This time you really stole the show. Everyone here is calling you Crazy Su," Wu Chengjing joked. During this time, he had mostly recovered and had teamed up with others to complete several extermination missions. "You've also completed your mission this time. Your speed in clearing 30 caves was faster than others' mission objectives. Do you want to go in with me for the remaining time?" Since there was no rush and time was ample, at least after Su Chen completed the 30 caves, the mission progress would no longer be so tense. With half a month left, Su Chen was a master. He could easily share the burden. "No, I need to go deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave to borrow your Red Lotus gun." Su Chen had no intention of going in with Wu Chengjing. This time he needed to delve deep into the cave to hunt the B-class Doomsday Worm King. It wasn't something that could be accomplished just by calling a lot of people for help. The B-class Doomsday Worm was surrounded by a large number of D-class Doomsday Worms, which meant that even if everyone in the camp joined in, it wouldn't be enough to fend them off. They didn't have Su Chen's ability to hunt evil beasts and recover health. If they went in and got surrounded, they would eventually be worn out. "You want to hunt the B-class Doomsday Worm King?" It was no wonder Wu Chengjing thought this way. She had been with Su Chen before and had seen the longing expression on his face when he looked at the Doomsday Worm King. She understood too well. She had seen how he reacted to evil beasts. She thought Su Chen was just waiting until he was strong enough to come back, but it hadn't been long, and he was already planning to go. Wasn't that courting death? That was a B-class doomsday worm king, not a D-class doomsday worm. Just its massive body, which was more than a few meters long, and its shell that looked over a meter thick, were not something a human could hunt. At least not a master, and certainly not a grandmaster. A master could handle small evil beasts, but for super large evil beasts, their health and defense were on a completely different level. Only those above grandmaster could hunt them. Well, if you hunt the B-class Doomsday Worm King, you should quickly gain recognition from the ancient battlefield, and I also need its crystal to make a weapon core. Hearing Su Chen's straightforward agreement, Wu Changjing's beautiful lips parted in excitement, her eyes sparkling. Damn it, take me with you. I'll just watch from the side, I won't go down. She knew she wouldn't be able to help if she went, but as long as she didn't enter the cave, she wouldn't affect Su Chen. Such an incredible event, how could Wu Changjing not be part of it? The B-class Doomsday Worm King, with a body as tall as a building, she had never witnessed the hunting of a super large beast with her own eyes. Such things only happened during large beast tides, where several cities united to fend off and hunt down the beasts, with the top experts from various cities joining forces. She had seen this in the Demon Suppression Department's footage, but in reality, she had never encountered it even once. This is too dangerous. I don't know if it will be successful, so it's not good to bring you along. Su Chen had a bit of understanding of others and knew how they would react, but he really couldn't figure out what was going on in Wu Changjing's mind. She actually wanted to go in and watch. Su Chen had the demon body, he needed to hunt evil beasts to enhance his strength, but Wu Changjing didn't. What was she after? Did she think I was handsome? She wasn't that kind of person. It could only be said that she was crazy enough. Even if you don't take me, I will go in. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity can't be missed, I would regret it for a lifetime. I will also hunt super large beasts in the future, so learning in advance won't hurt. Alright, but don't go down into the cave, just watch from a distance. Su Chen nodded helplessly, he had no way to disagree. On the way in, they encountered a returning collection team. After you rest, wait for my notification. I need you to help me collect crystal materials. The members of the collection team, who had just finished their tasks, looked bitter. Commander Su Chen, can you take it a bit slower? We also want to rest. They were genuinely exhausted. After 15 consecutive days of non-stop work, even cultivators couldn't hold on. Su Chen thought for a moment. He estimated that he would need some time for this entry. Hunting the B-level Doomsday Worm King wouldn't be quick, and there were still a large number of Doomsday Worms to deal with. This time, it might take a bit longer, so you can rest a little more. That's great. Everyone smiled happily upon hearing this. Although there were still caves that hadn't been cleared, as long as no new ones appeared, they would have enough time to rest. They were just afraid that another cave would pop up every 2 hours, which would compress their rest time. After clearing a cave, Wu Ligua came out and saw the collection team looking cheerful, and he couldn't help but wonder why they were so relaxed. Normally, at this time, they wouldn't be chatting like this. Where's Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen had been slacking off lately? But then again, he had already completed his task of clearing 30 caves, the rest should be up to them. However, he felt that Su Chen wasn't that kind of person. With his character, even after completing a task, he should continue. Report, Commander Wu, Commander Su Chen has already entered the Thousand Demon Cave and has been in for 3 hours. 3 hours? That's a bit slow this time, it's not like his style. Wu Ligua was puzzled but didn't think much of it, as time wasn't pressing now. Perhaps Su Chen had slowed down, but he also considered another possibility. This kid wouldn't be going in to hunt D-level Doomsday Worms, would he? Trying to gain recognition from the ancient battlefield quickly? He couldn't help but shake his head. This guy really wasn't afraid. If the B-level Doomsday Worm King discovered him, wouldn't that be asking for death? Forget it, when he comes out this time, I'll advise him not to be so anxious. After all, there are still 2 years left. At his speed, he would definitely gain recognition next time he came to the ancient battlefield and obtained the Fire Seed. He had just entered the Master level, there was no need to rush. Even if he got the Fire Seed now, it didn't mean he could advance to the Grand Master level, that required time to accumulate. Su Chen chose an unpurged cave and, with Wu Changjing, charged in, slaying the evil beasts along the way. After about 2 hours, they reached the depths of the Thousand Demon Cave, where interconnected caves led to a massive cavern filled with doomsday worms. Stay here and don't move, Su Chen instructed Wu Changjing. This guy was quite reckless, and he was worried about what might happen if he went down. Don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to fight so many doomsday worms. I'm not like you, Wu Changjing said, excited to be there to observe. Su Chen nodded and then looked at the 2 massive tentacles, each as thick as a tree, protruding from the cave. Deep within the cave was the B-level Doomsday Worm King. it was his first time facing it, and he had no experience. However, since the battle hadn't started yet, he could gather his strength for a star-piercing spear technique to test the waters. He immediately took out 2 7-foot-long danqing from behind his waist, combined them, and began to perform the technique, activating the martial skill Dragon Subduing the Sea, accumulating 99 layers of spear intent. The blood chi dragon coiled around the spear, increasing its attack power by 990%. Facing the B-level ancient Worm King, Suchen was not the least bit careless and first unleashed his strongest move. He then raised the 7-foot danqing, entwined with the blood chi dragon, activated the demon transformation technique, significantly enhancing his physical attributes, and then gathered his strength to unleash the star-piercing spear technique. Veins bulged on his arms, and the surrounding air became frenzied. Wu Changjing widened his eyes. The scene created by this attack was something only a master could produce. He had never seen it in his uncle, though he had seen it in his father. It had only been a little over 10 days since he last saw him fight, and his strength had progressed so rapidly. "You really are a monster," Wu Changjing said, a hint of jealousy in his voice. This improvement in strength was indeed astonishing. Su Chen's gaze was fixed tightly on the B-rank Doomsday Worm King inside the cave. He had no idea how much damage his spear could inflict. After all, it was a beast of the Grand Master level, and an oversized one at that. He had considered charging in with the spear, but the distance here exceeded 1,000 meters. Even if he transformed, he probably couldn't withstand the terrifying acceleration and power increase, which doubled every 10 meters. Not to mention the nearly 20% boost from the 7-foot danqing. This technique, the star-piercing spear, was not a martial skill that a master could wield, and it was at the heavenly level, with an even higher divine level above it. The spear was hurled forward with unparalleled power and terrifying speed, turning into a blur as it shot straight toward the B-rank Doomsday Worm King in the cave. The 2 swaying tentacles suddenly froze, sensing the approaching danger, and positioned themselves in the path of the incoming attack. Bang! The spear struck the tentacle, which was the size of 5 people embracing each other, creating a massive hole, leaving only a small edge connected. The spear penetrated into the cave, erupting with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a scream filled with pain and rage. The B-rank Doomsday Worm King, with its enormous body, crawled out of the cave, countless eyes radiating a terrifying fury, with a 3-meter-wide hollow in its head. It was still alive. Wu Changjing covered his mouth, his face filled with shock. It hadn't died. The vitality of this oversized beast was indeed as tenacious as the rumors suggested. "Su Chen, let's retreat while it hasn't noticed me. You haven't even used your strongest move. The good show is just beginning. How can you leave early?" Su Chen felt a sense of certainty as he saw the B-rank Doomsday Worm King injured. Since it could be breached, it meant it could be killed. This battle would be the most challenging one since he became famous. With the cultivation of an 8th-level master, he would slay the B-rank Doomsday Worm King among countless D-rank Doomsday Worms, and it was an oversized beast. Su Chen transformed into a 2-meter-tall demon and leaped down from above, crashing down with a thunderous sound, the spear embedded in the corpse of a Doomsday Worm. Finally, the B-rank Doomsday Worm King realized who had severely injured it, and its rage surged instantly. Its crawling speed, which was inconsistent with its massive body, crushed countless Doomsday Worms along the way. The cave of the 1,000 demons began to tremble violently. Members of the Demon Suppression Division, who were clearing out the evil beasts, felt the tremors and looked horrified, while their experienced captain's pupils constricted. "Retreat! The B-rank Doomsday Worm King is moving." Hearing this, everyone ran for their lives. They couldn't understand why, when they hadn't even ventured deep into the 1,000 demons cave, the B-rank Doomsday Worm King would be provoked. All the teams of the Demon Suppression Division evacuated from the 1,000 demons cave, and the collection teams also stopped their work and began to withdraw. What on earth is happening? Why did the B-rank Doomsday Worm King go berserk? A master asked anxiously. Generally, B-rank Doomsday Worm Kings wouldn't leave their nests. They usually just ate and slept. Recorded instances of rampages had always occurred when a Grand Master entered deep within. Wu Ligua looked at the 1,000 demons cave in confusion, then thought of Su Chen, his eyes widening. He had warned Su Chen more than once not to provoke the B-rank Doomsday Worm King or the Doomsday Worms. How could he dare? This was madness. My niece isn't as reckless as you are. How could you provoke the Doomsday Worms? Su Chen, can't you make things easier for people? The camp was in chaos, and the reason for the B-class Doomsday Worm uprising had spread throughout the camp. I heard the collection team has gathered a large number of Doomsday Worm crystals recently, all hunted by Commander Su Chen. This time, he won't run into the B-class Doomsday Worm King, will he? The crowd looked fearful and worried. If they had truly provoked the B-class Doomsday Worm King by killing too many of its offspring, their collection mission would be over. Once the B-class Doomsday Worm left the depths to purge the cave, not only would they be in trouble, but even the evil beasts inside would have to flee. After all, although they were also locals, this was ultimately the territory of the Doomsday Worms, and the Thousand Demon Cave was vast, hiding who knows how many B-class Doomsday Worm Kings. Where's Officer Wu Changjing? Wu Ligua suddenly realized he hadn't seen his niece in the crowd. The others exchanged glances. Commander Wu, I saw Officer Changjing enter the Thousand Demon Cave with Commander Su Chen. Wu Ligua felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had just thought his niece wasn't that reckless. As a first-level martial general, how could she dare to do that? This won't do, we can't interrupt the mission like this. We need to go in and understand the situation. Just the 5 of us masters, with one staying behind to defend against the incoming evil beasts. Hearing his colleague's suggestion, Wu Ligua agreed. Given the current situation, they needed to understand what was happening. He immediately organized 4 masters to explore the Thousand Demon Cave and see what was going on, planning to retreat at the first sign of trouble. This was inherently dangerous, but Wu Ligua couldn't just stand by and watch his niece face danger. Whether or not to investigate, he would go. He just hoped they had only stirred the B-class Doomsday Worm King and not encountered it directly. That would be a different story. Although a Grandmaster could contend with a B-class, the B-class Doomsday Worm King was different. It was a supersized beast, with terrifyingly hard shell defenses and a massive body that made it difficult for even 3 or 4 Grandmasters to kill. Its size was simply too great. If encountered alone, the only option would be to flee. They then entered the depths of the Thousand Demon Cave, where the cave was still faintly shaking. Deep inside the cave, Su Chen held the Red Lotus spear as a massive claw came snapping toward him. The Blood Chi dragon coiled around him as he swept the spear. The enormous claw was smashed open, and Su Chen took the opportunity to dodge the bite, as a gigantic multi-legged creature came crashing down from above. He blocked with his spear and retreated. The Blood Chi dragon on him had already dissipated. He had been accidentally grazed by the multi-legged creature, causing his 100% damage reduction shield to disappear, and the cooldown for the next one would take a minute. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, looking at the massive creature's body. Its size made it truly difficult to kill. His spear could break through defenses, but harming the core of the opponent was still very challenging. It seemed his strength was still lacking a bit. If every thrust of his spear had the damage of a star-piercing spear, he would have killed this B-class Doomsday Worm long ago. If he were given another chance to charge, he was confident he could double his attack power for every 10 meters of distance, piercing through with his spear. The B-class Doomsday Worm wouldn't give him time to charge. He needed to create an opportunity to stun the B-class Doomsday Worm King and stop its attacks. The battlefield was in disarray, with a large number of Doomsday Worms killed by the aftermath of their battle, most of which were actually caused by the B-class Doomsday Worm King itself. It was a case of self-consumption. After all, usually, when it woke up hungry, it would eat. However, after an hour of fighting, Su Chen was slightly out of breath. His blood chi was lagging behind because he had not slain any evil beasts and had no means of recovery. His gaze turned to the Doomsday Worm attacking him from the side. With a flick of his spear, he split it in 2. Fortunately, there were plenty of Doomsday Worms around. If he had been fighting alone, he would have been worn out long ago. As Su Chen killed the Doomsday Worms, he engaged in a fierce battle with the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, severing a multi-legged appendage with each strike. Since he couldn't kill it quickly, he would take his time. Wu Changjing, above the cave, watched with sparkling eyes, exclaiming in delight, as if watching a popcorn movie. Hunting a B-rank super-large exotic beast Doomsday Worm at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, truly worthy of being the man I recognize. Seeing Su Chen gradually inflict damage on the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, the severed appendages had a thick chitin layer nearly a meter thick. That was the shell of a B-rank exotic beast. Even a Grandmaster would find it difficult to deal such considerable damage with every strike. However, she felt that if this continued, Su Chen would be worn down to death. After all, this was a B-rank super-large exotic beast, with defensive capabilities comparable to A-rank evil beasts. Typically, such super-large exotic beasts would require 4 to 5 Grandmasters to work together to take down. Super-large exotic beasts usually appeared during siege battles, but the beast tides in Guanyue City had not seen any in recent years. Su Chen severed a multi-legged appendage, causing the B-rank Doomsday Worm King to suddenly lose balance and fall to one side. A good opportunity. Instead of attacking, Su Chen suddenly retreated 50 meters. At this moment, the Blood Dragon of the Qi and Blood Dragon had not been consumed and could enhance his attack power. Su Chen gathered his strength and unleashed the martial technique Piercing Star Spear, with the Blood Dragon coiling around the spear shaft. The hard ground of the Thousand Demon Cave instantly shattered as Su Chen transformed into a shadow, spear in hand, aiming for the B-rank Doomsday Worm King's head. At that moment, the B-rank Doomsday Worm King opened its massive maw, pincers wide. This shot would determine the outcome. Wu Changjing watched as Su Chen charged in, diving into the mouth of the B-rank doomsday worm, her face turning pale. Could he die like this? Then she saw the enormous tail of the doomsday worm erupting in a burst of blood, a blood-soaked demon wielding a spear charging out. The B-rank doomsday worm, hundreds of meters long, had a 4-meter-wide transparent hole from head to tail. The battles of cultivators were so brutal, every strike landing with flesh and blood, a life-and-death struggle without any flashy skills. With the death of the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, Su Chen cancelled the passive ability of demon transformation, and a blood-red crystal fell from the stone wall of the Thousand Demon Cave, landing at his feet. He looked up. The crystal seemed to have coincidentally dropped right in front of him. The recognition of the ancient battlefield, Su Chen picked up the Fire Seed crystal. B-rank Fire Seed. As he held it, he sensed its tear intuitively, containing the essence most suited to him, the key to advancing to Grandmaster. It was reasonable for the B-rank Doomsday Worm King to yield a B-rank Fire Seed. Su Chen gripped it in his hand, circulating his chi and blood, the blood-red energy flowing from the crystal into his body. Feeling the additional Fire Seed in his dantian, it was nothing extraordinary, it needed nurturing later and did not grant any extra skills, indicating that the tier of this Fire Seed was insufficient. Hunting the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, obtaining Fire Seed to evolve to Divine level. After upgrading to Divine level, you will gain a skill based on the host's inner thoughts. Please name your intent. Indeed, after slaying the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, the system provided a reward for advancement. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have risked hunting the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, daring to challenge beyond his rank. Challenging a B-rank exotic beast at the Grandmaster realm was already an extremely difficult task, let alone killing a super large exotic beast. It was a fantasy. To quickly advance, Su Chen had no choice but to do this. Let him name his intent. This is not just a simple name, but one that is closely related to his future path of cultivation, concerning the road ahead of him. Even at 4th high school, despite being ridiculed by most, the reason he hunted 13 F-grade evil beasts and contracted the corruption disease was that he always remembered his parents' tragic deaths at the hands of these evil beasts. His relentless effort in cultivation was solely to hunt down these evil creatures. The name he chose for his team in the Demon Suppression Division was To Death, No Retreat. His intent was to fight the evil beasts to the death, without retreating, without turning back. My intent shall be called No Death, No Retreat. My entire life will be intertwined with the evil beasts in this relentless struggle. Host intent name confirmed, No Death, No Retreat. Evolution begins. B-grade Fire Seed upgrades to Divine level. Host gains intent enhancement. Blood burning increases damage to evil beasts by 30%. Blood flame attachment causes corrosion damage, and attack damage range expands with attached blood, causing continuous damage. Acquired Divine level skill exclusive to Death, No Retreat, Endless Vigil. Endless Vigil skill introduction. When activated, the skill gathers intent into a spear, spreading out a coliseum. Within the skill's range, the host will gain 30% of the core attributes of the strongest evil beast in the duel arena, with a 50% passive enhancement to the main fear technique. The range of Endless Vigil expands continuously based on the number of evil beasts hunted. Those within the skill's range cannot escape. The only way to the skill is to kill the host. Wow, this skill, Su Chen clicked his tongue. The first part alone is already outrageous, although he hasn't yet determined what it means to steal 30% of the evil beast's core attributes. Just the 50% passive enhancement to the fear technique is already absurd. This is almost equivalent to enhancing his fear effect by 50%. In battles of the same level, as long as the opponent feels even a hint of fear, they can be caught off guard in an instant. Don't be fooled by the fact that this skill doesn't have a specific power enhancement. Its effect is no less than that of permanent martial techniques like the dragon suppressing the sea. Moreover, the inability to escape attribute of Endless Vigil does not show any rank requirements, meaning this skill is a rule-based skill that must be obeyed. It essentially creates a combat environment extremely favorable to him, showcasing his home field advantage while preventing the opponent from escaping. Immediately, Su Chen noticed a large number of Doomsday Worms wandering around, most of them gnawing on the B-grade Doomsday Worm King. It truly was a scene of maternal kindness and filial piety. Su Chen activated Endless Vigil against the Doomsday Worm charging at him. The spear plunged into the ground with a thunderous sound, and countless bloody scenes spread out in all directions, covering a radius of 100 meters. Within the range, spears stood tall, their tips adorned with the heads of various evil beasts and even humans, while the ground was littered with the severed limbs and fragments of evil beasts. Ah, like this? Su Chen looked at the bloody scene, completely unprepared for Endless Vigil to manifest in this way. But then he thought, given his intent of fighting the evil beasts to the death, it was quite normal for the skill to be filled with the corpses of evil beast heads. Looking closer, most of those spears were alloy spears. Some spearheads were damaged, some shafts broken, and others shattered into countless pieces, gathering in the void. These were all weapons he had once used. Not only were there evil beasts, but his old companions were also present. He glanced at the doomsday worms enveloped in the range, which suddenly stopped crawling, their round eyes filled with fear, rising up to look around, then quickly trying to crawl away. However, they crashed into an invisible wall, emitting continuous squeaks. Even without words, Su Chen could sense their terror. At the same time, Su Chen felt his attack and defense power enhanced, roughly by about 10%. After all, they were D-grade doomsday worms. The doomsday worms were known for their defense and biting power, so this enhancement was normal. If he encountered a more powerful B-level doomsday worm king, the enhancement would likely need to be several times greater than what Su Chen had. The reason Su Chen was able to kill the Doomsday Worm King was due to the demon-suppressing divine spear and the demon-devouring divine body. One ignored defenses while the other restored vitality. If it were any other cultivator, that thick shell alone would be impenetrable. However, what surprised Su Chen was that this area did not have a designated target. Anyone who entered would be unable to leave unless he engaged in endless guard. He then proceeded to kill the encroaching doomsday worms one by one, and with each kill, the number of corpses in the realm of endless guard increased, and the area subtly expanded. He experimented with the effect of burning vitality. As soon as the spear touched the doomsday worm, before it even pierced its skin, blood-red flames erupted from the point of contact. The doomsday worm let out a horrific scream as its body began to burn, reduced to a skeleton. Su Chen's vitality consumption also increased significantly, but fortunately, he could replenish it during the hunt. The damage caused by the burning vitality was area-based and continuous, related to his vitality level. The higher his rank, the stronger the damage. Su Chen's vitality had now reached 370,000, achieving the peak of the 9th level of the Master Realm. Why haven't I broken through? Each B-level Doomsday Worm King provides over 40,000 vitality points. Su Chen puzzled over his own information. Host, Su Chen, age, 18, realm, master 9th level, talent, demon-suppressing divine spear, demon-devouring divine body, martial skills, star-piercing spear, dragon-suppressing the sea, star-piercing spear, rank, heavily, hunt 1/1000 sea-level evil beasts, upgrade to divine rank, 10,000 times enhancement. Dragon-suppressing the sea, rank, earthly, hunt 1/1000 sea-level evil beasts, upgrade to heavenly rank, spear intent layers increase to 999 layers. Host vitality, 370,000, accumulated vitality, 20,147, fireseed not fully hatched, unable to break through. Fireseed nurturing, 1%, cultivation method, shock demon. This vitality still had accumulation, and the fireseed needed nurturing, otherwise, he couldn't break through. Su Chen was speechless. The system didn't provide a straightforward solution. Nurturing the fireseed was something that masters did after obtaining it, using their vitality and continuously strengthening their intent to hatch the fireseed, which required a lot of time. Some masters took over a decade. But hadn't he already completed the absorption? The skill of intent had already emerged. Why was there no breakthrough? As time passed, he saw the fireseed's progress at 1% increase by 0.1%, slowly growing, and he felt a slight enhancement in his own power. While killing the doomsday worms, Su Chen pondered his anomaly. From his understanding, nurturing the fireseed meant that after obtaining it, a master would complete their nurturing intent before advancing to Grand Master. His situation was different. His intent had emerged first, yet it still required nurturing. Could this be a special case of divine intent? That was the only conclusion he could draw. In this situation, the information he found within the Demon Suppression Division did not provide any relevant details. The records only mentioned S-level fireseeds with scant descriptions. Although he was currently at the Master Realm, Su Chen was certain that if he faced a B-level Doomsday Worm King again, he wouldn't have to struggle so hard. It would be like chopping down a tree, removing its legs one by one. With the enhancement of intent, releasing endless guard, killing it with one shot would be about enough. Looking at the ground covered in Doomsday Worm corpses and the many surviving Doomsday Worms, he couldn't let them go to waste. They were all vitality points. He would have the collection team come over to gather the crystals to make weapons. Su Chen walked over to the corpse of the B-level Doomsday Worm King and dug out a crystal the size of a head from its body. Feeling the intense otherworldly aura above, it was clear that a significant amount of materials from another realm had been absorbed. The weapon crafted from this core was already at the B-grade level. When refining the crystals from other Doomsday Worms, the consumption of vitality when using this weapon would likely be astronomical. This weapon could not be used by others. Only Su Chen, with his demon god body, could hunt evil beasts to replenish his vitality. Inside the cave, Wu Liguo and 4 masters flew quickly into the depths. the surrounding disturbance is continuous, causing the cave to tremble. The expressions of the four were exceptionally grave. They had entered with great risk, but they still needed to ascertain the situation. They had not yet gathered enough raw materials for their otherworldly materials and vitality potions, making it impossible to let the team below explore, which would be even more dangerous. As masters, they had both the obligation and responsibility, and Wu Ligua felt this even more acutely as he needed to ensure his niece's safety. How did he end up with such a crazy girl? He had never seen a male member of the Demon Suppression Division as reckless as her, except for Su Chen, who was beyond reason. If he heard one day that Su Chen had died on the battlefield against evil beasts, he wouldn't be surprised. A master provoking a B-grade creature comparable to a grandmaster, especially the supersized Doomsday Worm King, was nothing short of seeking death. Others would avoid it. When encountering Doomsday Worms, they would hide if possible, as being discovered meant death. Even if they could fight, they would find a way to escape. Once a B-grade Doomsday Worm King was startled, everyone would perish. What was Su Chen doing in the cave? Was he really trying to complete the ancient battlefield's recognition and obtain the Fire Seed this time? Now they had stirred the B-grade Ancient Worm King. Hopefully, they had not been discovered and were hiding safely. They wouldn't go too deep either, as that posed the risk of being found by the B-grade Doomsday Worm. If they faced it head-on, escaping would be difficult. The best outcome would be for someone to hold the rear while the others got away. Why has the noise stopped? Wu Ligua noticed the tremors in the cave had ceased. After waiting for 3 minutes and still hearing nothing, it seemed as if the cave had quieted down completely. It was as if the earlier disturbances had never occurred. They had delved deep into the cave but still saw no trace of the Doomsday Worms, only a large number of corpses of evil beasts, indicating that someone had been here. They followed the path marked by the corpses of the evil beasts and arrived at the edge of a massive cave. You all step back, I'll take a look. If the situation is not right, you must leave immediately. Don't worry about me, Wu Ligua said, his face serious, harboring a bad premonition. What if the two of them were already dead? The other three stepped back, ready to retreat at any moment. Outside, there were still many members of the Demon Suppression Division. The three of them were crucial for ensuring the team could safely return to Guanyue City. This operation to clear the Thousand Demon Cave had already seen significant personnel losses compared to usual, especially at this critical moment. In 2 years, there would be another major battle, and if their casualties were too high, Guanyue City would be unstable. Currently, within Guanyue City, the populace was in a state of panic, with many evil beasts lurking around. It was said that a large number of flying supersized beasts were circling above Guanyue City, ready to intercept planes at any moment. Cult organizations within the city were spreading news of the imminent fall of the southern frontier, and Guanyue City had reached a point of internal and external troubles, making every bit of combat power extremely precious. Sometimes, they also had to take on the duties of forest guardians, responsible for part of the defense. Wu Ligua approached the edge of the cave and looked down, his eyes widening as he involuntarily let out a gasp. What's going on, Ligua? Someone quickly asked. The B-grade Doomsday Worm King is dead. He also saw the two people he was searching for hunting the remaining Doomsday Worms, and in the middle of a huge cave, there lay a massive worm corpse with a gigantic hole pierced from head to tail, surrounded by a forest of long spears, each adorned with the bodies of various evil beasts. Wu Ligua's words shocked the three people present, and they hurried forward. How is this possible? That's a B-class Doomsday Worm King. We didn't come here with a Grandmaster leading us, and even if we did, it would be impossible to kill a super large beast. According to common sense, they didn't believe the B-class Doomsday Worm King could be dead, but Wu Ligua had fought alongside them for 20 years. Although he occasionally boasted, he would never be careless about such critical matters. They approached and saw the worm corpse lying in the center of the cave, occupying most of the ground. They were so shocked that they almost dropped their weapons upon seeing the terrifying hole that pierced through it from head to tail, along with countless evil beast corpses hanging around. They saw the two people leisurely killing the evil beasts below. They noticed the heads hanging on the long spears, identical to the B-class Doomsday Worm but much smaller, and couldn't help but wonder where these corpses came from. The number of those heads was likely more than all the evil beasts combined in this area of the Thousand Demon Cave. Not understanding where these things came from, it looked like a forest, but it was merely a jungle of evil beast heads hanging from long spears. With just one martial general and one grandmaster, they didn't believe they could achieve this, even if their ranks were raised a level higher. Let's go down and check the situation. How did this B-class Doomsday Worm die? This is truly unbelievable. Regardless of anything else, in this Thousand Demon Cave, this B-class Doomsday Worm King was the absolute ruler. With its death, this area would be safe for a while, allowing them to delve deeper and collect better materials from other realms without worry. This was good news for them. No matter how it died, a dead evil beast was a good evil beast. Su-chen, that move you just did was so cool. Teach me, and I'll trade you my red lotus spear. Wu Changjing surrounded Su-chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if she were seeing an idol. However, she didn't like Su-chen. She was envious of that move that pierced the B-class Doomsday Worm. That move of yours definitely isn't something a person with blood accumulation talent can perform. It must be some kind of martial skill. When she first met Su-chen, she thought it was a talent skill, but later she felt something was off. How could blood accumulation have such great power? The Demon Suppression Division had people with blood accumulation talent, but she had never seen anyone this powerful. Although she wanted Su-chen's skill that trapped the Doomsday Worm even more, with the countless evil beast corpses pierced by long spears around, it was simply too beautiful. But she knew that was Su-chen's unique skill, and she couldn't learn it. She vowed that when she awakened her intent in the future, she would also have such a cool skill, just demonstrating it would be impressive and full of dominance. Su-chen saw the Doomsday Worm killed by Wu Changjing and felt a pang in his heart. That was all blood value. And she wanted him to teach her? Dream on. This move consumed a lot of blood value, and for someone without the demon body divine level physique, using it would quickly drain their blood. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Su-chen casually killed another Doomsday Worm. These Doomsday Worms were like lambs to the slaughter, completely unaware of resistance. Here's the spear, you must teach me. We're lifelong good brothers, and we'll fight side by side in the future. If I'm strong, you're strong. Wu Changjing immediately handed over the red lotus spear. Just gather your blood on the spear and throw it out. Su-chen demonstrated, piercing a Doomsday Worm with the spear. Is this how you teach me? Wu Changjing's beautiful eyes widened. What else can I do? Su-chen hasn't fully mastered it himself yet. Right now, his martial arts are stuck at the heavenly level, needing to hunt a large number of sea-level evil beasts to advance to the divine level before he can fully grasp it. If I can't learn it, then there's nothing I can do. Su-chen sensed someone approaching and saw Wu Ligua and his group standing outside the endless battlefield. Su-chen, this B-level Doomsday Worm King, oh no! Wu Ligua tried to pass through the bizarre forest of long spears but bumped into an invisible wall, covering his nose. Wu Changjing almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Su-chen focused his thoughts and released the restrictions on the four, allowing them to enter. His intense skill was as easy to control as an arm and hand, completely free of the clumsiness he had just acquired. You can come in now. Wu Ligua hesitated for a moment, then reached out, his arm passing through the spear forest before he stepped inside. Su-chen, what kind of skill is this? It can actually trap the Doomsday Worm. After what had just happened, seeing the Doomsday Worm unable to escape the spear forest, he began to understand. However, there was no description of such a trapping skill within the Demon Suppression Division, not even anything similar. After all, he was a master and had no inkling of it. This skill is impressive. It must be self-created, right? What's the range effect? What level of enemies can it trap? We should record it so that all members of the Demon Suppression Division can learn it. Wu Ligua was also envious of this skill. As a master, he had the ability to create martial arts himself, and the skill's effect was indeed significant, capable of dividing the battlefield, which was quite useful in large-scale beast wars. Su-chen truly was exceptionally gifted. It hadn't been long since he advanced to master, and he was already able to create martial arts. The mechanism of this skill was outrageous. It didn't need to be too strong, just capable of trapping a large number of evil beasts lower in level than himself was already impressive, making it a great skill for covering retreats. Su-chen teased, you don't want to learn a move too, do you? For martial arts created by masters, they could be taught within the Demon Suppression Division, recorded in teaching videos, and sold to others to earn merit points, which was also a way for masters to generate income. But this move he really couldn't teach, it was a skill that came with his intent. Martial arts could be discussed, but intent skills were unique to each Grand Master, improving as their rank increased, thus becoming unique skills. Sorry, this is my intent, a skill I can't teach. Then fine, we can record it later. What? Intent? Wu Ligua's eyes widened. Are you saying you obtained intent and also gained an intent skill? How is that possible? The highest yield of fire seeds in the ancient battlefield's 1000 demon cave has never exceeded B level. Where did you get this? Only A level and above fire seeds would have this. Wu Ligua couldn't believe it. Even if Su-chen had gained recognition from the ancient battlefield and obtained a fire seed, it wouldn't exceed B level. I don't know, maybe the ancient battlefield recognizes me more, Su-chen shrugged. Forget about that for now. How did this B-level ancient worm king die? Don't tell me you killed it? Wu Ligua's heart was filled with envy. He had fought in the ancient battlefield's Thousand Demon Cave for over 20 years and hadn't obtained a single fire seed, while Su Chen got one on his first visit. This meant he had at least killed 5,000 D-level evil beasts in just one mission, while they had come countless times. He looked at the heads of the evil beasts standing in the spear forest around him. The number was in the thousands. This was the manifestation of Su Chen's intense skill. Having a skill unique to one's own intent was something even grandmasters and those above them envied. Intense skills were different from martial arts. Their rank was fixed upon creation, while intense skills could grow alongside one's own realm. Theoretically, there was no upper limit to intense skills. I killed it. I want to use its crystal to make weapons. Although there had been speculations in the martial nation, hearing Su Chen admit it still felt unbelievable. How long had he just entered the Grandmaster realm? Now, he was suddenly a great Grandmaster. However, given Su Chen's past achievements, when the martial nation provided him with an E-rank weapon, he dared to confront D-rank evil spirits, and as a martial general, he could take on C-rank evil spirits. He even managed to hunt down B-rank colossal doomsday worms. This was consistent with his usual madness and disregard for life. Damn it, if my son had even half of Su Chen's craziness, he would wake up laughing in his dreams, instead of breaking several belts. Sometimes, he felt speechless about the next generation of the Wu family. Among more than a dozen offspring, his favorite was Wu Changjing, who embodied the traditional family values of the Wu clan, even to the point of excess. As for the others, while they weren't lacking, they were merely excellent. Within the Wu family, they seemed somewhat inadequate. Although the Wu family was descended from generals, after hundreds of years, they had the demeanor of a prominent family. Their training for girls was not deliberately aimed at the battlefield but was relatively open, akin to the education of young ladies from other noble families. The training for boys, however, was primarily focused on guarding the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom, instilling a sense of duty from a young age. The Wu family had countless warriors who had died in battle over 3 generations. Yet, the offspring that were so deliberately nurtured were not as impressive as a girl in the family. People fear comparisons. Most of the other offspring were still studying at Wu University, with some already serving as captains. They all worried that Wu Changjing wouldn't be able to marry out, as this girl insisted on sparring with anyone she met, and only those who could defeat her were deemed worthy of marrying her. Now, a guy crazier than her had emerged, one who even used the essence of a B-rank Doomsday Worm King to forge weapons. How on earth did he kill the B-rank Doomsday Worm King? Sometimes, the martial nation pondered how much vitality Su Chen possessed to squander so freely. It seemed almost endless. Since the first time they fought side by side when he was still a martial general, he had never seen Su Chen exhausted of his vitality. Now, he was beginning to doubt life itself. Was hunting evil spirits and monstrous beasts really that simple? Why had he not obtained a single spark in 20 years? Alright, put that crazy idea aside for now. So, you've broken through to Great Grandmaster, and from now on, you'll be our commander. My advice is not to expose your strength too early. Wu Ligua had thought about this day but never expected it to come so soon. Su Chen was different from them. Once he had even the slightest chance of advancing to martial saint, the attitude of the cult organizations would change immediately. They needed a demonized Su Chen, not a guardian Su Chen, and they would inevitably launch an unprecedented hunt against him. This included using the citizens of Guanyue City and the southern border to apply pressure, which could not be overlooked. This was a prodigy who, despite suffering from corruption, had elevated his realm from martial general to great grandmaster within a month. This had already exceeded the cult organization's expectations. They hoped Su Chen had great talent, but they also didn't want him to be too good, at least not before he turned into a demon. Su Chen understood this logic as well. I haven't actually broken through to great grandmaster yet. Haven't you awakened your intent? Are you still in the nurturing stage? But haven't you been able to use skills with intent? Wu Ligua was confused. Su Chen didn't know how to explain it, so he released his vitality. The total amount of vitality was perceived as very strong by everyone, but it didn't exceed the intensity of their realm, it was just above them. This indicated that Su Chen had not completely advanced to Great Grandmaster, otherwise, his aura wouldn't be so subtle. That's strange. If you feel nothing unusual, then just maintain it like this. There shouldn't be any bottlenecks, right? Wu Ligua and the others, being grandmasters, had no similar experience. Give me time, I can break through. That's good. Wu Ligua breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen had also considered this issue, but he would not hide his strength. He was confident that he could complete it within 2 years. Even if he did not reach the martial saint level, he had enough power to protect the southern border. Let those cult organizations come. He was not afraid of any cult without a leader. He had already killed the B-level Doomsday Worm King, a super large exotic beast, so why fear a few guys hiding in the sewers? Now that the mission is mostly complete, with you having hunted the B-level Doomsday Worm King, our collection team can delve deeper to gather better materials from the other world. Outside the Thousand Demon Cave, in the temporary camp, everyone was anxious, unsure of what had happened inside the cave. If the B-level Doomsday Worm is disturbed, won't we die for nothing? Who knows when it will calm down? If too many evil beasts gather outside by then, we're finished. Officers, they have already gone in to ascertain the situation. We should have results soon. I wonder if Officer Su Chen is still alive. Then they saw a group of 6 emerge from the Thousand Demon Cave, and their terminals received a message instructing them to assemble. Now, everyone, go deeper into the Thousand Demon Cave. The B-level Doomsday Worm is dead. Quickly gather the materials from the depths, and Wu Ligua glanced at Su Chen, and collect the crystals of the Doomsday Worm. Officer Wu, the B-level Doomsday Worm is dead? How did it die? Did you kill it? The specifics are classified. You must not disclose what happened after you entered today, including to the external personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the martial artists and family members present, his eyes filled with warning. If this matter spreads, you won't need to come back. Understood, officer. Wu Ligua knew it would be hard to keep it a secret for long, but he can only try his best. As long as they did not know who killed the B-level Doomsday Worm King, it would be fine. When the time came, he would go back and create a false record with his brother, stating that the cause of death of the B-level Doomsday Worm King was unknown, and fabricate a reasonable explanation for the record. After all, even if someone suspected it, they would not think it was Su Chen who killed it, as he had only been a second-level martial general when he arrived, and even if he had been promoted to a master, it would still be impossible. With the order given, everyone headed to the depths of the Thousand Demon Cave, arriving at a massive cavern filled with the bodies of Doomsday Worms and the enormous Doomsday Worm King, which made them tremble with fear. Some people even hesitated to go down, fearing that the corpses would suddenly spring to life and crush them to death. Many were collecting the exotic materials from the cave walls, as well as the crystals of the Doomsday Worm and their teeth. These materials, derived from ancient battlefields and infused with a large amount of exotic materials, could be considered top-quality crafting materials. Unlike the evil beasts outside, humans could not use the materials from them, as their demonic aura was too strong and could easily erode a cultivator's vitality. This corpse is too tough, even with B-level cutting tools, we can't cut through it. Someone shook their numb arm. However, just the body of this Doomsday Worm King is worth as much as the exotic materials we collected on this mission. Once we finish here, we can quickly leave this ancient battlefield, this place of Chowdan. This massive wound that penetrates the hundreds of meters of the Doomsday Worm King's body, I wonder how it was caused. We haven't had such powerful experts come here. The officers said they saw the B-level Doomsday Worm King dead before they arrived. The cause of death is uncertain, but this wound. They looked towards Su Chen, who was guarding the cave entrance. The collection lasted 5 days, and the entire team finally completed the dismemberment of the ancient Worm King, bringing back the useful parts for processing. With these, their mission was complete. It was more than a month ahead of schedule, but the opportunity was rare. To prepare for the war 2 years later, they stayed here for another half-month. The team returned fully loaded, with harvests far better than in previous times. Although there were significant casualties, without Commander Su Chen's presence, they might not have survived at all. Comrades, the mission has been successfully completed. There are signs of gathering evil beasts outside the Thousand Demons Cave. We should head home. With a command from the Wuli Nation, the fully equipped team boarded their vehicles, heading back towards Guanyue City. On the war chariot, Wuli's expression was grave as he looked at everyone present. An unmanned communication aircraft from Guanyue City has arrived. A super-large flying beast is roaming around the city, destroying departing aircraft. The cult within the city is also stirring, and riots have broken out. We need to return quickly. Originally, they had planned to stay longer, especially after the death of the B-rank Doomsday Worm King, as such an unrestrained gathering opportunity was rare. Now, Guanyue City was in urgent need of manpower. Relying solely on the forest guardians was no longer sufficient to maintain order. They had no choice but to return early. The grand convoy traversed ruins and forests, occasionally clearing out obstructing evil beasts. With 3 months still to go, not many evil beasts had gathered outside the Thousand Demons Cave, making their exit from the battlefield relatively easy. The return journey was always lighter than the outbound one. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Su Chen did not receive the enthusiastic cheers he had imagined upon returning to the city. Instead, there was a heavy silence. The same was true for the team. They were eager to return home, but many would never come back. After completing his report at the Demon Suppression Division, Su Chen took off his black windbreaker and received a week's leave. Originally, their leave would have been around 3 months, but now Guangyu City had neither the luxury nor the manpower. They would need to assist the forest guardians with internal affairs. A large shadow appeared in the sky, followed by alarms. Su Chen looked up to see a giant eagle blocking out the sun, diving past Guangyu City. With a loud crash, numerous large building windows shattered, scattering glass on the ground as the crowd screamed and scattered. Su Chen looked up. It had already flown far away, missing the chance to attack. The super-large beast was adept at controlling distance, avoiding danger while achieving its intimidation purpose. B-rank Iron Flame Giant Eagle, a super-large beast. Indeed, how could it allow the human race to remain at peace? This was a preemptive psychological attack, essentially forcing aircraft to leave. Flying day and night, taking away even 1/10,000th of the population from the southern border was not enough. This was a tactic used by evil beasts to shatter psychological defenses. The pressure on the forest guardians was immense, especially since some high-ranking officials from Guangyu City had been summoned to discuss countermeasures for the war 2 years later. No wonder they needed the night watchman's assistance. In Guangyu City, at the cemetery of the Demon Suppression Division, Su Chen, dressed in a black windbreaker, placed a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums at the grave. Fire the gun. The members of the Demon Suppression Division present saluted solemnly. Nowadays, guns were only used for ceremonial purposes, but this gesture for the fallen had been preserved. Many family members could not stop crying. The minimum rank of those who went to the Thousand Demons Cave was a martial artist, a status that in Guangyu City and even the entire Great Xia meant a life free from worry. They had decent treatment in society and companies, yet now they had all passed away in their prime. Su Chen had visited this place more than once. He remembered the first time he came here was when he was 9 years old, and at that time, he had already made up his mind not to spare any evil beasts. Being alone had its advantages. At least he wouldn't feel sadness over others' deaths, which was one of the reasons Su Chen preferred not to team up with others. With a demon-slaying body and the demon-suppressing spear, he was destined to appear in the most dangerous places on the battlefield. Those who followed him would eventually meet their demise. Now, in his position, he could command 3,000 members of the Demon Suppression Division, leading from the front in battle, breaking through enemy lines time and again. Yet, the number of those behind him only dwindled. No one was unafraid of death, and all feared it. All he could do was charge ahead, trying to minimize their casualties. The battle at the ancient battlefield, the Thousand Demon Cave, has concluded successfully. The materials harvested from other realms exceeded our expectations, greatly alleviating the shortage of weaponry, blood essence, and other cultivation materials for the next 2 years. Wu Zhanghai stood in the center of the square. This was the award ceremony for the Thousand Demon Cave campaign. Night Watchman Lan Xing, for your blood-soaked battles in the Demon Suppression Division, you are awarded the rank of Thousand-Man Commander. As Wu Jianghai's words fell, a girl in a blood-stained black trenchcoat stepped onto the stage, receiving the medal and rank of Thousand-Man Commander, her expression sorrowful. Thank you for everything you have done for humanity. Wu Jianghai bowed deeply to the girl, who was still of school age. The 100-man commander Wu Jiang died in battle, honored posthumously with the treatment of a 1,000-man commander, with a continuous salary for 20 years and a substantial compensation of 10 million. A 10 million compensation is not high for a military commander, but it ensures that the descendants of the commanders can live securely in the future. After all, they have given their lives and everything for the Great Xia. Military commanders are already powerful figures. No matter which company they enter, their treatment will not be less than this amount. Night Watchman Zhao Long. After the distribution of over 100 medals. Thank you all for everything you have done for the Great Xia. May the Great Xia enjoy long-lasting peace and pass on the flame. May the Great Xia enjoy long-lasting peace and pass on the flame. Night Watchman Su Chen, for your blood-soaked battles on the Thousand Demon Cave battlefield, you are specially awarded the rank of Thousand-Man Commander, commanding 3,000 members of the Demon Suppression Division. Wu Zhanghai handed a gleaming gold medal and a brand-new black trench coat, adorned with 3 golden stripes on the cuffs, to Su Chen, who stepped forward. This is both an honor and a responsibility. May you fulfill your duties and live up to the expectations of the citizens of the Great Xia. Wu Jianghai's expression was solemn. Su Chen was the only one to survive and be promoted to Thousand-Man Commander this time. Both his strength and his efforts in clearing 30 caves in the Thousand Demon Cave deserved this honor. Su Chen received the items with both hands, recalling a similar scene from his memory. He was very young then, and even though nearly 10 years had passed, that moment remained vivid in his mind. 2 bloodstained, tattered black trench coats, reduced to mere scraps, and 2 medals. Though his parents had passed away, their beliefs were inherited by him, just like those who held medals and looked at him with hope and longing. I will fulfill my duties and fight until the last moment. Wu Jianghai smiled. As the newly appointed 1,000-man commander, what would you like to say to them? Su Chen turned to face the many members in black trenchcoats below. Their faces varied in age, some young, some old, but all bore resolute expressions. They looked at the youthful boy, the one who had just come out of school, now standing above them. They felt no resentment. Su Chen's achievements had already spread throughout the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City. He had single-handedly cleared 30 caves, leading the charge in every battle. They felt shame, not because they were inferior to this young man, but because someone like him should have been living his life in school, yet now stood at the forefront of the Great Xia's War. It was their failure to protect, their failure to fulfill their responsibilities. Everyone, I may be young and not fully understand how to lead troops into battle. Please forgive my inadequacies. Su Chen's words echoed in the silent square, and everyone silently looked at him. I am not a commander, nor a general, and I do not have that ability. What I can do is to be the one who charges to the front when war comes and when evil beasts invade our homeland. Below the stage, when Xian looked at the person younger than himself and thought of the initial assessments and the beheading operation, he always charged to the front, standing in the most dangerous places. It had been less than half a year, yet when Xian felt as if decades had passed, the youth remained the same, with a heart as pure as a child. He had thought several times about giving up his position as a night watchman, with his father's help, to become a forest guardian or join other logistics departments of the Demon Suppression Division. But every time he saw Su Chen, he would change his mind against his will after making a firm decision. He was very afraid of death, extremely afraid of it. His father was a 1,000-man commander, and if given a choice, he would rather join an ordinary company and live a mundane life. Of course, unless he had never come here, his desire for a stable life had never been fulfilled under Su Chen's influence. Perhaps for the first time, he was unconvinced that someone like Su Chen, who was not even a martial artist, could become a night watchman, so why should he become a forest guardian? The second time he saw all his comrades die, he felt that if he left, he would be a deserter. By now, he had already become a captain among the night watchmen in the Demon Suppression Division. In less than half a year, he had risen from a first-tier newcomer to a captain, leading his own small team and becoming a senior. He was now confused about why he was still here, clearly not suited to be a warrior who fought. His dream was to find a good job, marry, have children, and live a simple life. Seeing the relatives of those who died in battle, and now looking at Su Chen, who was younger than him, he realized that the peaceful life he desired was fought for by these people, yet he felt it was taken for granted. I am willing to follow Commander Su Chen, charging into battle until death, never retreating. When Xian shouted from the bottom of his heart, he finally understood why he felt lost. It was because he was unwilling to face the truth that the peaceful life he pursued required him to earn it with every sword and gun. His father had prepared tickets for the family to leave the southern border and arranged everything for their retreat, even finding him a position in the local Demon Suppression Division. He refused to go. He wanted to stay in the southern border with his father. How long could he escape? Did he want to stand here one day, holding his father's medal, just like today? He, when Xian, would never. I am willing to follow Commander Su Chen, charging into battle until death, never retreating. Wu Jianhai looked on with admiration. This young man, he had heard about him many times from his brother and daughter, and now he was meeting him for the first time. Indeed, as they described, he was a bold youth willing to take the lead. If all the young men of the Great Xiao were like this, how could they worry about the evil beasts not being eradicated? However, he now needed to consider another matter, which was Su Chen's current strength. He had heard from his brother Wu Ligua that he had actually killed the B-class Doomsday Worm King. With the body of a master, he had awakened his intent early, and it was an A-class skill. His future could not be underestimated. The reason the cult organization allowed Su Chen to roam free was that he suffered from corruption disease, which would always lower his vitality. Even if a cultivator had extraordinary talent, it was impossible to break through to the martial saint realm. Now, Wu Jianhai couldn't help but sneer. They were going to miscalculate. Su Chen's talent today was terrifying, known only to the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division, and limited to Guanyue City. After all, the Great Xia Demon Suppression Division might have cult organization spies, or perhaps someone like the one above the Wang family, who advocated for Su Chen's death. This news, he would not report to the higher-ups, he would pretend not to know. During this time, he also needed to arrange another position for Su Chen, at least to make him disappear from the public eye for a short while. The best place for that would be as a forest guardian, especially since there was a pressing need for personnel in that role. Going outside the city carried the risk of being assassinated by the cult in collusion with evil beasts. Su Chen, come with me. After the award ceremony, Wu Jianhai called out to Su Chen. All right, Commander Wu. Though puzzled, Su Chen had a rough idea that it was related to the Thousand Demons Cave. In the office, aside from the desk and some documents, there were a few chairs, and a photo album on the desk that belonged to Wu Jianghai, with no other unnecessary items in sight. A quick glance revealed that Wu Jianghai was a straightforward person who didn't care much for appearances and focused on practical matters. Make yourself comfortable, Wu Jianghai gestured for Su Chen to take a seat. This is our first meeting, but I've heard a lot about you. My daughter and brother speak highly of you, and seeing you today confirms their praises. You're too kind, Commander Wu. Just call me Uncle Jiang. While it's formal, there's no need to be overly formal. After all, this is also a suggestion for you, and personally, I hope you can accept it. Uncle Jiang, please speak plainly, Su Chen replied, complying. Wu Jianghai nodded with slight satisfaction. He had heard from Wu Ligua that Su Chen was quite similar to the Wu family's values, showing a good understanding of human affairs, unlike the clumsiness often seen in Wu family members. The reason I called you here is that I hope you can temporarily take on the role of the Forest Guardian and Demon Seeker, responsible for addressing the issues of evil beasts within Guanyue City. As you can see, evil beasts are currently surrounding Guanyue City. They deliberately use oversized beasts to destroy planes, aiming to create panic within the city. Am I to take on the role of Demon Seeker? Su Chen was somewhat confused as to why it was him. The Demon Seeker was the highest-ranking official in the Forest Guardian Department, responsible for overseeing all Forest Guardians and ensuring the safety of the entire city. He had only seen such figures on television before, their power so great that they could be said to hold the life and death of everyone in the city in their hands. Whether it was a martial arts school, a family, or a company, as well as other departments in the Great Xia, all had to prioritize the orders of the Forest Guardian Demon Seeker and cooperate unconditionally. Failure to comply could result in immediate charges of treason. One could say that they held the safety of everyone living in Guanyue City in their hands, as many departments and companies had dealings with cult organizations, trading in longevity and resources, and could even be considered the cult's henchmen. Those nearing the end of their lives, who held significant social resources, were often tempted by the cult out of fear of death, making them the easiest targets for seduction. The Forest Guardians kept a close watch on them. The same applied to other departments in the Great Xia. Once deemed uncooperative and suspected of colluding with cult organizations, it was as if they had one foot in hell. The Forest Guardian Department had no time for pretense. Cracking down on criminal forces required investigation. Hunting evil beasts did not require justification. Sorry, that is not the duty of the Forest Guardians. The duty of the Forest Guardians is to resist evil beasts, protect the city, and eliminate internal threats. This is also why so many people aspire to become Forest Guardians. Their power is second only to that of the Great Xia and the Demon Suppression Division, making it a coveted position among martial arts schools and prominent families. The previous Demon Seeker was reassigned to headquarters due to certain matters. This position typically requires a Grandmaster, and your strength is just sufficient. Wu Jianhai looked at Su Chen, hinting that this was related to the events at the Thousand Demons Cave. It is also to keep you temporarily away from trouble. You are too well known, which will attract the attention of cult members who do not wish for you to have it too easy. Su Chen thought for a moment about the progress of nurturing the fire seed, which had now reached 5%. With the natural passage of time, every 1% increase in progress would correspondingly enhance his own strength by 1%, which just required time. He could serve as a demon hunting officer for a while, but he wouldn't stay at the ranger's post indefinitely. He needed to hunt evil demons and exotic beasts to increase his power. How long do you roughly expect this to last? Not more than 2 months at most. Right now, Guanyue City is in urgent need of combat power. The previous demon hunting officer has been dispatched to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division to discuss matters concerning the southern border. This time, a super large wave of exotic beasts is expected to hit Guanyue City, and we need the Demon Suppression Division to send strong fighters. Wu Jianghai tapped his fingers, looking at Su Chen with a meaningful expression. It's me who is in this situation. He hadn't expected to attract the attention of a cult organization like this, and a smile appeared on his face. So I hope you can take over this position during his absence. Don't feel too much pressure, I'm still here, and Guanyue City won't face any major troubles. As the head of the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City, Wu Jianghai was like a stabilizing force, guarding the city. As long as he was present, there wouldn't be any major upheavals. He thought about letting Su Chen disappear for a while, at least out of the sight of the evil demons and exotic beasts outside the city, allowing him to settle down for a time. Being too conspicuous could easily attract trouble, and he didn't want Su Chen to be surrounded and killed. If this were before the B-rank Doomsday Worm King's death, he wouldn't have made this decision, but now it was better to slow down his pace to avoid being targeted. During this time, just consider it a vacation. As for the super-large exotic beasts, they won't dare to attack. As long as the planes take off and gain speed, there won't be any issues. Although they aren't very intelligent, they know that staying too long means death. Wu Jianhai briefly explained the matters and responsibilities that Su Chen needed to pay attention to, then issued an appointment letter. Su Chen hadn't expected that just after being promoted to 1,000-man leader, he would be reassigned as the head ranger of the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City. In fact, according to his original intention, he wanted to go outside the city to hunt evil demons and exotic beasts, but now the defensive forces within the city were severely lacking, and it was indeed necessary to have rangers assist in defense. An 18-year-old demon hunting officer, Su Chen, you are now in charge of the safety of an entire city. Others your age are still studying at martial arts universities, and some haven't even left the city once. Wu Jianhai couldn't help but sigh. Su Chen was truly progressing rapidly. Although the ranger department often fought against cult organizations and evil beasts, the intensity and ferocity of those battles couldn't compare to that of the night watchman. The speed of accumulating merit was also not as fast as that of the night watchman. Most of the high-ranking officials in the Demon Suppression Division had come from the ranks of the night watchman, including the rangers, who were generally safer and kept away from danger. They also accepted some personnel who didn't want to fight as night watchmen, as well as some elderly individuals. Although their combat power was lower compared to the night watchmen, they still had the ability to fight, excluding those gilded members from various family martial arts schools and major factions. With the appointment made, Su Chen immediately went to the headquarters of the Rangers, looking at the medal in his hand and the black windbreaker representing the 3 golden stripes of a 1,000-man leader, feeling too lazy to change. Which district are you from? A busy clerk saw a young boy enter and thought he was a newcomer. Currently, most of the combat department of the Rangers had gone out on missions. This group of people received numerous citizen alerts every day, and the entire Ranger organization was already overwhelmed. They were thrilled to see a newcomer. Which district? How many districts do the Rangers have? The Rangers have 13 districts, corresponding to the 13 districts of Guanyue City. You don't even know which district you're in. Are you from the Internal Affairs Department? Su Chen thought for a moment. I should be considered part of the headquarters. The woman frowned slightly. This person was quite young and couldn't possibly be from the combat group. Most at his age were still studying, so he should be another gilded member. Suddenly, he found Su Chen's face very familiar. You look a lot like Captain Su Chen. The female clerk scrutinized Su Chen's features, and the more she looked, the more she felt it was true. Ah bae, don't get so distracted by a handsome guy that you can't move. You're getting too familiar. Hurry up and get back to work. Her colleague chuckled beside her. But he really does look like him. Stop thinking about it. Captain Su Chen is a big shot among the Night Watchers, dedicated to slaying all evil spirits and beasts. His team is called until death. How could he possibly be here as a forest guardian? True, how could Captain Su Chen possibly be here as a forest guardian? The internal staff at headquarters were well aware of Su Chen's reputation. He was the 18-year-old captain. It was said that he had slain countless evil spirits and beasts, and becoming a captain at such a young age was entirely due to his own strength and achievements. Many girls in their internal affairs department were fans of Captain Su Chen, an 18-year-old young wolf dog, powerful and high-ranking. How wonderful it would be to catch him as a husband. He should be easy to deceive. Unfortunately, since joining the Demon Suppression Division, Captain Su Chen had spent most of his time outside the city, and when he was in the logistics department, he was in the gravity room, with no chance to be seen elsewhere in headquarters. The woman chatted with her colleague, and after thinking about it, even though this person really resembled Captain Su Chen, they also felt it was unlikely. You really look like him. It's just like the photos of Captain Su Chen when he was studying. They had all seen the photos of Captain Su Chen during his school days, which were spread by the cult organization. Others, hearing this, gathered around. He really does look like him. The muscle definition feels so nice to touch. A large crowd gathered, some even reaching out to touch him. This place was completely a den of women. Most of the combat personnel were out on missions or at various branches. Su Chen released his blood energy to push them away. The female energy here was too overwhelming, like a den of spiders. He wasn't even sure if coming here was the right choice. I am Su Chen, here to serve as a demon seeker. He didn't hide it. He had wanted to say it all along but had never found the opportunity to interject. What are you all doing crowding around here? There are so many things to do. Aren't you going to work? A rough male voice shouted. Team leader, Captain Su Chen is here. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in a black trench coat walked in, his face covered in a thick beard, his right arm empty, and a shocking scar running across his cheek. Lord Captain Su Chen, how did you arrive so quickly? Lee he couldn't help but be surprised. He had just received the order from the head of the martial division, and here he was. Truly swift and decisive, no wonder he was from the Night Watch. He had once been a member of the Night Watch himself, but after losing his right arm, he had become a team leader among the forest guardians at headquarters. While Lee he admired Su Chen, he also felt the arrangement by the head was unreasonable. His strength was still a bit lacking. It wasn't enough to serve as a demon seeker. The demon seeker was responsible for the safety of a city, especially now with the frequent attacks from large flying beasts and the active cult organization. Insufficient strength would not be enough to deter them. At that moment, he was overwhelmed because the demon seeker was out, leaving the forest guardians struggling against the attacks from large beasts and the cult organization. He had repeatedly reported to the head, requesting a strong person to be sent over. He didn't look down on Su Chen, on the contrary, he greatly admired Su Chen's strength and spirit. This kind of youth was exactly the talent that the Great Xia and the Demon Suppression Division yearned for. Given time, he would undoubtedly be able to serve as a demon seeker. He had that confidence in Su Chen, but currently, his strength was insufficient. Right now, the city of Guanyue was being harassed by large beasts, and after the previous demon seeker left, the large beasts had become even more rampant, nearly destroying several aircraft. There is also internal turmoil within this cult organization. Although the Demon Suppression Division has the presence of the director, he is just one person and cannot manage too many matters. Lee he did not expect the director to send Su Chen, the captain, over. Such a prodigy needs to grow gradually through blood and fire. Sending him to be a guardian is a waste. He could not understand the director's appointment. Su Chen's strength was still insufficient, and he should not be in the guardians. The Demon Suppression Division rarely sees such a determined and talented young man. Even if he cannot become a martial saint in the future, he would still be a pillar for humanity. But now that the order has been given, he can only comply, and his feelings towards Su Chen are complex. Lee he is an absolute pro-war faction member, but he is not extreme. He knows very well that retreating from the southern border is just a slow death. However, the citizens do not understand, being led by the nose by the cult organization. Perhaps they know, but are unwilling to face it. For ordinary people without strength, wanting to survive with their families cannot be resolved merely through words. The entire southern border is filled with calls for Su Chen to become the leader of the cult organization. They could leave the southern border alive, but the Demon Suppression Division has faced considerable pressure from public opinion. The only way to resolve this contradiction is to hold the southern border. Well, regarding the Guardians, I have learned about it from Director Wu, but the specific matters still need to be understood by the Guardians. I can explain to you, sir. Most of the others who understand the situation are out fighting and handling external matters. Lee he nodded and led Su Chen to the office of the Demon Seeker. Upon entering the office, Su Chen found the environment similar to that of Wu Jianghai's arrangement, indicating that the previous owner was also a frugal person who did not care much for appearances. In the highest level conference room of the Demon Suppression Division, Director Wu, I do not agree with you appointing Su Chen as the Demon Seeker. His strength is simply insufficient for the position, an elder said, looking at Wu Jianghai, who sat at the head of the table, with an angry expression. We do not agree either. Director Wu, we understand that you want to keep Su Chen away from the battlefield to avoid accidents, but it is inappropriate to make him the Demon Seeker. Wang Yongchang, state your reasons. Wu Jianghai's expression remained calm as he waited for the elder's response. Su Chen does indeed have good strength and sufficient achievements, but he has only been promoted to master for less than a month, and his foundation is unstable. The Demon Seeker is responsible for the safety of Guanyue City. He is not qualified. Even if his current strength is at the 9th level of master, he is only 18 years old. At such a young age, this is not about hunting evil beasts but protecting the citizens. What does he understand? A martial artist who only knows how to fight is not enough to be the Demon Seeker. Wu Jianghai looked at the old man. If it weren't for the fact that he had been in the Demon Suppression Division for over 70 years and had a long history, dismissing him would have too great an impact. He would have long since kicked this kind of useless person out. These old-timers from prominent families banded together, and although Wu Jianghai was the head of the Demon Suppression Division, he still could not get rid of them. In fact, the Wu family was the same. They were also part of a prominent family, but their ancestors chose the Demon Suppression Division, dedicating everything to the Great Xia and the division. This group took a completely different path from the Wu family. They were once strong protectors of humanity, but their descendants established their own factions. On the surface, they all claimed to be for humanity and the Great Xia, but behind the scenes, they were all for their own families. The connections among the various prominent families allowed them to hold considerable power within the Demon Suppression Division. This made it difficult for truly talented, capable, and accomplished newcomers to have opportunities to rise. But as long as they do not betray humanity, the Great Xia will not tear their faces with them. This group of people has had generation after generation enter the Demon Suppression Division to gain prestige, using their connections to take root in the division, extracting benefits from various ancient battlefields to enrich themselves. Fortunately, the Demon Suppression Department is a directly subordinate agency of the Great Xia, wielding immense power and always adhering to the principle that strength and merit are the only standards for promotion. This has prevented this group of old geezers from gaining too much influence. The lower, middle, and upper levels of the Demon Suppression Department are primarily composed of the younger generation, where everything is based on merit and strength. This has led to the overall youthfulness of the department, which, despite operating for hundreds of years, remains the same, as most capable individuals have perished on the battlefield. Only this group of people has consistently hidden behind the scenes, holding the best cultivation resources, allowing others to charge to the front lines of war, living off the remnants of their ancestors. So who do you think is suitable to take on the position of Demon Seeker? Do you have confidence in protecting Guanyu's city from the attacks of super large beasts? Do you have the ability to eradicate the evil cult organization? Wu Jianhai scanned the crowd with his gaze. This isn't just about whether we can eradicate or protect Guanyu's city from super large beasts. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianhai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Raising questions without solving them, what? Are you going to push it back to me? Using your family's old tricks to play Tai Chi here, huh? Your bureaucratic rhetoric is quite impressive. He was eager to see what nonsense this person would come up with. This is about whether Su Chen can hold this position. This concerns the safety of the citizens of a city. How can it be entrusted to a child? This is simply child's play. Wang Yongchang spoke grandly, analyzing various pros and cons, in short, saying that Su Chen was unworthy of becoming the Demon Seeker. Then, Lord Wang, what solutions do you propose? Wang Yongchang was waiting for Wu Jianhai. He had long coveted the position of Demon Seeker, but Wu Jianhai, this junior, had never given him the nod. When he was serving the Great Xia in the Demon Suppression Department, this kid was still playing in the mud somewhere, yet now he had risen to sit above him. At that time, he had secretly submitted a lot of black material about Wu Jianhai to the headquarters, accusing him of wantonly killing numerous members of the Demon Suppression Department during the war. Several of his nephews had been executed on the spot, and even though he had pleaded multiple times, it was of no use. As members of prominent families, they showed him no respect at all. Especially now, with Guanyu's city and the entire southern border threatened by super large beasts, he urgently needed the position of Demon Seeker to evacuate his family's descendants. Rather than letting those commoners live, it was better for us noble cultivators to survive and serve the Great Xia better in the future. After all, if they die, they create no value. Better for them to die, taking up less social resources and allowing us to enhance our strength. The Great Xia is not protected by these commoners, it is still us. A guy whose ancestors have been commoners for 3 generations, what right does he have to compare with those guardians who have protected the Great Xia for generations, to become a Demon Seeker at the age of 18? Wang Yongchang fundamentally disliked such a person, and since this individual had a grudge against their Wang family, he would not let Su Chen have it too easy. The Demon Suppression Department is the Demon Suppression Department of the Great Xia. An 18-year-old kid responsible for the safety of over 100 million people in a city is simply a joke. We must arrange for someone to assist. Wu Jianhai looked at him leisurely, waiting for his follow-up. Oh, Lord Wang, do you have any insights? Do you think Su Chen's achievements and merits are unworthy? How many evil beasts have you killed? Director Wu, we are not discussing the same matter. I do not deny Su Chen's merits, but he is still young and needs an experienced elder to assist him. I admit that Su Chen is skilled at slaying evil beasts, but no matter how powerful he is, can he stop a B-class super-large beast? You must know that surrounding Guanyu's city's airport are not just C-class super-large beasts, but also B-class super-large beasts. And besides, can a freshly graduated kid manage the internal affairs of the entire Guanyu's city forest guards? This is not about strength, but about experience and insight. My suggestion is to divide the responsibilities of the demon hunter into 2 parts, one to deal with the evil spirits, and the other to manage internal affairs. Wang Yongchang understood very well that as long as Wu Jianhai agreed to decentralize power, he would have already reached an understanding with other families. Regardless of which side of power they obtained, they could leverage their family's influence to gain control of the Guanyu's city airport. They would then nominate him to be the commander this time. Now that the southern border was in imminent danger, they needed to evacuate a large number of their family's disciples. Relying solely on their family's power, the tickets they could obtain were far from sufficient. If they could fully control the airport, they could prioritize the evacuation of their personnel. After all, their family members were powerful cultivators, and the precious combat strength of the great Xia was worth much more than the lives of ordinary citizens. If it weren't for the former demon hunter's stubbornness, they would have acted long ago. Now, it seemed they had an opportunity. Wang Yongchang preferred logistics management, as it would allow him to stay away from the dangers of the battlefield while letting Su Chen be responsible for protecting their evacuation. At that time, Su Chen would watch as the Wang family members left one by one, with no way to intervene, while he, Su Chen, would have to stay in the southern border to either die in battle or become the leader of a cult. Wu Jianhai tapped his fingers. He knew Su Chen's strength and that he could effectively safeguard the airport's security, trying to evacuate the families of the Demon Suppression Division members. He was also burdened with affairs and could not split himself. He looked at Wang Yongchang. He wasn't a fool and understood what they were thinking. Very few internal matters of the Demon Suppression Division could escape his notice. You make a good point. Then let's temporarily split the powers of the Demon Hunter. Does Lord Wang have a candidate? I think Lord Wang is very suitable. He has been at the peak of the 9th level for 20 years, and both his strength and experience are very solid. He also serves as the deputy head of logistics for the Demon Suppression Division, and managing the internal affairs of the Guardians would be like a fish in water. Members of other families spoke up to recommend him, praising Wang Yongchang. Wang Yongchang cupped his hands in response, expressing his unworthiness. The fox's tail was showing, their true intentions were revealed, and Wu Jianhai smiled. In that case, let Lord Wang be responsible for the combat affairs of the Guardians, and Su Chen will handle the internal matters. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze. Shouldn't they be the ones responsible for internal affairs? Director Wu, this doesn't seem right, Wang Yongchang said, his face hesitant. He didn't want to fight the beasts. At his age, he didn't want to take that risk. What? Is Lord Wang lacking confidence in his own strength? You are a peak master. Wu Jianhai slammed the table. It's decided. I, as the director of the Guangyu City Demon Suppression Division, have made the decision. Su Chen learned from Li He about the current major and minor affairs of the Guardians in Guangyu City, as well as the problems they faced. Sitting in the office, the main trouble for the Guardians now was the spread of cult organizations sowing discord and panic among the people, along with the super-large beasts that obstructed planes, trying to create chaos in Guangyu City. Occasionally, there were also sightings of B-class super-large beasts attacking planes that had not yet taken off, nearly causing crashes several times, leading to the current flights being fraught with danger. Of course, with today's technology, as long as the planes took off, they could quickly leave, even if B-class super-large beasts couldn't catch up. However, takeoff and landing were very dangerous, as the beasts were waiting for the right moment to strike. Currently, a large number of powerful cultivators were tied up at the airport's nearby branch, leading to the cult organizations in the city becoming even more rampant, to the point where night watchmen were needed for assistance. However, the night watchmen had the heavy responsibility of clearing out the evil beasts around the city and collecting materials from ancient battlefields, which actually placed a greater burden on them. Fortunately, Su Chen and the others had returned early, allowing them to have time and personnel for assistance. Should we first deal with the cult organization or take down a few dozen supersized beasts to ensure the smooth operation of the airport? Su Chen pondered. The initial plan for evacuation by the Demon Suppression Division was to first evacuate the families of some members and ordinary citizens, but when it came to actual implementation, it was still a large number of ordinary people who were prioritized for departure. Su Chen had roughly looked over the evacuation list. In fact, most of the names were well known, either from large companies or prominent families, while ordinary citizens had no chance to buy tickets to leave. Combined with recent news reports online, the list of airport personnel for evacuation had somehow been disclosed. Although the Demon Suppression Division had publicly stated that they would prioritize the evacuation of a small number of family members of their members, under the guidance of those with ulterior motives, it appeared as if the Demon Suppression Division was abusing their power for personal gain. As a result, the proportion of evacuees from the Demon Suppression Division had dropped to 20%, with the majority being ordinary citizens. What people did not know was that this was a scam orchestrated by families, large companies, and powerful individuals, all to secure more tickets. The current situation was that the powerful were evacuating in large numbers, while ordinary citizens had no opportunity to leave. They were still publicly expressing dissatisfaction with the Demon Suppression Division. The current Guardians were also in a dire situation, overwhelmed and unable to stop the rumors in public opinion, but more energy was focused on combating the cult organization, otherwise, many would fall into depravity to survive. Some things cannot be understood by others just by being told. Most people simply lack the capacity to comprehend at that level. Of course, within the Demon Suppression Division, there was not much desire for evacuation, as those who had become cultivators understood more clearly that escaping from here would make the situation in the southern region of the Great Xia even more dangerous. It was merely a matter of dying sooner or later, rather than letting their wives and daughters be enslaved by demons. They would rather fight to the death. As ordinary people, they had no ability to participate in the battle, and their only hope was that their loved ones could survive. Suchen contemplated for a while. To stabilize the outside, one must first secure the inside, and they needed to recruit people now, as the Guardians were truly short-handed. Demon Seeker Su Chen, responsible for internal affairs of the Guardians, while external combat matters will be handled by Captain Wang Yongchang. At that moment, his terminal received an internal appointment from the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Yongchang? Isn't that the head of the Wang family? Given Su Chen's current status, he was already aware of this matter. Wu Jianghai appointed him to be his colleague and even divided the authority of the Demon Seeker? What was he thinking? Su Chen looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the seemingly tranquil yet turbulent Guanyue city. Wu Jianghai did not want him to draw too much attention, nor did he want to be irresponsible regarding the safety of the people in Guanyue city, right? Su Chen did not discriminate against family members, he simply disliked them. Just like in the recent battle at the ancient battlefield of the Thousand Demons Cave, they clearly had the strength of martial generals but did not think to clear out the cave, instead picking up the spoils from behind. He had seen the combat power of those gathering teams. The casualties were all from the collectors within the Demon Suppression Division, while the losses among the families and martial arts schools were negligible. Relying on this group to ensure the safety of others was like handing a child over to a wicked stepmother. Su Chen could not understand the reasoning, but he knew Wu Jianghai was not a fool. He must have been aware of the consequences of such actions, yet he still proceeded. Then he would just obey the orders. In fact, he was not worried about attracting the attention of the cult organization. If they came, he would kill them. Even if a powerful figure of the Wuho level came, he would just transform into a demon. Once he became a demon, he did not believe the cult organization would still come looking for trouble with him. His transformation into a demon was proactive and different from others who fell into depravity, slowly being influenced by demonic energy. Ultimately, they became another race, treating humanity as their prey. However, speaking of it, it is indeed similar. While the evil demons and strange beasts enhance their strength by consuming the blood and flesh of the human race, Su Chen enhances his strength by killing these evil demons and strange beasts. This ability must never be exposed, otherwise, he would surely die, unless he becomes a martial saint and takes on the role of a guardian. Just right, he doesn't need to deal with the super large strange beasts. Resolving the cult organization within Guanyue City is also a good plan, as he originally intended to prioritize this goal. Internal matters are nothing but the cult organization causing chaos everywhere. What public opinion and tempting others to fall into evil? If he just eliminates them all, there will be no internal threats. Why think so much? Just do it all. Now, the Forest Guardians are short on personnel, and the Night Watchers from the ancient battlefield of the Thousand Demons Cave have all returned. With his current strength and the merits from the Thousand Demons Cave, it would be no problem to have them help. Of course, the recruitment efforts from the outside world will not stop. With the current shortage of personnel, the Night Watchers will eventually have to go out on missions, and it will be the same as before. However, if Su Chen can completely eradicate the cult organization in Guanyue City, the Forest Guardians will be able to manage on their own in the future. 3 days later, Lin Chuyu arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division with her assessment notice. Ever since Wang Linan fled abroad, it is said that during a beast disaster, he was captured by the locals because he was a cultivator and became a conscript, ultimately dying in battle. Because of Wang Linan's escape, under the operation of the Wang family's public opinion, she became the woman everyone wanted to attack, a trend of public outrage. Even the prestigious Martial University, which she had worked so hard to get into, expelled her. She also tried to find a job. With her identity as a Martial University student and her current strength as a martial master, along with being a woman, she could have decent treatment whether she went to a martial arts school or major companies. However, 4 months, the companies and martial arts schools she approached rejected her due to her reputation and fear of the Wang family. A dignified martial master like her couldn't even find a decent job. She didn't mind selling herself, but she wanted a good price, not to become a plaything of the powerful. Once, Wang Linan was a good choice, and so was Su Chen, who did not suffer from the corruption demon disease, but she had misjudged them both. Lin Chuyu often sighed, thinking that now she probably wouldn't have the chance to become that kind of person. She was very confident in her appearance, and because of that confidence, she looked down on those mediocre wealthy people. Now, she was like a palace made from ancient times, once having the opportunity to become a concubine or even a queen, but now that she was out, she couldn't look at those wealthy merchants at all, feeling they were unworthy. She knew that a catastrophe would occur in the southern border in 2 years and had been looking for a chance to leave, but now she had no power, no influence, and was blacklisted by the Wang family, making it impossible to get a ticket to leave. If she could become the wife of a legitimate son from a certain family, then she might have a chance to leave, but with her reputation as a woman who could be taken by anyone due to the Wang family's rumors, even if the other party agreed, she would just be treated as a plaything and then discarded at will. Her dignity wouldn't allow it. Wasn't she just like someone selling herself? So, she chose to join the Demon Suppression Division. With her strength as a martial master and her looks, she was confident she could find a big shot in the Demon Suppression Division who could take her away. The Demon Suppression Division has the right to prioritize the evacuation of family members, but most of them are the families of members who died in battle or those with outstanding military achievements. She could also accumulate merits by hunting evil demons and strange beasts to obtain a ticket to leave, but she wouldn't go outside the city to fight for her life against evil demons and strange beasts. That could lead to death. She didn't want to die. Rather than risking her life against evil demons and strange beasts, it would be better to find a man with merits and leave safely. She had also thought about finding Su Chen, but ever since 3 months ago, all information about Su Chen had disappeared from the internet. It wasn't just her, anyone who knew Su Chen had tried to reach out, and now Su Chen had become an unreachable figure for them. While they were still studying, he had already become a celebrity within the Demon Suppression Division, the foremost figure of the younger generation, with remarkable achievements, serving as a centurion. Ordinary people spend their entire lives striving to become cultivators, to become a high-ranking martial artist. Any martial artist would earn a monthly salary of no less than 20,000, so becoming a martial artist essentially meant a bright future. Martial artists are also ranked, and most who become martial artists are not qualified to join the Demon Suppression Division. One of the criteria for the division's assessment is to hunt down evil demons and exotic beasts. However, some martial artists go their entire lives without ever killing one. Those who can join the Demon Suppression Division are ruthless individuals, and a centurion commands 100 such ruthless people. Not to mention, the centurion of the Night Watch, who has the highest casualty rate, is already highly esteemed. Serving as a district chief in Guanyu City's 13 districts is more than sufficient. Lin Shuyu had seen such a figure before, at Wu University, her mentor. That was the most powerful person she had ever encountered in her life. Even their mentor spoke highly of Su Chen, predicting he would inevitably become a guardian of a city in the future. Who could have imagined that Su Chen, afflicted with the corruption demon disease, could rise against all odds? Lin Shuyu sighed. Since she had missed the opportunity, there was nothing to be done. Life must move forward. Every time she thought of Su Chen, her heart showed signs of breaking down. She was a martial master. With her abilities, joining the Internal Affairs Department of the Demon Suppression Division should be a piece of cake, right? She had her sights set on the Internal Affairs Department, a position with low danger that would allow her to interact with important figures. She was very confident about leaving the southern wilderness. As long as she could leave, she would do anything. Currently, she was despised by various factions in Guanyu City, and the only remaining option was to join the Demon Suppression Division. At Lanyon Airport, a specially designed alloy aircraft, streamlined in shape, resembled a fighter jet more than a passenger plane, but it was very large, capable of accommodating 200 to 300 people. The plane entered the runway, preparing for takeoff. Made of C-grade alloy, the aircraft's hardness and performance were top-notch. Once it took off and accelerated, it could reach supersonic speeds, capable of evading most giant exotic beasts. Su Chen stood at the airport watching as a massive shadow appeared in the sky, its wingspan more than twice that of the plane. A B-grade iron flame giant eagle. He looked up at the sky, seemingly locking eyes with the B-grade iron flame giant eagle. The magic technique of shock and awe activated. If it dared to come down within his 1,000-meter attack range, he would definitely shoot it down with one shot. The B-grade iron flame eagle began to spiral and accelerate, heading towards the airport. Alarms blared at the airport as numerous members of the Demon Suppression Division emerged, but as it approached, it sensed a terrifying aura that made it shudder and abandoned the attack. It circled high in the sky, spotting a tiny figure on the tarmac of the airport, and it was this human that instilled fear in it. This human was strong, terrifying, and stained with the blood of many of its kin. However, it had received orders to attack if possible, if not, to harass them, as they would eventually become exhausted from their frantic efforts. Unfortunately, Su Chen shook his head. He had come to take a look this time. After all, he was no longer responsible for this part of the business, but that didn't stop him from striking down evil demons and exotic beasts. Su Chen, the demon seeker, I've heard much about you, an old man in a black trench coat said, with 3 golden stripes on his cuffs, indicating he was a centurion. Who are you? Su Chen replied, not having much interaction with the members of the Demon Suppression Division. Most of his dealings were in hunting evil demons and exotic beasts, and he couldn't recognize all the Night Watch members, let alone the officers of the Forest Guardians. A hint of gloom flashed in the old man's eyes. This kid still didn't know who he was, truly oblivious to the world. However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly revealed a friendly smile. Su Chen, Demon Seeker Officer, I am Wang Yongchang, responsible for the external combat of the Forest Guardians. We happen to be on a mission. May I ask, Demon Seeker Officer, do you have any instructions? Su Chen suddenly realized this was someone from the Wang family, the person Wu Jianghai had mentioned, brought in to help with external combat. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Jianghai was Wu Changjiang's father and that he had learned from Wu Changjiang that Wu Jianghai was a person devoted to the country, he would have suspected this man was deliberately targeting him. His enmity with the Wang family was not a recent affair and was quite well known in Guanyue City. He couldn't understand what Wu Jianghai's true intentions were. Hearing Wang Yongchang's words, it was clear he was dissatisfied with Su Chen's presence, as this was his jurisdiction. The Demon Seeker Officer was in charge of all matters concerning the Forest Guardians, but this authority had been split in two by Wu Jianghai. Nevertheless, he was still the Demon Seeker Officer and could intervene in name. As the Demon Seeker Officer, I have the responsibility and right to patrol everything in Guanyue City. Captain Wang Yongchang, it seems you are not pleased with my arrival, Su Chen stated. With all due respect, Demon Seeker Officer, you are already responsible for the vast internal affairs of Guanyue City. If you were to take on external matters as well, I fear you would be stretched too thin, Wang Yongchang replied. Su Bai looked at the old man, still playing word games, stuck in his old bureaucratic ways. As a young man, he wasn't ignorant, he simply found it tedious and beneath him to engage with someone weaker than himself. Let's be frank, Captain Wang Yongchang, I don't believe your strength is sufficient to protect the Guanyue City airport. Wang Yongchang's expression darkened. You need not worry about that, Captain Su Chen. This is my responsibility, and I will take the blame if anything goes wrong. Su Chen stopped wasting words with him. If he encountered any evil beasts, he would slay them. He needed to ask Wu Jianghai what his true intentions were when he returned. Wang Yongchang smiled with a hint of malice as he watched Su Chen leave, his expression turning cold as he ordered the members of the Wang family's Demon Suppression Division around him. Have the tickets been prepared for distribution? We must not let outsiders notice. This time, we will use all the planes to evacuate our families. You are being reckless now. When the super large beast tide arrives in 2 years, the first to die will be you, and our Wang family will remain evergreen. Wang Yongchang was not worried about the fierce battles in the southern border. Once they left, there would naturally be fools like the Wu family coming to their doom. Once most of them were dead, they could head north without having to compete for resources with the local tyrants. It was just right. At worst, they could ally with the evil beasts. The Wang family would still be able to live well. The evil beasts couldn't possibly enslave them personally. Just like a certain city in the Great Xia that was enslaved by evil beasts, it was still managed by humans, wasn't it? They could still live well. Head of the family, we are almost ready. The last few flights have all been arranged with our people, but if a super large beast were to attack, the person did not say it outright, but if a super large beast really attacked the planes, their family would suffer immensely, losing the promising young generation of cultivators. Don't panic. With me here, the super large beasts won't dare to come. Even the B-class super large beasts fear for their lives. With the strength of our family's experts, surrounding and taking it down is not a problem. Wang Yongchang knew there were risks, but fortune favors the bold. This was an excellent opportunity to protect the family. They couldn't just sit idle and not take off because of a beast attack, could they? With so many flights every day, there had been no major accidents. Just like this time, it was merely a scare tactic. Su Bai returned to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division's Forest Guardians. Captain Su Chen has arrived. Inside the headquarters, there were many members of the Demon Suppression Division dressed in black trench coats, but they were not Forest Guardians, they were Su Chen's former comrades. Su Chen did not gather his own power within the Night Watchers, but in every battle he participated in, he led from the front. He was the first to charge into the tide of alien beasts, single-handedly blocking the gap in the beheading operation against the beast tide, slaying countless evil alien beasts on the ancient battlefield. Each of these feats was a bloody and glorious achievement. Su Chen never specifically saved anyone, but many of his comrades who fought alongside him were saved because of him. At first, Su Bai used the orders of Wu Jianghai, but he did not present his orders. Within the Night Watchers, many members were willing to follow him, giving up their vacations. In the Demon Suppression Division, everything is based on strength as the highest principle. the stronger one is, the more voice they have, especially for the night watchers who fight on the front lines against evil alien beasts. Their only requirement of their commander is to be strong and fierce. Following such a commander, although their combat intensity is very high, their survival rate is equally not low, and they earn many merit points. After all, once the evil alien beasts are all dead, they no longer need to fight. Especially since Su Chen's reputation in the Demon Suppression Division is known as to the death, and he has countless lives of evil alien beasts in his hands. Su Chen, who can lead the charge and break through the tide of alien beasts, clearly meets their expectations and is worthy of their following. When Xian stood at the back of the team, watching Su Chen enter, no longer harboring the initial resentment, watching his teammates die one after another, it was instead when Xian, who had joined the Night Watchers out of spite, who survived to the end, while those who carried the belief of protecting Great Xiao all walked ahead of him. When Xian witnessed Su Chen's rise, he had no concept of the number of evil alien beasts slain before, thinking that with his talent, he could easily slay them and soon stand beside his father. But when he saw his classmates one by one leave to die in the bellies of the evil alien beasts outside the city, only the few who had given up at the beginning were still alive, and after joining the Demon Suppression Division, team members died repeatedly before his eyes. He realized that the evil alien beasts were not as he had imagined, they were walking achievements. He went from being a team member to a captain, and now to a squad leader. His promotion speed in less than half a year was terrifying. His family was proud of him. His father would mention this promising son every time he drank with friends. Even among his former classmates, he was the most accomplished one, while others were still looking for jobs. He was already a squad leader in the Demon Suppression Division. But he understood that this was merely luck to still be alive, just a bit of fortune. The more he saw, the more humble he became, especially after meeting Su Chen. Only the Night Watchers knew how terrifying Su Chen's achievements were. At the age of 18, he became a 1,000-man leader, and no one in the Night Watchers was unconvinced. Now, when Xian was willing to follow Su Chen, he would not leave the southern border. It was merely a difference between dying early or late. Following Su Chen, he could instead live to the end. To live towards death. No need to say thank you. The 3 great iron rules of life. We've fought together, the intelligence has been gathered within the Forest Guardians. Let's return to our old profession. Hunt the evil alien beasts. Su Chen raised his arm and smiled. Hunt the evil alien beasts, kill them. Everyone responded in unison, their expressions relaxed. Su Chen, holding a long spear, led everyone away from the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, heading to the location of the intelligence. Su Chen, the Demon Seeker, is so handsome and fierce. Who among the internal affairs of the Forest Guardians was not mesmerized? The young general, riding high on the winds of success. Lin Shuyu stood in front of Li He, staring at that scene in a daze. He was still that young man, just as he knew that facing evil with non-warriors would lead to infection with the corruption disease, yet he still stepped forward. Now he had become a 1,000-man leader, and his beliefs had not changed in the slightest. The reason I initially liked Su Chen was my youthful spirit, but when did I change? When did I become so materialistic and realistic? Perhaps it was when I saw those in school, who were less talented than me but had abundant cultivation resources, standing ahead of me. Lin Shuyu? Li He frowned as he flipped through the information about Lin Shuyu, knowing he was a contemporary of Su Chen from the 4th High School's Demon Hunter Division. Li He had also heard about the events back then. After all, the matters involving Wang Linan, Lin Shuyu, and Su Chen were widely discussed, and he was aware of the relationships involved. With your strength, joining the Demon Suppression Division is more than sufficient. Not taking on combat duties is also enough. However, your situation is complicated, and I need to report to my superior's superior. Li He was merely a team leader, above him was an officer, and then the highest officer of the Forest Guardians, the Demon Hunter. It was likely that his superior wouldn't be able to make a decision either. Alright, I'll wait for news here. Lin Shuyu was not a fool, she understood the implications of his words. Therefore, she wouldn't leave. She wanted to see Su Chen. With their past friendship, leaving the southern wilderness would be just a matter of a word. Seeing this, Li He did not stop her. After all, he was unsure of what Su Chen truly thought about Lin Shuyu and whether he still had feelings for her, so it was unwise to act rashly. This matter should be resolved by Su Chen himself. Although the arrival of Su Chen and Wang Yongchang, along with a large number of night patrols, had significantly reduced the burden on the Forest Guardians, there was still no Grand Master stationed for inspections. If a B-class super-large beast were to attack, the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division would likely be unable to provide timely support, as other high-ranking officials also had their own guarding tasks, protecting the city walls from evil beasts. Ultimately, it was still a matter of insufficient manpower. Not only was the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City short-staffed, but the other cities' divisions were the same. it seemed that all the evil beasts and cult organizations had suddenly become active. Surrounding the city, they did not launch direct attacks but focused on harassment and feigned assaults, trying to delay the forces of the Great Xia as much as possible, which also led to very limited support from other parts of Great Xia to the southern wilderness. Su Chen was covered in blood, holding a long spear, his black trench coat stained with a considerable amount of blood. He was not the kind of fighter who could avoid getting blood on himself after killing. On the contrary, every battle left him drenched in the blood of his enemies. When he walked into the headquarters of the Forest Guardians, the scene instantly froze, and everyone turned to look at him. Was this still the sunny and handsome boy? Although his face remained the same, it was now smeared with blood, and the overwhelming aura of killing and violence made them feel the contrast was too great. However, as the offspring of members of the Demon Suppression Division, they were not completely unfamiliar with him. It was just too much of a contrast. He still looked like a boy, yet he seemed like a killing machine now, and they wondered why he didn't clean himself up before coming. Conversely, some of them actually preferred Su Chen in this state. He was simply too fierce. Su Chen looked at them, each with their own unique traits, and realized he had fallen into a den of women. Most of these individuals were the widows and offspring of members of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division provided generous compensation for members who died in battle, addressing their concerns and arranging relatively comfortable internal duties for their children. For those who wished to inherit their father's legacy, the division also offered corresponding assistance and guidance, including cultivation resources. In fact, most of those arranged for evacuation by the Demon Suppression Division were also individuals who had lost loved ones within the division. However, now, for the sake of the greater good, they had given up their limited 2% quota. Of course, if they truly wanted to leave, the Demon Suppression Division could find a way. After all, rules are dead, but methods are alive. Ultimately, the Demon Suppression Division was a department of Great Xia that had the final say, and such small matters could certainly be resolved. However, most of them did not leave and continued to hold their posts. The Demon Suppression Division was exceptionally busy now, and if they left, it would only become more hectic. Nevertheless, the Demon Suppression Division was also recruiting personnel from outside to address the shortage of manpower. Lord Su Sun, here is a list of new recruits. Li He's superior, Hong Lai, handed a list to Su Chen. There are some matters that require your decision. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Chuyu beside him. Su Chen looked at his ex-girlfriend. It had only been half a year, yet Lin Chuyu still looked the same, her gaze filled with admiration, which he perceived as hypocritical and snobbish. In fact, he had already noticed her when they were out exterminating the cult organization. He didn't care. For him now, they were already people from two different worlds. As the Demon Suppression Division's Demon Seeker, he oversaw all affairs in Guanyue City, and all forces within the city relied on his authority. Therefore, he was well aware of Lin Chuyu's purpose for being here. He had the right to leave the southern border of Guanyue City, but he would rather let the widows of the Demon Suppression Division members leave. What right did someone who had never contributed to the Great Xia have to enjoy such privileges, just because he was strong? Just follow the normal procedures. Su Chen would neither deliberately obstruct her nor give her any special treatment. The Demon Suppression Division did have tickets to leave, but they were earned through personal merit, either through outstanding achievements or having died in service. Understood, sir. Hong Lai understood Su Chen's meaning and handed the documents to Li He. At his level, he was not responsible for recruitment. That was Li He's responsibility. Li He took the documents and, following his superior's instructions, strictly assessed them. Lin Chuyu looked at Su Chen's back, wanting to say something but hesitating. She wanted Su Chen's help but didn't know how to approach him. She watched him gradually disappear into the office of the highest commander of the Forest Guardians. Li He observed this scene with a cold smile. If it weren't for the real shortage of personnel in the Demon Suppression Division, he would never allow such a selfish and self-serving person, who had strength but contributed nothing, to join. However, such a person could still serve as a logistics runner since he was a martial artist. He did not oppose Lin Chuyu leaving the southern border, provided she relied on her own abilities to hunt down evil beasts outside the city or to slay cult members within the city. The Demon Suppression Division was quite open. Those with abilities could rise to the top, as long as they were loyal to the Great Xia. Your strength is sufficient to join the Forest Guardians of the Demon Suppression Division. You have two choices: join the combat units to slay cult members, which is a good opportunity to accumulate merit for leaving, or become a member of the logistics department, responsible for coordinating support for various combat departments. Lin Chuyu thought for a moment, unwilling to give up. She believed that Su Chen still had feelings for her. For him, it would only take a word for her to leave. The thought of fighting against cult members terrified her. She had experienced it and still recalled it every night, fearing the danger. She just wanted to leave the southern border, to escape this sorrowful place. Moreover, the logistics department was not without opportunities to leave. She had heard that the first to leave the demon suppression division were the women from the logistics department. I choose the logistics department. Alright, Lee had given her a chance, and since that was the case, he would let it be. He immediately assigned Lin Chuyu to a small group and instructed her team leader to arrange her work. In the following days, Lin Chuyu hoped to encounter Su Chen again and strike up a conversation, but she had no authority to report matters to him beyond her superior. However, every morning, after Su Chen came to hear reports from various departments, he would lead the night patrols into battle until nightfall. Aside from work, he generally wouldn't come to the office of the Forest Guardian's Demon Seeker. Even when he came, he was always covered in blood, swiftly gathering intelligence and issuing orders to various departments, before continuing to hunt down members of the cult organization. He seemed like a fighting machine, relentlessly killing cult members without pause. This was the first time Lin Chuyu had seen someone like Su Chen, who was high-ranking and powerful, yet took the initiative to lead from the front, getting drenched in blood every day. She couldn't understand why Su Chen, who could simply oversee the Linrun headquarters, felt the need to personally hunt down cult members. She worked hard, and with his strength and emotional intelligence, she quickly established herself in the Internal Affairs Department, blending in with others. Why haven't I seen Achio these past few days? Lin Chuyu asked her colleague. Achio was her co-worker, plain-looking, and not even a breakthrough martial artist. She often made mistakes at work. Lin Chuyu had helped Achio connect with others based on this weakness. A girl whose abilities and strength were far inferior to hers, yet she could join the Demon Suppression Division and enjoy generous benefits and privileges. Indeed, without a powerful background, everything was meaningless. This was a place that valued lineage. If you were born well, even with poor abilities, you could live better than most. Lin Chuyu disliked such people. It was unfair that those less capable than her stood higher. You know, Achio went north. Her grandmother is seriously ill, her colleague said. Lin Chuyu was taken aback. What right does she have to go north? Even her usual facade was gone. Her colleague, not catching the underlying meaning, continued, Achio actually didn't want to leave. Her parents are here, but her grandmother is her last relative in this world. She should go see her. No, what I mean is, how could she get a ticket to leave the southern border? Oh, about that, we can all leave, but the Demon Suppression Division is very busy right now. If we leave, the division won't be able to function. Lin Chuyu felt a crack in her composure. She worked so hard, risking her life to go to the cult's location, doing more than anyone else, yet she didn't have the chance to leave. Was this the privilege of being born well, to easily obtain a ticket to leave the southern border that ordinary people could only dream of? She had submitted requests to be transferred out of the southern border more than once, but they were all rejected. Her desire to leave and rise up had never been more resolute than now. She didn't even catch the meaning behind her colleague's words, as jealousy clouded her mind, only wanting to hear what she wanted to hear. She had to find Su Chen, no matter the method. She had to leave, then work hard to cultivate, climbing step, by any means necessary. Alright, enough chit-chat. Lin Chuyu, compile the information on the cult organization from the 6th District's Ranger Unit, Li said, looking at another girl. Still chatting, Su Yunyun, your uncle told you to hurry up and leave. What are you still doing here? When the battle starts, no one will care about you. Su Yunyun stuck out her tongue, a bit scared. My uncle wants to stay here. I have no other relatives, so I might as well stay. Li was exasperated. You girls, everyone else is trying to find ways to leave. Why don't you want to go? Seeing this scene, Lin Chuyu made a decision. She had to find Su Chen. Su Chen took off his black trench coat with 3 golden stripes and handed it to his assistant, changing into a new black coat while listening to the intelligence collected by various departments about the cult organization. There was an intelligence collection department between the internal affairs and combat departments, which connected with the interrogation division of the Demon Suppression Division, occasionally extracting useful information, though not core details. They also followed leads to find cult members. After all, they are dancing joyfully now, thinking they can stir up trouble while hiding well, but that underestimates the capabilities of the Demon Suppression Division. Occasionally, Su Chen would also take on some responsibilities in the interrogation division. When he encountered someone stubborn, he would go over. Within the interrogation division, rumors had already spread about Su Chen, the captain, possessing a kingly aura, and members of the cult organization would speak freely upon seeing him. Su Chen himself felt quite helpless and didn't know how such rumors had spread. However, his shock demon technique indeed had this effect, instilling fear in those with the aura of evil beasts. The stronger his power, the more evil beasts he killed, and the stronger the passive effect of his shock demon technique became. Lord Demon Seeker, there's a white-robed bishop in the interrogation division. We can't pry open his mouth, but we know he is one of the main masterminds behind the terror attacks in District 6, controlling the lair of a certain cult organization. Someone reported. Sometimes Su-chin pondered how many lairs this group had. It felt like trying to kill the rats in a sewer endless. There was likely a significant amount of support from the forces in Guanyu City, especially those whose lifespans were nearing their end, as they were the easiest to tempt by cult organizations. Coupled with the rumors of the imminent fall of the southern frontier, the more they were eradicated, the more they multiplied, many being peripheral citizens. They only hoped to survive through the cult organization. Su-chin understood, but understanding didn't mean he would show excessive mercy. Betrayal of the great Xia deserved death, and he wouldn't feel much pity for such people. At most, mercy would mean allowing them to die without suffering. Tomorrow, I'll personally interrogate him. Treat him well with food and drink. I'll handle it myself. Understood, Lord Demon Seeker. How is the weapon crafting coming along? For weapons have been crafted, but the one made with the B-class Doomsday Worm core is not yet complete. When they first heard that Su-chen was using the core of a B-class Doomsday Worm King to forge weapons, they were somewhat skeptical about his sanity. Was that weapon even meant for humans? It was simply a reinforced version of a 7-foot painting, with the side effect of consuming blood energy. Just those 4 weapons refined from the Doomsday Worm crystals were terrifying. A single attack consumed double the blood energy. If the amplification were double, it would be great, but it was only 50%. The terrifying consumption of blood energy was hard to imagine. One could only wonder how horrifying the weapons crafted with the B-class Doomsday Worm King combined with other Doomsday Worm crystals would be. The strength was quite good. Those made from ordinary Doomsday Worm crystals met B-class standards, while those crafted with the core of the B-class Doomsday Worm King, assisted by a large number of Doomsday Worm crystals, would likely reach A-class strength. Su-chen nodded. He had been busy hunting the cult organization's rats and hadn't paid much attention to the weapon crafting progress, only asking occasionally. The reason he stayed with the Forest Guardian was also to wait for the weapon crafting to be completed. He planned to return to the Thousand Demon Cave after everything was ready to hunt a few B-class Doomsday Worm Kings. Getting a few cores from the B-class Doomsday Worm Kings to fuse and craft a weapon for the upcoming defense battle in the southern frontier. Host, Su-chen, age, 18, realm, master level 9, talent, demon suppression divine spear, demon devouring divine body, martial skills, star piercing spear, dragon suppressing the sea, star piercing spear, rank, heavily, hunt 1/1000 C-class evil beasts to upgrade to divine rank, 10,000 times amplification. Dragon suppressing the sea, rank, earthly, hunt 1/1000 C-class evil beasts to upgrade to heavenly rank, spear intent layers increased to 999 layers. Host blood energy value, 370,000, accumulated blood energy, 42,147, fire seed not fully hatched, unable to break through. Fire seed nurturing 34% technique, shock demon. The general situation is about 1 to 3% each day, depending on the evil beasts hunted that day, with a maximum of 3% progress. With 34% progress, he can feel that his overall strength has increased by 34%. Although he is still stuck at the master level, his actual strength is not weaker than that of a grandmaster, and he can even achieve kills. Knock knock. Come in. Su-chen looked up to see Lin Chuyu. With his strength, he could sense someone approaching outside, but he didn't expect it to be her. Lin Chuyu, you are a Class C member. Unless there is an important matter, you should not report to a higher level. Hong Lai's expression was grim. She was one of his subordinates. This was embarrassing for him in front of his superior, and his face didn't look good. He could roughly guess what Lin Chuyu was thinking. They were not like those well-protected women outside. They had come here after retiring from the Night Watchers and Forest Guardians. They understood very well what Lin Chuyu needed to enter the Demon Suppression Division since she joined. The vast majority of members of the Demon Suppression Division who were injured in battle, if they did not want to retire, would be arranged for a relatively stable job within the division. Most people outside were assisting them. The real work was done by this group of experienced veterans who had seen too much of human nature. Lin Chuyu's little thoughts could not hide from them. Building good relationships in the Internal Affairs Department, did she think they didn't know? In fact, they were too lazy to care. As long as the job was done well, she could do as she pleased. But now it was overstepping, coming over 2 levels. Although there had been entanglements with the Demon Seeker, from their interactions during this time, Su-chen was not the kind of infatuated person. He treated Lin Chuyu with a stranger's attitude, handling matters in a businesslike manner. Shouldn't she be grateful for this attitude? If anyone else were here, Lin Chuyu would not have had it so easy. Is there something you need? Subai asked with a frown. I want to talk to you alone. Lin Chuyu gathered her courage. If you want a ticket to leave, I won't give it to you. Su-chen's response was straightforward and clear. he had guessed Lin Chuyu's purpose since she entered. This was impossible. If Su Chen were to use his power, it would definitely be to make those women outside leave, not Lin Chuyu. He had given Lin Chuyu opportunities before, it was she who had not seized them. The expressions of those present varied, they were all high-ranking individuals, each already in their 30s or 40s, with sons and daughters who were grown. How could they witness such a melodramatic scene in front of the highest official of the Forest Guardians, the Demon Seeker? If this were in a school, it would seem normal, but here it was indeed strange. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old still in school could achieve the position of Demon Seeker through merit and strength? If Su Chen had not come up, and someone said there was an 18-year-old Forest Guardian chief, they would only think that person was a fool, dreaming foolishly. Did they not know how many evil beasts one needed to kill to become a Demon Seeker? Is there really no friendship between us? After all, we have been together for 3 years. Do you hate me so much? Lin Chuyu's expression, on the verge of tears and looking pitiful, indeed made one feel sympathy. Su Chen remained expressionless, his tone flat. You should be more grateful that I don't hold grudges. If I even mentioned a bad word about you outside, people would come to me claiming credit for your death. Lin Chuyu's face turned pale. She instantly imagined someone bringing her head to Su Chen, trying to cling to the big tree of the Demon Seeker. She had thought too little, not considering that layer, still thinking with a mindset just out of school. Although there had been some changes, she still had not fully adapted to the shift. Su Chen's words had already told her that if he harbored even a fraction of hatred, she would have been doomed long ago. But this does not mean that Su Chen completely does not care about her. In his eyes, she is nothing, just a stranger. You have the chance to leave, and I can give it to you now. Please guide me, Lord Demon Seeker. Lin Chuyu quickly said. Go out now, join the combat unit. With your martial artist's strength, you are more than capable of participating in the fight, and you could even serve as a captain. Kill 3 members of the cult organization, and you can leave. Hearing this, Lin Chuyu's face turned pale as she thought of those fanatical believers at 4th High School. No, I can't do it. This is the opportunity. In the Demon Suppression Division, everything is based on strength and merit. Those people outside left the southern wilderness relying on their bloodlines, and I allowed them to leave. Su Chen looked at Lin Chuyu with a calm gaze. Because their parents fought for the Great Xia in the Demon Suppression Division until the last moment, they have the privilege to leave. And you do not. So no matter how well you perform in the Internal Affairs Department, it will be difficult for you to earn the merit to leave. Su Bai's words pierced her heart like steel needles. She thought those mediocre and incompetent people were less deserving of leaving than someone more capable like her. Her parents were just ordinary people, and they took pride in her being a martial artist from this family, yet she couldn't even leave this place, let alone take her parents with her. If you want to find a chance to leave here, I advise you to give up early. It's a waste of time, you are not qualified. Su Bai clearly explained to Lin Chuyu, brutally stating the truth. The others had some understanding that Su Chen, in his youthful arrogance after attaining a high position, wanted to take revenge on Lin Chuyu. They knew the reasons behind it but did not specifically tell Lin Chuyu. However, it seemed that Su Chen, the Demon Seeker, truly did not care about this matter and treated Lin Chuyu as a stranger. Lin Chuyu left in a daze, not even responding when her former colleagues called her, mechanically returning to her seat to submit her resignation. Li glanced at her and agreed. Although the Demon Suppression Division was short-staffed, there were no strict service requirements for those not in the combat department. Moreover, such outsiders, whose ancestors had not been members of the Demon Suppression Division for 3 generations, were not considered one of their own. Su Chen, as a demon seeker, regardless of whether he was qualified for the position, was at least a legitimate descendant of the Demon Suppression Division, with parents who died fighting against evil beasts. This is also why the people of the Demon Suppression Division in Guanyue City would not believe that Su Chen would betray the Great Xia and become the leader of a cult organization. Captain Wang Yongchang has recently been in charge of the airport's defense and internal affairs. We have also applied for their assistance, but they refused, citing the importance of the airport. Someone reported to Su Chen, looking grim. If the other party had not refused, their team in District 6 would not have suffered heavy losses. What are they doing? Su Chen asked. It's unclear what Captain Wang Yongchang is doing. Our people have gone in, and everything seems normal. Perhaps they just don't want to get involved. They knew that Wang Yongchang was a member of the family forces within the Demon Suppression Division, and it was normal for him to protect his own strength. Su Chen felt something was off. Wang Yongchang had gone to great lengths to obtain external combat matters, dividing the authority of the Demon Seeker. Logically, he was responsible for the combat within the city and the defense of the Guanyue city walls. He had taken away part of the extermination of the cult organization within the city without any reaction, remaining cooped up around the airport. How is the defense of the city walls? Captain Wang Yongchang has not moved the wall troops, they remain as they are. This did not seem like he was colluding with evil beasts, staying alone at the airport. Su Chen could only think that the other party might be using control of the airport to evacuate their personnel. After all, there are currently less than 10% of the tickets within the Demon Suppression Division, with the rest allocated to the outside world. This is a very manageable opportunity. The tickets sent to the outside world are mostly in the hands of the wealthy and powerful. Although the Demon Suppression Division has implemented a random selection mechanism for those in power, it is merely for show. They have countless means to obtain them, using threats and temptations aplenty. The Demon Suppression Division has no good solutions, they can't just kill everyone, after all. However, those with power and influence are a minority, and eventually, ordinary citizens will also have their turn. As long as no accidents occur within 2 years, it is possible to evacuate a batch of people, but it would only be a drop in the bucket. There are no good solutions, the only option is to win the southern border defense war, killing a large number of evil demons and beasts to achieve peace. But even that would be temporary, without the presence of the Guardian, the days to come would be the same. Immediately, Su Chen headed to Lanyun Airport. Su Sun, the demon officer, what brings you here? Wang Yongchang's aged face wore a kind smile, yet he blocked Su Chen's path. What? As the demon officer and the highest commander of the Forest Guardians, do I need to report to you for coming to the airport? Wang Yongchang's eyes darkened for a moment before returning to normal. How could an old fox like him reveal his true intentions? Not at all, I am merely fulfilling my duty. After all, Lanyun Airport is the only means for citizens to leave the southern border. This is hope. If it were destroyed, it would greatly dampen people's morale. Oh, is that so? I think you, Wang Yongchang, are using your power for personal gain, evacuating members of your own family and others from influential families. Su Chen's gaze swept across the airport, where ordinary citizens were dressed plainly, their blood energy surging, clearly practitioners. Not at all, they are also citizens and naturally have the right to evacuate. After all, practitioners have the ability, obtaining a ticket is not very difficult. This statement was not wrong, but Su Chen knew that some martial artists could not leave, like Lin Shuyu, who had no backing and was racking her brains. Yet he did not see families of martial artists evacuating, these were ordinary people, and Su Chen did not believe it. Su Chen, Captain, this is my duty, please do not overstep your bounds. Wang Yongchang's tone became less polite, this young brat dared to speak to him, an elder of the Demon Suppression Division, like this. Su Bai slightly lowered his head, looking down at Wang Yongchang. The aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surged forth, causing Wang Yongchang to unconsciously take a step back. Clearly, Su Chen had not used any blood energy, but just the cold indifference in his eyes made this master feel intimidated. The killing intent was as tangible as a solid form. How many people has this kid killed? How many evil demons and beasts? He had only seen this kind of aura in Wu Jianghai, the only martial marquis of Guanyu City. How could he feel such a presence from a mere child? It must be an illusion, he thought, stepping forward to confront and resist, not wanting to lose face. Yet he could not muster even a shred of courage. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed inwardly, even the night patrol's martial generals could meet his gaze, yet this man, as a master, could not do so, living in comfort. How could Su Chen believe he could protect Lanyun Airport, relying solely on his demeanor? However, he had other important matters to attend to first, clearing out the cult organization, then addressing the city's defense issues, and only afterward would he focus on Lanyun Airport. In any case, those retreating were all from various families. If accidents occurred, so be it. If the cult organization were allowed to spread rumors and tempt others to fall into depravity within the city, it would not take 2 years for the impending war. Guanyu City would collapse from within. Wang Yongchang, Captain, if I hear such words again, I will kill you on the spot for the crime of overstepping your authority. Su Chen had this authority. Although Wu Jianhai had divided the power of the Demon Seeker into two, he was still the nominal Demon Seeker and held this right. He didn't need anyone else to take action. He could easily crush these guys who had nothing but rank and no courage. Wang Yongchang's face turned pale and then green, but feeling the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Chen, he didn't dare to utter a single word. He had a premonition that this madman would definitely take action. He had not been unaware of Su Chen's past achievements. Every time he led the charge, he was at the forefront of the beast tide, wielding a weapon like the 7-foot Danqing, one that was a one-way trip. How could one expect someone who didn't care about their own life to care about the lives of others? Su Chen didn't have time to deal with him now. After confirming the situation at Lanyun Airport, he left. He needed to find that cardinal in red at the interrogation department. After all, this was someone he had personally captured, yet they were still so stubborn. In front of him, He had never seen anyone from a cult organization who could hold their tongue. "Lord Demon Seeker, you have arrived," a member of the interrogation department said as soon as Su-chen walked in, quickly stepping forward. "The cardinal codenamed Human Slayer is being held in the interrogation room on the 3rd underground level. I'll take you there." Su-chen nodded and followed the member of the interrogation department. In the bright white alloy room, there was a white alloy table and chairs integrated with the alloy floor, and the room was 50 square meters, occupied by 5 people. Sitting in a chair was an old man completely restrained by alloy devices, his white clothes stained with countless bloodstains, his fingers and toenails missing, and his mouth was a bloody mess. "Oh, my esteemed son of God, you have finally come," the emaciated old man said, opening his toothless mouth wide in a bloody grin. His expression was devout, looking at Su-chen as if he were a stunning beauty or a rare treasure, his gaze so disgusting it made one want to vomit. Su-chen stepped forward and slapped him. These cult members were all out of their minds. Hong Shang watched the large piece of skin fall to the ground and couldn't help but swallow. Not very old, but his strikes were quite ruthless. This was the Demon Seeker captain who had fought his way through with achievements at just 18. His style of action was very much in line with that of the night patrolman, no nonsense, just action. But this approach had no effect on cult members. They had interrogated them before, and every method had been tried. For the interrogation department, extracting information from a cardinal-level member, especially a low-ranking white cardinal, was exceptionally difficult. Usually, their intelligence sources were mostly from peripheral personnel and some high-ranking, wealthy individuals who were afraid of death. Their mouths were easier to pry open. Especially those wealthy and powerful individuals nearing the end of their lives, who joined cults to survive, could provide more information due to their strength and social status. They were an important source of intelligence, but for cardinal-level individuals, sometimes prying open their mouths depended on luck. Moreover, there was the possibility of false information. They also needed to expend a lot of manpower and energy to verify the authenticity of the information, often ending up with wasted trips, being toyed with by cult members. The use of truth serum had little effect on those with high ranks, making intelligence collection for the interrogation department even more challenging. They had no idea what methods this young man, Subai, could employ. They couldn't imagine how he would pry open the mouths of these mentally unstable individuals. Subai sat down opposite the old man, activated his Demon Seeker technique, and looked at the recorder beside him. "Make sure to take notes, don't miss anything." "Understood, Lord Demon Seeker." As members of the interrogation department, they had heard rumors about Su-Chen's past interrogations. It was said that cult members would immediately break down in tears and reveal information upon seeing Lord Su-Chen. This became a legend in the interrogation department, and many people wanted to seek guidance from Lord Su-Chen, but Lord Su-Chen was very busy, usually spending most of his time hunting evil demons and strange beasts outside the city. This was also a great learning opportunity, and they quickly turned on all the cameras and opened their notebooks. In the room were 2 members of the Forest Guardian Department and 3 from the Interrogation Department. They all looked forward to how Su-Chen would interrogate this guy, from whom they had no way of extracting information. Su-Chen's gaze was cold, as if he were looking at a corpse. "I ask, you answer." The old cardinal in red had a convulsive throat and trembled. Okay. The others saw that the once fearless old cardinal was now trembling, and they were all cultivators, able to perceive subtle changes clearly. This person was actually afraid? What could he possibly fear? A guy who wasn't afraid of death. What else could scare him? They looked at Su-Chen and found that he hadn't done anything, just sitting there, at most giving the other party a slap at the beginning. They had used hundreds of interrogation methods, yet they had never seen this guy speak so honestly. Unlike their feelings, the old cardinal had not sensed anything unusual when Su-Chen entered, but when Su-Chen sat down opposite him, his entire demeanor changed. The demonic part within him was frantically warning him to stay away from this young man. It was a primal fear from deep within, unaffected by his mind, as if this young man before him was an extremely terrifying entity. Su-Chen's demon shock technique was in operation. After a large amount of slaughter of evil demons, strange beasts, and cult members, even facing a master, he could not withstand his pressure. The passive effect of the demon shock technique was similar to a rule-type skill, as if his killing intent had been materialized. In a battle between experts, a moment of fear was enough to take a life. Especially as one's realm increased, this terrifying passive became even more dreadful. The more he killed, the greater its effect. Where is the lair of the cult organization in District 6? Longshan Street, under Building 1532. Be more specific. Okay, there is a drainage system below, and we have expanded an underground city down there. How many escape passages are there? Generally, the lairs of cult organizations would set up several escape routes, just like rats that could never be exterminated. There's a passage under the grocery store at Huanhai 252, and also, the old man quickly listed 7 or 8 escape routes. Have you recorded it? Su Chen turned to the dazed recorder. Is this it? Isn't that enough? What do you want? Su Chen frowned. He was busy and had no time to play interrogation games with the old man. After organizing it, hand it over to Hong Shang. He then looked at Hong Shang. Mobilize all the forest guardians who have no tasks, and send combat missions to the night watchers. Let them gather. You have 30 minutes. Ah, okay. Lord Su Chen, Demon Seeker. Hong was stunned. Was that it? Was this really the same old cardinal who had been so tough to crack? He looked just like a newcomer from a peripheral cult, easily scared into talking. The members of the interrogation department were also bewildered. Was that it? What was there to learn from this? Lord Demon Seeker, aren't we going to verify the authenticity of the information? You know, these guys often waste our time and create trouble for us, one of the interrogation department members hesitantly said. The interrogation process was so simple that it left them feeling unreal. That's it, there's no time to waste. Su Chen got up and left. He was quite familiar with the Jingma technique, and this wasn't the first time he had used it. The last time he extracted information, there had been no issues at all. Not to mention his current strength, having killed countless evil beasts and even in B-Class Doomsday Worm King, he wasn't worried about the red-clothed old man lying to him. Unless he wanted to experience the Jingma technique himself, Su Chen had plenty of ways to utilize it to train him. When Xin, covered in blood after just finishing a battle, was resting when an urgent assembly order came through on his terminal. It was from their highest commander, the Demon Seeker Su Chen. Although they were part of the Night Watchers, Su Chen was also their commander within the Night Watchers. Everyone, assemble immediately. Arrive at Longshan Street in 20 minutes. When Xin shouted to the swaying crowd as he put down his water bottle, the others quickly stood up, gathered swiftly, and boarded the alloy war chariots, heading to the next battlefield. He had already become a squad leader. In just half a year, he had grown to this point, from being terrified of the evil beasts to now having a heart as cold as iron. Countless teammates had left him, and he no longer had the initial thought of gilding himself in the Demon Suppression Division. All he wanted was to slay the evil beasts and avenge his fallen captains and comrades. Not just his squad, but all the teams in Guanyue City that were temporarily without combat missions rushed in the same direction. The former forest guardians also began to take action. Logically, they should have taken orders from Wang Yongchang, but to hell with that. In the Demon Suppression Division, everything was based on achievements and merits, and they all respected Su Chen. While they were fighting bloodily, Wang Yongchang was holed up at Lanyun Airport, while it was Su Chen, the Demon Seeker, who brought the Night Watchers to help share the pressure. Dust clouds were left in Guanyue City, and the citizens looked at each other in confusion. Although the forest guardians had been frequently seen lately, they had never witnessed such a large-scale operation, with war chariots racing down the streets every few days. A large number of reporters, like sharks sensing blood, followed the forest guardians from all directions. Such a grand scene was rare. The last time it happened was during the evil beasts' attack on Guanyue City. The citizens hurried home and shut their doors, while various martial arts schools and factions speculated about what was happening. Only the director of the Demon Suppression Division, Wu Jianhai, and the highest commander of the Forest Guardians, the Demon Seeker, could mobilize the entire city's Forest Guardian forces like this. Those in the know understood that the Demon Seeker was now controlled by an 18-year-old boy, and the power was split. Without that capability, it was impossible. Could it be Wu Jianhai from the Demon Suppression Division? But they had received no news. Let's go see what's happening and what Director Wu Jianhai is doing. However, Wu Jianhai, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, looked at the tide of people leaving, equally puzzled. Director, we've confirmed the situation. It's an order initiated by Su Chen, the Demon Seeker. This kid has just taken away Wang Yongchang's power. Wu Jianhai chuckled and shook his head. However, in the Demon Suppression Division, everything relied on achievements and strength. What Su Chen had done during this time indeed earned him respect within the Forest Guardians. Wu Jianhai didn't sit in the position of director of the Demon Suppression Division through connections or operations. He had killed enough and established enough merit for the Great Xia, naturally rising to the position. People like Wang Yongchang would probably never understand that in Great Xia, only strength and merit were the fastest ways to gain power. Scheming was a minor path. Wang Yongchang, let's see if you can protect your family. Wu Jianhai looked up at the enormous shadow in the sky, seeing a figure sitting above. The shadow seemed to sense Wu Jianhai's gaze, locking eyes with him through the high sky and glass. The evil beasts and the cult organization were attacking from both inside and outside, not only oppressing Guanyue City but also all the cities of the Great Xia, preventing them from supporting the southern border. They were waiting for the gathering of a super-large beast tide, ready to catch them all in one net. The figure on the giant eagle was the evil being watching Wu Jianghai. And there were definitely more than one. Wu Jianghai could feel that if he dared to leave Guanyu's city, he would be surrounded and killed. The Guardians' troops gathered at the outskirts of Longshan Street. Hongshan also arrived at the scene, sending information to every Guardian and Night Watchman present, and designating teams according to Su Chen's arrangements to guard the remaining exits. I have only one order for you: if a fly comes out of the passage you are guarding, get out of the Demon Suppression Division immediately tomorrow. Some were dissatisfied with this domineering command. They were warriors who had fought through bloodshed, and being told to leave just like that was unacceptable. Others who are not afraid of death, come with me. Su Chen, holding a 7-foot-long brush, laughed wildly and took the lead. I will be your vanguard, clearing the path for you. He took the lead as the highest commander of the Guardian. Everyone saw the 7-foot brush symbolizing relentless advance, their blood surging with excitement. Su Chen charged ahead without a plan or tactical arrangement. The members of the Guardians were dumbfounded. Was this their commander, so reckless? Aside from blocking the exit, there were no other arrangements. There were no specifics on which team needed to clear the area, nor any corresponding arrangements for the complex environment of the cult's lair. However, the night watchmen who followed Su Chen were all invigorated, shouting loudly, "We are willing to follow Captain Su Chen and kill all evil beasts." The night watchmen usually fought against evil beasts, and while they had thought of strategies for battling evil, in the end, it all came down to actual combat. They were more accustomed to bloody battles with evil beasts, fighting up close, with every strike landing, without much flair. Only the strong survived. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. In the struggle against evil beasts, any sign of retreat meant death. Without a determination to forge ahead, one could not survive among the night watchmen. The night watchmen were the most powerful force of the Demon Suppression Division, and also the department with the highest mortality rate. They believed firmly in the supremacy of the strong. Especially someone like Su Chen, who led the charge and faced all dangers first. It was hard not to follow someone like that. Sometimes, certain commanders would try to boost morale before battle with a lot of empty talk, but standing at the forefront of the fight, without any flashy words, was far more effective. Just seeing that figure in battle was more motivating than 1,000 words. The boost in morale was that simple, but not everyone could achieve it. If a commander's strength was insufficient and they were beheaded by the enemy, it would be a huge blow to their side's morale. But Su Chen was not worried about this. He knew he could survive, possessing the demon body, and he didn't have to worry about his vitality being exhausted. The Guardians were also infected by this momentum, their initial fears of dying in battle dissipating. Yes, following such a commander, what if they died in battle? It would not be in vain to walk this world. Su Bai swept his long spear, shattering the large door in front of him, and charged in first. As they descended the spiral staircase to the underground parking lot, a few idle smokers stood inside. Upon seeing the large group of black cloaks from the Demon Suppression Division approaching, they quickly fled in all directions. Some began to relay information to others. 3 long spears pinned them against the thick concrete wall, creating a large pit in the wall behind them. A voice was heard from one person's terminal, but all that responded were countless footsteps. Su Chen spun his spear and jumped into the entrance of a hidden passage, which opened up into an exceptionally wide area below. Dim light surrounded him, and the ground was littered with numerous bones, most of which appeared to be human, with a few belonging to other beasts. As he advanced, the number of bones increased, and the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. The members of the cult practiced using the blood and energy of humans, similar to the evil beasts. In the Great Xia, there were cities inhabited by humans that were raised as livestock for the evil beasts, but the Demon Suppression Division was powerless to intervene, sending numerous strong fighters who would often be besieged by waves of beasts. They had tried to rescue the humans from that city, but the people there could no longer be called human. Their thoughts had been transformed, taking pride in becoming evil, raised for generations. Although they still had human forms, their hearts had become those of demons. Many members of the cult had infiltrated from these cities, hunting humans to enhance their own power. The cult had never been completely eradicated for many reasons. It wasn't just due to the lack of members in the Demon Suppression Division. As long as there were people within humanity who feared death and were greedy for power, it was inevitable. Su Chen even found a fragment of a black cloak among the piles of corpses, remnants of a member of the Demon Suppression Division who had been brought here and eaten alive. The blood and energy of warriors were denser than that of ordinary people, and consuming a warrior could yield even greater benefits. Su Chen did not stop his steps and continued forward, his gaze gradually turning cold. A half-beast demon, with brown fur, a sharp beak, monkey-like features, and a rat-like tail, appeared before him, still draped in fragments of a suit. Upon seeing the group, it let out a shriek and lunged at them. Suchen smashed down with his spear, shattering its skull. Ordinary people think that joining a cult will grant them the power of a practitioner, but they are merely used as test subjects, becoming beings devoid of reason, worse than beasts. Some people turned pale at this sight. The cult treated ordinary people as nothing more than livestock for blood in various experiments. While there were a few ordinary people who became high-ranking members of the cult, they were extremely rare lucky ones. Most ended up as the dry bones by the roadside, and the fortunate ones became half-beasts, half-demons. Whether it was luck or misfortune was hard to say, just the sight of losing one's reason and memory could hardly be called fortunate. With a shriek, a large number of half-beasts surged from all directions, along with those in white robes hidden behind them. Instead of fleeing, they looked on with fervor at the intruding members of the Demon Suppression Division. This group of walkers and divine servants also did not understand what death was. But Su Chen would make them understand what fear was. He immediately activated his passive magic technique, causing the half-beasts that had charged forward to halt in their tracks, beginning to hesitate and retreat. The divine servants, seeing this, hurriedly whipped them to attack, but the fear in their eyes was impossible to conceal. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were ready for battle, drawing their weapons, but in an instant, they saw the once ferocious half-beasts stop, some even beginning to back away. They could not comprehend what was happening. Were these not the fearless ones? The looks directed at Su Chen were filled with awe. Could killing many truly intimidate the evil beasts? Just as they were puzzled, Su Chen had already charged into the throng of beasts, his spear swinging and taking lives. As blood spilled, not only the half-beasts succumbed to fear, but even those divine servants and walkers who did not know what death was all retreated, wanting to escape. Want to run? Stay here, only one side can leave. Su Chen plunged the spear into the ground, and the intent spread from the spear's tail, causing countless incomplete spears to emerge from all directions, manifesting the corpses of various evil beasts. The vividly lifelike heads, dripping with blood, gazed at everyone on the battlefield. Endless guardianship. The members of the Demon Suppression Division looked around in horror at the sudden appearance of numerous evil beast corpses and countless spears, all on high alert, thinking it was a secret technique of the demons. However, upon seeing those spears, some of the Night Watchers recognized them. When Xian glanced over and saw many low-tier alloy spears with shattered tips, these were weapons Su Chen had once used. This is the intent of Captain Su Chen. When Xian's father was a captain, although he wasn't a Grand Master, he had seen enough to recognize it. Had he actually broken through to the Grand Master realm? When did that happen? No, it hadn't been long. He had gone from an ordinary person who wasn't even a first-tier warrior to this level in just over half a year. The others were even more shocked upon hearing this. Intent was something unique to Grand Masters, and it even had skills associated with it. The strength of this intent was at least not lower than A grade. How had their commander become so strong? Why did the appointment of the Demon Suppression Division indicate that Su Chen was merely at the master level? They couldn't understand. The divine servants and walkers slammed against an invisible wall, pounding desperately but unable to move an inch. Hunt F-grade beasts, gain 1 point of vitality. Hunt E-grade beasts, gain 10 points of vitality. Hunt E-grade beasts, gain 10 points of vitality. These guys were recognized as beasts. Upon hearing the prompts, Subai continued to wield his spear without pause. He charged to the front, killing all who blocked his path, and approached the group of divine servants and walkers. What do you think human life is? The divine servants and walkers before him had long lost their fervor, scurrying like rats in a sewer, trapped in a cage, jumping around in panic. The passive terror of the demon suppression technique greatly enhanced its effect against evil beasts of no higher strength than their own.